Hello, this is Manhwa. Today, we're diving into a new Manhwa demon lord. Your disciples all want to take you out. This demon lord kept his 3 disciples like caged pets, even watching their every move in their own bedrooms. Because of this, the disciples conspired and have the 3rd disciple bring a poison pill to end the demon lord's life. But with just a little trickery from the demon lord, the 3rd disciple was reduced to tears filled with regret. She even fell completely, becoming utterly infatuated with the demon lord. Good, now that's my obedient disciple. It turns out the man playing the game was named Bai Qingling. While fighting the final boss, he suddenly transmigrated into the game's final boss, the demon lord Qingling, Bai Qingling. He was a villainous character in the game who didn't just control 3 stunningly beautiful disciples. He also killed his own master, throwing him into a pill furnace to refine a human pill. To keep it a secret, he slaughtered his fellow sect members, leaving only a junior sister who managed to escape to the ends of the earth. The end of the game featured a decisive battle against 108 leaders of the righteous path. But he was defeated, lost 1,000 years of cultivation, and fled back to his lair, the Kangming sect. He realized this was the final part of the story. In the original plot, Bai Qingling was poisoned to death by the 3 disciples he trusted most. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Master, are you in there? It's time for your medicine." Sure enough, she had arrived. This was Sen Xinger, Bai Qingling's 3rd disciple. Right now, she was being instigated by others to deliver poison given to her by the male lead Xiao Chen under the guise of bringing medicine. Just then, Sen Xinger opened the door to deliver the medicine, and Bai Qingling panicked. This was happening exactly like the original story. But he couldn't die now. He absolutely could not let his beautiful disciple fall into the hands of that despicable male lead, Xiao Chen. Just then, the system chimed in. Congratulations on binding with the Great Love System. First mission, use your affection to win over Sen Xinger. Bai Qingling was at a loss. Aren't I supposed to be a great demon lord? Even if I've transmigrated, this is just too weird. Suddenly, Bai Qingling realized something wasn't right. In the original story, Sen Xinger's feelings for him only started to develop after his death. In other words, right now, she still couldn't bring herself to be ruthless with him. Instantly, a wicked grin spread across his face. So the most important thing to her is whether I like her or not. That was his breakthrough. So Bai Qingling put on a warm facade and said, "Xinger, don't be so reserved. Come here." Sen Xinger couldn't believe it. The man who was usually feared by all seemed a little gentle today. Still, she knelt to the ground and greeted her master. She kept telling herself to be strong. Senior brother Xiao Chen swore on his life that Master's vital energy is severely damaged. As long as he takes this soul-devouring powder, he'll die without a chance of reincarnation. So she took out the medicine bottle, saying that she had just obtained some 100-year-old spirit herbs and had specially refined this demon pill for him. Is a pill refined so quickly safe? This pill is at least a grade 7. Please rest assured, Master. But Bai Qingling noticed the pill in the bottle had a reddish glint. Since when did you start adding blood to refine a grade 9 pill? Sen Xinger couldn't help but panic and explained it was to enhance the pill's effects. Bai Qingling asked with serious suspicion, "So, did you add it intentionally or accidentally?" Hearing this, Sen Xinger flinched and immediately fell to her knees, hastily assuring him, "It will absolutely be more than 90% effective." At this, Bai Qingling thought to himself, "She's so eager for me to take it. Does she really want her master to die that badly?" However, when people are at their most anxious, they are also at their most vulnerable. This so-called great love can only be achieved with a solid foundation. Then he took the pill out of Sen Xinger's bottle, but Sen Xinger asked if her master wanted to take it immediately. At that moment, she recalled the past and felt a pang of pity. "Master, if you're not satisfied, Xinger can make it again." But just then, Bai Qingling's gaze turned sharp as he looked at her. "Why do you hate me so much? So much that you're eager to kill your own master." He immediately led her to a certain place. "Master, you don't trust Xinger," he replied. "Just follow me. Don't ask so many questions." He then went down to the basement. Bai Qingling chuckled to himself. "Just as I thought, she doesn't have the guts to turn against me. Looks like I can use this to turn the tables." They immediately arrived at a door. The door was covered in countless bones. This made Sen Xinger's heart ache. "Master, what is this?" It turned out this was the place where Bai Qingling was dealt the final blow by the male lead Xiao Chen. Although it was toned down in the game, in reality, it was still terrifying. These are the one-eyed sorcerers who live in the 100,000 mountains of Xinjiang. In the past, this venerable one was lured by their leader who wanted to seize the heavenly immortal demon tomb. Luckily, my demonic bloodline activated, allowing me to escape. When my demonic arts were perfected, the first thing I did was return to the 100,000 mountains for revenge. This made Sen Xinger sigh. Master has been through so much. She was beginning to understand him better. But then she remembered her senior sister's words. If we don't kill him, who knows how many more people will die at his hands. But Bai Qingling didn't just show her these things. He slowly opened the door, revealing the Iron Shadow Demon bead. Her senior sister had told her before that their master had refined this to monitor them. The 3 of us disciples are just playthings in his hands. She also warned her to pretend she didn't know about the bead's existence. But she didn't understand why her master would show her this. Just then, an image appeared on the Iron Shadow demon bead. It was a young Sen singer. It turned out that when she was a child, her village had been plundered by bandits. At that time, it was Bai Qingling who stepped in to help and agreed to raise her. Seeing this scene, Sen Shinger was deeply moved. Shinger, your master has made many enemies in his life. Disciples like you will naturally be targeted by countless assassins. This Iron Shadow demon bead is one of the few ways I have to protect you all. Could it be that Master has always been using this bead to protect us, not to monitor us? Bai Qingling put on a righteous air. For all these years, everyone in the world knows I've been cruel to you. If I were to unfortunately die, you three sisters could live on under the guise of being my victims. This venerable one intended to keep this secret for a lifetime, but just now I saw how determined you were to kill your master. At this, Sen Singer began to weep uncontrollably. Never mind. As long as Singer can live the rest of her life in peace, I don't care about anything else. Then Sen Singer threw herself forward. Master Singer was wrong. I shouldn't have been swayed by outsiders. You are the one who is best to me. Master, I love you the most. At that very moment, a game notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice mission. You have received a reward of 500 points and 1 gold chest. Bai Qingling was overjoyed. The mission is complete, so this counts as winning her over with great love. Although he was a bit creeped out, he was still secretly happy. Whatever. To survive, I must change this death plot, and Singer's loyalty is essential. He placed his hand on Sen Singer's shoulder. My little toy, I know your personality better than anyone. Some villain has bewitched you with sweet words. She knelt and confessed everything to him. Yes, master. It was Xiao Chen, a direct disciple of the Yin Kui Hall. He's the one who drove a wedge between you and me, and he used his sweet words to bewitch second senior sister and ruin the bond we have as master and disciples. Then she earnestly begged to atone for her sins. Everything that happened today was because I was deceived by that. Xiao Chen, master, please give me the cruelest punishment, just as long as you don't cast me out. He answered thoughtfully. If that's the case, then I can give you one chance to do something for me to redeem yourself with your deeds. He gently bent down and placed a comforting hand on Sen Singer's shoulder. Overjoyed, she looked at him with an adoring gaze. Yes, master. Please give me your instructions. At the Kangming Sex Yuluo Hall, senior sister Dante, junior sister Singer isn't back yet. Do you think that demon lord found something out? Could junior sister Singer have been exposed? Xiao Chen asked worriedly. Second, senior sister Dante Lingyan crossed her arms and pondered. I made an agreement with Singer. Whether she succeeded or not, she was to send me a message immediately. Since there's no news yet, it means the plan is still in motion. Xiao Chen grew impatient. No, I have to go check. We can't afford any mistakes with this. As he finished speaking, his second senior sister's sword was already at his neck. I advise you not to be reckless, she warned him. The Bloodlord's residence is filled with terrifying restrictions. Only Singer is allowed inside. If you try to force your way in, you'll be seeking your own death. Xiao Chen sighed. Fine, then let's wait a little longer. He suddenly lit up as if he saw something. Sen Shinger's appearance made him exclaim with joy, Junior sister Shinger, you're back. Xiao Chen happily reached out his hand. Junior sister Singer, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. I was so worried just now. Suddenly, Sen Singer flinched and stepped back, surprising Xiao Chen. Her expression had changed, which shocked him. Singer, you. Tears welled up in his eyes. That half step you took back. Were you serious? Xiao Chen was instantly disappointed. After all these years, after everything I've done for you too, I can't even hold your hand in a situation like this. Junior sister, are you all right? Did you succeed? Why didn't you send senior sister a message like we agreed thee? Second, senior sister asked urgently. She hesitated before replying, Senior sister, I succeeded. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. It's done. I've been a spy in the Kangming demonic sect since I was 12 years old. 3 years, then another 3 years. A full 10 years. Now that I can finally eliminate a great demon lord renowned throughout the continent, my name will become famous on the righteous path. Realizing the plan had succeeded, he shed tears, silently congratulating himself for his efforts. Sen Shinger recounted, that demon master was so arrogant, thinking he already had me under his control, that he drank the soul-devouring gloom powder immediately. During that time, his emotions were incredibly unstable, and I was afraid of exposing myself, so I didn't dare send a message. Xiao Chen quickly interjected, if that's the case, then there's no hurry. I spent a fortune to buy that poison pill from the black market. We just have to wait 7 days for the poison to reach its peak. Then, even a Hedao realm master will face certain death, his body and soul annihilated. 7 days is a wait we can afford. The second sister looked at Xiao Chen. But Lingyan has one thing she doesn't understand and hopes junior brother Xiao can explain. She shared her thoughts. My master, that demon has committed countless evil deeds. But it seems he has no grudge against you, junior brother Xiao. Why were you so willing to cooperate with us, even providing such a world-shaking poison pill? Sen Singer agreed. That's right, and you've been so enthusiastic and dedicated to this. Xiao Chen gave a smug smile, looking almost proud of himself. Of course, it's because I couldn't bear to see that demon lord continue to oppress and bully you too. I wanted to rescue you from your torment as quickly as possible. Don't you two understand my feelings? Don't tell me. From the very beginning you did all this for us sisters, she asked, suspiciously hiding behind Ling Yin. Xiao Chen quickly waved his hands in denial. No. Why would you think that? Ling Yin gave him a suspicious look, but seeing there was nothing more to say, she didn't intend to keep him. Ling Yin said, forget it. Let's leave it at that for today. We'll find out in 7 days. It's getting late. Junior brother Xiao, don't be late for the Yin Gui Hall's evening class. Xiao Chen clasped his hands in farewell. Very well, senior sister Dantai, junior sister Singer will meet another day. As he spoke, he thought to himself, why are women so fickle? With that, Xiao Chen walked away, leaving the two sisters alone. Ling Yin asked, Singer, tell senior sister the truth. Are you feeling very sad right now? Sen Singer calmly replied, senior sister, have you ever considered that master might not be who we think he is? She tried to persuade her. Maybe he's just a little strict with us, but he hasn't actually harmed us. Her senior sister looked at Sen Singer and gently reassured her. Singer, the evidence Xiao Chen brought us proves that Bai Qingling sees us as nothing more than his puppets, setting aside his other sins. That alone is something we can never forgive him for. Sen Singer looked at her senior sister with sad, contemplative eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Qingling was still scheming. Let Singer buy me a little more time to breathe. Xiao Chen and that second disciple of mine won't realize for a while that I've already turned Singer to my side. He waved his hand, calculating. Next, let's check the system reward I got earlier. A sparkling treasure chest materialized in the space. It really is a chest, exactly like in the original game. He reached out to take the chest and gently recited the command. A notification popped up as the chest opened successfully. Please choose one of the 3 secret treasures below host. The first card was the Free Flex Divine Art, personally crafted by the first-generation sect master of the Hehoan sect. Its effects are particularly potent when used with a female cultivator of the same realm. The next card was the Imperial Defense Scripture, the Myriad Wheel, a divine art created by the first-generation ancestor of the Huangshi sect. It can temporarily enhance a specific part of the body. The final card was the Demon Lord Cultivation Rewind Trial card. It rewinds time and space, allowing the host to temporarily return to any cultivation stage from their first life. The 3 cards appeared, causing him to deliberate. What are these 2 things, he asked, looking at the Free Flex Divine Art and the Imperial Defense Scripture cards. Is this something a demonic cultivator would use? This is clearly for righteous cultivators. With that, he reached out and took the Demon Lord Cultivation Rewind Trial card. Of course it had to be this one. Holding the card, he smirked. A trial card that lets me rewind to any cultivation stage. Does that mean I can return to Bai Qingling's peak Huashan realm's strength? In 7 days, we'll see who lives and who dies. Bai Qingling stood looking at the bloody scene before him. In front of him were 2 elaborately made pillars with dangling ribbons spattered with blood and skulls mounted on top. At his feet was a pool filled with a shimmering red liquid. Sen Shinger must have followed my instructions and met with Ling Yin, lying that the poison plot was a success, he thought. According to the usual plot, they won't come to the blood abode to check on my corpse for another 7 days. An image of him sitting on his throne also appeared in his mind as 3 figures slowly approached him from the front. One of them was Xiao Chen, the protagonist of the original story. He raised his sword, aiming it straight at Bai Qingling. Based on the original plot, he thought to himself, the seal on this blood pit will weaken as my life force fades, and in the end it's the original protagonist, Xiao Chen, who will personally deliver the final blow. His eyes turned crimson and his expression darkened as a plan formed in his mind. I have to prepare everything within these 7 days. He stood before a lake filled with blood, surrounded by pillars covered in strange characters. He roared, declaring his ambition. I am the Qingling Demon Lord, and I will defy the heavens and change my fate. His voice boomed like thunder, shaking everything around him. From the center of the blood lake, a box slowly emerged, dripping with fresh blood. It was an exquisitely crafted black box, shrouded in dark demonic energy. He reached out and took it. He thought to himself. The original Bai Qingling had removed his cultivation core and 5 vital organs, hiding them away and replacing them with substitutes. With that, he opened the box. Inside was his cultivation core and vital organs, all contained within a single blood-red mass. He remembered the original plan if he lost the final battle. As long as a remnant of his soul escaped, he could regenerate his body perfectly. But now that I know the future, I won't need that fallback plan. I might as well retrieve this now, and quickly recover my former strength. Without another thought, he picked up the red mass and put it in his mouth. A torrent of blood-red spiritual energy immediately began to gather inside his body. He closed his eyes earnestly, feeling his power return. Once the cultivation core was back in its place, he exhaled, feeling the abundant demonic energy coursing through his body. He clenched his fist, a remnant of red demonic energy still lingering around it. His eyes, glowing from the newly absorbed demonic power, couldn't hide his excitement. This cultivation core is Bai Qingling's foundation establishment body. I've directly repaired my injuries and returned to the strength of the foundation establishment stage. He powerfully swung the arm that had just gathered demonic energy, and the wall behind him instantly shattered. A deep crater formed as it shattered into 100 pieces, sending fragments flying everywhere. Satisfied with his power, he smiled smugly. Excellent. Now, this is more like the presence of a final boss. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching his attention. Master Singer has returned from completing your mission. I have something to give you. Bai Qingling thought, what could this girl possibly give me? This scene wasn't in the game. He immediately sat down on his throne, looking down at Sen Xinger, who was kneeling before him. She spoke respectfully. Master, that villain, Xiao Chen, was overjoyed when he learned you took the poison pill. Second senior sister is acting as usual and doesn't suspect a thing. He asked with interest, oh, and did Xiao Chen say anything else? She looked up at him and quickly replied. He said that in 7 days the poison will reach its peak toxicity and that not even a grand golden immortal could escape death. He told me to come check on your body in 7 days and then frame Mu Xinlan for it. Her expression turned sorrowful for a moment as if she still couldn't believe it. She thought I only just learned the full extent of Xiao Chen's plan. I never knew he could be so cruel and shameless. Then she suddenly said, Master Jinger has something to offer you. With that, she raised both hands, presenting a small pink vial. The real 9-turn soul-fixing pill, she said. Hearing this, Bai Qingling shot to his feet, unable to believe what Sen Xinger had just shown him. His mind raced. What, in the original story, the 9-turn soul-fixing pill was just a legend. Players could never obtain it. So where did Jinger get a genuine 9th-grade treasured pill? He stared at the item in her hand, and as he focused his power on it, its contents were revealed. A small pill with spiritual energy flowing around it. He grew even more confident. With the real deal, my chances of changing the ending are that much higher. Realizing he had overreacted, he immediately sat back down on his throne and cleared his throat. Ahem. So you really went and refined it. Well done. Hearing his praise, Sen Xinger's face turned red, but she couldn't hide her own desires. She began. If Master feels that it's acceptable. Her expression instantly became alluring. Placing a hand on her chest as she shyly stepped toward him, she greedily made her request then. May I ask Master to reward Singer just once? Up on his throne, he still had no idea what kind of reward she wanted. Then she suddenly grabbed his hand and immediately placed it against her own cheek, making him caress her face. Her expression couldn't hide her desire, her face flushing an even deeper red. Her crimson lips parted as she spoke in a seductive voice. Please forgive me for being so forward, but I have feelings for you, Master. He was completely stunned by Sen Singer's actions. His own face flushed red for a moment and he couldn't help but think, this is so soft. It feels like my hand would sink right in if I applied any pressure. Feeling he couldn't let this go on, he quickly pulled his hand back and admonished her. You rebellious disciple, who gave you the nerve to act so boldly with your master. Knowing he couldn't cross the line, he gently patted her on the head and said softly, your contribution of the pill is great. A pat on the head is a sufficient reward. Having her head patted and being praised by the demon lord, Sen Singer was immediately satisfied. He. However, she didn't stop there. She took his hand once again and said that's more than enough of a reward. Her face flushed red again, and with a mischievous look in her eyes, she took his hand and did something he never expected. But the place I want to be rewarded isn't my head. Before he could even react to what she was doing, his face turned beet red. Just then, a system notification sound rang out and a notification window popped up. Congratulations, host. Love achievement unlocked. Received 500 points. System store is now open. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Yin Kui Palace, Xiao Chen was bowing respectfully before an elaborately embroidered screen. Behind it was the silhouette of a young woman with a commanding posture. He called out, disciple Xiao Chen pays his respects to the honorable master. The young woman stepped out from behind the screen. It was the master of the Yin Kui Palace and the Kangming sect Hua Yuerong. She swept the screen aside and emerged, her long, straight legs, captivating, and her sharp, cold eyes narrowed slightly. She spoke. Xiao Chen, I heard that not only has Bai Qingling lost all of his spiritual power, but he's also been afflicted with a rare poison and his life is in grave danger. Xiao Chen immediately replied with glee. Yes, master. Bai Qingling's third disciple, Sen Xinger, is on very good terms with me. She's the one who told me everything. If you go to the blood pit now and kill Bai Qingling, the position of sect master will surely be yours. He expected to be praised for the intelligence he gathered, but his reward was a thunderous slap across the face. The slap was so powerful it knocked his head to the side, his cheek instantly turning red. He asked in a daze, Master, you. Hearing how her ignorant disciple had been led by the nose, she said angrily, Bai Qingling used to be the personal disciple of the Grandmaster Alchemist, the evil medicine master. His alchemy skills had long surpassed his master's, so how could a mere poison pill possibly stump him? Xiao Chen stubbornly replied, but all he got in return was an angry glare from Hua Yuerong. That look instantly made his face turn pale with fear, and he lost all courage to talk back. He immediately bowed his head and admitted his fault. I was wrong. It seemed the news of Bai Qingling being poisoned was just a lie to lure people into a trap. He quickly backed away to prevent the situation from worsening, respectfully clasping his hands and saying, this disciple will take his leave. Right after Hua Yuerong's lips curled into a smile. Behind the veil covering her mouth, she couldn't help but laugh. Ah, senior brother, oh senior brother. To think you spared my life back then. As she spoke, the horrifying scenes from the past flooded her mind, the image of her staring blankly as the people she loved were impaled to death on stakes that he had created. All around them were corpses, a truly tragic sight. In the sky, a dark power swirled endlessly. Grotesque skulls and their power continuously gathered around Bai Qingling. She seemed to finally understand his actions from all those years ago, her eyes filled with indignation and welling with tears that couldn't hide her hatred. Was it so my hatred for you would fester so that I would seek you out for revenge later? The more she spoke, the more she failed to conceal the malice in her eyes. Her eyes glowed a fiery red as she gently raised a hand to her lips, offering him a compliment. You succeeded. Your life will sooner or later be ended by my own hands. Hua Yuerong's hands. Sen Xinger bowed happily and said with a smile, Thank you, master, for the reward. Xinger will take her leave. She raised a hand to her cheek. She licked her lips, satisfied with what had just transpired, and chuckled contentedly. Heh. She left the demon lord sitting behind her in a daze. Bai Qingling blushed as he looked at his own hand, thinking, My hand. He snapped back to his senses but couldn't hide the blush on his cheeks, so he let out a cough to cover it up. The system just said the accumulation points have been unlocked. Let's take a look. A small blue screen appeared. Welcome to the accumulation points shop. The host can use their accumulation points to exchange for Yang treasures. As the total points spent increases higher level, Yang treasures will be unlocked one by one. A long list of Yang treasures was displayed for him. Current accumulation points 1,000. He frowned at the screen and said, Is this it? This is so lame. That free golden Yang I got last time was worth a whole 5,000 accumulation points. I only have 1,000 points right now, he grumbled, feeling it was unfair. The screen lit up again. When the host uses the shop for the first time, they will receive one chance for a lottery draw after making a purchase. This chance is currently valued at 1,000 points. Come and try your luck. After seeing the system's enticing offer, Bai Qingling sat on his throne and said, It's the same old marketing trick, but do I really have a choice? He then ordered the system to draw, and the screen flashed brightly. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Please choose one of the following 3 items. A card covered in Chinese characters appeared. Soulbound memory card for the host's use only. It will automatically awaken your memories if you forget the original plot. Next was a knife that looked like it was for cutting cake. The libido annihilating blade, soulbound, and for the host's use only. One slash will send your jewels flying, eliminating all carnal desire. Finally, there was a purple orb. The life do-over pill, soulbound, and for the host's use only. In life, who knows if one can ever truly start again. After reading the descriptions, Bai Qingling's face turned purple with rage as he screamed, What a total scam, I already have the script memorized. And isn't that crappy knife just a castration tool, and that pill? What is all this garbage? Feeling utterly insulted, he shot to his feet, exploding. What kind of fraudulent marketing is this? You dare ask for 1,000 of my points for this junk? Does this damn system have any idea what it's doing? Suddenly, 4 large red eyeball-shaped orbs shot towards Bai Qingling at incredible speed. The demon lord looked up at him, not surprised but merely curious. Who are the iron shadow demon orbs? The 4 large orbs merged into a single form. Someone was about to appear within the red light that enveloped the 4 corners of the room. It was Bai Qingling's first disciple, Feng Lixue. Her name meant snow, but she looked fiery red and incredibly hot. She knelt looking somewhat burdened and said, Disciple Lixue pays respects to master. Bai Qingling's eyes widened. It seemed he was starting to remember. She was Bai Qingling's first disciple. She must be 10,000 times more beautiful than the game graphics. He continued to stare at his disciple with a hint of hunger. Whether it's her looks or her cold on the outside, hot on the inside personality, everything about her is perfectly suited to my tastes. When he didn't reply, she looked up and asked. Master Bai Qingling remained seated calmly, assessing the situation. And the situation in this case was Lixue. She looked at him with an evaluating gaze. This demon has never been so dazed before. Could the rumors be true? Should I send word to my second junior sister to make her move sooner? With that thought, her red lips curled into a calculating smile. Bai Qingling suddenly glared at her and demanded, Lixue, what are you smiling at? Do I look amusing to you? Hearing his voice, Lixue's eyes suddenly filled with fear. No, he's still him. That red gaze stirred a deep-seated fear within her heart. That familiar, oppressive feeling, that terrifying aura. A single glance from him could crush anyone's pride and arrogance. Feng Lixue lowered her gaze, breaking out in a cold sweat. She warned herself, I must absolutely not provoke him. She touched the red seal carved onto her slender abdomen. I don't want to have that evil sigil activated and endure that punishment again. He sat imposingly on his throne and suddenly asked, Where are you now? He was just lustfully staring at the girl while trying to act cold, and now he's asking where she is. All around them were the corpses that Lixue had left in her. Wake. As per Master's command, the demon suppression pagoda at the foot of Blackwater Mountain has been cleared out. There are no longer any righteous sect disciples guarding it who can stop me from ascending. Bai Qingling rested his chin on his hand, a smug, satisfied smile on his face. Very good. Continue with the plan. Infiltrate the demon suppression pagoda and help me find that secret artifact. She bowed her head obediently. Yes, Lixu will obey. Her expression darkened. As expected, he was still as ruthless and cruel as ever, showing no restraint at all. Feng Lixue stood up thinking to herself, how could I have even considered taking advantage of him just now? She then took her leave. This disciple will be on her way. Just as she was about to leave, he called out again. Right, wait a moment. She froze in surprise, her mind racing with fear of what he might do to her. She stuttered. Master, do you have any other commands? Bai Qingling suddenly stood up and walked closer to her, asking, do you know what day it is today? She lowered her head and replied, this disciple is ignorant. Please enlighten me, master. The demon lord stood close to her and said, time really flies. After tonight, you will enter your golden age. What exactly is this golden age he's talking about? The disciple didn't even have time to understand what he meant as he raised his head and said arrogantly. Without realizing it, it's already been 14 years since that day. No one in this world may remember, but I, your master, will never forget. A snowy mountain range appeared where a young man and a small child were standing on stone steps, a cold, often dark place where rays of light could still pierce through the misty clouds covering the snowy sky. The day you followed me up the mountain. The little girl's small hands, red from the weather, clutched two of the young man's fingers. Feng Lixu felt him warm her tiny hands with his breath, which made the little girl she was back then blush with gratitude. The young man who tried so hard to warm her hands back then now terrified her and made her wary. Back in the present, his face suddenly darkened as he said, happy birthday, my little Lixue. Hearing this, a stunned look appeared in her eyes. Her eyes suddenly drooped, her cheeks still flushed red shy like the little girl whose hands Bai Qingling had warmed in the freezing winter. She didn't show much emotion and immediately turned away. As tears started to fall, Lixu asked to be excused, turning away to hide her feelings. As Feng Lixu left, the system notification popped up again. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. 2,000 accumulation points obtained. Current accumulation points, 3,000. Bai Qingling lowered his head and admitted to himself. This time, I didn't intentionally try to gain Lixu's favor. It was simply because she was my favorite character in that game, so I happened to remember her birthday. Sen Singer, Dantai Lingyan, Feng Lixue, the three disciples suddenly appeared in his mind. For now, all three disciples have been properly appeased, so there shouldn't be any complications within these 7 days. Bai Qingling picked up the glowing jade green pill and said, combined with the 9 revolutions soul-securing pill that Sen Singer offered, restoring my cultivation to the core formation realm will be as easy as flipping my hand. After that, a sinister smile appeared on his face, his hand looking as if it wanted to crush the original protagonist, Xiao Chen, like an ant. An evil plan had emerged and was ready to be put into action. At the Kangming sect in the Yingui Hall of the Demon Master Palace during the season of falling leaves, disciples were diligently practicing with their blades. But as for Xiao Chen, what was making him uneasy? A junior disciple suddenly turned and asked senior brother Xiao, what's wrong? Is something on your mind? Xiao Chen smiled and replied, it's nothing. Thank you for your concern, junior brother Chen. By the way, what about the phoenix hairpin I asked you to bring to junior sister Sen Singer of Yuluo Hall? It seemed he cared a lot about Sen Singer. He continued asking, wanting to see the reaction. Did she accept it? She must have been very happy, right? Seeing him ask this, junior brother Chen looked hesitant and afraid to speak. He mumbled, his cheeks suddenly flushing with embarrassment. He chuckled gleefully and said, what is it? Don't tell me she's already preparing a return gift for me. But this was just wishful thinking that would only lead to him becoming lovesick. Junior brother Chen said, honestly, I won't lie to you, senior brother. I delivered it, but she snapped it in half right then and there. Hearing this, Xiao Chen dropped his heavy blade with a loud clang to the ground, screaming in disbelief. What he clutched his head, his eyes blazing with fury. The day our plan to eliminate the demon lord succeeded, she should have developed deep feelings for me, right? Why would she suddenly reject my gift? Junior brother Chen looked worried. She not only broke the phoenix hairpin, but she also said something. Xiao Chen was desperate to know, clutching his head and stammering W. What else did she say? Junior brother Chen recalled Sen Singer's disgusted expression and said, she said she hopes senior brother Xiao won't come looking for her anymore because she's afraid the one in her heart might get the wrong idea. Learning that his crush had rejected him so bluntly, he was so shocked he coughed up blood. Xiao Chen lost his balance and stumbled into a bush. His junior disciple couldn't catch him in time and asked worriedly, senior brother Xiao, are you all right? He shot back up, clenched his fists and roared, who is it who dares to steal her from me behind my back? How dare you do this? Just wait until I find you, I won't let you off easy. Meanwhile, the demon lord Bai Qingling was cultivating in his room. He looked at his hands, a satisfied smile on his face as his eyes glowed blood red. I have once again entered the core formation stage, and I even formed a 9-colored demon core, a top-tier origin core that every demonic cultivator dreams of. The core seemed to contain all colors rolled into one, with each color representing a different type of essential energy. The power it radiated was incredibly demonic. This origin core is equivalent to an infinite amount of Qingmen, something even the original Bai Qingling could never have cultivated. Although it's still far from the peak cultivation of the spirit transformation stage, at the core formation stage, I am virtually unmatched. Suddenly, Sen Xinger appeared, saying shyly, "Congratulations, Master." "Congratulations, Master," Bai Qingling said with satisfaction. Of course. I won't forget your contribution of offering the pill. From today on, you no longer need to perform the grand kowtow, nor do you need to use honorifics." She blushed, embarrassed by the Demon Lord's favor. "Thank you, Master." Master, please listen to what Sen Xinger has to say." She began telling the Demon Lord how she had rejected the other man, as if sending a signal. This morning that Xiao Chenggai actually tried to win Sen Singer's favor with a gift. She raised her hands to mimic the act of breaking it, but it didn't look like that at all. It looked more like she was acting cute in front of her crush. Sen Singer snapped it right then and there. "Serves that blind fool right, thinking he could continue to deceive me." Her eyes sparkled with heart shapes, her face looking completely dazed. It's just a shame the part that got broken wasn't that part of his body. Bai Qingling was a little surprised by her strange reaction. Her legs were pressed tightly together, her skin pink and smooth, as she thought to herself that if that had happened, this disciple would have been even more thrilled. Qingling suddenly said, "You come closer to me." Hearing this, she was a bit surprised, but she obediently asked for permission. Then Sen Singer dares to approach. Sen Singer stood before him. He suddenly stood up. The two of them faced each other at close range with no one else around. "Take off your shoes," Bai Qingling commanded her. Sen Singer looked up, not understanding. Or perhaps she wanted to take off something else. He glared at her sternly and repeated, "I told you to take off your shoes. Do you need me to say it again?" Hearing this, she hesitated, as it was a part of the body that women of that era preferred to keep hidden. She stammered, But the feet of a female demonic cultivator are an object of supreme yin. They can easily pollute the ley lines. The demonic qi is extremely impure. Even the saintess of the Hewan sect wouldn't casually reveal her feet to others." After hearing her out, he said nothing, simply overwhelming her with his cold, sharp gaze. She could only blush and reluctantly obey. Sen Xinger understands. She lifted her hem and began to remove her stockings, from her thigh down, revealing the skin beneath. Her bare feet, once hidden in stockings, were now exposed. A purple flower-shaped mark appeared on her ankle. The Demon Lord asked, "Is this the toxic energy of the heavenly demon flower? You were poisoned while refining pills for me. Why didn't you tell me?" Xinger said shyly. "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." She clasped her hands, her adoring face expressing her true feelings to him. "As long as I can refine the pill and please you, Master, that is all Xinger seeks. I have no regrets, even if it exhausts me completely. Xinger's life is all for you, Master. Nothing else matters." It's unclear what made Sen Singer so incredibly devoted and loving. Seeing this, the Demon Lord smirked, his face flushing in embarrassment. This was a bit too intense. "It's not like this is some dating sim, is it?" He raised a hand to his mouth and coughed to break the awkward atmosphere, then stepped aside and pointed to the throne. "Sit down here." Singer was surprised. She didn't dare to sit, that was his throne. His hand rested on her shoulder, gently pulling her down, making Singer stumble. He said, "I told you to sit, so just sit." His hands on her shoulders reassured her. "I will help you detoxify the poison." Xinger looked up, her big round eyes and pursed lips, gazing at Bai Qingling. "Does Master intend to use his own inviolable demon blood to purify the heavenly demon flower's poison in my body?" She looked down and said, "No, absolutely not." Facing Bai Qingling, who was kneeling on one knee before her, she didn't dare to meet his gaze directly. She firmly refused. "Master, you are the supreme demon lord. How can you be tainted by my lowly body?" Bai Qingling said nothing, simply picking up her foot with the purple mark. This was getting serious for Singer. She blushed, thinking, "Oh my God, the noble master is willing to be so close to me. He wasn't lying, he really does care about me." Suddenly, Singer was stunned. "Master, don't." Her expression trembled slightly. That was Bai Qingling. What was he doing, bowing down to her foot? After licking the mark on her foot, he let out a soft breath. He stood up, wiped his mouth, and said, "It's done. I've sucked all the poison out of your body. There shouldn't be any more problems." It was hard to tell if something else had happened besides just detoxification. Xinger's face was dazed and confused, and she was speechless. "Oh, Master." The romance didn't last long before his tyrannical side reappeared. "How much longer do you intend to sit on my throne?" Hearing this, Xinger immediately snapped out of it. She covered her face and scrambled down. Yes, Xinger will take her leave. The system appeared. "Congratulations, host, for successfully spreading the seeds of love. Receive 2,000 accumulation points. Current balance, 5,000 points." Bai Qingling sat on his throne and commanded, "System, I want to check my techniques and skills." The system immediately displayed a list of his cultivation stats: core formation stage, divine abilities and techniques, grand supreme concealment art, heavenly demon dragon transformation, scripture sea of blood dirge art, 9 Hells Heaven Incineration Art. Auxiliary skills Alchemy Gu Arts Beast Taming Item Refining. He pondered the assessment. His core formation stage cultivation was still not enough to activate Bai Qingling's innate demonic arts and heaven-defying divine abilities. The most reliable skill he had now was none other than the level 95 Gu Arts, the highest ranked stat on the system panel. He propped himself up on the skull, adorning his throne, and stood. He said, "In the original story that brat Xiao Chen will enter the blood lair tomorrow morning, planning to cut off my head to claim the glory. Coincidentally, I have a Gu worm that's perfect for sending him on his way." Bai Qingling gently held out his hand to retrieve the Gu worm. A black hole like Doraemon's magic pocket appeared. The Gu worm beamed down from the hole into Bai Qingling's hand. It looked like a red and purple caterpillar sleeping soundly yet to awaken. He looked at the Gu worm, a sinister smile in his eyes, and said, "Xiao Chen, I hope you'll like this little gift." In the third sublevel of the blood lair, the area was covered in talismans and restraining ropes. People were being held in iron cages. They whispered, "Look, the demon lord is here." A young man roared in fury, kill him, use your will to kill this demon lord." Another voice called out, "Hallmaster Bai, I'm your fellow demon cultivator. I even treated you to a meal once." He didn't respond to their words, only walking to a man who was sitting silently. This young man was remarkably handsome. Even in prison, he was more handsome than Xiao Chen was outside. This was none other than Xiao Chen's older brother, Xiao Yi. He looked at Bai Qingling and asked, "Demon, what is it?" Bai Qingling smirked at his composure. "Oh, this brother has the face of a protagonist." He thought to himself, in the game, Bai Qingling just thought this guy was an experimental subject he happened to capture while he was out. With that determined gaze, it was only after Bai Qingling's death that a side quest appeared, revealing this man's true identity. He stood before Xiao Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, the last great disciple of Taoist Yu Shuzi of the Kunlun Dao sect core formation stage cultivation. The Kunlun sword arts are truly magnificent. You are an outstanding talent of the younger generation of the righteous path." Hearing this, Xiao Yi's brow furrowed, his eyes turning menacing. "You demon, how do you know my identity?" His face suddenly turned cunning as he leaned close to the iron cage. "Because your little brother, Xiao Chen, is coming to find you very soon. Since your brotherly bond is so deep, you two can cooperate." Hearing this, Xiao Yi's face twisted with rage and a purple light flashed in his eyes. "If you dare touch a single hair on my brother's head, I'll become a vengeful ghost and never let you go." Seeing this, Bai Qingling analyzed his reaction. A trace of demonic energy is already flowing in Xiao Yi's eyes. As expected, he secretly learned some demonic cultivation methods from the soul-hooking banner. No wonder the original plot could help Xiao Chen unlock the demonic Dao heart and embark on a path of cultivating both the righteous and demonic ways. He looked at Xiao Yi, his face darkening, revealing a flash of red in his eyes. "There is nothing I hate more in this life than being threatened. But I'm willing to give you a chance. I want to play a game with you." Xiao Yi calmed down and asked, "What game?" With the arrogance of the strong, he spread his arms in invitation. "A direct fight. If you win, I will release you to reunite with your brother. If you lose, you will be completely refined by the soul-hooking banner." Faced with this situation, Xiao Yi looked up and asked, "If I were truly your enemy, would I be in this predicament right now?" He raised 2 fingers to form a spell. Ancient Concealment Art. He commanded release. Instantly, a purple power emanated from him. He explained, "You see, my cultivation was burned away by Mu Xinlan. I've only just stepped back onto the path of cultivation. My current strength is merely on par with yours, and on top of that, I'm only in the core formation stage." He continued, "I've already given you a chance. What's your choice?" He then asked Xiao Yi with a smug smile. Xiao Yi slammed one hand on the ground, decisively unleashing his power. "Fine, come on. Let me out and we'll duel. I, Xiao Yi, will take you on until the end." Bai Qingling released the Gu worm from before, and though its purpose was unclear, its expression and intent were utterly sinister. The Gu worm flew towards Xiao Yi, emitting a red glow from its body. After being freed, Xiao Yi was able to stand up straight, his own sword in hand, looking quite heroic. "Bai Qingling, I never expected you to actually return my body and my sword Dao to me." His eyes locked onto Qingling as he shouted, "And I certainly never expected your realm to drop to the mid-core formation stage. The heavens truly have eyes." After saying this, he laughed with glee. Hearing this, the master felt a bit humiliated and tried to save face, saying, "Ahem, I'm recultivating, not dropping down." The two stood facing each other like gladiators in an ancient Roman arena. Xiao Yi smiled with bravado, twirling his sword like a ceiling fan. "That's not important. I'm not interested in the secrets of a dead man." Hearing this, Bai Qingling sneered, "That confident are we?" After spinning until he was dizzy, Xiao Yi finally stopped. He pointed his sword towards Bai Qingling in challenge. "Back then, I only lost and was captured because my realm was so far beneath yours. Today, you and I are at the same cultivation level. Taking your life will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog." Xiao Yi's taunts didn't seem to stir any anger in Bai Qingling. He simply said softly, "Very well. Come at me." Hearing this, Xiao Yi immediately called out his first technique, one part yin and yang. Instantly, countless green light phantoms of the sword flew upwards, their energy surging through the void. A colossal sword appeared above his head, surrounded by thousands of smaller swords as he unleashed a powerful sword art. Kunlun Divine Sword Art Xiao Yi aimed his sword and charged towards Bai Qingling, meaning that the giant sword and the thousands of smaller swords were also hurtling straight towards his forehead. But this demonic lord was inherently arrogant. He stood still and even praised his opponent, truly worthy of the previous protagonist. A single sword art that can dominate anywhere, and you Xiao Yi wield it even better than Xiao Chen. Unwilling to just stand there and take the hit, Bai Qingling clenched his fist and a purple lightning-like light appeared. If you weren't fated to die by the script, it's hard to say who the real protagonist would be. The demonic lord officially made his move, about to clash head-on with the attack. His eyes flashed with the color of lightning, showing not a single trace of fear. Let's use you to test the purity of this brand new body. He raised his hand just as Xiao Yi's sword was about to reach him. Bai Qingling used his bare hand to touch the very tip of the giant sword, not yielding in the slightest flesh against steel. The demonic lord's fist struck it as if hitting a piece of glass. The giant sword shattered into fragments like a broken mirror, which meant Xiao Yi's real sword had also broken. Just from blocking the attack, Xiao Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood. He fell backwards, sprawling on the ground, and stammered in horror. Impossible. How could you do that? He stood tall, looking down at Xiao Yi. Even core formation cultivators have their differences. Young man, you've lost. Xiao Yi, refusing to accept it, screamed out, I won't accept this. I won't. You were just lucky enough to hit the weak point of my sword style. What if you had been off by a single inch? The demonic lord gave a sly grin, revealing his sinister face. It would have made no difference. Haven't you noticed some delicious little seasonings on your body? Where did the goo worm come from? A moment ago, there was one, now it had multiplied into 3, swarming all over Xiao Yi. He panicked. What do you mean? It wasn't just 3, a whole mess crawled onto Xiao Yi as dense as a newly discovered cockroach infestation. Qingling said, it's the worms. The goo worms clawed at his skin, drawing blood, leaving him able to do nothing but scream. And these are the most savage of goo worms, the 9 fiend bone-devouring worms. Bai Qingling, you're despicable. The evil demonic lord watched him without a shred of pity. He even laughed. If your sword strike just now had been truly vicious, these little things would have appeared even sooner to gnaw on you. In other words, it turns out this Bai Qingling had been playing dirty from the very beginning. In this game, you could only be the loser. Xiao Yi lay on the ground as the goo worms devoured all his flesh, leaving only pockmarked skin. Exposing the bones of his limbs like a long-dead, rotting corpse, he said arrogantly, what makes you worthy of being at the same cultivation level as me? Xiao Yi's soul was forever captured and imprisoned in this dark blood prison. In that place, covered with talismans and chains, only his desiccated corpse remained, with the goo worms sucking clean his rib cage. Bai Qingling had just committed a despicable act, yet he felt incredibly refreshed, letting him know the truth in the final moments of his life. Isn't that a form of charity? Shouldn't the system give me some points for that? He stood still, waiting for the system, but there was no reply. The system probably also thought this guy was vile. He looked up at the empty air irritably and said, why aren't you giving me any points? Is it because he was scripted to die, or is it because he's a man, so my demands will never be met? He lowered his head and said, sigh. Then he turned and walked away. Well, mastering the goo worm magic technique can be considered some sort of gain. And just like that, the connection between the two brothers Xiao Yi and Xiao Chen was severed by this Bai Qingling. Tomorrow is the day Xiao Chen arrives to offer up his life, and now Xiao Yi can no longer cause trouble from behind the scenes. A wicked look appeared on his face, and if I tell Xiao Chen about Xiao Yi's current state, will Xiao Chen still have the will to kill me? In the soldiers' quarters, junior brother Chen was sharing a room with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen seemed to be having a nightmare. One would think it was about his brother, but no. He was only thinking of Bai Qingling's 3 disciples. Shinger Dantai Lingyan, Fang Lixu, fellow Taoists, please show mercy. This kid was dreaming that he was rescuing the 3 young ladies. We're all on the same side, so how can I be sure you won't recognize me? He screamed, Master, say something. You know my real identity. He jolted awake, his hand still reaching out. Master, save me. He was dazed by the dream, then turned to look at junior brother Chen, who was still sound asleep. Was I just talking in my sleep? Luckily, I didn't startle junior brother Chen. The full moon illuminated the entire room. Xiao Chen looked at the high moon and thought, it's already the 6th day. The soul-devouring poison in Bai Qingling's body has probably fully activated by now. Instead of going back to sleep, he went outside his thoughts, turning to Shinger. Was he planning to spy on the young lady in the middle of the night? But Shinger has been acting strangely lately, and I'm worried something might go wrong. If I don't go check on her myself, I won't be able to rest easy. Junior brother Chen suddenly woke up, rubbing his eyes and asking, senior brother, where are you going? It's way too early. Xiao Chen's lie wasn't convincing at all. I'm going for a walk to the Tinyuan court at the foot of Yulua Mountain. I want to eat some fish. That night, the sky was filled with a thunderous storm. At the entrance to the Blood Kitchen, a figure was suddenly standing outside. It was none other than Shinger, with an extremely worried expression. She stood in the pouring rain, her clothes soaked through, revealing her delicate figure. Master May Xinger come in. Hearing the voice, the demon lord turned around. I just got out of the third-level basement. Why would Sen Singer come at a time like this? He assessed the situation. She was supposed to arrive tomorrow afternoon, and Xiao Chen is supposed to get here early in the morning. Could something have gone wrong? He sat on his throne and gave an order. Fine, come in. The door to the blood kitchen opened and Singer crept in the middle of the night. Yes, master. Bai Qingling rested his chin on his hand and asked, Speak. Why have you come to see me? Singer clutched her chest, her face filled with anxiety. Singer feels an inexplicable panic, so I came to check on you, master. The evil demon lord said, What do you mean? Do you think that little pawn Xiao Chen can actually harm me? Or do you also believe I was severely injured by Mu Xin and have become useless? The demon lord was practically putting words in her mouth. A loud clap of thunder roared by her ear and she panicked. How would Singer dare? It's just. The rain and thunder keep getting worse. Bai Qingling realized. That's right, it must be because of the thunderstorm outside. He remembered when he was a young man leading that little child by the hand. That year, Sen Xinger's parents were murdered. The night I rescued her, the storm was as fierce as this one. This is Sen Xinger's greatest fear. The key to the game, to whether you can conquer this girl, depends on perfectly grasping the thunderstorm night plotline. Her face grew tense and her breathing became ragged. Singer was flustered, thinking to herself as stammered words escaped her full lips. It was an unreadable, inviting expression, her cheeks flushed red. Singer and Master should go to sleep for a little while. This wicked demon lord suddenly felt a stir of desire. His own cheeks flushed in response, but he tried to suppress the feeling. I must remain calm. Sen Xinger, however, you look truly captivating right now. But the major event that reverses the main plot and kills Xiao Chen is coming soon. I absolutely cannot cause any more trouble. He slammed his hand hard on the armrest of his skull throne. Is that so? He faced her and said, You are insolent. His loud voice didn't make her back down at all. She rushed forward, burying her face in his chest and hugging him tightly, catching him completely by surprise. With a vulnerable expression, she said sweetly, Singer is really scared of the thunder. Please, master, let me stay for one night. Just one night, I beg you, master. Seeing this, Bai Qingling stared blankly, his face turning red. He sat perfectly still, exercising extreme self-control. What does your fear of thunder have to do with me? He said loudly. The orders of the blood kitchen are clear. No one but me is allowed to stay here. If I make an exception and let you stay the night, what becomes of my authority as the master of this Soul Luo palace? In the blood kitchen, the underground palace's bedchamber. And then somehow, for some reason, the two of them were lying in the same bed. The demon lord lay stiffly, staring at the ceiling. The system panel appeared. Congratulations, host. Love has been successfully spread. Accumulated points, 2,500. Current balance, 7,500. Bai Qingling lay there numbly, contemplating his life. My persona. My demon lord persona is going to collapse sooner or later. Does anyone understand that my true nature is just too warm? His red eyes suddenly shifted to look at Singer, who was lying on her side. She wasn't asleep either, waiting for who knows what. She thought to herself, the master clearly only cares about his grand ambition of eternal life. Compared to that, what am I? And yet today he forgave my insolence, put up with my cowardice, and even let me stay and sleep with him. She lay still wondering, do I even have the right to be this happy? Could I possibly be just a little bit happier than this? Nice line. A loud crack of lightning struck from the sky, making her jump. Her hand slid directly inside the demon lord's robes. He could only sputter, not expecting this move. It was clear he liked it, but he still protested. Who gave you permission to touch me? You're playing with fire, do you know that? Her frightened face peeked out from behind his arm as she said shyly, Master. Her face was shy and innocent, but her hand was still fumbling inside his robes. Xinger said, Xinger's hands and feet are very cold, so I just wanted to touch you for a moment. I absolutely won't take it any further. Hearing that something felt wrong. Take it any further. Wait a minute. He shot up in bed at her alluring invitation. Since Singer came to find me earlier than scheduled, is this a sign that Xiao Chen will also come to kill me earlier? If Xiao Chen is already on his way to the Soul Luo Palace, then this is no time for sleeping. He helped her up. Sen Xinger stood saying in surprise, master. He looked her directly in the eyes and spoke. I have an important mission to entrust to you. You must follow my plan for the next task to the letter. At the foot of the Soul Luo Palace's mountain, the rain continued to fall. A white horse was drinking from a cool spring in the stormy night. Suddenly, a sound of someone leaping onto its back and disappearing startled it. It was Xiao Chen. As he leaped up the stairs, he said, Bai Qingling, I'm here. Just as I predicted, I, Xiao Chen, have come to kill you, Bai Qingling. Today is the day you die. It is also the day that I, Xiao Chen, will make my name known throughout the world. On a rocky cliff where the weather was cool and peaceful, Ling Yin was sitting. She sat playing her instrument for herself amidst the mountains and sky, looking like a stunningly beautiful masterpiece. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It's been 7 days. The person was Hong Yi. She twirled a lock of her curly hair, hands on her hips, and asked, "Don't you want to see that demon's end with your own eyes?" Ling Yin turned and replied, "Hong Yi, you are my best sister. You should understand until my fate with my master is completely severed, I will not tolerate others criticizing him." Hong Yi sat down. She laughed and said, all right, this hall master was wrong. Okay, so you want to personally see your dear master off." Ling Yin replied sadly, "There's no need for that anymore." She thought to herself, "He is my nightmare, but also the cinnabar mark upon my heart." Elsewhere, Xiao Chen was riding his sword, flying through the wind. Tantai Ling Yin's Jade Transit Talisman really is useful. The disciples guarding the Yulua Palace didn't even question me. Suddenly, he landed his feet on the ground. Xiao Chen stood before the blood kitchen and said, "It seems it's heaven's will for me to achieve this great deed." Standing before the door, he thought 10 years as a spy enduring every hardship. With the secret weapon my master gave me today, what do I, Xiao Chen, have to fear? Suddenly, Singer's voice called out, "Senior brother Xiao." Xiao Chen turned around, calling out happily junior sister Singer. While smiling, he suddenly realized something. His smile vanished as he thought, wait, that's not right. She's been cold to me for a long time. I can't let her see me looking this happy right away. That's what he thought, but in reality, his face was still completely captivated by his dear Singer, all his defenses melting away. Xiao Chen shyly scratched his head as he approached. "Oh, my dear junior sister Singer, you're finally paying attention to me. I've been so worried about you lately that I've completely lost my appetite." Seeing this, Singer smiled and replied, "Senior brother, Xiao, you've misunderstood. For the past few days, I've been secretly keeping an eye on the Demon Lord. If that Demon Lord caught you coming to find me, it would be a huge problem." Hearing her sweet lies, he scratched his head and laughed with delight. "So junior sister Singer was worried about me. I should have known. Ha ha," he continued. "Since the 7-day limit is here, we don't have to worry about anything anymore. Why don't we go in together and eliminate that world-renowned Demon Lord?" He revealed his great ambition to the girl he secretly adored. She raised a hand with a fearful expression, "But I'm still scared." As Singer spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. "That Demon Lord is my trauma. I can't just get over it so easily." Seeing this, he took the sword from his back. "I understand. But it's all right." He drew his sword and pointed it forward, saying proudly, "Today your senior brother will personally lead you to slay the Demon Lord and wipe away the trauma in your heart." Hearing this, she was overjoyed and excited. I'm counting on you, senior brother, Xiao." After that, Xiao Chen was completely fooled, lost in the web of deceit she had woven. "She's so adorable. She showed up here so early, she must have wanted to be the first one to cheer me on." Sen Singer said nothing, only secretly observing his every move. The path into the blood prison consisted of countless stairs descending into a bottomless dark pit. The two of them walked down. Xiao Chen realized something. Strange. Did we take a wrong turn? The secret killing aura from the weapon my master Yu Shuzi gave me is being suppressed by some kind of power. If this suppressing force gets any stronger, the weapon won't be able to unleash its full power. He turned back to her and said, "Junior sister Singer, we can't go any further. Let's go back to the fork in the road and choose another path." Hearing this, Singer hastily replied, "How could it be wrong? I served the Demon Lord for many years. I'd never make a mistake. This is the only path that leads to the 3rd underground level where the Demon Lord resides." Singer asked reproachfully, "Or does senior brother Xiao simply not trust me?" Hearing this, he scrambled to explain, No, of course not. How could I? Don't be upset anymore. I'll listen to you, okay? Let's keep going." The two walked on and on until they finally arrived. Xiao Chen stared in a daze. It was a room with 2 dragon heads in opposite corners, a red glow outlining the ceiling and incredibly unique carvings on the walls. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind them, making him whip around in shock. The demon sovereign appeared out of nowhere, striding forward as Xiao Chen stared in utter disbelief. "Martial nephew Xiao, a pleasure to finally meet you. HM. Xiao Chen stammered, "Bai Qingling, you're still alive." He was shocked. How? How can he show no signs of being poisoned and near death? Sen Xinger continued her convincing act just as Bai Qingling had instructed her on that stormy night. Could it be that he's not only recovered his strength but also neutralized the poison pill? Xiao Chen reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Xinger. Look at his hand." Tree-like purple veins suddenly appeared on Bai Qingling's hand. That's a symptom of the nether's soul-devouring powder taking effect. The poison has reached his very bones, he's beyond saving. Xiao Chen suddenly thought of Hua Yuerong and gave a sinister smile. She was definitely overthinking things. This demon lord is just putting on a brave face. As if on cue, the demon sovereign began to tremble, his voice shaking as he pleaded, "Xiao Chen, get out of here now." Xinger looked at Qingling and said, "Senior brother Xiao, is he chanting a spell to activate a formation? He must be trying to use the Blood Master forbidden art in a final desperate struggle." A blue glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Hamph. He drew his sword, preparing to charge. "I won't let you succeed." Yin Ghost Blood Sword done. Bai Qingling's voice trembled. "No, don't." He charged in like a moth to a flame. It's too late to beg for mercy now. And so he rushed forward, slashing the demon sovereign, standing there in one clean strike. Die, he said with glee. I did it. I finally did it. You can rest in peace now. As for your disciples, I'll take good care of them for you. Suddenly, he realized something was terribly wrong. Bai Qingling's robes vanished gradually, revealing the clothes of Xiao Yi. Xiao Chen shouted in shock, "What, why? You're not Bai Qingling." His brother's cracked face appeared from behind the illusion. Xiao Chen was stunned again, unable to believe his eyes. Your big brother Xiao Yi lay grievously wounded on the floor. Xiao Chen was overcome with shock and horror. "You're Xiao Yi." He lay there motionless and called out in a sorrowful voice, "Little brother." Xiao Chen frantically knelt down to help him up. "Brother, what's happening? Why are you here? Why did you appear to me looking like that, Demon Lord?" He was incredibly weak now and said, "It's all that Demon Lord's scheme. He wants." A brilliant red ray of light appeared out of nowhere. It shot straight through Xiao Yi before he could finish his sentence as his younger brother stared stunned in that direction. Someone appeared and said mockingly, "Tisk, Tesk. Using your ultimate move at your first reunion. You two are truly the picture of brotherly love." Bai Qingling continued with extreme coldness. "This sovereign couldn't bear to see his pathetic suffering, so I gave him a clean end. Shouldn't you be thanking me on his behalf?" Nephew Xiao Chen screamed in absolute fury. "It was you, it was you, it was you. You did this to him." He raged at Bai Qingling. "You didn't even give him a chance to say 2 more words." Sen Xinger appeared from nowhere speaking with contempt. "You idiot. Are you only just figuring it out?" She stood beside Bai Qingling, praising him. "This was all thanks to my master's incredible genius." Xiao Chen reeled from one shock to the next. "You called him master, Xinger you." He gently lifted her face and said smugly, "My disciple is of course also my slave." He leaned his face close to Sen Xinger's as if to provoke Xiao Chen. The rules of the demonic path. His nephew Xiao only just learning them. Xiao Chen leaned on his sword, watching in agony as she fell into his arms. "Xinger, for years I, Xiao Chen, have tried to win your favor 1,000,000 times over. A moment ago, I merely touched your hand, and you pulled away like that. But now you're actively trying to get that demon lord to touch you." He slammed both hands on the ground in extreme fury. "No," he screamed in absolute agony. "You deceived me. Why, Sen Xinger, why did you have to betray us?" Sen Xinger felt no remorse and retorted, "Betrayal. From the very beginning, Master has always treated me with sincerity." Then she walked step by step toward him. "I also willingly swore to serve him to the death, to give everything for him. You, on the other hand," Sen Xinger glared angrily at the man before her and cursed you. "You deliberately sowed discord between us sisters to harm. Master, I wish I could flay you alive and rip out your soul to make you suffer a fate worse than death." Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. No Sen Xinger would never say such things. He stood up, his body radiating a dark aura. It must be that demon lord using a puppet technique to control her. Enraged, Xiao Chen drew his sword and attacked Bai Qingling. "As long as I kill you, Bai Qingling, I can save my Sen Xinger. Even if you weren't poisoned after Mu Xinlan burned away all your cultivation, how could you possibly be my opponent?" Sen Xinger anxiously shouted. "Master, be careful." Bai Qingling's eyes had already turned crimson. Demonic pupil 1 gazed to discern truth. Xiao Chen split into 3 clones and attacked him. The entire flow and structure of the sword style was laid bare in his eyes. Bai Qingling raised his hand into a stance, and just like that, he effortlessly blocked Xiao Chen's sword. Their eyes met amidst the chaotic scene. Xiao Chen couldn't believe what was happening. "This is golden core cultivation. Why do you still have your golden core cultivation?" "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Bai Qingling pinched the tip of the sword, looking down on his opponent with contempt. "The best you can muster is equivalent to the golden core stage, isn't it, little Xiao? For me to use my own golden core cultivation to face you is already giving you too much credit." With a light push, he snapped the blade. "Otherwise, where would you get the strength to unify your power?" Xiao Chen and his broken sword were sent flying in astonishment. "My sword path, the treasured sword personally crafted for me by my master Yu Shuzi." Sen Xinger felt an immense sense of relief and joy in her heart. Master's cultivation is still intact. That wicked woman Mu Xinlan didn't manage to burn away all of his cultivation after all. She watched as Bai Qingling's entire body glowed with a crimson light and marveled. The peerless demon lord feared by all has returned. He smiled with great pleasure. "Let's end the warm-up act here. Now you should use your secret killing move. The 12-petaled demon subduing golden lotus." Xiao Chen shouted in utter surprise. How? How do you know about this? Don't tell me every single step I've taken has been within your calculations." He reached into his robes as if to retrieve something. "Now that it has come to this, I can only rely on my master's protection. You brought this upon yourself, you demon lord." A golden lotus flower began to glow brilliantly in his hand. "Xuan Tian Ba Wu Wei, I use this to suppress all evil." The golden lotus grew to a colossal size and flew upwards. The light emanating from it formed a system that was slowly linking together. Unafraid, Bai Qingling was instead immensely excited, thinking to himself, "I've finally been waiting for your trump card. This golden lotus is the last card that can injure Bai Qingling at the deity transformation stage. My newly reconstructed golden core body cannot withstand the torment of this thing. Dragon heads began to spew a purple-black miasma. Luckily, I already knew the original plot. The dark miasma was being absorbed by the golden lotus. As long as I prepared beforehand, it's not impossible to neutralize. Even the demon lord Dai Yun couldn't underestimate it. Suddenly, the golden lotus exploded, shaking everything. Xiao Chen stared in shock as the golden lotus shattered and scattered into the air. This, he screamed in absolute fury. Mu Xinlan, you vainglorious bitch. His eyes looked like they were about to pop. To think I actually trusted you, damn it, you've gotten me killed. At that moment, Bai Qingling had circled around behind him. Little Xiao, he gave a sinister and terrifying smile. It's time we put an end to this. Bai Qingling and Sen Xinger each holding a dagger. With crimson eyes and a blood-red aura flooding the entire space, slowly approached Xiao Chen. From a distance, Xiao Chen felt a surge of fear, thinking to himself, am I going to die here today? His eyes were filled with terror, sweat pouring down his face as the dark aura relentlessly closed in on him. He began to feel a hint of regret, thinking, if only I had listened to that woman's advice, would I not have ended up like this? I can't accept this. Bai Qingling gloated as he watched the story's protagonist tremble before his power. He smirked, gathering spiritual energy in one hand, preparing to send him on his way. He thought smugly, I finally waited for this moment. As long as I crush this ant, I can survive this part of the plot. Xiao Chen looked at the hand of the demon lord overflowing with dark crimson spiritual energy and became so unsteady that he collapsed to his knees. He screamed, don't you come near me. Suddenly, a voice from a veiled girl rang out, stopping him. Palace Lord Bai, wait a moment. Sen Xinger reacted quickly, turning to ask the silhouette of the stranger behind them. Who's there? Bai Qingling also turned his head slightly as if he had run into an acquaintance. And you are? Behind him, the mysterious figure of a young woman slowly approached. She unabashedly unleashed her own powerful spiritual energy. The blue spiritual force stood out in the space filled with blood red, but it was no less menacing. The young woman was the master of the Yin Venerable Palace, Hua Yuerong. She walked forward coldly, her anger causing her to unleash her formidable spiritual power. Bai Qingling looked at the figure before him and thought, the original game didn't have Bai Qingling's point of view, nor was there any description or mention of her, but I can recognize her with just a glance. Looking at the majestic appearance and powerful aura of the young woman and based on what he already knew through the system, he easily recognized who stood before him. He continued to think Hua Yuerong. When Bai Qingling was still a disciple of the heretic medicine master, she was the only junior sister he cherished. Then he felt something change within his body and gently placed a hand on his chest. His expression turned slightly grim and sweat beaded on his forehead. He seemed a bit confused, saying to himself, an inexplicable heartache, but I can't fully recall the memories of my time with my junior sister. It seems that cultivating demonic arts buries both the warm and cold emotions of a person. Above Bai Qingling's head, the image of a blue and white flower suddenly appeared, blooming brilliantly. It emanated a blue spiritual energy as if it were suppressing him. In the original story, the only item she imbued with her feelings for me was the Kuwei Du Tan Hua. Watching her approach, he remained calm and spoke. Well, if it isn't the saintess with the embroidered veil herself, my blood chamber is truly honored to receive such a distinguished guest. Hua Yuerong's sharp gaze swept over him before she replied, Palace, Lord Bai, it seems my disciple Xiao Chen has offended you. Seeing the lingering fear on his disciple's face in the distance, she asked, I wonder how Hallmaster Bai intends to punish him. Hearing this, Bai Qingling lowered his head. He showed no emotion, just a smirk as he replied, haha, although it was an act of great treachery for us of the demonic path, it's not such a big deal. But the way I treat my enemies, I'm sure the saintess is well aware. Then he glared at her, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, revealing his anger. He asked, anyone who touches my people will not escape death. Seeing him so furious, Hua Yuerong knew that Xiao Chen would not be getting out of here alive today. She also said, hearing Hall Master Bai's tone, it seems there's no room for negotiation. But the fool Xiao Chen was oblivious to the tense situation. He even shouted, Master, you don't have to be afraid of him. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, heedless of his own danger. He's completely exhausted and is just putting on a brave front right now. Our demonic path has no taboos. Now is the best time to kill him and make a name for yourself. His face twisted with ambition. He, Xiao Chen, had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and if he missed it, it would never come again. Suddenly, a bolt of power as fast as lightning shot out from nowhere. It sliced off Xiao Chen's arm and slashed across his body before his horrified eyes. His eyes widened in disbelief at what had just happened. He looked at Hua Yuerong, the one who had just launched the attack, straight at him. With a trace of spirit energy still lingering on her hand, he asked unwillingly, Master, you. She had no other choice. She had originally intended to save his life. She closed her eyes and replied, if death is inevitable, it is better you die by my sword. That way the time you spent together as master and disciple will not have been a complete waste. Looking at Xiao Chen's body slumped in the distance, blood pouring endlessly from his severed arm, she said ruthlessly, "This is also your punishment for disobeying your master's orders." Confused, Sen Singer asked her, "Hall Master Hua, my master's business doesn't require your intervention." Hua Yuerong couldn't believe her ears and asked again, "What did you call him, master?" Then she angrily rebuked her. "Insolent. This is no place for a junior like you to speak. When I first met your master, I don't even know where you were." Neither of them backed down, glaring at each other without fear of the other's aura. The surrounding air grew incredibly suffocating, as if hundreds of lightning bolts would strike any unfortunate soul who dared to eavesdrop. Bai Qingling looked at his disciple in the distance and cursed inwardly. "How foolish, my little junior sister. That one strike won't be enough to kill Xiao Chen." He smiled as he looked at Xiao Chen, lying nearby with dazed eyes, thinking to himself, "Next, Hua Yuerong will definitely want to take his body back to save his life. Laughable. I won't let Xiao Chen escape death by any means." But there was something he still didn't understand. The uneasy feeling in his chest wouldn't go away. His expression changed rapidly, sweat beading on his forehead as he wondered, "But why is this body reacting this way? It seems to hope that I won't expose my junior sister's trick." Bai Qingling frowned, his eyes glowing red as he secretly speculated. In the original story, the information related to Hua Yuerong was very confusing. Did my actions trigger Hua Yuerong's hidden storyline? Could the rewards from conquering Hua Yuerong's route be greater than those from killing Xiao Chen over? On the other side, Hua Yuerong didn't bother arguing with Sen Shinger. She pushed her aside and stepped forward to ask him, "I want my disciple Xiao Chen to have a grand burial. Hall Master Bai won't make this request difficult for me, will he?" But how could Bai Qingling let her off so easily? He said, "Since the Saintess has made a request of me, you must agree to a promise." She felt it was a bit troublesome, but not wanting to complicate things further, she agreed. "How petty." "Speak." "What promise?" he answered quickly. "In 1 month, the election for the sect leader will be held. I will tell the Saintess then." Seeing there was nothing else, she said, "I can only guarantee that I will do my best when the time comes." Then she walked swiftly past Bai Qingling. Lifting Xiao Chen's body, she turned her head slightly and said to Bai Qingling, "I hope Hall Master Bai will not make any unrealistic demands. I will take the body now." With that, she leaped towards the exit. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say her farewells. "I'll take my leave." Sen Singer, confused, asked her master, "Master, are you really going to let that woman get her way?" At that moment, he suddenly spoke junior sister. He unconsciously recited 2 lines of poetry. "Beneath Mount Jui, the enduring sorrow of the epiphyllum and Udumbara will never be lost." The meaning of the 2 lines Bai Qingling just recited is that beneath Mount Jui, the beautiful queen of the night flower will never wither. Then he asked her, "This senior brother will never dare to forget for the rest of his life." The 2 lines Bai Qingling just recited made her stop in her tracks. She seemed to realize something and was slightly stunned. Hua Yuerong said nothing, only letting out a cold snort before turning to leave. It seemed she also understood the meaning of those 2 lines. She herself was perhaps the representative of the flower he spoke of, surviving strongly amidst adversity, shining and blooming even more brilliantly. At this time, the system also announced, "Congratulations, host, for successfully spreading great love. Points accumulated 1,000. Current balance 8,500 points." Bai Qingling remained silent, thinking to himself. The decision to let Xiao Chen go was very risky, but for her, it might have been worth the gamble. "You better not disappoint me, little junior sister." At the Blood Master's abode in the basement, Bai Qingling was relaxing and cuddling happily with Sen Singer. She rested her head on his chest, teasing him playfully. "Thank you for the reward, master. Meow." As she spoke, she rubbed her hand against his body. "I'll repay you, meow." A game notification appeared with 3 messages showing up in succession. "Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the great love." The next notification box popped up. "Received 1,500 points. Current balance 100,000 points." And the final notification was that Sen Shinger's favorability had reached the maximum index. Host may now initiate the trust test. Bai Qingling was surprised. He gritted his teeth, not understanding. A trust test. Just then, an important notification appeared on a red card. "Honestly reveal the truth of the Sui family village branch storyline to Sen Shinger. After passing the test, the reward is Sen Shinger's permanent loyalty." He glanced at Sen Shinger, slightly bewildered. The reward is permanent loyalty. He suspiciously tried to recall. "I remember the plot of Sui family village was." He shot up to his feet, much to her confusion. Master Bai Qingling grabbed her by the shoulder, his brow furrowed as he said urgently, "This reward session is over. Come with me." A figure appeared trampling over a pile of bodies amidst a raging sea of fire, just as he remembered it, Bai Qingling thought. In the original story, the Grand Elder of the malevolent extremist sect Li Tianju once brought chaos to the world, forcing both the righteous and demonic sects to unite and hunt him down. He saw the image of Sen Singer collapse on her knees before a sword, her hands covering her face as she wept with Xiao Chen by her side, comforting her. It was all happening according to the plot, just as he remembered. After Bai Qingling's death, the appearance of a sword. seemed to prove that Bai Qingling was the true culprit behind the Sui family village massacre. This revelation made it impossible for Sen Shinger, a native of that village, to ever move on her days spent in endless tears. He walked ahead coldly, leading the confused girl silently, calculating how this plot point in the original story was just a stepping stone for the protagonist to win over Sen Shinger. As he walked, he thought if I had died at Xiao Chen's hands just now, he would have been the one bringing Shinger here to reveal this truth. Arriving before a room identical to the one where Sen Shinger had wept on her knees after his death, he spread his arms and flung the doors open. He continued to speculate. This means that even without the system's prompt, this is a plot point I would have had to face. They both stepped into the room. Sen Shinger looked around curiously, examining every nook and cranny, and asked, "Master, isn't this your collection room for precious artifacts? Normally, even I'm not allowed in." "Why now?" Bai Qingling stopped, in front of the sword hanging on the center wall. An eerie jade green light radiated from it. Bai Qingling asked slowly, "Do you recognize this?" Startled, Sen Shinger covered her mouth with her hand and stammered, "This is Murong Tai." He took the sword, the image of a man also appearing in his mind. He turned to her and said, "That's right. The Dao sword of Murong Tai, the guardian cultivator of Sui family village." Before Sen Singer's astonished eyes, Bai Qingling continued, "I know the Sui family village massacre is a deep scar in your heart. You respected the village guardian Uncle Mu. Rong Tai and his whereabouts are still unknown. The world believes that the culprit was Li Tianjue of the malevolent extremist sect. He coldly revealed the truth. In fact, I was the one who killed Murong Tai." He remembered how he'd used the souls of the entire village to forge his Dao sword into his soul sword. He ran a finger along the blade as jade green spiritual energy pulsed from it. This is the true story behind the Sui family village massacre. Sen Singer's eyes widened, her face turning pale as she stammered, "Master." Facing her, he could only apologize in his mind. "I'm sorry. Although I could explain my reasons, the demonic path only ever looks at the outcome." He glanced down at the sword, thinking, in order to keep fighting against Xiao Chen and Mu Xinlin, Bai Qingling can't afford any more breaches of trust. He carefully watched her every expression as a series of questions flooded his mind. "Shinger, will your reaction reassure me? After this moment, will I still be able to trust you?" Sen Shinger took the sword from him and spoke unexpectedly. "Shinger finally understands." With both hands, she lifted the sword closer, gazing at it with an utterly captivated expression. "So, their souls have become one, never to be separated again. They're already living happily ever after." Her reaction left him baffled. Sen Shinger gazed at the sword, captivated. "Master, you were considerate of my feelings, never actively bringing up what happened at Sui family village. But I already knew, because I couldn't help but investigate it myself a long time ago." An image flashed in her mind of the villagers being controlled by some unknown force, their bodies soulless. She remembered their sickly green eyes, and she said, "Li Tianju of the malevolent extremist sect is a master of corpse puppetry, a technique that torments its victims, leaving them neither human nor ghost. Li Tianjue infected Sui family village with this curse. That is the absolute truth I secretly uncovered." An image appeared of a man kneeling, offering a sword to Bai Qingling. She continued, "It must have been Murong Tai. As the village protector, he must have had no other choice but to willingly offer his life core and Dao sword to you, Master, begging you to free everyone from the torment of that evil energy, so they could at least be reunited as pure souls." To Bai Qingling's astonishment, Sen Shinger suddenly dropped to her knees and went on. "Faced with an incurable curse that had nothing to do with you, you were still willing to save everyone from being turned into evil spirits. Master, you are a truly benevolent hero." Kneeling and holding the sword up to him, her face was full of adoration. "Master, not only did you not fault me for investigating on my own, you even took the initiative to tell me the truth. Being your servant in this lifetime, I am truly, truly happy." Bai Qingling was bewildered. Her unexpected expression was completely different from what he'd predicted. He thought to himself, my deductions were spot on, but what's with her attitude? She's completely deranged, even more sick and twisted than me, the supreme demonic lord Bai Qingling. 2 system notifications appeared. "Congratulations, host. Sen Shinger has passed the trust test. You will now have Sen Shinger's eternal loyalty." He wondered in confusion, "I clearly committed a shameless demonic act, yet I'm being worshipped by such an innocent young woman." Bai Qingling's thoughts were a bit muddled. Before him, Sen Shinger was still kneeling, her head bowed in adoration. He thought, I'm really straying further and further down this twisted path. Bai Qingling sat alone in his room, silent with his elbows on his knees. He thought, no matter how it happened, I've finally dealt with the last potential problem regarding Sen Shinger. He rested his hand over his eyes as the image of a familiar young woman appeared in his mind, her eyes filled with calculation. So how exactly should I make use of the Hua Yuarong plotline? Bai Qingling fell into deep thought as he recalled the images he witnessed years ago. He tried to recall the memory from that year, but it cut off right at the moment he parted with his junior martial sister. He remembered the figure of a girl walking toward him with tear-filled eyes, scattering pure white flowers with a wave of her hand. He thought I only remember her name was Hua Yuerong and she was crying. Then she tossed back a withered Udambara flower. He clutched his head in pain. It seems the original Bai Qingling sealed away these earlier memories, considering them an emotional weakness. Where did he put this memory fragment? Could it reveal a way to deal with Xiao Chen? A sudden thought struck him. Bai Qingling lightly tapped his fists together. He realized, that's right, I earned 10,000 points today. I can go straight for the platinum chess draw. His finger tapped an icon on the control panel. Information popped up, open prize draw interface, open platinum chest. A notification appeared in front of him. Initiation successful. Point balance 0. Please choose one of the 3 secret treasures below. One by one, 3 cards materialized. The first card was the Immortal's Dream of Yang's Return. Its effect was Earth Rank Supreme Grade. Dual cultivation can permanently increase physical endurance. The more people there are, the stronger the effect. The next card is called Wish-Granting Soul Bewitching Powder, a card with the effect of a 7th grade treasured pill, and it's named I Love a Piece of Firewood. It has a miraculous effect when used on female enemies. Finally, there's the 3 Corpses Fate-Shedding Cicada card, a type of 7th grade goo insect card. After casting the spell, you can use the Golden Cicada Sheds, its shell technique, and the distance is related to your goo technique cultivation level. Bai Qingling stared silently at the 3 cards before him, thinking carefully. A 7th grade goo insect is useless. I already have 13 types of 9th grade fate-shedding goo. He looked at the other card. The Wish-Granting Soul Bewitching Powder is an item of indulgence, and it's very limited for breaking out of a tight spot. He thought about the time he was surrounded by his disciples. His expression was smug. As expected, strength is still the most important thing. Bai Qingling let out a satisfied laugh. Having stronger physical endurance is also a form of power. He selected the Immortal's Lustful Dream Return Bed card, adding it to his inventory. Bai Qingling clenched his hand into a fist, sneering as he thought of his second disciple. As for my next move, it looks like I'll have to make a play for that second disciple Ling Yin. A magical hand glowing with blue light touched a bandaged, severed arm. A cry rang out. It hurts, Master, I'm in so much pain. It was Hua Yuerong's disciple. With one of his arms cut off, he cried out to her resentfully. That Bai Qingling just pretended to do it. Master, you have to get revenge for me. The thin veil couldn't hide her expression. Hua Yuerong scolded him coldly. Humph, you worthless trash. You actually dared to try and assassinate Bai Qingling. He knows you're not dead. He spared you out of respect for me. Hua Yuerong pinched her disciple's nipple with her fingers, making him jolt. Master, what are you doing? She began to squeeze down hard. Don't move. If you dare to act on your own again, I will personally cleanse the sect. She asked him in a heavy tone. Do you understand? The disciple's entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes filled with pain. I understand, Master. Hua Yuerong let go and warned. In 1 month, it will be the sect leader selection conference. During this time, you are forbidden from tarnishing my reputation as the master of the Ying Kui Hall. He sat up, overjoyed. Master, have you finally decided to compete? Hua Yuerong didn't hide it, stating her desire plainly. I want the secret decree of the Flame Demon Tower. Xiao Chen was surprised and confused. He looked at her and asked, the Flame Demon Tower is the sect's forbidden ground. What do you need its secret decree for? Hua Yuerong was silent for a moment and didn't answer, turning her head away. Her gaze drifted toward the light coming from the doorway. Gazing into the distance, she said, some cruel bastard buried a few things in the Flame Demon Tower. I have to find out what kind of filthy secrets he was hiding. Elsewhere on a hill, the figures of 2 young women appeared. They were Yu Hongyi and Ling Yin. Hongyi ran over with a cheerful smile and said, by now that devil has probably gotten what he deserved. If you ask me, we should be setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Hongyi didn't notice Ling Yin's cold expression as she stared into the distance. Ling Yin gave her an indifferent look and warned, Devil Master is dead. His sins have vanished with him. You are not to slander him. Hongyi was taken aback and fell silent. She quickly changed the subject, slinging an arm over Ling Yin's shoulder and saying with a laugh, ha ha ha, how about we go with Sen Shinger and build a grave for him? Ling Yin's face darkened, her eyes looking up at the sky in despair. He wouldn't want to see me. Whether he was alive or dead, I was nothing to him. Hongyi understood. Feeling a bit guilty, she gently called her name, Ling Yin. Sen Shinger suddenly appeared behind the 2, calling out second senior sister. Hongyi quickly turned and replied, Sen Shinger, you're here. That devil. What about his body? Sen Shinger, with an innocent and cheerful face, announced. Second senior sister, Master said he wants to see you. Ling Yin and Hongyi's eyes widened, not believing what she had just announced. Sen Shinger placed her hands on the ground, kowtowed, and said, Second senior sister. Sen Shinger has already said what needed to be said. Ling Yin dazedly stumbled, clutching her head and stammering, he's not dead. And he perfectly countered Xiao Chen's scheme. Sen Shinger jumped up in alarm and rushed over to ask second senior sister, what's wrong? Hongyi supported Ling Yin and said, Sen Shinger, you're so naive. Your senior sister was poisoned with goo by that devil long ago. Before Hong Yi could finish her sentence, Ling Yin shouted, "Shut up, Hong Yi, don't say another word." Ling Yin's whole body trembled, her face pale as she asked with difficulty, "Sen Singer, why is that person looking for me? Does he know I masterminded the assassination attempt? Does he want me to die?" Sen Singer quickly waved her hands to explain. No, 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 I didn't mention you to Master at all. Master just invited you to the Yuluo Hall for a meal. He also said he wants you to taste his cooking." Both Ling Yin and Ye Hongyi exclaimed in unison. What Hongyi worriedly tried to stop her, "Ling Yin, don't go." But Ling Yin had already made up her mind. "No, I have to go." Ling Yin bit her thumb, a sign of her anxiety. Is Master trying to lure me in like he did with little junior sister? If so, he's severely underestimating Ling Yin. Ever since I learned the truth about the goo poison in my body, I can never trust him again in this lifetime. Absolutely not. A short while later, Sen Singer and Ling Yin arrived at the door. Before the door, Ling Yin stood silently lost in thought. Sen Singer cheerfully encouraged her from the side. "Second senior sister Master is waiting for you inside. I'm so envious that you get to be in the same room as Master." As she opened the door, Ling Yin's eyes filled with anxiety. She thought to herself, things have already come to this. I can't back down now. Before her, Bai Qingling was already waiting. He had prepared a table full of food. Ling Yin couldn't help but think, I still have a reason why I absolutely must see him. Ling Yin knelt on one knee in greeting. The main sex left protector, Dantai Ling Yin, pays her respects to Hall Master Bai. But his reply surprised Ling Yin. "Hall Master Bai, you truly wound your master Ling Yin." Bai Qingling replied coldly, "I know you have a favor to ask of me, but you don't need my help. For years you have always drawn a clear line between us, and now you come asking to see me." He stood up, one hand clasped behind his back, the other resting on the table. He said in a heavy tone, "You have no respect for me whatsoever. You're not even willing to call me master." Ling Yin froze, looking up and stammering, "Master." Bai Qingling moved closer to Ling Yin, his cold eyes staring her down as he ordered, "It's time for you to show your filial piety. Come bathe with your master." Ling Yin's eyes widened in shock and a bad feeling rose in her heart. In the blood pool on the second underground level of Huangxian Lake, the scene was dark and enchanting with steam rising from the water. Bai Qingling was bare-chested, leaning against the edge of the pool. Behind him, Dantai Ling Yin walked towards him. The pool water had a reddish hue. Noticing her approach, Bai Qingling reminded her, "Once you step into this pool, your magical powers and abilities will be suppressed. For a time, you'll be no different from an ordinary person." As he spoke, he glanced slyly at the shy person behind him. "It won't affect your body or your health." Dantai Ling Yin listened as he spoke. Her cheeks flushed red as she clutched her clothes, discomfort clear on her face. She gritted her teeth, silently reassuring herself, "He needs to check my body regularly. For their sake, I'll just have to go along with this demon for now." Suddenly, he grabbed her ankle and pulled her into the water. Dantai Ling Yin was startled, her brows furrowed. "This is bad. Is this monster trying to harm me?" She was quickly pulled under a loud splash, echoing all around as water from the pool shot into the air. Amidst the spreading ripples, he asked, "How is it?" Her heart fluttered. Dantai Ling Yin's face was flushed, soaked in the heat rising from the water as she lay against his hard, firm chest. Bai Qingling looked her straight in the eye, a probing smile on his face. "Are you on guard even against your master?" Dantai Ling Yin was doubtful, a flicker of fear in her eyes. She shyly glanced at the man's hand resting on her shoulder. Her smooth, fair face was tinged with embarrassment, her cheeks red as she lay in his arms. She wondered to herself, Bai Qingling has always wanted to turn me into a puppet. It was just that my body hadn't matured yet. Before, he always used the Thian wine ruler to measure me. So why is he touching my body directly today? She shyly turned her face away, thinking, of course, he was the one who saved me from the Siege sex demon lair. He gave me a home. Was it all just a long-laid plan, and is he finally here to claim his prize? Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice Bai Qingling, his deep crimson eyes and the scar on his handsome face leaning close to her ear. "Dantai Ling Yin, master, will show you a treasure." With that, he pulled Dantai Ling Yin face to face with him, down to the bottom of the deep pool. Suddenly, she saw the body of a beautiful, fair-skinned young woman lying in the crimson water. The figure looked exactly like her. Surprised, Dantai Ling Yin turned to Bai Qingling, her face full of doubt. "Master, may I ask who this woman is?" "How can someone exist who looks identical to me?" he replied softly. "That year I was the one who saved you from the demon lair. It was thanks to the sect master of the Hehuan sect Ji Kaimei. That sect master, despite their androgynous appearance and demonic aura, is actually a very reasonable person." Bai Qingling recalled the cunning figure of the woman with braided sea blue hair and continued, "But that sect master Ko was willing to join forces with me to save you. It was mostly for personal gain." He continued, explaining in a low voice, "You have a special type of body. Ji Kaimei wanted you to become a cultivation cauldron." Dantai Ling Yin listened intently, lost in thought as Bai Qingling looked at the body that was her spitting image and continued. "What you see now is a puppet created from the Tian Then Gaia tree. A wooden puppet, a copy of you. It took 10 years to create to serve as a replacement cauldron to give to Ji Kaimei. In his mind, he thought about the plot. In the original story, Bai Qingling wanted to trade Dantai Lingyan for a treasure from Ji Kaimei. But I don't need to send the real Dantai Lingyan. If I just make up an excuse, there won't be any flaws in the plan. Dantai Lingyan realized something. She confirmed with him, so all these years you've been regularly checking my body for the purpose of quickly creating this puppet to give to Ji Kaimei. A hint of guilt seemed to flash in his eyes. He explained, I've troubled you, Dantai Lingyan. This was the only way to protect you without breaking my promise. Dantai Lingyan actually felt a bit grateful. Master. But her heart was full of conflict. No, I can't believe it. I can't be fooled like my senior sister was. The 10,000 poisonous ants biting at my heart and the marks on my sister's stomach. What explanation is there for that? The two faced each other in the water. She replied, Master Dantai Lingyan, thanks you for telling me everything. But suddenly, Bai Qingling's hand shot out, grabbing both of her wrists and pinning them above her head. She was too surprised to react, watching as his other hand roamed over her body. She blushed and cried out, Master, don't, I'm your disciple. Seeing him grin wickedly as he touched her stomach, she warned him. If you do this, Dantai Lingyan will hate you for the rest of her life. A seal mark appeared on her stomach and she grimaced in discomfort. What? What a strange feeling. Dear Master. An unexpected wave of pleasure washed over her, and she cried out ecstatically, No, don't stop. Dantai Lingyan surfaced, leaning against the edge of the pool, panting heavily. From behind her, Bai Qingling explained, The heart-biting 10,000 ants goo has been expelled from you along with the poisoned blood. No, that's not right. In fact, the 10,000 ants goo has now taken over your heart. In his hand was a goo insect glowing with red light. This will protect your body and your heart. If someone with evil intentions tries to take your body, the poisonous insects will warn you to stay away with this slight pain. If you are truly violated, they will release their spiritual power to keep you safe. Bai Qingling's face darkened, his voice full of aggrieved accusation. I didn't expect you to be so close to that, Xiao Chen. You completely misunderstood your master's intentions, even thinking I wanted to harm you. You can't even tell who truly wants to hurt you. He then called to her in a low voice, A grown daughter can't be kept at home. Now, just as you wished, you can leave without any worries. Hearing this, Dantai Lingyan was so filled with remorse and emotion that her face was covered in tears. With his back to her, Bai Qingling was smiling from ear to ear. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully spreading great love. Accumulated points, 5,000. Current balance, 5,000 points. God-level massage technique has reached the maximum level of 99 through practice. Underground Sen Shinger followed Dantai Lingyan and asked, Second senior sister, are you coming back? She smiled brightly, holding out the fruit in front of her. Master gave me 2 Mara fruits. He said you loved eating these when you were little. Master also said that during the sect Master Selection Assembly, no matter what your position is, he will stand by your side. Handing the fruit to Dantai Lingyan, she added, puzzled, It's so strange. It seems like you and Master were alone for a long time, so why did he ask me to pass this message on to you? Holding the Mara fruit, Dantai Lingyan remembered a scene from her childhood. Bai Qingling had smiled, gently patting her head as he gave her a Mara fruit. She had beamed as she accepted it, saying, Dear Master. She sighed to herself. The secrets kept for all these years have now been fully revealed. The timing is truly perfect. Dantai Lingyan doesn't understand. And I can't trust him completely, but that's not Master's fault. She smiled gently, grateful to him. It's Dantai Lingyan's fault. Dantai Lingyan just needs more time. The system notification appeared again. Congratulations, host, for successfully spreading great love. Accumulated points, 2,000. Current balance, 7,000 points. At the Thuong Min sect Hacking Duet Hall, Yi Hongyi lay on the large bed, her body burning hot. Her hands gripped the sheets tightly as she drifted in a daze, muttering curses by Qingling. Even though I've never met you, you bully my dear sister Lingyan like this. You must be old, ugly, and utterly disgusting. An image then flashed in her mind of her and Dantai Lingyan holding hands, forming a seal together. She continued, Yi Hongyi and Dantai Lingyan. We may not be related by blood, but our sisterly bond is just as strong. We formed a mirror flower seal, allowing our souls to share the same feelings no matter where we are. Her body was drenched in sweat, and her hand weakly touched her lower abdomen. She said in frustration, The moment Lingyan went to see that demon lord, my body started feeling this strange. Sister Lingyan, where are you now? What is that monster doing to you? The expression on Ye Hongyi's face was seductive, but in reality she only felt immense physical discomfort and anger. I Yi Hongyi swear I will tear you, Bai Qingling, limb from limb. Suddenly, an old man's voice called from her door, Hongyi, are you in there? She quickly sat up, looking toward the voice with suspicion. Then Yi Hongyi changed into more respectable clothes and eagerly ran to open the door, calling out grandfather. Her eyes widened in surprise at the person before her. She asked worriedly, Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so haggard? The person she was speaking to was the Kangming old ancestor Yi Taiyuan, who was also her grandfather. The old man didn't answer her question, only responding to his granddaughter's concern with a gentle pat on the head before he began to instruct her. Hongyi listened closely. My time is near. From now on, I can no longer protect you. Hearing this, she couldn't hide her alarm and asked again. Your time is near. Ye Taiyuan's face grew somber as he spoke in a serious tone. Are you ready? Ye Hongyi sat in the sect master's seat. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks, a heart-wrenching sight for anyone to behold. She obediently clasped her hands together and said, Hongyi will heed your teachings, grandfather. The old man flicked his sleeve, his confident demeanor radiating the majestic air of a wise and experienced man. This time, I'm holding a grand assembly to select the new sect master, not using my power to directly pass the title to you. Because only by winning the support of the important factions within the sect on your own can you truly command the respect of the entire Qingling sect. Yi Taiyuan's eyes narrowed. He continued, let me ask you among the 4 great hall masters who is the easiest for you to win over. She immediately answered, her voice firm and certain. Of course, it's the Asura hall master Ren Tianfen. He is my biological uncle. He will definitely help me. Yi Taiyuan grew pensive for a moment, then refuted. Not necessarily. He said Hall Master Ren is weak and indecisive. He forgets his loyalties for small gains and is too timid to act on important matters. Besides, his wife is the one who really calls the shots. A single glance from her would be enough to stop him from supporting you. Yi Hongji pursed her lips in thought. Then what about the fierce tiger Taoist of the Rakshasa Hall? The old man frowned, analyzing seriously. The Rakshasa Hall is the most powerful faction with countless disciples, and it's still growing. Why do you think he works so diligently for the sect and shows such filial piety to the elders? Yi Hongyi suddenly understood. That man is ambitious. He would never submit to me. Then she hesitated and moved on to another option. If that's the case, then the only one left is that mysterious holy maiden of the Yin Kui Hall. But Yi Taiyuan still shook his head. No, she can't help you. As I see it, that hallmaster has her own agenda. You won't be able to control her. Yi Hongyi couldn't help but be surprised. None of the 3 great hallmasters can help me. Don't tell me you mean. The old man immediately replied, according to your father's last wish, you should become Dao companions with the master of Yulu Hall, Bai Qingling. As husband and wife, you can join hands to strengthen our sect. Yi Hongyi was stunned. The words, Dao companions, husband and wife, flashed in her mind. Her jaw dropped as she shouted, what? Then she crouched down, clutching her head in horror. She imagined a hideous demon sticking out a long tongue, looking utterly disgusting, and thought to herself, no way. Absolutely not. That monster is Lingyan's master. If I marry him, what would Lingyan call me, her mistress? Ye Hongyi's embarrassment turned to fury as she screamed in protest. No, Yi Hongyi will absolutely not marry him. Meanwhile, in the Yuluo Hall, Bai Qingling was seated majestically on his high throne with Sen Singer before him. She bowed her head to report. Reporting to Master today, when Xinger was bringing senior sister Lingyan back to the headquarters, I saw something. Seeing her hesitate, he tilted his head and asked, saw what? She replied, I saw thousands of rogue demonic cultivators from the eastern region flying towards the Rakshasa Hall. I also heard that the Yin Kui Hall, which has always kept a low profile, is also summoning leaders from external factions. Bai Qingling listened, observing her in silence. Sen Xinger nervously lowered her eyes, lost in thought. The Qingling sect is about to face a major upheaval. Master has never liked to interfere in the sect's affairs. What could his plans be? He looked down from on high with an air of arrogance. A strange smile appeared on his face as he said, it's fine. I will make my move. Upon hearing this, Sen Singer's eyes filled with admiration for him and she smiled. Master is so domineering. Bai Qingling didn't react. He thought to himself, after the last test, I know Singer is completely loyal to me. This whole master-slave game is damaging her personality. I should put a stop to it now. With that thought, he waved his hand and ordered Xinger, from now on, we will return to a normal master-disciple relationship. No matter the situation, you will address me as master. She froze, her expression changing. Why, my status as a servant is what makes me. Me. Does master not love Singer anymore? Are you unwilling to teach me and want to push me away? Bai Qingling knew she had misunderstood him. He explained gently, I'm not rejecting your identity. It's just that this kind of relationship should evolve. Sen Singer didn't seem to hear a word. As she began to remove her clothes, she said, in the end, Xinger is still Master's loyal servant, right? Master just wants to change how I address him. Singer's name has Ixing in it, and she's Master's slave, so why not call her Sen Singer? She paused for a moment, then having somehow changed into a maid outfit, she suggested with a smile. Then, with a seductive look and a bewitching gaze, she said, from now on, Xinger will be Sen Xinger here to help Master with anything he needs. In the forbidden grounds of the Zhen Wu sword sect at the Blackwater Mountain demon-suppressing pagoda, a towering structure stood amidst a gloomy and silent space. Feng Lixu was cold. With a sword in one hand and a small box in the other, she stepped through puddles of blood and over corpses, advancing before a crowd of shocked onlookers. Someone shouted Feng Lixu. 3 injured men were slumped before Feng Lixu, trembling. The man in the middle said, so you were the demonic spy all along. We shouldn't have trusted you, letting you into the pagoda. Your master, the Kangtong sword. Say it must have been truly blind. The man, blood pouring from his mouth, backed against the wall and screamed in despair. You dare try to cure my goo poison. This old man will fight you with a single finger. If you win, this old man will tell you anything you want to know. Feng Lixue looked at the three men who were in desperate agony. She gave a cold laugh and replied, "You three stewards have really lived this long for nothing. Did you really think someone from the demonic path would fight you fairly?" Another one shouted with all his might, "Demoness, if you have the guts, then kill us. The three of us are the most senior stewards of the Forbidden Grounds, even the sect leader." Before he could finish, Feng Lixue decisively swung her sword across his neck, sending him on his way. The man died instantly in front of the other two, who stared in stunned disbelief. A demoness. A truly cruel demoness. Feng Lixue slammed the box onto the ground and said coldly, "He got his wish. What do you two think?" She knelt down on one knee, placing a hand on the box, and looked at the two men. "The key to the heavenly secret box that contains the Qingling sacred artifact. Are you still not going to hand it over?" The stout man trembled, using what little strength he had to hold out his hand, which was clutching something, and stammered, "If I give you the key, will you let us live?" She happily took the key from the man's hand and said, "If you had just done this earlier, wouldn't everything have been fine?" Then a flash of red light shot past as she delivered a fatal sword strike through the man's chest. A scream of agony rang out, leaving the last man in absolute shock. Unable to speak, he was terrified. "Demoness, may you be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. And who do you think this young lady is?" As her voice rang out, blood splattered across the ground. Feng Lixue's ruthless face was splattered with blood. She brought a finger to her lips and smiled triumphantly. "I am the first personal disciple of Demon Lord Qingling." Her triumph didn't last long before her expression suddenly changed. She collapsed to her knees, her whole body trembling as she clutched her stomach in pain. "My stomach. Did that devil activate the evil sigil on me again?" She looked down at her stomach. "No, that's not right. The evil sigil isn't active. Could it be? I've been poisoned." She ignored it and bent down to pick up the box from the ground. "Whatever. I'll just take what that devil wants back to Luo Hull first." The box lid suddenly opened and a shimmering purple light burst out. Feng Lixue sat down on the box. Her eyes widened as she said, "It seems that until my second junior sister gets rid of him, I have no other choice." Meanwhile, Bai Qingling was lost in thought when a voice suddenly startled him. "Master, master." He snapped out of it, answering him. It was Sen Xinger, kneeling right at his feet, her hand touching his thigh. "Master, what are you thinking about? Can you tell Singer?" His expression changed as he warned her. These past few days, this master has indulged you, letting you sleep at my feet. There won't be a next time for this kind of thing, especially not during this period." Sen Singer's eyes widened. She placed her hands on Qingling's thigh and leaned in close to him. She asked, "During this period, is it because Master is worried about the assembly to select the new sect master?" Bai Qingling's bangs fell over his eyes as he answered slowly, "Perhaps." Hearing his answer, she laughed delightedly, lay back on his lap, and kicked her feet. "Oh wow," Singer guessed what Master was thinking. Faced with her actions, Bai Qingling became flustered and broke into a sweat. He immediately grabbed her flailing legs, trying to restrain himself. You can't do this. You mustn't." A game-like notification card appeared in midair. It read, "Due to your God-tier massage technique reaching max level, this practice session will not grant any experience points." He looked displeased, gritting his teeth as he thought, "What practice? I'm correcting my disciple's moral character. I'll sue you for defamation. System, you're slandering me." Sen Singer gently touched her chest and said with a smile, "Master Singer wants to show you a treasure." Bai Qingling's face went pale as he thought with trembling fear. What treasure? He started to worry. "Don't tell me you're about to perform that scene that couldn't even pass censorship in the original story." She pulled out a token that was tucked tightly between her breasts. The Grand Elder of the Blood Pill Palace. Luo Qingfeng's token. Bai Qingling looked at the token in surprise and asked, "One of the 10 Grand Elders of the Qingming sect. How did his token end up in your hands?" Sen Xinger lay comfortably on Qingling's lap and handed him the token, explaining, "Elder Luo is offering a 9th grade artificially grown Heaven's Heartgrass as a reward. Coincidentally, Xinger knows how to cultivate it, so I gathered the materials on the Demon Grass Plains. Last night, I finally succeeded and delivered it to Elder Luo." Sen Xinger wrapped her arms around his neck, looking smug. "Xinger is only silly in front of Master. At other times, I'm very smart. I'm always thinking of how to plot for Master and for our Luo Hall." Bai Qingling recalled the original story. In the novel, Xiao Chen obtained this token by using resources from his master Yu Shuzi. Then during the Ye Hongyi conquest route, it won him a powerful supporter. Bai Qingling's expression turned triumphant, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. "I can't believe Singer stole this from Xiao Chen. Is this a bonus for obtaining Singer's absolute loyalty?" He reached his arm around, pulled Sen Singer close, and gently bit her ear as he praised her. "You did very well this time, little one. This is the reward you deserve." Sen Singer cried out in delight. Master 2 notifications appeared. "Congratulations, host, for successfully spreading great love. You have received 3,000 points. Current balance 10,000 points." He changed their position, setting her on the chair, then suddenly turned and left, leaving Singer sitting there with a look of regret. He said, "Follow this master out of seclusion. It's time to suppress everything." He smiled, turned, and walked away confidently, repeating his words, "Follow this master out of seclusion. It's time to suppress everything." At that moment, at the Kangming sect headquarters within the Blood Pill Palace, a magnificent palace stood amidst a terrifyingly dark and gloomy space. Xiao Chen knelt on the ground, a look of utter bewilderment still plastered on his face. "What Grand Elder Luo doesn't want my ninth grade Heaven's Heart grass?" he shouted, unable to understand what was happening. "Why? This grass of mine is real." The elder receiving Xiao Chen sneered, "Grand Elder Luo's reward offering is real, and the herb in your hand is also real. But someone beat you to it. The event has already expired." Xiao Chen was stunned. "How can that be? Grand Elder Luo's reward was only posted 10 days ago. Who could have found this item before me? Please, Elder, tell me." The elder's expression didn't change as he casually pointed at him and said, "There's no harm in telling you. The third personal disciple of Hall Master Bai of Yulu Hall. She brought the item here on the 5th day of the reward posting. As for what she wanted as a reward, we don't know." Xiao Chen slowly understood. Sen Singer. Thinking of the vile expressions on Sen Singer and Bai Qingling's faces, rage surged to his brain. Was this her idea, or was it an order from that devil? He was so angry he could breathe fire. That bastard couple. "One day I will tear you limb from limb." The elder watched as Xiao Chen ran off, clutching the box with the Heaven's Heart grass, screaming in frustration. "Damn it." The old man chuckled. "Leaving so soon, your Dao heart is still not demonic enough." The young Xiao Chen had been tricked, and he stomped his foot in frustration. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now?" In the middle of the forest, a small yet resonant voice echoed, my disciple, Xiao Chen." A rock shaped like a human face anxiously asked Xiao Chen, "Did you deliver the Heaven Heart grass I stayed up all night refining to Luo Qingfeng?" Xiao Chen replied listlessly, "Master Yu Shuzi." In his heart, he was thinking something else entirely. "Couldn't you have found a cleaner place for your astral projection?" Yu Shuzi understood that the mission had failed. Furious, he immediately started yelling, "Why is it still in your hands? Did someone else snatch it first? I told you to deliver immediately. What were you dawdling for?" Yu Shuzi spat out in annoyance, "You're truly useless." He didn't notice the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth had started to twitch as he shouted, "That's enough." His expression changed in a flash as he pointed a scornful finger at Yu Shuzi, cursing him without restraint. "For your grand plan to overthrow the demonic sect you told me to fire. Be a spy for 3 years. 3 years after 3 years, and then another 3 years. It's almost been 10 years, you rotten old geezer." Yu Shuzi was taken aback by the sudden outburst. Flustered and unsure what to do, he could only try to persuade him in a low voice. "Xiao Chen, protecting the common people and vanquishing demons is the responsibility of our Kunlun Dao sect. Surely you don't want your 10 years as a spy to be all for nothing, do you?" He put on a grave expression. "Last night I used the spirit flags for divination and saw a great secret. The Kangming clan's great ancestor Ye Taiyuan passed away 7 days ago." Xiao Chen was stunned. What he recalled a scene he had witnessed himself. But Ancestor Yi visited the Black Moon Hall just the other day, and showed himself to his granddaughter Yi Hong Yi and the others from the Yi family. Yu Shuzi explained that was his yin spirit, not his physical body. Today is the final day for Yi Taiyuan's remnant soul. He tried his best to convince Xiao Chen this matter involves the secret of the Kangming clan's sacred artifact. "Lean in and I'll whisper it to you. This is your last chance to win their trust. Prop up Yi Hong Yi to take power and turn her into your puppet." But Xiao Chen couldn't hear a single word. How could he possibly be in the mood to care about anything when it felt like a piece of turd was being shoved right in his face? "Lean my ear towards that hard, stinky thing." "No way, I'm not going near it." Elsewhere inside a bedroom, Hua Yuerong seemed to be having a nightmare. Drenched in sweat, she recalled some unpleasant memories. She frantically tried to cover her body from the lewd gazes of the despicable men surrounding her. One of them even stepped closer, taunting her with vile words. "Look at Hua Yuerong's body, it's getting all lumpy." The others chimed in, "She's about to turn into a pig, a fat pig." A group of scoundrels surrounded her, mocking her. She was humiliated and ashamed, not knowing what to do. Just then, someone calmly walked up to the group of bullies. He took off his cloak and draped it over Yuerong. Hua Yuerong looked up in surprise at the person who had just come to her rescue. "Ah, eldest senior brother." Bai Qingling smiled faintly. "This cloak can cover your body, and it can also block out their shameless words." Hua Yuerong looked at Qingling, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Eldest senior brother." Suddenly, she screamed, "Eldest senior brother, no." The scene in her dream had shifted to a bloody battlefield. Hua Yuerong stood helplessly in the distance, endlessly calling out to the figure with his back to her. "Master, why are you harming us? There must be a misunderstanding. The senior brother I admire most, why would you slaughter our innocent brothers and sisters?" Bai Qingling turned his head to look at her, his eyes crimson and filled with killing intent. A shocking smear of fresh blood streaked across one eye. She cried out in pain. "How could you become so cold and ruthless?" She jolted awake, still reeling from the aftershock of the dream. She clutched her head, sweat pouring down her face. "Damn it, I dreamed of that demon again." An old woman was waiting for her outside the curtain. Seeing that she was awake, she spoke respectfully. Reporting to the Sanctus, our subordinates from the Yin Gui Hall have all arrived. They are currently waiting in the main hall. The old woman continued, the Luo Sha Hall has also gathered nearly 200 demonic cultivators, all armed with treasured magical artifacts. Hua Yuerong seemed to have anticipated the current situation. The old ancestor is still alive and they're already getting restless. What about the Asura Hall? The old woman replied. Reporting to the Sanctus, we only managed to find out that Hall Master Bai just came out of seclusion from the blood pool. He was seen holding his little disciple Sen Xing'er's hand, all the way laughing and talking as if they were on a spring outing. Hua Yuerong repeated. He was holding his little disciple's hand. The old woman quickly knelt down completely. Please calm your anger, Saintess. We did not discover any specific purpose for Hall Master Bai's actions, but hearing such news, she showed no signs of anger. She just snorted, not forgetting to mock him. He's so old, yet he has no sense of decency. Holding his disciple's hand and strolling around in broad daylight, the old woman found this strange and raised her head to speak. But Hall Master Bai's position and objective. Hua Yuerong pushed aside the curtain and stepped out already fully dressed. She scolded coldly. Does he even act like a demon lord anymore? Bai Qingling, you really deserve to die. On the snowy peaks of the Kangming clan's headquarters in the heavenly snow mountain range, Bai Qingling and Sen Xing'er were walking forward together. Suddenly, Bai Qingling shivered from the cold wind and sneezed. Sen Xing'er turned to him with concern. Master, what's wrong? Bai Qingling rubbed his nose without answering her. An image of Hua Yuerong flashed through his mind, and he thought to himself, I bet someone is secretly cursing me right now. I wonder who it could be. Seeing him not answer, Sen Xing'er hugged him tightly and asked, Master, is this any better? Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes held a mix of innocence and a certain allure. My second senior sister told me that my body gets as hot as a furnace in the winter. If you don't believe me, you could always test it for yourself, Master. He hugged her back and smiled playfully. It's precisely because of your constitution that you can withstand my cold, murderous aura. A body with natural heat and one with a cold aura are two different things. Her body trembled slightly. It's so cold. He let her go and the two continued on their way. She walked ahead and asked, Master, why have we come to this desolate mountain during our visit to the headquarters? A smirk played on his lips as he thought, obviously to steal Xiao Chen's opportunity. According to the original plot, if I didn't come here, it would only benefit that guy. If I'm going to chase the thrill of going after Xiao Chen, then I might as well go all the way. With his hands behind his back, he replied leisurely, let the opportunity fly high for a little while. It's going to come crashing down to earth soon enough anyway. On the cliff face, a purple light glowed. In the middle of it, a figure was levitating in the sky. It was none other than the Kangming clan's ancestor, Yi Taiyuan. Yi Taiyuan appeared amidst the blizzard, his gaze thoughtful as he asked. The one approaching is Hall Master Bai Qingling, is that correct? As he spoke, Yi Taiyuan landed in front of him. He clasped his hands in greeting, Ancestor, it's an honor to meet you. Sen Xing'er also clasped her hands in a salute. Sen Xing'er of the Asura Hall pays her respects to the ancestor. Yi Taiyuan looked at the two of them, a demon controlling a spirit body. Perfectly intact, formless, and without desire. Hall Master Bai, your good fortune is truly deep. When do you plan to fully consume this top-grade material? Bai Qingling remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing this, she quickly said, Whenever my master wishes, I will carry it out. There's no need for the great ancestor to concern himself. Yi Taiyuan was slightly surprised. Then he burst out laughing. Hall Master Bai, you're certainly skilled at controlling your subordinates, aren't you? This old man has a matter to discuss with you. Since we've happened to meet, let's have a proper talk. He ordered her, Singer, you may leave us for now. He thought to himself, the opportunity has arrived. After she left Yi Taiyuan and he sat down under the snowy cold pavilion. Yi Taiyuan began to tell a long drawn-out story. He rambled on and on talking about everything under the sun until he was out of breath about the origin and appearance of the ancient demon god. Blah blah blah, the emergence of the Taoist sex mystic maiden Mu Xinlin. Yada yada yada, the third great war between good and evil is about to begin. He grew a little impatient, complaining internally. In the original story, shouldn't Yi Taiyuan's spirit have already dissipated by now? Does this guy look like he's about to die? Where's the skip button? Can I just hold it down to skip this? Suddenly, Yi Taiyuan stopped his story and sighed, Young friend, Qingling, this old man doesn't have much time left. Yi Taiyuan then took out two sacred artifacts. This is one of the two sacred artifacts of our Kangming sect, the Kangming Soul Ring. The status of its holder is second only to the sect master revered by thousands. Yi Taiyuan presented the artifact and asked, I'll give this to you. In return, can you lend a hand to my granddaughter Yi Hongyi? He took it. Yi Hongyi, the intersect hall master of the Black Moon Hall, so she is the successor you've chosen. Yi Taiyuan lowered his eyes and sighed. It seems Hall Master Bai has his own thoughts on the matter. Very well, I hope you will agree to help my granddaughter Yi Hongyi. Otherwise, her position will be usurped. He looked at the ring artifact in his hand, thinking, this speech. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. In any case, this gives me the authority of a sect master, so there's no reason for me to refuse. As Yi Taiyuan spoke, his body began to slowly fade away. This old man has two final requests. The first concerns the late Yi Wudao Hongyi's father. He relayed Yi Wudao's last words to him. Wudao's final wish was for you to become husband and wife with Hongyi and develop our Kangming sect together. He stared blankly as Yi Taiyuan slowly disappeared. Coming to his senses, he imagined the scene of him marrying Ye Hongyi. His expression immediately changed. He thought, Have just said to assist her. How did that turn into marrying her? In the original novel, Bai Qingling was already dead by this point, but he still had a fiancé with a mysterious background. He coughed a few times. This is a small matter. I'll make my own judgment later. Why don't you hurry up and tell me the second condition? Yi Taiyuan quickly said, The second matter. There's a rumor that you lost to the Taoist sect's mystic maiden Mu Xinglan. Is this true? If even Hallmaster Bai is no match for this woman, doesn't that mean our demonic sect is doomed to perish? His face darkened and he didn't answer. After a moment, he nodded. That's right. She defeated Bai Qingling. Yi Taiyuan's jaw dropped as if he realized something. He continued speaking. However, she didn't defeat me. If she ever shows her face again, I will take action. Elsewhere, the Kangming sect's headquarters by the front mountain gate, a group of masked men stood before Xiao Chen. One of them spoke up. Junior brother Xiao, please turn back. The great ancestor has been in seclusion for a long time and will not see any outsiders. Xiao Chen, who was missing an arm, pleaded. Brothers from the main sect, please believe me, I truly have an urgent matter and must see the great ancestor. Time is of the essence. If this is delayed any longer, I'm afraid the great ancestor will. Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, he was struck by a blast of light. Afraid of what? He was sent flying about 100 meters away. Yi Hongyi shouted angrily, If I, the Hallmaster, hear you spreading such rumors about the sect one more time, I'll definitely chop off your dog head. Scram! Don't make me say it twice. Xiao Chen sat on the ground, his face bruised and battered, thinking Yu Shuzi. I did exactly as he said, but it was useless. In the end, divination is just a bunch of trivial nonsense. At Yuluo Hall, inside the Hallmaster's magnificent palace, red silks fluttered all around. In the center of the hall, a figure was seated on the throne. It was Bai Qingling, who sat with his chin resting in his hand, a smile on his face. The residence of the Yuluo Hallmaster is truly magnificent. I should have gotten out of the blood prison sooner to enjoy all this. He propped his foot on the chair and continued planning his next move. The trial of the blood prison's single sword is now completely overcome. Next, I need to obtain Bai Qingling's 5 organs to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. He thought of Ye Hongyi and smiled wickedly. Among them the heart, the main component, is in the Flame Demon Tower. The key is in the hands of the 3 Grand Elders. Getting Yi Hongyi to become the sect master. That was Yi Taiyuan's wish, and it also aligns with my interests. He took out the soul ring artifact, held it before him, and continued. The Kangming soul ring is now in my hands. The next crucial piece I'm missing is the Kangming sword soul. Feng Lixu, will you disappoint your master? His red eyes narrowed. Then again with little Feng Lixu's personality. The hardest thing for her is definitely being swayed by love. What method can I use to untie the knot in her heart? He recalled Feng Lixu's charming figure and suddenly thought of something. That's right. On her abdomen. That night in Tianshui City's market district, bright lights illuminated the entire city. Every nook and cranny was bustling with people. It looked very lively. Feng Lixui strode gracefully into Zhua Xiao Feng, drawing the lustful gazes of the men outside. Seeing such a beautiful woman, the attendant greeted her warmly. Esteemed guest are you? Feng Lixu gave the attendant a cold look. Bring your manager, Fat Hong, here. The Eastern region's Yangshu King is looking for him. Hearing this, the attendant's face turned pale. The Eastern region's Yangshu King. She stood waiting in the guest room. She leisurely swung her long, captivating legs from her seat. Ren Tianfan entered from outside with a cheerful expression. Lady Feng Lixu, it is I, Ren Tianfan of the Yuluo Hall's Red Boar Guard. She tossed him a bag and said, This demon core is what the Hall Master needs. You are to escort it personally and return to Yuluo Hall at once. She handed him a jade green pill, her voice low and cold. Also, take this. When he saw the pill, she offered, his body trembled in fear. The 7 Absolutes pill. Lady Feng Lixue. I am a cautious person. I have never been negligent. This, she stared at him coldly, her voice sharp as ice. Swallow it or die. He tremblingly took the pill, his face already covered in sweat. Though unwilling, he slowly put the medicinal pill into his mouth. He turned to leave, filled with unease. This subordinate will depart immediately. She lowered her veil and said to herself, I hope this is the last thing I ever do for that fiend. Ling Yin, is your plan still going smoothly? She glanced out the crack in the door, looking at the bright moonlight outside. I've lived under that fiend's shadow since I was a child. My very soul has long been twisted into his shape, but our little junior sister is still young. As her seniors, we have to help her escape this sea of suffering caused by that fiend. Suddenly, she sensed something and her eyes widened in shock. A sharp pain shot through her stomach, making her clutch it as a mysterious purple demonic aura radiated from the spot. She wondered, why is it hurting again? That fiend's demonic seal hasn't even been activated. Could I have been poisoned? She recalled, opening the box and had a realization. Could it have been then? The purple demonic aura coiled around her. She gritted her teeth in pain, her face paling as she struggled to speak. This is bad. I don't have a purifying elixir for the poison palm with me. If this poison spreads through all my meridians, wouldn't I? She closed her eyes, ready to give up. Forget it. This must be fate. Being controlled by that fiend is a fate worse than death. Finally, I'll be free. Abruptly, she opened her eyes, which had turned blood red. Numerous tentacles burst from her stomach, causing her immense pain. They wrapped around her body, slowly slithering down her legs. She managed to call out, "Honorable Master." Her pain expression was replaced by a blush. "Even now, you won't let me go." The fiend's hand appeared from behind, resting on her shoulder, gently comforting her. "Listen to me, don't move." It was Bai Qingling. He soothed her gently. "Your body has been struck by the poison palm. In this entire world, only I, your master, can save you." She screamed in pain, then coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face still strained. He explained how to break the curse. "The poison palm's energy directed into your dantian can be removed. It's also the only way I can heal you from this distance." But the tentacles were still squirming on her, slowly slithering over her body. A sudden wave of pleasure made her cry out, "No, honorable master, you can't," he whispered in her ear. "The poison palm from that demon-suppressing pagoda is not to be underestimated. Even I could be slightly injured. So you must cooperate obediently. We have to draw it all out in one go." She tried to resist as the tentacles continued to caress her body. "This fiend can't be trusted. I'm just a pawn. Why would he waste his energy to cure my poison? Could it be that Ling Yian and Xinger did something? Did they make him change his ways?" She remembered how he used to be. He once told her, "Happy birthday, little Feng Lixue." She bit her lip, thinking, what am I even thinking? That's the demon lord Qingling. He probably just wants me to be indebted to him so he can control my mind more completely. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. "Sister Feng Lixue, are you in there?" The voice was somewhat familiar. It was the third prince. "Why are you here?" The third prince called out happily from outside. "It really is Sister Feng Lixue. I heard you came to Tian Shui City to cultivate, so I asked around and found this place. After all, with Sister Feng Lixue's looks, you leave a deep impression wherever you go. So Sister Feng Lixue, may I come in?" Inside the room he was smiling, while she looked flustered, caught in a very compromising situation. She stammered, her face as red as a tomato. "You can't come in here." Lin Mo persisted, trying to convince her. "The last time I saw you, Sister Feng Lixue overheard you sobbing. You didn't notice me then, but I've been worried about you ever since." The tentacles tightened around her even more. She struggled to say, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. This lady," she bit her lip hard to keep from moaning, "is perfectly fine. You can go back now." He heard something unusual in her voice. "Sister Feng Lixue, why are you breathing so heavily?" Getting impatient, she raised her voice. "I already told you I'm fine. I need to rest now. Please leave." He was silent for a moment, then turned to leave. "All right then." After the sounds from outside faded, she finally screamed, "Master, that's enough. How long are you going to keep bullying me?" Something happened that made her eyes go wide with surprise. She looked down and realized the tentacles were gone. She told herself, "It's over. He was really helping me get rid of the poison." He glanced at her, still looking bewildered. "Feng Lixue, you found the Kangming Soul Sword for me, and for that I am very pleased. But you were so focused on the mission that you disregarded your own life. I did not like that at all." He warned her, "Remember, don't let there be a next time." Then he vanished, leaving her with a slowly blushing face. Just then, the sound of the system's congratulatory message chimed. "Congratulations to the host for successfully bestowing great love. You have received 9,000 accumulation points. Current balance 19,000 points." He looked at the system panel as it continued to announce, "A new treasure chest has been unlocked. Diamond treasure chest worth 50,000 accumulation points. When accumulation points reach 100,000, the Myriad Worlds item mall will be unlocked." He was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that simply curing Feng Lixue's poison on a whim would nearly double his accumulation points. Could it be because she hates me the most, so bestowing great love on her gives more points? His face darkened, becoming cruel. But who was that person outside the door? Feng Lixue called him the third prince. He thought about Lin Mo, who was so insistent on coming in. It had to be the male lead from the second data pack, Dynastic Struggle, the third prince of the Great Chu dynasty, Lin Mo. He imagined controlling people like puppets. Starting from this data pack, the player can freely choose their target or pursue a dual strategy with Lin Mo. He felt a bit uneasy. But in the original story, the time when Lin Mo and Feng Lixue meet is definitely not now. The original plot has clearly undergone an unforeseen change. Is this the legendary butterfly effect? Will new plot points that never appeared in the original story start happening in the future? He pushed the thought aside. Forget it. Lin Mo poses no threat to me for now. Continuing to suppress that ant, Xiao Chen, is what's important. The sect leader selection assembly is approaching. It's time to pay a visit to that hall master. In Yi Hongyi's room, she paced back and forth anxiously. I'm doomed. She frowned, gritting her teeth in frustration. Should I tell Ling Yin about grandfather's last wish that he wants me to marry Bai Qingling or not? She and I made the mirror flower pact, swearing to be together forever. She clenched her fists in anger. If I really marry Bai Qingling and become Dantai Ling Yin's master's wife, she'd probably be so furious she'd sever all ties with me. Bai Qingling, you deserve to die. She turned to walk to the door, muttering to herself, no, this won't do. I have to tell Ling Yin the truth. We need to figure out a plan together. Sister Ling Yin is exceptionally brilliant. I'm sure she'll know what to do. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. The person who entered was none other than Dantai Ling Yin, her face dark and troubled. Seeing her, the woman asked Sister Ling Yin what's wrong. And what about last night? Is the blood master? All right, Dantai Ling Yin just shook her head. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. I'm going to borrow your loft to rest for a bit. Whatever it is, we can talk about it later. The woman nodded. Of course, of course. Rest well, sister. We'll talk after you've recovered. She bowed her head and slipped past Dantai Ling Yin, leaving the room. Once she was gone, Dantai Ling Yin was left alone. Dantai Ling Yin began to undress. She gritted her teeth. Humiliation. This is utter humiliation. How could you let that man touch your body? Are you even worthy of Hong Yi? She stared at her reflection in the mirror and muttered to herself. When that man held you so tightly, you could have chosen to sever your own heart meridians to preserve your purity. Rage boiled inside her. Why didn't you? I hate you. I wish you were dead. She recalled the image of him holding her, and even more horrifying, a subconscious part of her was trying to remember the details of that embrace. The image of them intertwined was unbearable. The more she tried not to think about it, the more her body was flooded with sensations. She wrapped the blanket tightly around herself, sobbing. Sniff. Hong Yi, I've failed you. Then suddenly, she stopped crying. She peeked her head out and thought, no, I still have one last chance. She clenched her jaw, thinking, the sect master election. I'll help Hong Yi secure the position. Only then can I use the power of the entire sect to escape him for good. Kangming Sect Asura Hall in the Hall Master's Palace. Ren Tianfen paced back and forth, sighing. The master of the Asura Hall, Ren Tianfen, frowned. The old ancestor told me to give my full support to Hong Yi at the sect master's assembly. But the fierce tiger Taoist wants to form an alliance with me, offering me benefits to help him take the top spot. He looked at his wife Han Jiniang and asked, My lady, what should we do? Ren Tianfen's wife Han Jiniang took a long drag from her pipe and exhaled slowly. Then she replied in a measured voice, You've already made up your mind, haven't you? He gave her a fawning smile. You're right. To be honest with you, my lady, I'm leaning towards supporting the fierce tiger Taoist of the Rakshasa Hall. After all, the Rakshasa Hall has the momentum right now, and they've clearly planned this out. What do you think, my lady? She stood up and walked over to him. What do I think? I think you're both stupid and wicked. Truly the most useless of the useless. Furious, she threw the pipe at him. That fierce tiger Taoist is cruel and treacherous, arrogant and domineering. He would do anything to expand his power. What makes you think that after all is said and done, he'll give you a share of the benefits instead of just swallowing the Asura Hall whole? He bowed obsequiously and praised her. My lady is truly wise. So in your opinion, should we support Hong Yi? She leaned back in her chair. Even though she's young, she is for better or worse my own niece. Helping her now would be like coming to the aid of someone in distress. She suddenly kicked him and snapped, Idiot. He fell backward with a cry. Ah. She lifted her long, slender legs to admire them, then casually brushed back her hair and spoke. With the situation in such chaos, the Asura Hall should remain neutral. Let everyone try to win us over. You should remember this. The stormier the seas, the more valuable the fish. His face flushed red as he slowly got back up, nodding. I understand. But what if Bai Qingling from the Yuluo Hall gets involved? Wouldn't the situation spiral out of control? She shook her head firmly. No, you don't understand him. She gave a bewitching smile. With a mind like yours, you could never possibly imagine what a magnificent man he is. He pursues the great Tao at a level that you and I can barely even glimpse. This whole affair is completely beneath his notice. She glanced at her husband. You, on the other hand. She kicked off her high heels, sending them flying toward him. Are just a useless weakling who can't even do anything when your wife strips naked right in front of you. He sat down, cross-legged, as obedient as a puppy. Yes, I am a useless weakling. He picked up the high heels. He prostrated himself before them. I am not worthy of you. Suddenly, a subordinate entered to report. Reporting to the Hallmaster Bai of the Yuluo Hall is here to see you. Hearing it was Hallmaster Bai, he gritted his teeth. Bai Qingling. What could he want with me? The subordinate trembled, pressing his head to the floor. Hallmaster Bai said, He and your wife have important matters to discuss. He asks that you help stand guard outside the door to prevent any enemies from learning the details. Upon hearing this, his eyes became bloodshot. His face twisted into an ugly sneer as he drew his sword. He comes to my territory and tells me to stand guard. This is going too far. With that, he stormed out. As he walked, he seethed. If Bai Qingling really dares to barge in here, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Suddenly, he turned back to look at her. Humph. She hugged herself, her face flushed and breathed. He's already here. With a powerful aura, Bai Qingling pushed the door open and walked in, leaving him wide-eyed. He stared at him and forced a laugh. "It's been a while, you brat. You truly possess the bearing of a demonic sovereign." No wonder Jinnyang has such a look of admiration whenever she mentions him. But this brat's innate formless demon body is incredibly powerful. If I imagine him on top of Jinnyang, how could Jinnyang possibly handle it? He didn't dare to imagine what would come next. He roared furiously, "Bai Qingling, when did you get in here? Why didn't I, the master of this hall, sense a thing?" In stark contrast to his fury, his wife seemed delighted. "Hall Master Bai, your ancient breath concealment technique truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 concealment art in the mortal realm. Even with our combined cultivation, my husband and I couldn't detect you at all." He smiled at her and offered his own praise. As expected of Jinnyang, "Your knowledge is indeed profound, much better than certain people." Hearing his praise, she covered her blushing face. "What did you just call me?" Hearing his familiar tone, her husband exploded with rage. "Bastard, how dare you be so insolent? I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Back when I was sweeping through the eastern lands as a demonic sovereign, you were still just a kid in diapers." He paid him no mind. He continued to look at her and said, "My lady, I truly have an important matter to discuss with you. Might we borrow a room to speak privately?" Seeing that he was being ignored, he roared, "Bai Qingling, are you looking for death?" His wife slammed her hand on the armrest. "You're the one looking for death, you damn fool." A spark of fire shot from her hand. It enveloped the high heel on the floor and sent it flying right at her husband, knocking him out of the room. Bai Qingling watched and clicked his tongue as the door slammed shut. He looked at her. "Han Jinnyang, why are you so angry? Your husband was just worried you'd be bullied, that's all." She walked down, scoffing coldly. "Humph, who needs that useless trash, sticking his nose where it doesn't belong?" She gave a wicked smile. "Now there's no one to disturb us. Hall Master Bai, you can speak freely. What brings you to my Asura Hall so late at night?" Seeing Han Jinnyang kick Ren Tianfan away so decisively, just for him, he was inwardly overjoyed as he approached. "If you're going to be so direct, madam, then I'll be blunt as well." He was now standing right in front of her, proposing, "In half a month, the new sect master will be chosen. I want you to stand with me, madam." Han Jinnyang said shyly, "Hall Master Bai, what makes you think I would agree to that?" Without making her wait, he replied, "I will give you a reason you can't refuse." Using his demonic energy, he levitated the high-heeled shoe she had used to kick that fool. He then slowly knelt down and gently lifted her foot. This move from Bai Qingling was so chivalrous, just like the prince and Cinderella in a fairy tale. He knelt on the ground, lifting her foot and tenderly putting the shoe on for her. His actions threw her thoughts into chaos. What is he doing? She looked at him, her cheeks flushing red. Perhaps she had never experienced a feeling like this before. He had prepared for this long ago. Before coming, he had specifically exchanged 2,000 points for a supplementary card that reveals the full backstory of a side character. Using this card, he could learn certain background details of a designated supporting character that weren't revealed in the main story. Bai Qingling was truly cunning, holding Singer with one arm while scheming with the other. He had the upper hand, but this had also reduced his point balance to just 1,700. He thought to himself, "It's not like I'm some kind of demon. Who told fate to set you up like this, madam?" His thoughts were so hypocritical. And yet she was still mesmerized, falling into the trap he had laid. Since he had already humbled himself, he had to make the act convincing. He remained gentle with her, not forgetting to add, "Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to lose his position as Hall Master, would you?" Hearing him mention Ren Tianfan, her expression changed slightly. "Hall Master Bai, you've gone too far." Everything seemed to slow down. The atmosphere shifted as his tone became harder than before. "I have an even more outrageous story to tell you." Bai Qingling slowly began to tell a story whose main character was named Han Jinnyang. 20 years ago, the head of the Yun family accidentally killed Emperor Yuan Tai of the Great Zhou while treating him. As he finished speaking, scenes began to appear one by one. According to his story, everyone in the Yun family, over 300 people, was executed except for Han Jinnyang. The image of a little girl sitting alone amidst a battle, smoke billowing everywhere, surrounded by nothing but chaotic slaughter, the ground stained red with blood. She was terrified beyond belief as she witnessed a man plunge a sharp object into another's heart right before her eyes. Then the scene changed. At that time, the saint of the Heihuan sect, Ji Kaimei, had set his sights on Han Jinnyang's divine phoenix true spirit body. He had the Heihuan sect accept Han Jinnyang as their saintess, but in reality he wanted to raise her as a cultivation cauldron. According to his story, that man was a truly despicable person, his face 70% lecherous and 30% evil. He stared at the little girl as if he wanted to eat her alive. He was still kneeling at her slender feet while she stood there as if frozen. He changed his tone, pulling her back to the present. The surprising thing is Han Jinnyang seized the only chance she ever had to escape. While on the run, she even met Ren Tianfan, a pillar of the demonic path. At this, she gripped her own arm tightly, her jaw clenched. Bai Qingling didn't let up and continued his tale. Although Ren Tianfan's clinginess towards Han Jinnyang was repulsive, and although Ren Tianfan was even a congenital eunuch, He pressed on, not letting her recover from the emotional blow. In order to escape Ji Kaimei's pursuit, Han Jinyang still married him, becoming his virgin wife. Instantly, the image of her useless freeloading husband, Ren Tianfan, crawling on the ground like a pathetic cripple, appeared in her mind. Suddenly, he shot to his feet, a triumphant look on his face as he whispered in her ear, "If and I'm just saying if." Hall Master Ren's delicate situation were to accidentally become public knowledge. Once Hall Master Ren loses his position or is even kicked out of the Kangming sect. "Madam, how do you think GK Mei would act?" His question struck her like a dagger to the heart, sending a chill down her spine. Her eyes became vacant, filled with panic. She immediately regained her composure and replied, "Hall Master Bai, isn't this method a bit too despicable?" Wisps of white smoke drifted through the tense atmosphere. He looked smug, shooting a sharp glance at her. "Is there anything in this world that I, Demon Lord Qingling, wouldn't do? Madam, surely you know what to do now, don't you?" Her jaw was clenched, her brows knitted together, her vacant eyes staring into space. He had her right where he wanted her. He was threatening her. In an instant, Han Jinyang realized his intentions and screamed, "Bai Qingling, I hate you." As she screamed, she brought her knee up, but her movements were no match for his speed. Before her knee could get very high, he caught it with his hand. Following the motion, he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. At that moment, she was like prey, offering itself up. He looked into her eyes and spoke challengingly, "Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame that useless husband of yours." The position was incredibly bold. She struggled, yelling, "Let me go." Bai Qingling said self-righteously, "You don't know anything at all." "There's something I have to make clear," she said. "That escape from the Hehuan sect wasn't my only chance. The other one was you." He was stunned and had to question himself. When did something like that happen? Why don't I remember? A confused expression appeared on his face as he asked her, "I don't know what you're talking about." He then released her thigh and denied it. "If you feel I've wronged you somehow, that's your own business." Before he could finish, she made an incredibly reckless move so fast that all that could be seen was her hair flying. "Never let others know your next move." That saying was especially fitting for Han Jinyang. Quick as a flash, she lunged at him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a forceful French kiss, causing even Demon Lord Qingling to freeze solid, his eyes wide and fingers stiff as if he'd lost all strength to resist. Under the flickering candlelight, the space was quiet, but the air was scorching hot. It was a strange moment where only Bai Qingling and Han Jinyang could feel the supple movement of lips and the wordless sounds. Finally, she let him breathe again. Han Jinyang suddenly became shy after the kiss, turning her face away, but not before revealing cheeks as red as tomatoes. She said bashfully, "Bai Qingling, in your life of defeating geniuses and reigning supreme, have you ever been forcibly kissed by a woman?" Mentioning his first kiss, the only image that came to his mind now was Singer. He replied impassively, "Never." Hearing this, she turned away in embarrassment. "Very good. That way you'll remember me for the rest of your life and never forget. This is what you get for being so forgetful." Her face was still so flushed she had to cup her cheeks with her hands, but her expression was filled with worry. Her brows furrowed, her eyes betraying her confusion as she wrestled with her thoughts. Heavens, what am I saying? I'm a married woman. Bai Qingling just stood there ignoring her smugness. The only thing he cared about right now was the system notification confirming he had cleared the stage. He received points bringing his balance up to 29,000. He was very pleased, letting out a satisfied laugh. Although he still didn't understand the principle behind the Great Love Point system, he decided to just keep accumulating them. To deal with the final opponent, Mu Xinlan, no amount of points was too many. The next morning, he arrived at the Tianming headquarters. Snow covered everything here, blanketing the world in white with only the tops of tall trees visible in the distance. Yi Hongyi's sword in hand was already there to greet him. For Ling Yin's sake, her eyes were filled with killing intent. She focused all her strength, lunging at him with her sword as she roared, "Trust me, Sister Ling Yin, Hongyi will never betray you. I will definitely give my all to win the position of sect master and help you escape from that fiend." She seethed, "Bai Qingling, you disgusting old man. I'd rather die than marry you." As she finished speaking, she unleashed a strike with all her might. Smoke billowed everywhere, blasting everything away. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed through the sky. A dark figure appeared in the thick white smoke. She couldn't see clearly, but the voice sent a slight shiver down her spine. As expected of the Ye family's most perfect ice crystal bright jade saintly body. That sword technique is commendable. He tore through the white smoke and emerged, his eyes glowing red as he advanced toward her step by step. His tone was incredibly smug. "It's a pity, though. A single sword strike like that is not enough to harm me." Yi Hongyi had used so much of her strength, yet she hadn't harmed him at all. Her expression grew more determined, her eyes glaring with murderous intent. She had to be more cautious of him. This demonic power was definitely not that of an ordinary practitioner. Under the gloomy sky, the sight of him made Yi Hongyi a little fearful. She raised her fist defensively and asked Hall Master Bai, what brings you to my humble Black Moon Hall?" He stood there, his sharp red eyes fixed on her as he arrogantly asked Hall Master Yi, "Do you want the position of sect master?" Yi Hongji's expression suddenly changed. She looked at him with confusion and suspicion. What do you mean? A thought flashed through her mind. Even a Taoist as fierce and arrogant as a tiger wouldn't dare claim he could secure the sect master position, yet this man said it so casually. Her train of thought became clearer as she realized something. It seemed as if all she had to do was say the word and he could prop her up to overpower everyone else. He continued to wait for her answer with that same intense gaze. It seemed this wasn't just some simple kind offer. The scene grew deathly quiet, and the misty air only made her more eager to understand the purpose behind his proposal. She slowly asked, Hall Master Bai, answer one of my questions first. He stood there silently, indicating he was listening. She pressed him. Did the old ancestor meet with anyone recently? At this, Bai Qingling's lips curled into a smirk. His expression was not just cruel, but also held a hint of wicked desire. He looked at Yi Hongyi and said softly, yes. That single word made Yi Hongyi tremble, her initial defensive posture vanishing. She choked out her reply, all right, I understand. Her cheeks were already bright red, her eyes filled with shyness. She snapped at him, don't even think about it, I will not marry you. I have already promised my heart and body to another. It's impossible between us. The powerful Yi Hongyi, who had been ready to risk her life to kill Bai Qingling just moments ago, had completely disappeared. Now she was like a shy young girl, her gestures incredibly awkward. Unsure if she was overthinking things, she didn't even dare to look him in the eye. She stammered out a few words, at least. It's impossible for now. Very quickly, Bai Qingling threw a bucket of cold water on her to wake her from her dream. He looked straight at her and declared, Hall Master, Yi, do you really think this is what I want? Worldly fame, fortune, and fleeting beauty. None of it is worthy of my attention. He changed his tune in an instant. After building her up and tearing her down, he suddenly switched to showing gentle compassion. But you lost your parents when you were young, and the old ancestor didn't have time to be with you. You were lonely with no one to rely on, which makes me pity you. So if you wouldn't mind. His words, along with the hand he extended for her to take, seemed to have mesmerized her. Could this be the compassion of a demon lord? But just as she was feeling the warmth of human kindness, he bluntly said to Ye Hongyi, become my daughter. His proposal left her stunned, freezing in place as she tried to process the scene. This offer was truly beyond anything Ye Hongyi could have guessed. She couldn't stop imagining Bai Qingling holding her in his arms and happily shouting, my daughter, from husband to father. Just how perverted was this fiend? Not letting her wait long, he immediately presented her with a sparkling jade-green ring surrounded by a glowing aura. Hall Master Ye, I am serious. At that moment, Yi Hongyi was genuinely surprised. She was slowly being won over. Her face held a gloomy look as she stared at the ring in his hand and said this, the old ancestor really gave you the Qingming soul ring. She lowered her head and said, if this was his final instruction, then of course I will not disobey it. We are now officially allies. If I become the sect master, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Bai Qingling remained fixed on his plan to become Yi Hongyi's father. He shot her a sharp glance and said no. What I want now is Hall Master Yi's promise. His suggestion to be her father infuriated her. Her face flushed bright red as she gritted her teeth and asked him directly, Hall Master Bai, you want to be my father that badly? In response to Ye Hongyi's fury, he simply said with a serious face, Godfather. He had become more cunning, his red eyes revealing the deep desire within him. He proudly told Ye Hongyi that the Qingming sect was often known to the world as the Qingming cult. There was once a saying that a young sect master should revere their godfather. In the future, you will be the sect master and I will be the godfather. We can join forces to make the Qingming sect great again. Yi Hongyi remembered, but with the pre-existing marriage contract, how can I accept you as my father? Suddenly, a voice cut through their conversation. Hall Master, the head disciple of the Yin Kui Hall, Xiao Chen, requests an audience. She looked around to see who it was. Bai Qingling's face darkened and he fell silent. Bai Qingling had already guessed it. Xiao Chen had arrived just like in the original story. Good thing I got here, one step ahead. Otherwise, that ant would use the favor he received to start a romantic relationship with Ye Hongyi. Ye Hongyi wondered if Xiao Chen was the one who had barged into the main hall earlier, spouting all that nonsense. Meanwhile, he had already come up with a brilliant plan. A meeting with Hongyi wouldn't be a problem, would it? She hadn't caught on yet, only managing to ask. After all, our new relationship still needs an official witness. That cunning look appeared on his face again. Things seemed to be going his way this time. He smirked, pleased with himself, and decided if I'm going to snatch her, I might as well see it through to the end. The person anxiously waiting for Yi Hongyi, pacing restlessly in the Black Moon Hall of the Qingming sect, was none other than Xiao Chen. The moment he heard someone call his name, Xiao Chen whipped around and shouted excitedly, Hall Master Ye. But what made Xiao Chen's heart sink was the sight of Bai Qingling with his arm around Ye Hongyi. She walked beside him, looking bashful and shy while he waved and smiled in greeting. Isn't this the head disciple of the Flower Palace Master? What a coincidence. Xiao Chen asked in surprise Bai Qingling, why is it you? What are you doing? Bai Qingling deliberately acted overly familiar with Ye Hongyi, intentionally placing a hand on her waist. As you can see, I am getting intimately acquainted with Hall Master Ye. A relationship like this between us is perfectly normal, isn't it? This made Yi Hongyi's face flush even redder with embarrassment. With her face beet red, she closed her eyes and played along. There was nothing wrong with this rite. Bai Qingling's mischievous hand resting on her waist made her unsure whether he was acting as her husband or her father. Xiao Chen couldn't believe his eyes. This was too much of a shock for him. His eyes bulged, his pupils dilating wide. He roared, yelling at Bai Qingling and Ye Hongyi. "You two, what is your relationship? When did this happen?" Faced with Xiao Chen's absolute fury, Bai Qingling just stared back at him with blood-red eyes. "Xiao Chen, what right do you have to question me?" That alone was enough to scare Xiao Chen out of his wits. He turned deathly pale and stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. All he could do was let out a sob as he stared at Ye Hongyi standing next to Bai Qingling. Seeing this, Bai Qingling grew even more delighted and provoked him further. "You know, last time I only got one of your arms. I still feel like I got shortchanged. Don't force me to take more." Xiao Chen could only hang his head and mutter, "Why? Why is it like this? I was so sure Bai Qingling was supposed to die by my hand. Why am I suddenly falling further and further behind him?" He became obsessed with the image of Bai Qingling, muttering constantly, "My strength, my fame, my women, everything that should be mine is gone. Now I feel like I'm living in that man's shadow." Seeing Xiao Chen in this state, he paid him no mind, deliberately ignoring him as he walked past. He and Ye Hongyi walked right by Xiao Chen without a single glance back. As they walked, he thought, "It's just as I expected. Losing the player's perspective means losing the main character's luck. While the changes in the plot aren't enough to kill him outright just yet, from now on, I'll just become even more ruthless in crushing your destined role." That was Bai Qingling's final thought for Xiao Chen as he and the blushing Ye Hongyi left him collapsed on the ground, completely stunned. Back in the Black Moon Hall of the Kangming sect, Ye Hongyi's mind couldn't stop thinking about him. She sat meditating across from Dante Lingyan, neither of them speaking a word. But inside her head, Ye Hongyi couldn't help but think about Bai Qingling. Her cheeks flushed pink. That devil, Bai Qingling, really is full of schemes. He's a master at controlling people's minds. She imagined a life where they were a loving husband and wife, teasing each other happily, then thought to herself, "What godfather? If we get married and become husband and wife someday, is he still going to make me perform a father-daughter ceremony?" Dante Lingyan, sitting opposite Ye Hongyi, was in a similar state of turmoil. Her cheeks were flushed and her face was scrunched up as if she was finding it hard to accept this reality. That night at the Gangxian Pond, why did my body not only fail to resist but have such a strange reaction? She thought back to a scene that made her blush with shame. Just thinking about playing in the water with Hongyi, another man's face would pop into her head. She couldn't understand why she was thinking about this and immediately tried to find an excuse for her own thoughts. "Why am I thinking about this? Don't tell me I've been hit with some kind of goo poison." After calming down a bit, the two opened their eyes and happened to meet each other's gaze. As if caught doing something wrong, they couldn't help but start coughing uncontrollably. It seemed they were on the same wavelength. Both were anxious, flustered, and unsure of what to do or say, wondering if they could ever face each other honestly again. Meanwhile, at Demon Lord Qingling's residence, he leisurely held a wine cup in his hand and said with satisfaction, "The preparations are basically complete." Raising his cup high, he sat majestically on his throne, a wicked smile playing on his lips. The Sect Master Selection Tournament. Bai Qingling versus the Fierce Tiger Taoist. A showdown between the main storyline's final boss and a side quest mini-boss. This is truly something to look forward to. With his slender hand, he opened the system panel, which displayed the items he had collected. He recalled, "I remember that after the Fierce Tiger Taoist fails to become the Sect Master, there's a whole subplot about him biding his time." He continued, "But just in case, I can also try out the pinnacle level 13 strikes of the 9th grade Fate Reversal Goo." Just as he finished speaking, the system panel immediately appeared before him, displaying the words, "Congratulations, host. You have received a new main storyline quest." The panel then displayed the quest objective and the quest reward. The quest objective was to suppress and kill the Fierce Tiger Taoist and spread the great love of liberation. The reward was the Blazing Demon's 10 absolute slashes, a top-grade slaughter-type quasi-immortal artifact, but Bai Qingling seemed a bit speechless with the system. "Do we really have to hunt a 100-year-old man to the bitter end?" He sighed to himself. "System, you're truly shameless, calling suppression and slaughter an act of great love." Immediately after, he reverted to his cold, ruthless demeanor. His blood-red eyes seemed to see through everything as he questioned the system. But this is the first time a main storyline quest has appeared, and it differs from the original story. On what basis is the system guiding the plot in a new direction? Sen Singer carefully bowed, greeting him with the utmost respect. Singer pays her respects to the master. "The task you assigned me has been completed successfully." Sen Singer reported back to her master on the job he had given her. When the master's 3 secret letters were delivered to the 3 elders, they immediately expressed that they would follow all of the master's arrangements. As she said this, she seemed to get excited. She smiled and her purple eyes seemed to deepen. She continued, "Furthermore, Shinger also happened to do some probing. It was with a distinct expression that the Fierce Tiger Taoist learned the news." She recalled him in the Rakshasa Hall holding a wine cup as he spoke. Namkung Taisheng. What's the progress on winning over the other Taishengs? Nangong Fang, one of the 10 great Taisheng elders of the Kangming sect, stood to one side, hands clasped behind his back, speaking grimly to the fierce tiger. Taoist. The situation isn't good. First Luo Taisheng of Luo Qingfang seems to have sided with you Luo Hall. He continued, the 3 Taishengs who previously accepted our benefits are now suddenly avoiding us. Elder Ni of the Sect Affairs Court, Elder Ouyang of the Law Enforcement Court, and Elder Tai of the Beast Taming Court. Their attitudes have also become ambiguous. The fierce tiger Taoist flew into a rage, smashing the wine cup in his hand onto the ground. It shattered, sending shards flying everywhere as he roared in anger. These bastards. They take my gifts, but when the crucial moment comes, they turn their backs on me. He seemed to be losing his composure. Leaping to his feet, his eyes blazing, he yelled, "This is driving me insane. All I have to do is give the word and all the disciples will rise up to change the dynasty and create a new Kangming sect." Nangong Fang glanced around nervously as if afraid of being overheard and urged, "Fierce tiger, calm down." But the fierce tiger Taoist seemed unable to contain himself. "Calm down. How can you tell me to calm down? Right now, out of the 10 Taisheng elders, including you, Namkung Taisheng, there are still 4 who support me." He broke into a triumphant grin. "The advantage in this battle is mine. The position of sect master is as good as mine." He shouted as if to confirm his own prediction. "I've said it." Hearing this, Bai Qingling burst out laughing. "Whom the heavens would destroy, they first make mad." 3 secret letters. It was just a small trick, and Hall Master Fierce Tiger has already lost control. With that, he stopped laughing and looked directly at Singer and asked, "Singer, aren't you curious about the contents of those secret letters?" Singer walked toward him and said in a firm voice full of trust, "It is all up to Master whether to speak of it or not." Why would Singer need to be curious? Besides, compared to the secret letters, Singer is much more curious about. She wrapped her arms around Bai Qingling's neck, her face filled with anticipation. How Master will reward Singer. Because she had rushed over to hug him, so suddenly the wine in his cup spilled all over his clothes. Singer quickly apologized profusely, begging for his forgiveness. Singer was reckless. "Please forgive me, Master." She knelt down, grabbing the damp hem of his robe, indicating her desire to make amends. Singer will clean it for Master, who wouldn't be flustered by such a beautiful girl. He was panicking a little inside, thinking, this is not good. This girl is really getting bolder and bolder. He thought to himself in a daze. I can't even tell if she's doing this on purpose or by accident anymore. Meanwhile, at the sacred ethereal cloud palace of Hu Xuanbing, a magnificent scene unfolded. On the lake's surface, the silhouettes of a group of people could be seen. It turned out to be a group of girls performing a ritual. A whirlpool began to form and then, a column of water erupted upwards. One of the girls in the group said, "The ancestral holy maiden has come out of seclusion early." Another replied, "How can that be? It hasn't been long since her battle with Demon Lord Qingling. How could she be out so soon?" Mu Zinlan, a Xuan and Dao master who had just returned, gave an order. "That man, he's still alive. Have the Dao masters of the 4 great orthodox sects come see me at once." At the headquarters of the Myriad Elephant Palace, a large crowd was gathered, shouting below, "I support Hall Master Fierce Tiger. We want to rule the central lands and capture Mu Xinlan alive." Others were cheering, "Support Hall Master Yi. Support the Ye family bloodline." And it was no surprise that the two sides started bickering and taunting each other. Instead of supporting Hall Master Ye, you might as well support Hall Master Ren. He's Hall Master Ye's maternal uncle. If that's the case, you'd be better off supporting Han Jiniang because she's very large. Someone in the middle of the argument asked, "Am I the only one who supports Hall Master Bai?" And both arguing factions unanimously turned to berate the young man. "Demon Lord Qingling, you dare support him? You're a real lone wolf, huh? Here's a special seat for you at the bottom of the blood pool." Then the crowd's taunts turned to surprise at the sight of an arcane palanquin descending from the sky. In an instant, the crowd recognized who was on it and cried out, "The Hall Master of Yin Kui Hall Hua Yuerong has arrived." As the palanquin landed, Xiao Chen shouted, "Silence, make way." Then he extended his hand as the person inside prepared to step out and said in a low voice, "Honored Master, we have arrived." But Hua Yuerong completely ignored him, only asking with concern, "Where is Hall Master Yu right now?" Xiao Chen forced himself to say, "Reporting to Master, the 10 great elders from headquarters and Taisheng elder, Nam Kong will all be here." But inwardly, he thought, "She ignored my outstretched hand in front of more than 10,000 people." Again, at the mention of Nam Kong Taisheng, her interest was piqued. Nangong Fang. It seems that lowly Black Fox has made quite a few preparations. Suddenly, a call drew both of their attentions. The master of Asura Hall, Madame Ren, has arrived. In the sky, 2 blue phoenixes were pulling a carriage through the air before it came to a stop on the ground. Inside the carriage were Han Jiniang and Ren Tianfan. Ren Tianfan said with a forced smile, "My lady, no matter what, your husband is still the master of Asura Hall. To personally drive the carriage like some lowly disciple, isn't that a bit much?" Then she casually threw a few words at him. "Tired of it already? Well, we're here now. Get out and kneel." His expression changed abruptly when he heard her words. Can't you at least give your husband a little face and dignity? But she wouldn't allow it. Her purple eyes suddenly flashed as she scorned him. You useless piece of trash obsessed with fame and face. You're nothing compared to him. Think about who's really propping up our Ashura Hall. Are you going to kneel or not? And so Ren Tianfan had no choice but to get out and kneel. After which she pressed her high heel into his back, making him whimper like a shy maiden. Then her gaze swept over to Hua Yurong and Xiao Chen. She laughed. Ha Hua Yurong. That woman arrived so quickly, but her eyes focused elsewhere, staring at an empty spot as her lips moved. That bad man. And her cheeks flushed as she mentioned that mysterious person. Bringing a hand to her lips, she continued, hasn't he arrived yet? Coincidentally, Hua Yurong's attention was on her. Zhen Zhao approached her. Han Jinyang asked the holy maiden, I see you keep looking at Hall Master Bai's position. Could it be you're secretly plotting something? Hua Yurong replied coldly, Madam Ren, you're only fit to manage someone like Ren Tianfan. You are not qualified to meddle in my affairs. She let out an "oh," then asked pointedly. So the affairs of that man also have nothing to do with the holy maiden. At this, Hua Yurong became annoyed and asked her directly, what are you trying to say? She moved in close to the woman, a smile on her lips, and said, after a profound exchange, this lady and Hall Master Bai have formed an intimate alliance. Today, I will give my all to help him seize the position. She shot a sideways glance at Han Jinian and asked, what did you say? Off to the side, a feminized version of Ren Tianfen was lost in a daydream. She's using Bai Qingling as a cover to confront Hall Master Hua for me. This lady still cares for me. All this while the two women were staring each other down. Chest to chest, and between the two women, a man sighed to himself. When will it be my turn to sit there? On the other side of the three of them was another man who was completely naked. A young woman, Sen Shinger, appeared. She looked at his bare body and guessed, Master, you're changing your clothes. With hearts in her eyes and practically drooling, she stared at his body and thought to herself, Master's body is so perfect, so beautiful. Then, in a zombie-like thirst, she imagined that scene and topped it off with a completely perverted thought. If only he belonged to just me. Singer. That would be the best. She coughed, trying to pull herself together. Ahem, Master Singer just heard the bells from the main hall. The grand selection has begun. Are you heading over now? He raised a hand and beckoned with his index finger, smiling as he said, no rush. We're still missing our trump card. After he spoke, a red orb began emitting streams of red particles into the air, and it projected an image right before their eyes. Taking in the image, Sen Shinger wondered, this is the Crimson Pig Guard Ren Tianfan, who serves under the eldest senior sister. The item he's rushing to bring back is the Azure Nether Soul Sword. He replied, that's right. Only when both blades are in my hands will this venerable one's sword truly be unsheathed. Then he randomly complimented the sword, saying how handsome it would be. Meanwhile, Hua Yurong blocked the way, ready for a jealous confrontation. I'm asking you, what did you say to Bai Qingling? He would never ally with someone so easily. Han Jinian, being sly and provocative, teased back, listen to Hall Master Hua. You seem to know Hall Master Bai very well. Could it be that you two have some secret affair that no one knows about? Suddenly, someone opened their mouth wide, revealing a set of white teeth. Then that person started laughing like a complete maniac, drawing everyone's attention. Ah ha ha ha! Then he shouted, making both women look over. What are you two doing? It turns out the madman was the fierce tiger Taoist. He laughed and asked, today is an auspicious day. Isn't it inappropriate to discuss such trivial matters? And his charm was so effective that both women turned and thought the exact same thing. The fierce tiger Taoist. He's the biggest problem today. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Nangong Fang made the invitation. It is time. Honored guests, please take your seats. Following that was a loud announcement for all to hear. The selection ceremony for the new sect master now officially begins, and the role of announcer fell to Dantai Lingyan. As is tradition for the sect, we invite Left Protector Dantai to announce the candidates for the selection. Following the cue, she opened a scroll and read out in a clear, strong voice, Black Moon Hall. Ye Hongyi Hall Master Ye. From the crowd below, someone sneered, a mere Hall Master dares to compete for the sect master position. Even if she's the head of the Ye family, it's not her place. Up above, Yi Hongyi was searching for the man of her dreams, her face blushing as she had two conflicting thoughts. Is Bai Qingling coming? Then again, why am I even hoping for that guy? This arranged marriage, this godfather nonsense. You better break your promise so I can hate you in peace. Below, Dantai Lingyan diligently continued reading the names. Yin Kui Hall Hua Yurong Hall Master Hua. But inside, the author gave her a line about the main character. Why isn't he here yet? Didn't he say he would stand by my side? Did he make me lose my composure like that the other night just to recruit me? As she read the name 4, Rakshasa Hall. Fierce Tiger Taoist. The crowd below erupted in cheers. Mighty Fierce Tiger, Heaven's Chosen One. Fierce Tiger Taoist with power beyond compare. The sect master's position, you must claim it as your own. Nangong Fang nodded at the man's fervent fans, remarking, excellent. The Hall Master of Rakshasa Hall has the bearing of a great leader. But it turned out the fierce tiger Taoist had paid them off. Up on the stage, he wore a smug, twisted smile. See that? Everyone on and off this stage belongs to me. What have you got to fight me with? Then he suddenly went nuts, flying up and shouting, Honored Taoist masters, how about we just end today's business quickly? In front of thousands, he shamelessly screamed like a madman in the open. Get rid of the irrelevant candidates and let this venerable one and hall master Hua settle the score. Already Dantai Lingyan couldn't. Let this madman keep barking, so she politely interjected. Fierce Tiger Taoist in my capacity as left protector. I must remind you this is against the rules. But completely unhinged, he stubbornly retorted, Rules. You know better than anyone how you got that protector title, don't you? I'm afraid there's no one left who can protect you now. And then he went for her weak spot, her crush, including that useless pig dog of a master of yours. As expected, she immediately retaliated. She responded by swinging her blade to strike him down, but he glared at her with the arrogance of a CEO. You, little brat. You dare to be disrespectful to your elders. Then he pulled out his fiery horsetail whisk. The strands of the whisk quickly blocked her blade. He commanded Dantai Lingyan kneel before this venerable one. He controlled the strands of the whisk, forcing them down and nearly making her knees buckle as he intended. But her iron will, fueled by thoughts of her crush, wouldn't allow it. I absolutely cannot kneel. I would disappoint him. From above, Hua Yuerong found the scene distasteful and decided to give her a power-up. Dantai's eyes glowed with a brilliant blue light from the buff. She swiftly sliced through his whisk. Seeing his beloved whisk cut, he nearly cried foul. My precious whisk, Hua Yuerong, you'll pay for this. Speaking of Hua Yuerong, she instantly teleported down like a character from a video game. She looked down on him with contempt. Fierce Tiger, your opponent is me. What kind of feat is it to bully a junior? Suddenly, the beast tamer Hall Master Luo Fenghua appeared out of nowhere and said, Since Hall Master Hua has spoken, then I, this Hall Master as a junior, would like to ask for a lesson. In that instant, Yi Hongyi vanished from her seat at the speed of light, leaving only the sound of her voice behind. You dare bully my sister Lingyan. Then she appeared suddenly on the stage and said, It seems there are a few too many paper tigers standing next to the real one. Then as she walked closer, she added, Perhaps it's best if a candidate like me, your future sect master, thins the herd a little. Everyone stood still as the commentator Han Jinian observed from afar. This is wrong. They can't fight like this. If the next person to fight isn't a candidate, they'll fall right into the fierce tiger's trap. Unfortunately, as smart as she was, her own husband was just as dense. He said, Maybe I should go talk to them. Surely the fierce tiger will show me some respect. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Jinian decked him for his foolishness. The punch from the powerful woman sent him flying along with her words. You useless idiot, get out of my way. Someone seeing this scene felt something was off, so they turned to ask Nangong Fang, Grand Elder Nangong, this. But he just said it's fine. Doesn't this perfectly suit the style of our demonic sect? He said that this was also the kind of strength needed to become the sect leader. Down below, Yi Hongyi finally realized her impulsive mistake. Oh, no, I was too rash. Even if I beat Hall Master Luo, other Hall Masters who support Taoist Fierce Tiger will just pop up. That Luo Fenghuo continued to provoke her. Hall Master Ye, what are you waiting for? Can't you see that the tide has turned against you? And somehow the guy switched into full-on multi-level marketing mode. He enthusiastically promoted his product. Even if you all wait for Bai Qingling to arrive, it'll be useless. Because Taoist Fierce Tiger has already mastered the great sorrow soul-snatching art. His strength is the greatest among the 4 great Hall Masters. Then he turned to tear down the other product that the sisterhood, so meticulously drawn by the author, had put their faith in. Speaking of Bai Qingling, I'm afraid he was crippled by that woman, Mu Xinlan, long ago, which is why he doesn't dare to show his face at the sect leader selection assembly. Getting carried away, he continued his mad rant, shouting loudly, Bai Qingling, demonic lord my ass. He's just the #1 piece of trash in the eastern lands. If he really has any guts, would he dare to kill me right now? In the next moment, he felt something. A disaster brought on by his own big mouth. Unsurprisingly, a streak of green light was gifted to him, zipping past. A single footstep landed on the ground. The owner of that footstep spoke, How the sect leader is chosen. Your words don't count. And the crowd's heads swiveled back and forth, looking at the person who had just spoken. I support Yi Hongyi. Hall Master Ye will succeed as the sect leader. In response to the crowd's stares was a TikTok-style red-eye edit straight out of the glorious years of 2019 to 2020. Looking cool as hell against a pulsating beat, he spoke a few imposing words. Who agrees, who objects? In the vast square, a massive crowd had gathered and completely surrounded them. They were watching a battle that was about to erupt. Sen Singer was clearing the way, shouting to get the crowd's attention. The master of Yuluo Hall has arrived. Let's restart the election now. Bai Qingling walked right behind her, hands clasped arrogantly behind his back, a smile on his face that provoked anyone who looked at him for too long. Turning around, she quietly lowered her head and said humbly, Master, please ascend the stage. He wasn't one to wait either. He arrogantly held his sword and stepped onto the grandly built and sculpted platform, which was no less majestic than he was. With every step he took, the audience below showed a mix of emotions on their faces. The only thing they had in common was that not a single face was positive. They trembled in both their chests and their minds. Lingyan looked up at the opposite side, a mess of thoughts swirling in her head. He came after all. The demonic lord Bai Qingling. Her heart pounded with every passing second as she watched the man radiating demonic energy get closer. Tantai Lingyan's expression immediately changed, her eyebrows knitting together as she tried her best to tell herself to stay calm. Xing'er is now lost and unrepentant, and eldest sister is possessed by the evil markings. I absolutely cannot let my heart be swayed. Suddenly, her body froze at the scene unfolding before her. Hongyi was putting on a pitiful face for him, her voice as sweet as honey. Hallmaster Bai, you're here. He turned to her, a sly grin on his face as he praised her, though it was unclear whether it was flattery or mockery. Hall, Master Yi, you did well. You can leave the rest to me. The capable man took a few more steps forward. In that moment of distraction, Lingyan's lips still trembled tearfully, calling his name. Her pride crushed her heart and her hand clutched the hem of her robe. Her cheeks flushed red, her eyes flustered as she didn't dare to meet his gaze. She repeated bitterly, Master. A strong gust of wind blew, causing his hair to obscure Bai Qingling's view. Even the audience in the distance had their vision blocked. He used a challenging tone. Lingyan, your master saw what just happened. It seems the Kangming sect has forgotten a very obvious truth. A disciple of my Yuluo Hall cannot be humiliated. As he finished speaking, his eyes glowed a fiery red, his face darkened as he looked to the right, filled with resentment and defiance toward his opponent. On the other side, Taoist Fierce Tiger's pupils were truly like those of a beast, ready to pounce to tear its opponent limb from limb like a predator true to his name. A system notification sound appeared in Bai Qingling's mind, an update for Lingyan's storyline. Congratulations, host. Your great act of love was successful and triggered a critical effect. You have received 20,000 points. Current balance, 45 points. His memory then flowed back to the time before he left the Blood Kitchen. He was sitting in a private room, his hands and feet propped up on a chair in sheer arrogance. The posture of a mighty general, a leader, while his other hand diligently swiped and tapped continuously on the system panel. As he spoke, he calculated a plan in his head. Taoist Fierce Tiger is now a genuine expert at the spirit transformation realm. To complete the system's mission to kill him, I'll need some items. The accumulated points and rewards appeared one by one on the panel. Sword Technique, Fruit 1,000 points. Goo Worm Fruit 5,000 points. Pet Fruit 20,000 points. Forbidden Technique Fruit 50,000 points. Gold Gift 5,000 points. Seeing the same old, uninspired gift boxes, he decided to ask for help. My great love points didn't just blow in with the wind. System, do you have any recommendations? It didn't take more than a few seconds for it to offer a suggestion. A random recommendation has been generated. The Goo Worm Fruit is discounted by 20%, costing only 4,000 points. You can randomly receive 3 types of Goo Worms with practical combat value. A wicked smile as venomous as a snake appeared on his face. Liking the idea, he immediately hit the button. Perfect timing. I can use this to review Goo techniques with Xiao Chen's older brother. I'll take it. The system quickly explained each one in detail. That Goo Worm looked like a mantis, except it was a deep purple. The first Goo Worm from the system's fruit pack, the wind-riding sharp mantis, can store 1 attack from below the spirit transformation realm and stealthily fly to an enemy to trigger it. He remembered what had happened earlier. It was this Goo Worm that secretly launched the attack that took out Hallmaster Luo Fengho. To an outsider, it would just seem like a miraculous technique from someone at the spirit transformation realm. Bai Qingling's blood-red pupils flashed as he thought to himself, I have to make sure everyone believes that I have now returned to the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Looking up at the high platform, Nangong Fang had now stood up, a displeased expression on his face. He smirked inwardly. Only now can this great play proceed according to my script. If you want an excellent movie, you also need a great story and an outstanding director. He had prepared all the core elements. He was just waiting for the cast in front of him to cooperate. A purple energy source appeared in the demonic lord's palm. It looked incredibly powerful, with something budding in the center trying to break free. His calculations were paying off. The second Goo Worm from the system's fruit, the startling Thunder Phantom Cicada, uses the power of a thunder tribulation to move and transform. It was earth-shattering, making the area feel like it was shrouded in Bai Qingling's murderous aura. Even Taoist Fierce Tiger himself broke out in a cold sweat at what he was witnessing. Nangong Fang's dark eyes and already aged, wrinkled face, which was already unpleasant, became even uglier to look at. He asked himself a series of questions. What kind of movement technique is this? I've never seen it before, not even from Bai Qingling at his peak. I don't like to waste time. Let's get straight to the point, Nangong Taishang. Let the Hall Masters vote for the Sect Master. You worthless rabble, step aside. His evil was palpable, his eyes were like a demon's, and his power was overwhelming. This wasn't a suggestion, it was a threat. The Taoist's face looked like a rotten apple soaked in wine as a stream of curses flowed through his mind. What rabble, he's targeting me. Fierce Tiger Nangong Fang, sitting on his high chair, grinned and said mockingly, Haha, choosing a sect master requires careful consideration. Hall Master Xiang Jiwa, a candidate, has yet to speak. He thought triumphantly, perfect. Let those two fight it out first. How dare they destroy my precious Buddhist whisk? Daoist Fierce Tiger was delighted to see Hua Yuerong walking towards the stage. The two of them looked at each other from different places, their emotions a tangled mess. He smiled, she frowned. He acknowledged their past bond while she avoided and denied it. Junior sister, you know that no one can bully my junior sister. She quickly retorted, who is your junior sister? She died a long time ago. The person standing before you is the sacred maiden of the beautiful face Hua Yuerong. Though her words were venomous, Hua Yuerong bit her lips slightly. Was it out of anger, or was she trying to hold back her tears? Feeling completely helpless, she let the wind whip her jet-black hair around wildly and declared, I agree with Hall Master Bai's proposal. Furthermore, I withdraw from the competition for the position of Sect Master. It seemed Hua Yuerong had been pushed into a corner. Han Jiniang judged solemnly from the stage. Interesting. I want to see what trick you people are trying to pull. Ren Tianfan, confused, replied to her, aren't they just fighting amongst themselves? The lady frowned. Embarrassed and enraged, she threw a punch. I can't be bothered to talk to a fool like you. He dodged to the side, only making things worse, like pulling the tail of the shrew next to him. She roared, you're still dodging. You dare to dodge? Bai Qingling stared blankly at the empty chair before him, his expression neither happy nor sad. Was he missing her or celebrating Xiao Chen, who had been beside Hua Yuerong, had disappeared? It seemed he knew he had no part to play in this drama. He grinned, revealing his fangs, his demonic nature, and malicious thoughts on full display. His only opponent on this stage was this sickly cat. He looked with amusement at the tiny figure of Daoist Fierce Tiger. What kind of tiger? You're just a big cat who knows how to tuck its tail. Bai Qingling, we've always minded our own business. Why must you stand in my way? The Daoist roared like a wild beast, stomping his foot so hard it seemed the stage would split in two, his contempt on full display. He was annoyed. Mind our own business. Then on whose authority did a dog like Luo Fenghuo humiliate me in front of everyone? The beast was unleashed. The Daoist howled, ready for a bloody fight. Fine, fine, fine. If you want to play, I'll play with you until the end. Power erupted from his body, truly like a giant cat. It was so hot it could burn everything around him, his mind descending into an uncontrollable frenzy. He wasn't just speaking to Bai Qingling. Even the audience could hear him loud and clear. The Demon Lord waved his hand dismissively as if the situation were nothing. So you want to play? What's the point of putting on such a foul display? You'll regret this. Bai Qingling, do you even know who's Kangming's sect? This is now the man threatened repeatedly. But his casual tone didn't change. It seemed the Demon Lord had already prepared for this. Oh, is that so? I hope you can still maintain this demonic and imposing aura later. Black spots materialized on his hand in mid-air as he grinned, preparing to send his enemy to hell. Oh, Fierce Tiger, you're aiming for the Sect Master's position. The worst outcome you could have possibly imagined was simply breaking off to start your own faction. Bzeez, bzeez. Dozens of red larval creatures were all targeting the Daoist Fierce Tiger, who was at the peak of his rage. Bai Qingling smiled to himself. Too bad. From the very beginning, I've wanted to take your life. Dantai Lingyan stood in the middle and announced clearly, the voting has concluded. According to seniority, the votes of the 10 Grand Elders will be announced first. She continued, 6 votes for Hall Master Ye and 4 votes for Hall Master Fierce Tiger. But Daoist Fierce Tiger just sneered, Grand Elders. 5 of them share the surname Yi. This round of voting isn't surprising at all. Don't celebrate too early. Yi Hongyi stood to the side, her heart filled with anxiety. Can I really become the sect master this way? Will I have to get married as promised? Would Lingyan accept a master's wife like me? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Hall Master Ye, there's no need to be so tense. It turned out to be Bai Qingling's voice. He said to Ye Hongyi, today this is your home ground. You will definitely be the next sect master. Show them what you're made of. Don't disappoint my expectations. Dantai Lingyan continued to announce. Of the 23 main hall elders, 13 voted for Hall Master Yi and 10 voted for Hall Master Fierce Tiger. Hearing this, Daoist Fierce Tiger couldn't believe his ears. He questioned Dantai Lingyan in disbelief. What did you say? He became enraged and a dark, sinister energy began to envelop his surroundings. In this round, he had expected to have an advantage of 7 votes, but 5 elders had betrayed him at the last minute. Based on the weighted voting, even if all the remaining hall masters voted for him, he couldn't salvage this terrible situation. Only then did Daoist Fierce Tiger belatedly realize what was happening and turn to look at Bai Qingling. The man behind it all was now sporting a treacherous smile. Bai Qingling, you even manipulated the vote. Just then, Nangong Fang appeared, feigning reasonableness. Wait a moment, Dantai Lingyan. You've forgotten the votes from the hall masters. He walked towards Daoist Fierce Tiger and continued. Although a new hall master was added to this selection who is automatically ineligible to vote, we cannot overlook someone who does have voting rights. He shouted, casting his vote. Hall Master Ren of the Asura Hall casts 1 vote for Hall Master Fierce Tiger. This left the onlookers completely baffled. What's going on isn't the Ashura Hall Master. The maternal uncle of Hall Master Yi, someone added. He's prioritizing the interests of others over his own family. Is this some kind of display of appointing the worthy over his relatives? Another person chimed in. Hallmaster Fierce Tiger is mighty. He has a chance to turn this around. Yi Hongyi was stunned by this act. Uncle, what are you doing? Ren Tianfan, observing from the side, was also confused. Even Demon Lord Qingling, who has no ties to me, was willing to honor grandfather's request and help me. Why would you? Before he could think any further, Han Jinian, who was sitting next to him, kicked him. Ren Tianfan was now pinned under Han Jinian's heel with a look of pure bliss on his face as she spoke for him. My apologies, everyone. My husband just cast the wrong vote. She continued, publicly and privately, the person he supports is Hallmaster Yi of the Black Moon Hall. As she said this, she pretended to ask Ren Tianfan as if it had been his idea all along. Right, darling. But Ren Tianfan stubbornly stuck to his original intention. I just wanted to go against Bai Qingling. Before he could say another word, Han Jinian slammed his head to the ground again. She growled, forcing him to admit it was his own will. Right, darling. Only then did Ren Tianfan not dare to argue back, accepting it as his own decision. Mayhem and that's right. Grand Elder Nangong must have misunderstood. Please correct it. After achieving her goal and forcing him to admit it, Han Jinian smiled and winked at Bai Qingling. He felt that Han Jinian was truly unbelievable. My, Mrs. Ren, you really are. At this point, his eyes turned a brilliant red as if he wanted to devour anyone who stood in his way. Quite the opportunist. This sent Dao's Fierce Tiger into a rage, veins popping on his face. He gritted his teeth and roared, I quit. He then started listing his accomplishments. All these years, I, Fierce Tiger, have done so much for the sect. How many benefits have I given you all? He continued to snarl. One by one, you all talk so sweetly when you're getting something, but at the critical moment, you stab me in the back. None of you deserve to sit in your high positions. Hearing this, Nangong Fang couldn't help but speak up. Fierce Tiger, you can't just quit because you say so. Are you trying to put us in a difficult position? He had completely lost his composure, revealing his true nature. A difficult position. If it's so difficult, then don't do it at all. He burst out laughing as if he'd lost his mind. If Yi Hongyi can be the sect master, then so can I. I will be the sect master. After watching his clown show, Bai Qingling finally spoke up. You clown. Are you trying to split the Kangming sect and destroy the foundation of our clan? For saying that you won't be leaving the Myriad Manifestations Palace alive. Bai Qingling turned to Nangong Fang and continued. Look at Grand Elder Nangong's expression. It seems even he won't be on your side. Nangong Fang's face was dark as he stared at him. Only then did Fierce Tiger realize and scream in rage, Bai Qingling, you despicable, shameless bastard. He unleashed his full power, intending to take Bai Qingling down with him. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me, great sorrow, soul-snatching demonic art. Seeing him go berserk, everyone around them started to retreat. Hua Yuerong gave the order, let's go now. This demonic art is not something juniors like you can handle. Once it's fully activated, it will snatch heavenly souls and devour the flesh and blood of everything within 1,000 miles. But contrary to everyone's fearful reaction, Bai Qingling calmly walked towards him. No need to be so tense. It's just a talking corpse. He laughed maniacally, lunging at Bai Qingling with all his might. Bai Qingling, you're arrogant enough. My demonic art will reach you in an instant. Prepare to die. Only then did Bai Qingling slowly reveal his own power. Have you ever heard of the 1,000 Autumns, 10,000 Calamities, heart-shattering goo? It's a type of goo insect that's inconspicuous, even harmless to ordinary people. It doesn't eat flesh and blood. It specializes in eating externally projected demonic energy. The stronger the demonic art, the more it loves to eat, the fuller it gets, and the greater its power becomes. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of goo insects immediately swarmed Taoist Fierce Tiger, much to his astonishment. Bai Qingling thought to himself, the final goo insect from the system's gift pack has a huge gap between its appearance and its power. Luckily, I haven't cultivated an externally projected demonic art, or I would have been the first one in trouble. That technique is called the 1,000 Autumns, 10,000 Calamities, heart-shattering goo. It specializes in eating externally projected demonic arts and is effective against anything below the peak of the soul formation stage. A blazing red energy also surrounded Bai Qingling. Let's bet on it. Is your demonic art stronger, or is my peak soul formation stage body stronger? Bai Qingling clenched his fist as if crushing something. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from within Taoist Fierce Tiger's body. The explosion made a loud noise. Fierce Tiger was thrown back by a blast of red energy, staggering and screaming in pain. Seeing this, Bai Qingling laughed smugly with a mocking tone. Hey, hey, hey. He leisurely looked at the giant hole in front of him and taunted. Why not hold on a little longer so everyone can place their bets? Seeing him like this, Bai Qingling was satisfied and activated his power, preparing for the next blow. He said with excitement, well then, we can only bet on the next round. Let's bet on who will still be breathing a few moments after this next hit. Veins bulged on Taoist Fierce Tiger's weathered forehead. He roared with a mix of anger and disbelief. Impossible. How can the lowest form of demonic path kill a half-step? Integration peak soul formation expert like me. With that, he erupted with power. A purple light enveloped him and began to spread outwards. He barely looked human anymore. He screamed in resentment, the body is just a vessel. You ants wouldn't understand. Hua Yuerong saw this and was shocked, not believing her eyes. Dao's fierce tiger is using his own body to cultivate a demonic art. What is he doing? The monster that was born had huge teeth dripping with filthy saliva. It bared its teeth and spoke, the great sorrow, soul snatcher is born from demons. Its body was massive and vicious, its fingers like sharp knives, looking utterly disgusting and terrifying. It roared in excitement. Great sorrow, demonic soul body. Some of the people below laughed and shouted excitedly, the demon ancestor. It's the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor has appeared. The monster held out a finger with sharp claws, bared its disgusting drooling teeth, and said with a smug laugh, "What stupid goo insects that devour demonic arts? My demonic soul body is invincible." With that, he suddenly seemed to drain the life force from the mouths of the people, they're causing them to lose their souls. Soul-devouring spirit, plundering unstoppable. Then he opened his mouth greedily, absorbing all the life force he had taken. Dantai Lingyan, Yi Hongyi, and Han Jinyan stood watching, filled with shock and fear. Yi Hongyi's eyes were serious, never looking away as she said, "That was just the aftershock," Dantai Lingyan added, "and it was already enough to shake one's very spirit." Even Han Jinyan chimed in, "If it hit us directly, we wouldn't have the strength to fight back at all." Nangong Fang said angrily, "To openly slaughter our own members on this occasion. This is outrageous." The demon ancestor Fierce Tiger began to open his eyes. They were deep black pits with only glowing purple pupils within. Combined with his massive body, which had grown even larger from absorbing the people's souls, he was a terrifying sight. He smirked and glanced at Bai Qingling, saying, "Your turn." "Bai Qingling, you're nothing but a name." Bai Qingling calmly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the killing intent in their depths had turned vicious. He gave a scornful smile and ordered Singer present the sword talisman. Sen Xinger, who already had the talisman in her hand, began chanting an incantation and replied to him, "Yes, master." Then she threw the talisman and shouted. Hearing this, the demon ancestor, far from being afraid, laughed mockingly. "A sword talisman, Bai Qingling, you want to kill me with a mere sword technique." He stomped his foot hard, causing the ground to shake violently. "Useless, useless, useless. It's just a weapon, it has no effect on a demon's soul at all." With that, he lunged straight for Bai Qingling with his clawed hands. "Die, Bai Qingling." Bai Qingling spoke calmly, an ordinary sword would indeed be useless. Bai Qingling smiled nonchalantly, pulling out a sword whose blade was shrouded in a dark light. "Then what about this one?" he asked. The demon ancestor was suddenly struck with curiosity and a flash of memory. This unremarkable sword, he had been carrying it when he arrived. Could there be some hidden power to it? The talismans fell onto the gloomy sword. The moment Bai Qingling raised the sword's tip, thousands of powerful black light rays shot out. He stated calmly, "I'll bet your demon soul body can't withstand more than a single strike." His eyes flew open, the murderous aura within them reaching its peak as he stared directly at the demon lord. Bai Qingling brought his sword down in one blow, shaking the heavens and earth and kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. The demon lord's jaw dropped in disbelief. Impossible. Where they stood, numerous black light rays shot straight into the sky, stunning everyone present. There were so many it was as if hundreds of heavenly judgments were descending to punish the sinner. While he was still in shock, he was caught by Bai Qingling's attack. His entire body was paralyzed, unable to move, able to do nothing but endure the pain. He roared, unwilling to accept it. How can it have a power that specializes in destroying demons' soul bodies? Could that sword be? The sword in question was still perfectly intact in Bai Qingling's hand, continuously emitting a dense, sinister aura. Bai Qingling said mockingly, "This was specially prepared for you. You figured it out too late." Then the demon's soul gradually dissipated and vanished, leaving only his triumphant smile. As expected of the Kangming Soul sword, especially when enhanced by its corresponding sword talismans, it wasn't a waste for Feng Lixue to risk that trip. This was the real trump card in this whole drama. He then arrogantly spread his arms and announced to the people below, "As you can all see, the Taoist master Fierce Tiger has accepted the selection results and has ascended to immortality." Then he spoke casually, shocking Yi Hongyi Hall Master. "Yi is the next sect leader. It is the will of heaven." But then her face darkened as she said, "Wait." Bai Qingling turned to her, looking displeased. Then she knelt at his feet and said, "Yi Hongyi sect, leader of Kangming, pays her respects to the godfather." Sen Singer asked in surprise. Godfather Dantai Lingyan also asked her in shock, "Hongyi, you, why would you?" She thought to herself, what kind of mind control goo did Bai Qingling use? This demon truly deserves to die. Bai Qingling suddenly spoke up, "It seems you've thought it through." Ye Hongyi replied resolutely, "Yes, everything is in accordance with my grandfather's last wishes. I should regard Palace Lord Bai as my father." Hearing this, he said with satisfaction, "You're teachable. What belonged to your grandfather should be returned to you." Nangong Fang wondered in surprise. The Kangming Soul Ring. Isn't that the symbol of the sect leader's authority? Why is it in Bai Qingling's hands? Could this all have been a ploy by the old sect leader Ye? With that, he took Yi Hongyi's hand and placed the ring back on her finger. "I am merely fulfilling a promise." The ring was now securely on her hand. Bai Qingling looked at her with an affectionate smile which made her blush. Congratulations, sect leader Yi. Bai Qingling knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a salute before Yi Hongyi, who was still kneeling on the ground. He said, "This makes you the true master of Kangming." Yi Hongyi looked up, her hand on her chest, a shy and flustered expression on her face. Suddenly she grabbed his wrist and lifted it. She stood up, raising Bai Qingling's hand high and announcing loudly before everyone, "From this day forward, I Hongyi am the master of Kangming, and he is the godfather. The two of us will join forces to make the Kangming sect great once again." Murmurs and discussions erupted from the crowd below. Bai Qingling stood beside her, his mind wandering. He thought, "When I put the ring on her, it felt a little bit like a Western wedding ceremony." The moment Yi Hongyi opened her mouth, she sounded even more like a politician. As he was lost in thought, his attention was suddenly drawn to something in the crowd below. He let out a soft ahem. He recognized Sen Singer. She was retracting her wings, one arm crossed over her chest, unconsciously biting her fingernails, her face completely dark. Sen Singer was seething with anger, her eyes filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why should things be so easy for that little brat? Why am I not the one standing by Master's side?" Someone's voice rang out, cutting through all conversation and thoughts. "Hold on." It was Nangong Fang, who appeared, his hands clasped behind his back. He approached where Bai Qingling was standing and said, "This old man does not agree." Bai Qingling, slightly annoyed, glanced at Nangong Fang and thought, Grand Elder Nangong. This old fox finally came out to play. The fierce tiger Taoist was just a clown on the main stage. This man is the true representative of the opposing faction. Nangong Fang's expression was grave. He said slowly, Hall Master Ye has won the people's support today and ascended to the sect leader's throne with an overwhelming advantage. This old man has no objection to that point. Suddenly, he paused, pointed a finger directly at Bai Qingling and declared loudly, "But this man absolutely cannot arbitrarily become some godfather," Nangong Fang continued angrily. "For thousands of years, there has only been one person in our sect who could be called godfather. On what grounds does he dare claim that title?" Bai Qingling looked towards Ye Hongyi with a cold expression and asked, "Sect leader, what are your thoughts?" Yi Hongyi's face was a little dazed as she stammered, Sect leader." She lowered her head shyly, covering her mouth with her hand. She suddenly clenched her fist with determination and shouted at Nangong Fang, "If there is already a precedent, then why can't it be done? Or does Grand Elder Nangong also wish to follow the fierce tiger's example and test Palace Lord Bai's character?" Nangong Fang warned in a furious low voice. Bai Qingling killed Lu Fenghuo on his own authority, and the fierce tiger Taoist, two leaders of Kangming. If this behavior goes unpunished, it will surely cause great chaos. The sect leader must give an explanation to the entire sect from top to bottom. Yi Hongyi looked at him troubled. Just then, Bai Qingling let out a triumphant laugh. "Ha!" He drew his sword and pointed it, looking at Nangong Fang with a wicked glint in his eyes as he spoke arrogantly. "I can't be bothered to explain to you. You are not worthy of hearing about my authority, which is witnessed by heaven and earth." After speaking, he threw the sword, embedding it in the ground right in front of Nangong Fang. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the sword. Nangong Fang rushed forward, grabbing the sword and asking in astonishment, "This is the sword you used just now?" He drew the sword, looked at it again and stammered, Could this be our sect's long-lost Kangming soul sword?" Cradling the sword in his hands, he explained, "The Kangming ancestors' decree states that whoever holds both great holy artifacts can act with absolute authority and execute treacherous officials. If this is real, does Bai Qingling truly possess this power?" He moved closer, his gaze cold. "You're not planning to lie and claim this is a fake, are you? Isn't its power proven by what happened to Fierce Tiger alone?" Sen Shinger suddenly rushed forward, shouting angrily, "Nam Kung Tai Shang, how dare you insult my master? I won't let this go." He teased her playfully, pinching her cheek. "Don't say another word, little one." Nam Kung Tai Shang gets the picture. He turned to lead her away. "Our business here is done. Let's go." Before leaving, Sen Singer didn't forget to turn back, pull down her eyelid, and stick out her tongue to mock them. The two left, leaving Ling Yin, Ye Hongyi, Hua Yuerong, and Han Jinyang in silence. Ling Yin stood back, watching sadly and thinking, why is Xingye so intimate with him? He must be up to some evil scheme. Why isn't he close with me and Sister Feng Lixu? It seems I really will have to eliminate him for Sister Feng Lixu's sake. Hua Yuerong quietly observed all the developments, including Ling Yin's expression. This Bai Qingling. His methods of toying with a girl's heart haven't changed a bit. Standing nearby, Han Jinyang twirled a few strands of her hair and said, "It seems the Yuluo Hall will replace the Luosha Hall as the leading power in Kangming from now on, which means our Asura Hall will have to interact more with Hall Master Bai in the future." Ren Tianfan bowed with a smirk and said, "Interact? How exactly?" A series of game notifications appeared. "Congratulations, host, for completing the main mission. Suppress and kill Fierce Tiger Taoist. Reward received Flame Demon 10 Annihilation Slashes. Points received 3,000. Current point balance 48,000. Night fell at the Asura Hall's Star-Picking Pavilion. Han Jinyang was lying on her side, propping her chin on her hand with a bored sigh. Ren Tianfen approached, admiring Han Jinyang's casually dressed body. He thought to himself, my wife is truly the #1 beauty in the 9 provinces. Even that Mu Xinlan can't compare. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one who desires her. Could it be that my lady wants to, with me tonight? Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door right behind Han Jinyang. The figure spoke up. From a 100-foot tower, one's hand can pluck the stars. Lady Ren, you truly have refined tastes. Ren Tianfan was startled. Bai Qingling, why is he here? She quickly sat up, looked back, and ordered Ren Tianfan go help Hallmaster Bai inside. Ren Tianfan threw his hands up in bewilderment. Why are you calling Bai Qingling in? And you want me, your husband, to help? Before Ren Tianfan could help, Bai Qingling stepped inside on his own. Thank you for your kind offer, my lady, but the restrictions on this star-picking pavilion can't stop me. He casually gestured toward the door with a smile. Someone as sensible as Hallmaster Ren can feel free to step outside now. I have come at your wife's invitation to discuss something with her. Veins bulged on Ren Tianfan's forehead as he seethed with anger, glaring and shouting, Bai Qingling, you're taking this too far. He looked like he was about to lose his mind, gritting his teeth and tightening his grip on his sword. If I don't show my strength, do you really think the master of this Asura Hall is just a decoration? Today, I'll use a punk like you to test my blade and wash away this humiliation. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Jinyang cut him off. She stood protectively in front of Bai Qingling, frowning in annoyance as she snapped, Ren Tianfan, are you looking to die? Meanwhile, Bai Qingling stood behind her, enjoying the show and giving Ren Tianfan a contemptuous smile. Fear was written all over his face. He dropped to his knees, trembling, and said, my lady, it's this little thief's fault. I was just trying to. Han Jinyang didn't want to hear any more of his nonsense. She coldly ordered him out. Later, no matter what sounds you hear, you are not allowed to enter. Understand? Ren Tianfan's eyes went wide. He called out helplessly, my lady. But in the end, he was still kicked out. He could only shamelessly sit right outside the door, pressing his ear against it to eavesdrop. Inside the room, Han Jinyang, with a shy expression, offered Bai Qingling a cup of wine and politely said, Hallmaster Bai. He accepted the cup from her and replied, you're too kind, my lady. He then took a sip of the wine, thinking to himself that he remembered this part of the plot. He looked at Han Jinyang's blushing face beside him and thought. At this point, Han Jinyang had just escaped from the clutches of Ji Kaimei of the Hehuan sect, but she couldn't get rid of the lust flower goo that Ji Kaimei had planted deep inside her. Bai Qingling silently observed Han Jinyang. Tonight was the next scheduled flare-up of the love goo in her body. The original work really was a dating game, wasn't it? It's full of these kinds of plot points. Han Jinyang sat beside him, toying with her own hair. With a seductive look, she said, the taste of the beast brew from the demonic cuisine pavilion isn't bad, is it? For the Qingling demon lord to be willing to taste it is an honor for a woman like me. He silently watched as Han Jinyang poured more wine and continued to ramble on. Speaking of which, Hallmaster Bai is not young anymore, yet you haven't taken a wife. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a beauty to cook heavenly delicacies and brew spiritual teas and wines for you? Hearing this, an image immediately popped into Bai Qingling's mind, his beautiful and seductive third disciple, Sen Xinger, lying on a bed. Her sweet voice was calling out to him, Master, hurry up and eat. Realizing his thoughts had gone astray, he turned his head away and raised a hand to cover his mouth as if to hide a cough. My lady, just speak plainly. Why did you invite me here this time? Han Jinyang watched him with amusement, licking her lips and thinking, he's embarrassed. Has he fallen for me? She blushed again and boldly placed her long, slender leg on his lap, asking, between me and Hallmaster Hua, who is more beautiful? Bai Qingling's face darkened. He glanced at her leg, his expression utterly uninterested, and asked back, why bring up Hallmaster Hua? The corner of Han Jinyang's mouth twitched into a slight smile. She calmly questioned him, Hallmaster Bai, you're just pretending not to know. Or perhaps this is another one of your tricks for capturing a girl's heart. She pulled her leg back lightly, adjusted her stocking, and asked, do you know the origin of the stockings on my feet? Bai Qingling observed them carefully before giving his answer. They're made of celestial silkworm silk and have a certain defensive property. My little disciple likes to wear them too, but she prefers white. Hearing this, Han Jinyang immediately sat right on his lap. She smiled, wrapped her arms around his neck, and with a look of deep affection and an extremely flirtatious posture asked, so, do you like them? Bai Qingling thoughtfully stared at her cleavage, thinking, to say that I, Bai Qingling, don't like this would definitely be a lie. But the original owner of this body, I'm not so sure, if it were the real me. I just feel that Han Jinyang's attempts to please me aren't quite enough. A calculating glint flashed in his eyes as he let out a wicked smile. Suddenly, Han Jinyang's expression turned serious as she asked him, you still don't remember? He let out a confused ha and asked her. What Han Jinyang didn't answer, instead grabbing his hand forcefully. She then placed his hand directly on her thigh, a pained expression on her face as she said, this heavenly silkworm spirit thread was a gift from you. Flashing back to the past, a green-haired man sitting next to Bai Qingling asked with a grin, You want to refine that Dantai Lingyan into a beautiful lust puppet, but that still requires a living soul, doesn't it? Before them now were three beautiful girls, and suddenly one of them spoke up. The saintest candidates of my ecstasy. Sect are all yours for the picking. Of course they have no idea. They think I'm just giving them to you as maids. The girl with the most voluptuous figure swayed enthusiastically, trying her best to look as seductive as possible. She pleaded, Lord Bai, pick me. As long as I'm in your sight, I'll make sure you're always comfortable. Next was a petite girl. She said shyly, Lord Bai, this little girl is very good at keeping secrets. Everyone says my lips are sealed tight. Finally, there was a girl crawling on the ground, her dazed eyes looking up at him, trying to curry favor. I want you to choose me. I know how to do everything, and I can do anything. Both men sat there in silence. Only the green-haired man was smirking at the girl kneeling on the ground, while Bai Qingling paid no attention to any of them. He quietly glanced to the side. He saw Han Jinian standing there timidly, stammering out meaningless words. At this time, her name was still Han Jinian. The green-haired man saw Bai Qingling's eyes on Han Jinian. He immediately leaned in, lifted her chin, and teased, You've got good eyes. This Han Jinian possesses the immortal divine phoenix body. She's excellent material. You want to choose her? Bai Qingling, as always, replied coldly, No. I was just recalling some boring matters. With that, he reached out and touched a roll of luxurious fabric. He personally stood up, handed it to her. She looked shyly at the bolt of fabric in her hands. Back in the present, Han Jiniang pressed her ample chest against Bai Qingling, her expression filled with tragic grievance as she accused him. You wicked man, you made me miss you for so many years. You have to take responsibility for me. Han Jiniang sat on Bai Qingling's lap. She furrowed her brows in distress and said, There were so many holy maiden candidates that day, yet your eyes were always on me. But in the end, you didn't choose me. Tell me why. He didn't answer her question directly, instead changing the subject. Lady Ren, the poison in you is acting up. A strange mark suddenly appeared on Han Jiniang's thigh. Bai Qingling reached out and touched it lightly, saying coolly, The passion flower desire goo, a rare aphrodisiac poison. You escaped the acacia sect, but you couldn't escape this. Han Jiniang's body was already extremely sensitive. His light touch was enough to make her whole body jolt with pleasure. Her face turned as red as a tomato, and she shyly lowered her head and threw her arms around him. Bai Qingling's expression didn't change, nor did he push Han Jiniang away. He calmly explained, Back then, choosing a woman was actually choosing a sacrificial offering. Although you were the most suitable, you reminded me of my own situation from years ago. As he said this, his own dark memories from the past came flooding back. Because he possessed an extraordinary constitution, he was lured away by villains and eventually became a living medicine. Bai Qingling gripped Han Jiniang's shoulders. Then he looked directly into her eyes and said, Pitying you is the same as pitying myself. Sect Master of the Grand Selection, I owe you a favor. Today, I'll repay you by curing this poison. Han Jinyang was speechless. She was deeply moved and softly called out Bai Qingling's name. Outside, Ren Tianfen was squatting on the ground, patiently eavesdropping on the situation. He pressed his ear against the door, muttering impatiently, What's that noise? What are they doing in there? Suddenly, the door swung wide open. It startled Ren Tianfen, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward with a pained cry. When he looked up, he saw only the proud figure of Bai Qingling standing in the doorway. He shouted angrily, Bai Qingling, what did you do to my wife? Why are you the only one who came out? Where is my wife? Ren Tianfan's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the pale pink viscous liquid dripping from Bai Qingling's hand and asked in disbelief, What is that on your hand? Could it be? Bai Qingling raised his hand as if to let Ren Tianfan get a better look. He replied nonchalantly, It's the poison, of course. Didn't you know your wife was poisoned? If you weren't so useless, would I have even needed to step in for something like this? Bai Qingling paid him no mind. While Ren Tianfen was still stunned and sitting on the floor, he directly used his magic to fly into the air. Before leaving, he reminded him, Put the hat of the Asura Hall Master back on properly. Don't wear it crooked. With that, he flew off thinking to himself, The celestial dew from Han Jinyang has temporarily replenished some of my power, but I have no idea where to start with Hua Yuerong. There were clearly some games and old secrets between him and his junior sister Yuerong that had never been revealed in this life. Even the original owner of this body, Bai Qingling, had forgotten them in the process of scattering and preserving his original self. The relevant memories were likely buried in his original heart, which was currently stored in the Flame Demon Tower. At this thought, he suddenly accelerated his sharp gaze, fixed ahead as his stream of green light enveloped his entire body. I'll have to make a trip to the Flame Demon Tower next, both for the memories and to reclaim the Demon Lord's peak strength. Elsewhere, Xiao Chen stood on a cliff, frantically screaming the names of Hua Yuerong, Dantai Lingyan, Sen Xinger, and Ye Hongyi. His eyes were bloodshot. He strained his neck in fury and continued to shout, You narrow-minded women. The day will come when I make you all pay. I'll show you who the true child of destiny is. At Xiao Chen's feet, the aged face of Yu Shuzi appeared from a drawing on the ground. Seeing him constantly making a fuss, the old man spoke up to advise him. My disciple, there's no need for this. There's still a chance to turn things around. Hearing the old man's voice, he turned his head, his expression extremely grim. Master Yu Shuzi was astral projecting again. He ignored his disciple's mood and continued. Ye Hongyi has taken the position of sect master and Bai Qingling has become the godfather of the Kang League. Although your assassination and manipulation attempts failed, Mu Xinlanu has already calculated that the fault does not lie with you. Yu Suzi's brow furrowed seriously, his beard twitching slightly. Mu Xinlanu said that the third holy demon war must be won. There is now an opportunity to kill Bai Qingling's original body, and it requires you, the child of destiny, to do it. Xiao Chen was still confused. He asked doubtfully, what does that woman mean? What chance do I have left to kill Bai Qingling? The drawing on the ground under Yu Shuzi transformed into a tower, and he gently explained. One of the 4 great demonic origin forbidden lands of the Kang League, the Demon Flame Tower. A part of Bai Qingling's original body is there. Hearing this, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow in suspicion and said, that woman Mu still wants to use me as a pawn. So why would Bai Qingling dismantle his perfect formless demon body? Stop trying to fool me. Yu Shuzi immediately replied, the day Lady Mu Xinlan fought with Bai Qingling, she discovered his formless demon body was incomplete. In the end, Bai Qingling had to rely on the part of his original body hidden elsewhere to guide his divine soul to safety. Another drawing appeared on the ground, this time of a girl standing next to a tower. At that time, Bai Qingling's divine soul was weak. Lady Mu Xinlan invaded his sea of consciousness and peeked at the weakness in his heart. Bai Qingling's weakness is a girl and an ancient tower. The drawing on the ground changed again. The girl's identity was unclear, but the sign on the ancient tower read Demon Flame Tower. After understanding the whole story, Xiao Chen was ecstatic, a smug grin spreading across his face. So that's how it is. The Demon Flame Tower must contain Bai Qingling's vital original organs. The key to the Demon Flame Tower is in the hands of the Kangming sect's sect master and the Grand Elder. That's why he had to prop up a new sect master. But his joy was short-lived as his spirits began to plummet, and he slammed his remaining healthy left arm on the ground. What's the use of knowing all this? We can't even get into the Demon Flame Tower. Yu Shuzi narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, don't forget the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Bai Qingling helped Yi Hongyi ascend to her position. Who in the Kangming sect is the most displeased about that? Xiao Chen seemed to understand a look of surprise on his face. Are you talking about the Grand Elder of the Tianbao Pavilion? The evening sun filtered through the wooden door cracks, filling the room with warmth. Inside, Dante Lingyan, with her fair skin and cold demeanor, stood opposite Yi Hongyi and said, Hongyi, from this day forward, you are the sect master of the Kangming sect. She continued, these confidential ledgers. I am officially transferring them to you in my capacity as protector. As she finished, Yi Hongyi took them from her hands, her rosy face breaking into a smile. Sister Lingyan, you know I hate dealing with this stuff. She continued, pleading in a deceptively innocent tone. How about we keep things as they were before? You handle the small matters and we can discuss the big ones together, okay? Dante Lingyan maintained her stern composure. I would not dare to overstep my authority. As the scent of incense filled the room, she added, or you could ask the great cult master to handle them with you. Hearing this, Yi Hongyi quickly grabbed her hand and spoke in a childish voice. Lingyan, are you mad at me? Are you mad that I form an alliance with Bai Qingling? Her face was filled with worry and a sense of being wronged as she hurriedly explained to Dante Lingyan. It was my grandfather's dying wish. He told me I had to obey. Hearing this, Dante Lingyan asked doubtfully, what did the old ancestor say? Yi Hongyi looked flustered, covering her blushing face in embarrassment. Grandfather told me to become Daoist partners with Bai Qingling. As soon as the words left her mouth, she burst into tears. Sobbing sounds. The news struck Dante Lingyan like a bolt of lightning. Yi Hongyi choked out, Sister Lingyan, don't worry, I've already thought it all through. I'm just saying if I really do marry that man, it absolutely won't affect the relationship between us, she whispered, trying to persuade her. We might have our differences, but I'll still call you Sister Lingyan. And you'll call me. Before she could finish, she suddenly cried out, Sister Lingyan, Lingyan. Dante Lingyan seemed to collapse to her knees in devastation. A scene from the past flashed before her eyes. A wooden house, a younger Bai Qingling with a boyish, strangely gentle face. Beside him was a beautiful young girl with smooth, fair skin radiating youthful vitality. The girl blushed shyly, unable to hide her happiness as she smiled and bowed her head. First bow to heaven and earth. Senior brother, why aren't you bowing? She turned and asked the handsome young man. He replied nonchalantly, it's just a game, junior sister. Why are you being so serious? The innocent girl's eyes filled with tears as she chided him. Why aren't you serious? You said you listened to Huo Yuerong sobbing. Her soft sobs made Bai Qingling's heart melt, his face filled with worry. He gently turned to comfort the little girl. Don't cry, I'll do as you say. Okay, seeing him given, the girl with the fair skin and rosy lips nodded happily. Great Huo Yuerong knew senior brother cared for her the most. The announcement rang out again. Second bow to the demon ancestor. The pair sat side by side, overflowing with happiness, when suddenly her slender hand tightly grasped the young man's pale one. The unexpected touch startled Bai Qingling. A blush crept up his cheeks and a flicker of emotion appeared in his eyes as the final words were spoken. The couple bows to each other. They held hands tightly, their eyes filled with affection for one another in the cozy room. Hua Yuerong couldn't help but smile, her joy evident on her beautiful face. Ouch, they bumped heads and the happy scene vanished. Bai Qingling jolted awake from the dream, clutching his head. His face was filled with suspicion, sweat beading on his cheek as he wondered, is someone trying to assassinate me again? Master, a woman's coquettish voice made him turn. Sen Xinger, wearing a thin robe, was lying upside down next to Bai Qingling, her feet almost touching his face. It was a comical sight as she spoke in her sleep, her beautiful eyes closed. Sen Xinger wants to be Master's puppy. She looked utterly captivating. She was still fast asleep. Bai Qingling called her name Sen Xinger, causing her to wake up groggily. Humph. Leaning against the headboard, Bai Qingling wore a jet-black robe so thin it barely covered his toned, eye-catching chest. His crimson eyes stared straight at her as he frowned and angrily demanded, "Who gave you permission to climb all over me? Give you an inch and you take a mile." Startled by his loud voice, Sen Xinger jumped. "Ah, I know, I was wrong." She tapped her own head, her cherry-like lips pouting as she explained, "Actually, senior sister Dante is here to see you, but Master wasn't awake yet." So Sen Xinger was waiting and accidentally fell asleep. He murmured in thought, "Lingyan." Bai Qingling considered for a moment, then replied softly, "I know. I'll go out to meet her." A cold mist mingled with the warm sunlight filtering through the green canopy of the majestic mountain range. An exquisite pavilion sat atop the peak, flanked by lush vegetation. Inside stood Dantai Lingyan. Lingyan pays her respects to Master. Behind a stone statue, Yi Hongyi watched intently. She thought to herself, "Lingyan, I knew she couldn't accept this. Could it be? Is she going to challenge that man for my sake?" she wondered. Or perhaps she has completely lost hope in me and wants to return to Master's side. She couldn't help but peek at the Master and disciple duo. Inside, she cursed herself for being such a fool. Why did I have to push her this far? Curious, she wondered what on earth they were talking about, but she couldn't quite hear. In the chamber, clothes were scattered on the floor. Dante Lingyan begged Bai Qingling in a low voice, "Master, please, stop mind-controlling Hongyi. I know my purpose is to become a sacrifice. I'm willing to trade myself for you to spare Hongyi." Dantai Lingyan was left with only a few scraps of cloth on her body, revealing much of her snow-white skin. Her face filled with shame, she covered her ample chest. She lowered her head, choking back tears. "Whatever you want, just direct it at me, Lingyan." Though she felt deeply wronged, her resolve was firm. "You don't need to pity me just because I'm your disciple." The call of Lingyan made her whip her head around in surprise, only to find Yi Hongyi behind her, covering her mouth in shock, having appeared from who knows where. Facing Dantai Lingyan and Bai Qingling, she asked doubtfully, "What are you two doing?" Dantai Lingyan clutched her half-naked body, her face flushing red with embarrassment. "Hongyi," she frantically tried to explain to Ye. "Hongyi, please listen to my explanation first. It's not what you think." She seemed timid, bowing her head with a hint of sorrow in her heart. "It seems this sect master has come at an inconvenient time." Bai Qingling's voice cut in at that exact moment. "No." He broke into a wide smile as if he were very pleased, revealing a set of pearly white teeth and a charmingly wicked canine. "You've come at the perfect time." Bai Qingling radiantly took the hands of both Dantai Lingyan and Ye Hongyi, his expression like that of a savior, bestowing grace upon the masses. "You are my disciple and my foster daughter. We are a very warm, big family. And as a family, we must join forces to conquer the demonic path, take over the central plains, and make the Kaming sect glorious once more." His deep, alluring voice captivated their hearts, causing both Yi Hongyi and Dantai Lingyan to blush like young maidens, feeling a stir of emotion as they pondered his words. Foster daughter, big family, disciple, warmth. Bai Qingling's expression returned to one of detachment as he casually asked Yi Hongyi a question. "Sect Master Yi, this master requests the key to the Flame Demon Tower. I wonder if you have an answer for me." He recalled the plot following the original story's events. After helping the sect master ascend to her position, getting the key from the Grand Elder should have been easy. She answered him honestly, "I've already spoken to the Grand Elders about this matter. However, it was rejected by Grand Elder Nangong." She explained further, he proposed opening the Flame Demon Tower as a trial realm for all the disciples. To suppress the resurgence of the malevolent beasts and evil spirits within, he interjected, Well, Nangong Fang, playing this kind of game with me, are you?" Bai Qingling smirked, a roguish look on his face. "He wants to bully me for having only 3 personal disciples, using the tens of thousands of other disciples to crush my Yuluo Hall." Dantai Lingyan astutely deduced. "Now that senior sister isn't here, I'm afraid Singer doesn't have the spiritual power to suppress disciples of the same generation, and relying solely on Xiao Chen of the Yin Kui Hall. He's already at the peak of the half-step core formation stage." Upon hearing her finish, Bai Qingling's demeanor turned several shades colder, terrifying the people beside him. His crimson eyes shot a glance at her. He questioned her. "Protector Jantai, are you not a member of my Yuluo Hall? I am talking about Yuluo Hall, yet you choose to stand on the sidelines." Dantai Lingyan was so flustered she didn't know how to respond. I, I. He scoffed coldly. Ah, I see. The noble fairy Jantai, your bloodline is superior, your perspective far-reaching. Bai Qingling turned and walked away. Not like that foolish girl Xinger, who was willing to give everything for her master. As he walked away, Yi Hongyi and Dantai Lingyan remained standing there, breaking out in a cold sweat and wondering, does this count as resolving that chaotic scene just now? I still need to uphold and spread the doctrine of great love's combat power. I can't afford any losses. Meanwhile, Dantai Lingyan had a startling realization. Did he have expectations for me just now? She covered her face in anguish. I clearly could have met his expectations. Why did I? Yi Hongyi wrapped an arm around her shoulder, comforting her. Sister Lingyan, he is your master after all. Your hesitation just now probably hurt him deeply. Tears streamed down Dantai Lingyan's beautiful, aggrieved face. Hongyi, I am truly disappointed in you. We once made the mirror flower vow and now look at what you're doing. She felt genuinely wronged. You're taking that man's side, scolding the sister who was supposed to trust you forever. But Yi Hongyi never expected Dantai Lingyan to get so angry with her. Sister Lingyan, she retorted sharply, clearly upset. She questioned Dantai Lingyan in return. We swore that no man would ever touch us. But when I walked in here just now, what were you doing? The one who abandoned the mirror flower vow first was clearly you, Sister Lingyan. After saying her piece, Yi Hongyi left Dantai Lingyan standing there alone. Hongyi, where are you going? She frowned as if drawing a clear line between them. Since Sister Lingyan has betrayed our vow, don't blame me, Hongyi, for not holding back. This sect master is going to find her fiancé. Tonight we will consummate our marriage in Yuluo Hall. Fum. Dantai Lingyan felt as if she'd been struck by lightning, never expecting her to be angry enough to do something like that. What? She couldn't take it anymore and gritted her teeth. Even if someone should be angry, I should be the one to get angry first. The dark hall was filled with a gloomy and cold atmosphere. The high walls, marked by a demonic sect, were stained with patches of red like fresh blood. Bai Qingling sat majestically upon a towering throne. Once you have stepped onto the path to the underworld, you must obey the laws of the netherworld. Below the throne, Senxing Air stood before an ancient vase, skillfully using magic, creating streams of pink and purple light that radiated throughout the room, looking incredibly sinister. As if responding to her chant, talismanic characters appeared on the vase's surface, and from within streams of dark gray energy emerged one after another as if by command. What appeared next was a colossal entity standing before Senxinger called the Ghost Officer Yi. It was over 9 feet tall with a massive sturdy body covered in spiky fur. Its soulless eyes glowed a vibrant red like an eternally burning fire. Senxinger's face was filled with excitement and joy, her smile beaming. She was utterly adorable upon seeing her spell succeed. Ah, this demonic soul is a perfect match for my ghost-taming spiritual body. It's truly a seamless fit. To be able to summon this kind of ghost general is just too amazing. She approached Bai Qingling. Master, why did you suddenly decide to personally teach Xinger combat magic today? The reward Xinger wants isn't really this kind. He closed his eyes, his handsome face marked by a deep scar at the corner of his left eye. And isn't it all because of your senior sister? A grown daughter truly can't be kept at home. Can she? Bai Qingling left his throne, speaking as he walked towards Gai Guanyi. For the upcoming Flame Demon Tower trial and the final enemy, the entire Yuluo Hall needs to level up its strength. Teaching you this combat technique here today will indeed make you significantly stronger. He continued, but you need to understand. Bai Qingling's hand tightened on his sword as a blood-red aura around him grew more distinct. There is no limit to strength. With one clean slash of his sword, he instantly split Gui Guanyi's massive physical form in two. The scene in the hall blazed like a sea of fire. Senxinger, witnessing everything from the side, had her eyes filled with boundless pride and admiration for Bai Qingling. Ah, master is so strong, he defeated it in just one move. Bai Qingling stood proudly with his sword, a red glint in his eyes radiating a deadly aura that warned others to stay away. This is the reward for slaying Menghu Doran at the Sect Master's Grand Assembly, the 10 Absolutes Flame Demon Slash, he thought to himself with a cold expression. Worthy of being a rare treasure from the system based on the original work. Even the first and weakest slash has such power. I had to flee from Lingyan and Yi Hongyi. Wait, that's not right. After calming down and having some time to think, I finally figured it out. Images of Xiao Chen and Nangong Fang appeared in his mind. The plot of the Flame Demon Tower has deviated from the original story. It can only be a conspiracy between those two enemies, Xiao Chen and Nangong Fang. Guessing this, Bai Qingling spoke. Why must you all treat me with such malice? I see you're all just lacking some tough love. He swung his blazing red sword and sneered. When the Flame Demon Tower trial opens, I will be sure to teach you all a lesson. Before the Flame Demon Tower in the Heavenly Demon Plaza, the sky was dark and profound, filling people's hearts with a sense of gloom. Below the Grand Arena, banners of various sects fluttered and tens of thousands of disciples from different clans were fired up for the competition. A solemn voice rang out. Today, the Flame Demon Tower opens as a trial ground. In the middle of the arena, Nangong Fang stood beside Dantai Lingyan, speaking about the match. Inside the tower, whether it's demonic magical energy or evil soul treasures, everything will go to the first place winner. Behind the two, Ye Hongyi was seated on the throne. As soon as he finished speaking from below, the disciples standing behind Meng Hu Darren's memorial tablet with fierce and overwhelming momentum shouted in unison, "Conquer the Flame Demon Tower trial, rebuild the Great Rakshasa Evil Hall." Hearing this, on the side of the Yin Kui Hall led by Hua Yuerong with Xiao Chen beside her, they refused to be outdone. "Rakshasa Hall, stop your shouting. Pick a new hall master first. Senior brother Xiao Chen is the strongest." The disciples from both sides argued fiercely. Hua Yuerong is beautiful as the moon in flowers, her face partially hidden behind a thin veil. She asked Xiao Chen beside her with a serious demeanor. "Xiao Chen, do you remember your military pledge?" He with a refined air replied to her. "Yes, this disciple will definitely take first place in this trial," he affirmed with conviction. "If I fail, I'll cut off one of my hands." Hearing this, Hua Yuerong maintained her cold expression and glanced at him. "You missed a sentence. Any strange items other than heavenly treasures must be handed over to me, your master, for inspection. You are not to open them on your own." Hearing the reminder, Xiao Chen bowed respectfully. Yes, this disciple remembers. He lowered his head, but a sinister smile spread across his face, his eyes sharp with hidden thoughts. "Hua Yuerong and you Bai Qingling. Just wait for the surprise I have for you." Ren Tianfan looked at the scene before him and asked his disciple Ni Zhang, "Are you ready?" The young man bowed. With confidence in his heart, he vowed, "I will not tarnish the name of the great disciple of the Asura Hall." Beside him, Han Jiniang, whose appearance and beauty were equally flamboyant, silently judged him with a hint of disdain. "What can one expect from my husband, Tianfan's junior disciple?" She then turned towards Bai Qingling on the opposite side, her face suddenly blushing. She playfully blew him a kiss, thinking to herself, "Last time we parted Bai Qingling, and I already set up our plan for this time. We will definitely get a much bigger reward than at the Sect Master's Grand Assembly." Bai Qingling received her blown kiss with a satisfied smile. He thought Han Jiniang is getting bolder and bolder. She's really playing with fire. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. He turned to see the murderous glares of Xiao Chen and Hua Yuerong directed at him. He sighed, "Is the pressure from the Yin Kui Hall really all aimed at me?" He hesitated, then looked at Sen Singer right beside him. "Singer, this is ahem, a backup plan that I prepared for you." Sen Singer was surprised and accepted it joyfully. "Wow," she heard him say, "it's an ancient mystic shadow clone. Just activate it at a critical moment, and I will be able to help you." She happily hugged the figure beside her. "Thank you, Master," she said gratefully. "Because of this gift from you, Master Singer will do her best this time." The murderous expressions on the faces of Han Jiniang, Xiao Chen, and Hua Yuerong made the two of them feel a chill in the air. It seems there's another source of pressure. Dantai Lingyan, standing in the middle of the arena, spoke coldly. "It's time." She then explained the rules. "As is tradition for our sex trial, the order of entry into the tower will be decided by a candle-blowing competition. The competition involves a row of 20 long-life spiritual candles imbued with spiritual power. The use of magic artifacts is forbidden. You must use your projected true essence. The person who extinguishes the most candles in one blow gets to enter the tower first." Sen Singer volunteered to go first. Sen Singer of Yuluo Hall wishes to compete, junior sister. Nangong Fang was generous. "Good, that's how a disciple of the demonic path should be. You must have the spirit to take the lead without fear." A powerful purple light surrounded Sen Singer. "Stupid ghost, lend me your power." Her eyes flashed. Extinguished Gui Guanyi appeared behind her and blew out a stream of green fire. Sen Singer of Yuluo Hall extinguished 15 candles. Nangong Fang praised her silently, impressive. "These spiritual candles are not so easy to put out. That Xiao Chen had better not be all bark and no bite and disappoint me." From behind, Xiao Chen stepped forward arrogantly, one hand on his sword. "Is that all Xiao Chen of Yin Kui Hall wishes to try?" He thought smugly, "Humph, one high and mighty bitch and one undisciplined slave. You will all regret missing out on the affection of this son of heaven's mandate." He charged forward with his blade, a powerful green aura enveloping the area. He extinguished 17 candles with one slash. Very good, very good." Nangong Fang praised him with satisfaction. "This is the top disciple in the history of my Kangming Sect's hall masters." Nangong Fang grew excited. "It seems the first person to enter has been decided. Does anyone have any objections?" Xiao Chen sheathed his sword. "My pleasure." Sen Singer was sad and apologetic. "Master, I lost to that guy again." Bai Qingling comforted her. "It's all right, it's all right." Dantai Lingyan suddenly recalled the words Bai Qingling and Ye Hongyi had spoken that day. I understand that you, Fairy Dantai, with your noble bloodline, have a grand vision. You're not like that foolish girl's Singer, who's willing to give up everything for her master. Since Sister Lingyan has already broken her vow, then don't blame me, Hongyi, for not holding back. This sect master is going to find his fiancée. Tonight, we shall consummate our marriage in Yuluo Hall." Dantai Lingyan's voice was firm as she spoke. Wait, Yu La Hall's damn Dai Dantai Lingyan requests to try blowing out the candles. The surrounding atmosphere stirred and someone shouted, "Protector, damn Dai is doing this, isn't she?" Lowering her own status, someone else added, "Shouldn't she separate herself from Yu La Hall to avoid suspicion?" The murmuring discussions from below were endless. Nam Kung Fong questioned her doubtfully, "Protector damn Dai, you hold the position of sect protector and are also one of the organizers of this trial. For you to personally step onto the field, isn't that breaking the rules?" Bai Qingling observed, coldly thinking to himself, "This is truly unexpected. Could it be that Dantai Lingyan still harbors resentment towards me and wants to deliberately prop someone up to kill me?" He realized her gaze was directed toward him. She's looking this way, her eyes cold. It's impossible to know what she's thinking. That's right, that's most likely what her gaze means. Behind Diep Hongwai's expression, thoughts were churning. "Dante Lingyan, sis. Are you really going to make a fool of yourself in front of everyone for that man? The day you were so blunt with the master who raised you. Was it really for the reasons I suspected?" Thinking of that, she still felt angry at damn Dai Dantai Lingyan. "Forget it. There's no need for us to maintain the mirror flower oath between us anymore. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. You go live with your precious master." She immediately stood up, her voice ringing out. "Protector damn Dai is both a protector of our sect and a disciple of Yu La Hall, who received the grace and upbringing of the Godfather. Her words and actions demonstrate respect for her master. Even on the demonic path, I have no reason to reproach her." A look of surprise crossed damn Dai Dantai Lingyan's beautiful face. Hong Wai. She thought to herself, calling him Godfather so easily, when you once wanted to spend a wedding night with him. Have you also gone down the same path as Sen Singer, seduced by that man? Hearing Di Pong Yi's opinion, Nam Kung Fong went along with it. Since the sect master has spoken, then let's all witness the divine skill of Protector Damn Dai. Down below, Xiao Chen couldn't hold back his face ugly as he let out a scornful taunt. "Humph. Damn Dai Dantai Lingyan, opposing me will be your greatest tragedy. Extinguishing 17 candles with one sword strike was the limit. I'd like to see how you plan to beat me." She walked over to the row of candles burning with a bright green flame. Down below, Sen Shinger didn't hesitate to cheer loudly. "Second senior sister, you can do it. Don't let that bastard Xiao Chen look down on you." Beside her, Bai Qingling smiled calmly and leisurely, full of confidence. "Sen Shinger, you don't need to be nervous. This is a candle-blowing trial for a reason. Even your first senior sister might not necessarily win against her." A direct disciple of Demon Lord Bai Qingling is not someone to be underestimated. As he spoke, Damn Dai Dantai Lingyan also began to channel her power, and a white-colored energy gradually gathered in her hands. Damn Dai Dantai Lingyan used all her energy to create a fierce white gale like a blizzard, blowing out the entire row of candles in one go. Everyone below, as if on cue, let out a collective gasp of admiration, unable to help their shock and awe. "Oh my god, that's so powerful. Extinguishing 20 candles with one palm strike. She just made history. Are all the disciples from Yu La Hall monsters?" Amidst the crowd's cries of shock, Damn Dai Dantai Lingyan was extremely confident in the outcome of this trial. She calmly walked past Xiao Chen, whose jaw was dropped, too shocked to speak, and approached Nam Kung Fong. "Supreme Elder Nam Kung, I will accept the priority key to the arena on behalf of Yu La Hall." Xiao Chen's face couldn't have looked more twisted, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Unwilling to submit, he thought. It's just an ordinary palm wind, how could it extinguish 20 candles? He was jealous. "I was clearly the one who competed first. The key to the Flame Demon Tower should be mine." Sen Singer was also stunned by that divine gust of wind and asked, "Bai Qingling, master, my second senior sister, she." He maintained a proud and happy smile as he explained to her, "The art of formations is your second senior sister's specialty." He explained further, "Just now it looked like she used a palm wind to blow out the candles, but in reality, she was breaking the formation inside the spirit bamboo." For Dantai Lingyan, this trial was nothing more than a little game. Damn Dai Dantai Lingyan bowed carefully, presenting the item with both hands before Bai Qingling. Damn Dai Dantai Lingyan has thankfully not failed her mission and has won the key for our Yu La Hall. In front of the entire sect, she respectfully addressed him. "Master, please allow Dantai Lingyan to lead the team into the Flame Demon Tower." The mystical Flame Demon Tower, filled with spiritual energy, welcomed the disciples inside. Someone from outside announced, "Today, the Flame Demon Tower trial officially begins." Nam Kung Fong waved his hand and said, "Farsight Water Mirror Rise." A green water-like orb gradually appeared in the air, gathering to form a screen that would project the battle inside the Flame Demon Tower. Through the projection orb, Bai Qingling saw his disciples. He thought to himself, the elders outside the tower, watching the projection of the disciples inside, this is almost identical to the original game. The original intent was probably to showcase the male lead Xiao Chen's divine prowess in front of everyone. He gave an arrogant smile, his eyes flashing red once more. It's just a shame that the spotlight that should have been his has been stolen. Sen Shinger, don't you disappoint your master. Inside the tower, Damn Dai Dantai Lingyan followed behind the others, sighing with a hint of sadness on her face. Sigh. I was so earnest in my request. Master still let Sen Shinger lead the team. She looked at Sen Shinger at the front of the line from her position at the back. Did I really disappoint him that much? She wondered to herself. Up ahead, Sen Shinger said to everyone, looking at the structure of this stone room, we must be in the northern sector of the first floor. This seems to be the area with the strongest beasts and is closest to the sky ladder and the next checkpoint. The space suddenly trembled and a crimson blood-like aura filled the air. Damn Dai Dantai, Lingyan warned. This aura. An evil entity has awakened. The first floor trial is about to begin. She called for everyone to form up. Everyone be on your guard. Lai Xuan Vian demon guarding formation. Seeing that Sen Shinger was still far away, she called out urgently, Sen Shinger, what are you spacing out for? Get into the formation quickly. On the other side, Sen Shinger was amazed. Wow, this evil killing intent is so thick. Suddenly, a filthy sharp hand approached part of thousands of insectoid creatures shaped like humans and beasts. Towering several meters high, they awakened and advanced toward the group. They let out terrifying growls. Someone shouted in horror. These are golden core level demons, the red demon freaks. Yet Sen Shinger was still engrossed in her research. Red demon freaks. Found it. Found it, it's on the list. From behind Dam Dai Dantai, Lingyan called out anxiously. Sen Shinger, what are you doing? The cultivation level of each of these demons is no less than yours. Sen Shinger remained calm, confidently standing before the demonic beasts and replying to her. It's fine, Master already prepared a one-of-a-kind spell unique in all the heavens just for me. A stone man appeared fiercely aggressive and surrounded by a thick evil aura. It walked up to her and asked, Hey, not only did you not run, you're actively walking towards me. Sen Shinger calmly approached, getting closer to whisper, Hey, if I don't get a little closer, how can I whisper to you? The stone man lowered its head, opening its mouth wide in a gasp. Are you brave enough to let this master have a taste of your fresh flesh and blood? She cupped her hands to her mouth and whispered, We are the personal disciples of the Qingling demon lord. Hearing this, the stone man was terrified as if he'd suddenly realized some profound truth. He collapsed and knelt right at her feet. Don't hit me. This humble one was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. After pleading, the stone man stood up and retreated to his spot. This humble one will just return underground to sleep. He even stood behind them waving cheerfully to see them off, not forgetting to urge his subordinates to escort them away. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and guide these great immortals to the next level. Lingyan found this suspicious. She couldn't believe things would be this easy. So she turned to her junior sister and asked, Sen Shinger, what did you say to him? What's going on, Shen? Sen Shinger put a finger to her lips, looking mysterious, and said, What do you think? Could this be the result of my great God blessing me? Nangong Fang, who was observing from the outside, couldn't help but get a little angry. This isn't right. The Crimson Demon Guardian is supposed to be an evil spirit that guards the formation. Not only did it let them pass, but it even helped them clear the stage. Nangong Fang was furious and couldn't accept this outcome. He pointed and shouted, Yuluo Hall is cheating. I demand that Yuluo Hall's eligibility for this trial be revoked immediately. Bai Qingling gave a cunning smile, finding the situation more and more interesting. I've been through this blazing demon tower twice. Any evil spirit with a bit of power has already experienced my methods. Giving them a chance to be guides is a reward from this lord. How is that cheating? Just then, someone approached Bai Qingling with a teasing tone. Oh, is our Qingling demon lord being given a hard time by old man Nangong? Hearing this taunt, his expression darkened. Han Jinyang walked over and sat on the armrest of his chair. Seeing he wasn't saying anything, she reached out one hand to stroke his jawline and continued her offer. If you agree to, continue what we started that day. My Asura Hall can support you even further. He was incredibly suspicious, having no idea what she was talking about. What that day? What's your Asura Hall? What even further is this woman putting on a play? He thought back to that day, the day he helped Han Jinyang. I already drew a clear line with Han Jinyang that day. He had ended things by removing the lust flower goo poison for her. Then another thought struck him. But her marriage was forced. Her husband was a natural-born eunuch, but for years she has been tormented by the goo poison, unable to find any release. His eyes flashed red as he glanced at her, finally understanding. I see now. This woman was born this way. Watching her smile radiantly at him, he couldn't help but sigh internally. If she can't get what a woman craves, she'll never give up. He asked her cunningly, Madam Ren, your courage is truly admirable. He gave her thigh a light mocking pat. Not only in front of Hall Master Ren, but also in front of the Sex Grand Elders. Are you trying to force this lord to respond to your provocations? Han Jinyang couldn't help but bring a finger to her lips and let out a soft moan. Meanwhile, the old man was still demanding justice. Great Sect Master Bai Qingling has disrespected and rebuked me, a Grand Elder. I request the Sect Master to severely punish Yuluo Hall. Ye Hanye was watching everyone inside intently. She thought for a moment, could this move by Bai Qingling be his way of spoiling Lingyan? The thought of Bai Qingling's methods and motives was unacceptable to her. No way. I refuse to lose out on this special favor. Yi Hongyi sat sternly on her throne and refuted Nangong Fang's words. This sect master believes the Grand Elder is mistaken. Yu Luo Hall used strategy to subdue their opponent, which perfectly demonstrates the style of our demonic path. She added, does clearing a stage have to involve straightforward killing and fighting? Nangong Fang, your way of thinking is becoming more and more like those hypocrites who call themselves the righteous path. Seeing this, he quickly bowed slightly and admitted his fault. I wouldn't dare. I absolutely did not mean that. She gave a smug smile and thought to herself, that's right, as her godfather, this is what I should do. Godfather, can you feel it? Nangong Fang scowled, thinking of the humiliation he was enduring today. Xiao Chen, if the results you ultimately achieve cannot make up for the humiliation I've suffered today, I will definitely not forgive you. Inside the second level of the Blazing Demon Tower, a bronze statue appeared shaped like a half-human, half-beast creature, just like a centaur. Ling Yin gave a brief introduction about the statue above them. This bronze statue is called the Emotion-Annihilating Berserk Centaur. It was formed from the spirit of the founding ancestor's mount. Its function is to test the trial taker's inner demons to see if they've been tamed by worldly desires. She continued, explaining how to pass this second level. Once you step onto the stone platform, the inner demon trial will begin. As long as one person passes, the whole team can advance. After hearing this, Yi Hongyi couldn't help but praise her a little. As expected of Dantai Lingyan, she knows the trials of the Blazing Demon Tower so well. But inwardly she thought, she knows the Farsight water mirror allows us to watch from outside. Is she deliberately showing off for her godfather? Nangong Fang's face turned completely dark and he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! My Qingling sect follows the path of emotionlessness. For Yu Luo Hall, the stage is basically a free pass. Lingyan clenched her fists, too worried to step onto the platform first. If I accept the trial, will the emotion-annihilating Berserk Centaur expose my feelings for Hongyi? On the side, Shen Sen Singer also covered her face in embarrassment, not wanting anyone to see her expression. She shared the same worry as Lingyan. I have so many shy thoughts about Master. I hope this bronze mirror doesn't reveal them all. At that moment, their eyes met, and it seemed they shared the exact same thought. Just as expected, they both pointed forward at the same time and said in unison, second senior sister, little junior sister, why don't you go ahead? After they both invited the other to take the trial, first Dantai Lingyan and Shen Sen Shinger just stared at each other speechless. Just then, someone spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Senior sisters of Yu Luo Hall, why don't you let me go first? He walked closer step by step. My master once told me that Yu Luo Hall are friends, not foes. You can rest easy with us from Yu Luo Hall. This person was none other than the head disciple of Asura Hall, Nie Zheng. Dante Lingyan gave an awkward smile. All right then, let's see how junior brother Nie performs. Nie Zheng said nothing more and simply leaped forward, standing before the emotion-annihilating Berserk Centaur to face the challenge. He introduced himself. Nie Zheng, head personal disciple of Asura Hall, accepts the trial. The emotion-annihilating Berserk Centaur, floating in the air, glanced down at him condescendingly. He said solemnly, the trial of the pure heart, the web of passion. You have passed. The conversation between the Passion Slayer and the top disciple of the Asura Hall, Nie Zheng, was witnessed by everyone outside. They were all stunned, marveling and gossiping about this senior brother. Whoa, this senior brother Nie is so handsome and he's still a virgin. Could it be that senior brother Nie doesn't like women? I heard his master castrated him, is that true? How demonic. Han Jinian sat with her legs crossed and arms folded silently, observing everything that was happening. She let out a soft humph. Ren Tianfen, sitting right beside her, his eyes darkened, his hand gripping the armrest tightly as he comforted his wife. My lady, don't be angry. Back then I was worried Nie Zheng would have designs on you, so I had to be ruthless and castrate him. Ren Tianfan's face grew even angrier as he mentioned this. He glanced over at Han Jinian, his voice turning cold and resentful. But I never expected that in the end, the one who would seduce you would be from Yu Luo Hall. Hearing this, she turned to look at him with a suspicious gaze. She recalled what had just happened and questioned Ren Tianfen. A moment ago, when that man attacked me, you saw it, so why didn't you intervene? If you had used your full strength, Bai Qingling without his ancient arts might not have been able to suppress you. Han Jinian gripped Ren Tianfen's chin, pulling him closer to her, and sneered. You useless trash, you're so good at enduring things. The truth is, you actually enjoy the feeling of another man taking your wife, don't you? At that moment, Ren Tianfan, having been hit where it hurts, stammered as he denied what she had just said. My lady, I didn't. Don't say such nonsense. Just then, the realm opened. Nie Zheng turned around, clasped his hands in a salute to everyone there, and said some polite words. Then Nie will take his leave. Nie Zheng turned and walked away, stepping into the barrier right in front of everyone. Xiao Chen was surprised to see this and couldn't help but exclaim, Yu Luo Hall and the dregs of Asura Hall. And yet Asura Hall passed the trial. He clenched his fists and shouted to the crowd as if to motivate them. Junior brothers, who is willing to take on this trial and achieve great merit for the Yin Ghost Hall. Everyone looked at each other, awkwardly speechless. Each had their own thoughts, and it seemed there was something difficult to say. This. It won't expose our private lives, will it, eh? Team only needs one person to pass, so it doesn't have to be me. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth looking at the cowardly crowd, none of whom were willing to try and pass the trial. Demonic cultivators are truly a motley crew. Are you all this cowardly? Although I may be promiscuous, the pure heart jade clarity art that Yu Shuzi taught me will definitely allow me to pass the trial. Seeing this, Dantai Lingyan stepped forward to accept the trial. She clasped her hands in a salute and said solemnly, Yu Luo Hall disciple Dantai Lingyan is here to accept the trial. He was furious when he heard that. She beat him to it. He started to think that someone like her could easily succeed. This woman is cold to everyone. I'm afraid she can pass this with ease. Sen Singer looked worriedly at her second senior sister. Senior sister is too impulsive. I was just about to look for another opportunity. I was going to find a chance to release the master's illusory shadow clone Gu to pass the trial. The Passion Slayer continued to stare at Ling Yin. Her past gradually appeared before her. As a child, she was grabbed and lifted up by the demon lord Qingling. When she was a little older, he would whip and threaten her as a warning. Time passed, just like that, and she grew up under the demon lord Qingling's training, which made her think of Ye Hongyi. Dante Lingyan smiled faintly thinking, so it's true, deep in my heart there's only Hongyi. The memory of her and Hongyi shattered when Bai Qingling suddenly appeared, breaking everything apart. It's him. A hand reached out along with his ice-cold gaze. Why is it him? One of his hands gripped her neck tightly while the other was raised as if to pull something out. It's like her Gu has been removed. The Passion Slayer, having seen everything, uttered a single sentence. On the path of demonic cultivation, those with passion in their hearts cannot succeed. After hearing that, everyone was shocked. No way, Fairy Dantai already likes someone else, they exclaimed endlessly. It hurts so much I've lost my goddess. The crowd grew restless, wanting to punish the one who had disturbed their goddess's demonic heart. Which bastard messed with our goddess's demonic heart? Get him? Ye Hongyi's face darkened, not saying a word, her hands clenched tightly as she was lost in thought. So it's come to this. It wasn't me, but that man wasn't it. We just have a sisterly bond. Meanwhile, Bai Qingling rested his chin on his hand, thinking about the result. He was certain that the person in her heart wasn't him. No one understands her better than me. It must be Ye Hongyi. It can only be Ye Hongyi. Thinking about Lingyan's sudden decision to step forward, the only possibility is that she did it for her. She forced her way into this flame demon trial. She must be trying to take Ye Hongyi's place. Ah, to be moved by such great love. The road ahead is long and arduous. Sen Singer suddenly turned to look behind her, filled with worry, afraid their plan would be exposed. The plan to kill our master from before. Second, senior sister was the most deeply deceived. To be able to harm my second senior sister to this extent. She thought of him it had to be Xiao Chen because only he could do something like this. She gritted her teeth and confirmed it once more. It's Xiao Chen. He flinched deep in thought, feeling that something was wrong. What's going on? There's a kind of malice, like a game of hot potato that's about to explode in my hands. Dante Lingyan was now like a lost soul. Ah, I failed. She grabbed Sen Singer's shoulders, her expression extremely serious. You Lu Hall cannot lose this trial here. Xinger, you're the youngest, the most innocent and ignorant when it comes to love between men and women. You will lead the team through the next trial. Sen Singer hesitated slightly and refused. I'd rather not go. Inside, she was also a little scared. Absolutely not. Who the hell knows what that bronze statue will say? Sen Singer turned to a man and ordered, you there, you go. Dantai Lingyan looked at the young man with some confusion. This is Sen Singer gently explained. Newly recruited, just recruited. We at Yuluo Hall have decided that he will take on this challenge. The young man stood before the bronze statue without saying a word. The Passion Slayer, after examining the young man, declared a heart as hard as stone, not caught in the web of love. Pass. Sen Singer was of course overjoyed and shouted. All right, inside, she was naturally ecstatic. The illusory realm, Gu's clone, is so easy to use. The demonic puppet summoning has no flaws. It completely bypasses human nature. She excitedly grabbed Dante Lingyan's hand to leave. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hurry down to the next floor. Dante Lingyan seemed to still have some reservations. Wait. She quickly pulled Sen Singer back to remind her. Do you know what the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower is called? The Endless Soul Prison. Sen Singer, who apparently didn't know, let out a cry. Dante Lingyan's eyes showed a hint of fear as she said, inside the Endless Soul Prison are evil beasts and demons that have tasted the fresh blood of countless humans. These aren't like the ones on the first floor that can be subdued by pressure. These evil beasts and demons have terrifying bright red eyes. They are calamities that won't stop until you're dead. Hearing this, Sen Singer wasn't afraid at all and replied, But master, my master said not to worry, that everything has been arranged. She also said we'll understand when we reach the third floor. Dante Lingyan still didn't understand what she meant and asked, What does that mean? Her group had already reached the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower, the Endless Soul Prison. She carefully observed her surroundings and reminded everyone the demonic energy is overwhelming. It's definitely not safe. Don't act rashly before we set up the formation. The disciples were obedient and replied in unison, yes. She noticed a group of people up ahead. It was Dantai Lingyan who was looking at the scene of slaughtered beasts in utter shock. Ni Zheng, you guys, she looked at the dead beasts and couldn't help but admire him. Did you kill all of these? Lingyan was full of admiration, but he looked a little surprised and denied it. No, our Asura Hall just arrived to find it like this. Besides, they've been dead for a long time. The stench of blood was just sealed in by the flame demon tower. Those watching through a crystal ball were also horrified. They're all dead. How is that possible? When did this happen? There was no information at all. Who has the ability to slaughter their way through the third floor of the flame demon tower? The former sect master sitting on her throne, Yi Hongyi, suddenly shouted, it's him. In the entire Kang Ming sect, right now, only he could do it. Bai Qingling sat there propping up his chin, looking amused as he said to himself, it really wasn't me. It was the original Bai Qingling. He scrolled through the system's list and smiled. Although the original Bai Qingling rampaging through the flame demon tower and casually clearing the third floor back, that has nothing to do with me. I can still use that experience as I walk this path of cultivation to defy and change my fate. He stopped at an image on the panel and thought to himself. The system spent 2,000 points to exchange for the item. A notification popped up from the system panel. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. Current balance, 46,000 points. Bai Qingling gently touched his forehead with 2 fingers. Scene evocation, a one-time use item. By encountering a past image related to himself, he could relive the corresponding experience. He had begun to enter the original character's memories. When I first saw this item, I thought it was garbage. After all, I know the entire original story, so what do I need? Scene evocation for a pack of beasts with glowing eyes stared at the young man who was entering, but the original owner's combat experience told him. Reliving this battle of Bai Qinglings would definitely lead to improvement. Bai Qingling roared like a madman. The Bai Qingling of now is the real Bai Qingling. All of you will die for me. He leaped up to attack the beasts. He brought his blade straight down on the head of one beast. Only in death will I find peace. In just a short time, he had sent the entire pack of beasts to their graves. Bai Qingling was ecstatic. He lightly licked his fingertips. A huge gain. This will definitely be useful next time. His present self was just as pleased, feeling incredibly satisfied. Hua Yuerong watched him with an annoyed expression, lost in thought. Senior brother, is this enough to make you break out in a nervous sweat? Is the thing you're hiding in the flame demon tower that important? She felt a rush of excitement, thinking to herself, soon. I'll be able to expose you soon. That ugly, filthy nature you're hiding on the 4th floor of the flame demon tower. In the cave were Dantai Lingyan and her group. She frowned, not expecting the most dangerous 3rd floor to be like this. She turned to Sen Xinger and urged her. Xinger, hurry and go to the 4th floor to retrieve what master wants. Sen Xinger suddenly grabbed her hand. Senior sister, let's go together. This startled her a bit. Sen Xinger spoke with an affectionate expression. Let's complete this for master together. He will definitely be very happy. Master once said that we 3 sisters will forever be his most cherished treasures. She blushed, her eyes filled with sorrow. Singer, my dear sister, don't you understand yet? He no longer has any expectations for me. The more she spoke, the more her tears flowed. Hurry and fulfill his wish. I just hope that he is sincere and doesn't let the rest of you down. Sen Xinger waved her hands worriedly. All right, second senior sister, please don't cry. I'll go up right now. She looked towards Ni Zheng. As for the others, I'll take responsibility for holding them back. Seeing her look his way, he said, Senior sister Dantai, there's no need to be tense. My master's wife has already made a promise with your esteemed master. We are only taking the spoils from the 3rd floor, so the top floor does not belong to the Asura Hall. He paused, his eyes turning cold. Rather, it belongs to the Yin Kui Hall. Just as he was speaking, a group of people approached from the distance. He crossed his arms. Now those are our real competitors. Her face grew stern. Very well. I was thinking the same thing. She looked at the approaching group and thought, but where is that Xiao Chen guy? Why isn't he among the Yin Kui Hall disciples? She suddenly frowned. Something seemed off, but as long as she could hold this path, Xiao Chen would absolutely not be able to bother Xinger. Before the 4th and top floor of the Flame Demon Tower stood a temple, its countless lights illuminating the entire level. Demonic energy shrouded the 4th floor. Sen Xinger stepped forward. That was the shrine dedicated to the Black Flame Demon God. All of you, step back a bit. Don't get roasted. She looked at the chest in the center of the shrine. The chest in the shrine, surrounded by the aura of fire virtue, is exactly what Master needs. As she finished speaking, the chest released black demonic energy that blended with the fiery aura. Then an angry image of Bai Qingling appeared, his eyes glowing red as he stared at Sen Singer's group. Who are you, disturbing my peace? She looked at the person before her, her eyes shining and her cheeks blushing. Ah, it's Master. And he looks a bit like he did a few years ago. With an infatuated expression, she cupped her cheeks with her hands, so domineering, looking down on everything as if all of creation could be crushed in his powerful hands. I want to be crushed by him too. He laughed out loud. Oh, Have you come to retrieve the origin source for Bai Qingling in your dreams? I'm looking forward to Bai Qingling's death. This didn't seem to be Bai Qingling. He roared in anger. All of you get lost? Her expression changed. She frowned and gritted her teeth, only now realizing who he was. Your master's resentful inner demon. You are the enemy. She got into a fighting stance as purple spiritual energy radiated around her. It's just as Master predicted. It's fundamentally impossible to avoid all combat in the Flame Demon Tower's trial. With that, she summoned Guizi. Guizi bite him to death. Guizi roared fiercely and charged toward his resentful inner demon. Guizi's face drew close to the inner demon's. The demon snorted coldly, letting Guizi do as it pleased. Humph, bite all you want. Little disciple, what skills could you possibly have? Do you think I don't know you inside and out? He placed a hand on the center of Guizi's forehead. Everything Sen Singer possesses is merely material and nourishment for me, Bai Qingling. With just one hand, he slammed the ghost child to the ground. Have you ever seen anyone get bitten to death by a piece of bread on a plate? Elsewhere, Bai Qingling was watching the situation through a rearview mirror. This is bad. He frowned, thinking my original essence is surrounded by a resentful inner demon. It's not strange, nor does it affect my original essence, but it can learn all of my secrets and pull off a perfect impersonation, which is extremely dangerous. He was a little worried for her. Right now, the one Xinger was facing was the true inner self of the Bai Qingling from back then. The ghost child was sent flying by his inner demon. As it flew past her, his train of thought remained unbroken. He knew that if Singer's trust in him shattered after he personally admitted his true feelings, things would get ugly. Her face darkened as she let out a laugh. Haha, so I really did misunderstand, didn't I? She tilted her head, smirking. You're not a resentful inner demon. You're a cheerful ghost-type spirit who just likes to mess with people, aren't you? Seeing her expression and the spiritual energy she was emitting, he snorted coldly. Humph, that ghost-taming spirit body of yours is. She lost control and laughed bizarrely as the ghost child stood behind her. How much does the master love me? I've already experienced it firsthand with him in bed. These lies of yours are so full of holes. Other than pissing me off, they're completely meaningless. With eyes filled with red and the aura of death, the enraged ghost lunged and attacked him. Xinger's ghost child absorbed Bai Qingling's resentful inner demon, which screamed in disbelief. What, you ugly ghosts, absolutely cannot. She grabbed the box that had just captured the inner demon, overjoyed. Give it here. She hugged the box, laughing uncontrollably. Master's divine box, I'm not a stupid dog anymore. I really did it for Master. Now be a good boy and stay in my hands, and don't you dare cause any trouble. A girl from a distance pointed at Singer's hand. Third senior sister, your hand. You need to treat it. She was so happy she let her guard down, not noticing the girl approaching her. It's fine, a small wound is nothing. That girl's eyes glowed red, and in the moment she was distracted, she snatched the box, shocking Singer. She shouted, How dare you? Who are you? You're not a disciple of my Yulu Hall. The girl transformed back into Xiao Chen. Nonsense. Of course it's me. His face twisted into a distorted smile. Bai Qingling's weakness is finally in my hands. Xinger thought back seriously. Xiao Chen's disguise technique. Could it be that he snuck in after passing the second trial? She quickly used her technique to summon the ghost child. Demon severing, earn ghost child, bite him to death for me. Xiao Chen threw the box towards it, smiling sinisterly. Perfect timing. You can be the one to open this filthy box. The ghost child and the box collided, forcing the box open. A cloud of black and purple smoke erupted from the open box, and the figure of Bai Qingling appeared, his long hair dark and gloomy. He gloated victoriously. It really was effortless to get. The ugly, cruel memories that Bai Qingling wanted to hide were now exposed just like that. His eyes turned vicious as he prepared to use a technique. To humiliate this son of heavenly mandate, killing him would be letting him off too easy. Xiao Chen declared, I will expose Bai Qingling's most vile and shameless secret. May it anger both gods and men, be condemned by the 9 provinces and cursed for 10,000 generations. Then he activated his technique, exquisite. Treasure mirror open. In another place, the reflection from the box appeared clearly in the sky. Yi Hongyi stood outside the tower, watching the projection when she saw the image crack. She spoke up. The Farsight water mirror that shows the image inside the tower is broken. Gong Fang, standing beside her, added, but a new larger mirror has appeared in the sky. Like someone's memory fragments. Seeing this, Bai Qingling was horrified. He clutched his chest, gritting his teeth as he thought, the memories are sinking. I remember now. What kind of person I am, why my junior sister hates me. I understand it all now. Bai Qingling stood up from his chair in a daze. I can't stop these memories from being exposed now. I have to retreat first. I can't let the people of the demonic path see me in this pathetic state. Xinger also looked up curiously at the reflecting image. The person on that screen is Master. He's clearly still in the tower, yet it's as if he can see through it, able to witness the scene in the sky. Xiao Chen continued to boast. The exquisite treasure mirror isn't some cheap junk like the Farsight water mirror. The former completely suppresses the latter, it's no contest. The ugly truth about Bai Qingling will be the sharp sword that pierces his demonic heart. Xinger watched with worry. The sky curtain. Its master's memory. The image showed a mountain landscape blanketed in snow. Long trails of blood were visible and a woman was lying on the ground. Beside her, Bai Qingling was shaking her relentlessly. He kept asking, "Mother, what's wrong with you?" Using her last ounce of strength, she whispered, "My son, I'm not going to make it. You'll have to walk the road ahead by yourself." He panicked beside her. "Mother, I'm not going. I want to go with you." She forced herself to sit up and calmly comforted him. "Don't cry. You possess an innate formless demon physique. Go and join a powerful demonic sect. That way they won't dare to hunt you down anymore." She kept reminding him, "You must remember your grudge. Remember your father, Bai Qingling, chief of the true martial swords sect, who was surrounded and killed by the hypocrites of the three great orthodox sects. And your mother, Yanran, the eldest princess of the great Zhou dynasty, who was poisoned and ambushed by her own royal brother." She caressed his cheek gently. "And you, my son, you are the true chosen one of this world. You must survive no matter the cost." She smiled kindly at Bai Qingling. "Promise me you'll live." The crowd of people below all looked up. Each person had a different reaction. Jinny Yang was also there with a few other cultivators, her eyes glued to the image of the young boy in the memory. She could see his face clearly. She said softly, "A descendant of the Bai family with an innate formless demon physique. The boy in this vision is that evil man." Yu Erong turned around and saw that he had left his seat at some point. Bai Qingling just ran off like that. "It seems someone deliberately wanted to see you made into a laughingstock." She smiled slyly. "Forget it. If you're going to be scorned for 10,000 generations, it's the punishment you deserve." The scene continued. He knelt in the snow, and after a moment he sat up and resolutely shoved small wild berries into his mouth. Bai Qingling stood up and walked through the cold landscape of Beast Blood Valley, a place stained with the color of death. The air was heavy and he stood there all alone. From behind, a ferocious wolf lunged at him. With just a whoosh of wind, the wolf was split in two. Bai Qingling stood coldly, sword in hand, watching the wolf's head fall to the ground. Two hyenas behind him were terrified by the sight. The eye of the wolf that had just been split in two reflected his departing figure. A man's voice spoke up. "Kid, why are you here all by yourself?" Bai Qingling calmly looked up. "I want to go to Wuyu City to join the demonic cultivators and fulfill my mother's last wish." That man was the evil medicine master. He let out a sinister laugh. "A demonic cultivator. Well, then I don't need to look far and wide anymore. Evil medicine master, evil medicine sect. I need a talent like you." A disciple behind him leaned over and looked around. "Master Apothecary, who are you talking to?" Her face came into view and she stared at him innocently with wide round eyes. Bai Qingling stared blankly at her when a sharp pain shot through him and blood splattered. The evil medicine master, holding a knife, looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Strange. Very strange. How can the blood of a formless demonic body be just ordinary fresh blood?" He stepped closer and placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, his intentions perfectly clear. "I, your master, gave you the Taoist name Qingling, bestowed upon you a demonic cultivation technique, and gave you a new life. So why can't you offer your demonic blood to me?" After saying that, he coldly patted the boy's head. "Forget it. I'll raise you for another 3 years." He gave a cunning smile. "By then, we'll see what you're worth, and whether you're still just a mere potion ingredient." Without waiting for Bai Qingling's reply, the evil medicine master threw the door open and left, leaving the boy standing there, lost in thought. Standing in the shadows, contrasted against the light from the doorway, Bai Qingling sneered coldly. "Ha, a great demonic cultivator, please." He glanced down at the wrist the man had just injured. "If the demonic blood in my body didn't completely obey my will, I'm afraid I would have become nothing but medicinal dregs long ago. Wouldn't I?" Back in the present, Xinger sobbed uncontrollably as she watched his dark memories. Wiping her tears, she said pitifully, "Master went through something like that. How terrible. I had no idea at all." Ling Yin patted her shoulder comfortingly. Who was projecting this scene? Where did that Xiao Chen guy run off to? Ye Hongyi also wondered after watching the memory. Why does the evil medicine master look so much like the fierce tiger Taoist? What's the relationship between them? She secretly speculated. This is deeply connected to my Kang Ming sect. I have to investigate this thoroughly. Han Jinyang was moved to tears. Tian Fan, standing beside her, asked anxiously, "Madam Wu, why are you crying?" Hearing this, she grew annoyed. "Do I need you to worry about me? You talk too much." She kicked him in the face. "Get out of my sight." Down below, Hua Yuerong watched the images projected in the sky. She wondered why this was the memory he had hidden away. Could the next image be? The memory continued to play, and an innocent-looking girl ran in shouting, "Master Apothecary, is Master Apothecary here?" He tilted his head to look at the newcomer. The girl smiled at him. "Oh, it's you, Hua." Yuerong tucked her hair back and gave a bright, friendly smile. "Ah, you're the new senior brother the Master Apothecary took in." Qingling looked at her surprised. "And you are?" Hua Yuerong ran over and shoved something into his hand. Take it, don't be shy." Qingling was stunned. "What is it?" He opened his hand and saw it was a jade beauty, a specialty from the central continent. "All the senior brothers and sisters get one." He. Qingling was deeply moved. "Besides my parents, this is the first time anyone has ever given me a gift." He clutched the jade tightly in his hand. "May I ask for your name, miss?" Hua Yuerong thought for a moment. My father won't let me reveal my full name, she grinned. But you can call me Hua Yuerong. What about you? What's your name? Qingling blushed slightly in embarrassment. Bai Qingling. The future demon lord Qingling. He held out another piece of jade in front of Hua Yuerong. Junior sister Hua Yuerong this. She looked surprised. Qingling explained, this is the first goo medicine I successfully refined a blood-activating golden cicada. It's a return gift for the Jade Beauty. Hua Yuerong beamed. Really? Then I'll accept it. This is the debut work of the future demon lord Qingling on his path of Gu. This could probably sell for a sky-high price in the future, but a pill with such sentimental value. Why not give it to a more important family member? Qingling looked down, his expression somber. I don't have anyone important like that anymore. So, I hope you won't look down on it. Hearing this, Hua Yuerong felt a deep sense of sympathy for him. Is that so? My mother was ill-fated and my father is afflicted with a strange illness. We're really in the same boat. Hearing her words, Qingling was filled with fiery determination, his hands clenching into fists. If that's the case, then I Bai Qingling will one day refine the one and only 9-turn peerless divine goo. When that day comes, I will cure your father's illness. Hua Yuerong's eyes widened in surprise, then she suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, all right, I'll be the first witness to your peerless, divine, whatever. Goo, I'm deeply honored. Xiao Chen, hiding behind a pillar, heard everything and was furious. Are you kidding me? Where's all the evidence of his heinous crimes that enrage both gods and men? Instead, it's just two kids flirting with each other. He ground his teeth in anger. If this projection doesn't show something useful soon, how am I going to get that old geezer Nangong Fang to keep protecting me after this? Back in the present, Hua Yuerong sat amidst a crowd. She reproached herself. Why are these the scenes being shown? What's the use of remembering these old stories? Don't tell me that man predicted this day would come and is intentionally using this to humiliate me. She lowered her head, dejected. No way. He wouldn't even bother being wary of me. But why are most of the memories he buried so deep about me? Hua Yuerong composed herself and lifted her head high. I refuse to believe the demon lord Qingling's Dao heart won't be shaken by these scenes. I must keep watching. I'll watch until I see his truly disgusting side. Qingling knelt before Nangong Fang. Master Qingling has something to ask you. Holding a bloody knife with a corpse on the other side of him, the man turned to look at the boy. Oh, what is it? The body on the ground was still alive, groaning in pain. Qingling broke into a sweat. Master, the person you're dissecting is senior brother Qi. Nangong Fang's eyes turned red as he gave a cold laugh. Senior brother? What senior brother? He swung the knife a few more times at the body. Anyone who disobeys me becomes nothing but an experiment. Qingling's eyes blazed with fury. Master, if junior sister Hua Yuerong were to disobey you, would you also? Nangong Fang turned his head halfway towards him. You care about her a lot, don't you? I'm guessing you came to ask about that girl and her father, right? Nangong Fang licked the blood off his knife. In half a year at the sex tournament. If you can rely on your own strength to take first place, then I'll tell you. In the meantime, nothing will happen to that girl and her father. Qingling stood up straight. Fine. It's a deal. We'll see the results in half a year. Nangong Fang laughed loudly. I'll be waiting. The stronger your demonic body becomes, the happier I'll be. From a distance, a figure approached. Elder brother, it's not easy for me to make a trip to the eastern lands, and you're making so much noise that this humble Taoist can't even sleep. Nangong Fang's expression shifted slightly. You want to kill him? Not yet, my cruel little brother. Fierce Tiger Taoist. The fierce Tiger Taoist scratched his head and walked closer. Half a year later, a crowd was gathered watching a fierce battle. An opponent was sent flying, and finally the referee declared, the winner is Bai Qingling. The evil medicine master took a few steps forward. Bai Qingling, whose skills surpass all others, has achieved the final victory. This represents his status as the chief head disciple. He reached out, wanting to take Qingling's hand. But he refused, snorted, and walked away without a second glance. Yet the evil apothecary wasn't the least bit angry and even laughed. Ha ha. Qingling stopped abruptly as he passed Yuerong. Seeing her sad, downcast face, Qingling asked Yuerong, why have you come? Suddenly, her eyes filled with tears. Senior brother Qingling. She threw herself into his arms. My father is gone. He quickly hugged Yuerong. It's all right, Yuerong. I'm here. Yuerong and Qingling went to her father's bedside together. Qingling looked down and examined him closely. It's withered vine goo, a type of goo poison that tortures a person to death in as little as a few years or as long as 20. Yuerong panicked upon hearing this. That's impossible. The great apothecary has been treating my father for years. How could he not have noticed or cured it? Unless. Qingling glanced back, then turned and walked away, leaving only a parting instruction. You mean to leave the evil apothecary's sect immediately and return to the central continent. Yuerong was stunned. Senior brother, he didn't look back at her. Promise me you'll never set foot in the eastern lands again. The evil apothecary spread his arms in welcome. Yo, you've arrived, have you? Qingling looked up without hesitation. Master, don't you think you owe me an explanation? The evil apothecary laughed it off. An explanation? Are you talking about that rich guy who was poisoned with the withered vine goo? I didn't poison him. I'm not the only one who can cultivate a goo of this level. I just wanted to use his life to earn a little extra medicine money. I didn't expect him to suddenly give out, but it just so happened that his fortune had run dry. I advised that little girl to officially become my inner disciple. He licked his lips disgustingly, taking care of her family, raising her, and arranging the rest of her life. Once she's officially initiated, she'll surely be very grateful to me. Bai Qingling's eyes widened in horror. He quickly turned and fled. The evil apothecary stuck out his tongue and laughed wickedly. Bai Qingling, your weakness has been exposed. I wonder if this weakness will help me get that treasure inside your body sooner. At the evil apothecary sect, Yuerong was walking quietly when someone suddenly called out Yuerong. Bai Qingling's eyes pleaded with sorrow. Junior sister, if master convinces you to stay, you won't leave, will you? Hua Yuerong simply replied quietly. My family, my wealth. I have nothing left. Whether I stay or go, what difference does it make? She turned back with a smile. At least here I still have you, senior brother. Bai Qingling yelled, he's using you, can't you see it? Don't trust him. Don't trust anyone from the evil medicine sect. Hua Yuerong demurely asked, does that mean I can't even trust my senior brother? Bai Qingling froze at her question. He remembered his father's words from that day. Your father is Bai Tianlin, the head disciple of the true martial sword sect, who was besieged and killed by the so-called righteous heroes of the three great sects. Your mother is Lin Yanran, the eldest princess of the great Zhou dynasty, who was ambushed and poisoned by her own brother. Bai Qingling lowered his head. That's right. Anyone can betray you. In this entire world, the only person you can truly trust is yourself. Then he screamed like a madman. I don't believe it. Hua Yuerong's hair whipped in the wind as she moved in and kissed Bai Qingling, leaving him wide-eyed with shock. Ling Yin witnessed everything through the monitor, furious enough to lose her mind. What is this? She quickly covered Xinger's eyes. Xinger, don't look. Han Jiniang, watching alongside them, was equally enraged. This wretched man, this rotten scoundrel, and he had the nerve to say his first kiss was with me. Turns out he already gave it to this little childhood flame 800 years ago. If I can't completely possess his body later on, it can't be considered a true victory. Meanwhile, Hua Yuerong gritted her teeth in rage. Humiliating. This is absolutely blatantly humiliating. Still stunned by her kiss, Bai Qingling quickly shoved her away. Your naivety is disgusting. Hua Yuerong was stunned by his harsh words. Humph. Bai Qingling's expression darkened. Your choice was idiotic. He turned to leave abruptly. Bai Qingling, I never want to see you again in this lifetime. Hua Yuerong stood there, tears streaming down her face. Senior brother, have you heard the rumors? They're saying the Grand Master recently accepted a new female closed-door disciple. They say she's adorable like a fairy descended from the heavens. The noisy chatter swirled around Bai Qingling as someone mused. I wonder if she'd like a guy like me. Get real. Have you looked in a mirror lately? Hey, why don't we go check out our new junior sister during the next demonic herb lesson? All right, let's all go. Bai Qingling opened his palm, gazing at the jade within. Below in the demonic wind valley of the evil medicine sect, a carriage and its entourage made their way forward. A crowd gathered around Hua Yuerong. Junior sister, my name is Chunan. Remember me, junior sister Hua Yuerong. If you have any questions about demonic herbs, feel free to ask. We'll answer whatever we can. Her eyes widened when she spotted something by her feet. She crouched down and picked it. The sacred Buddhist flower, the Udumbara, here in the demonic wind valley. The others quickly gathered around her, staring at the blossom in her hand. Junior sister, what Udumbara flower? There's nothing in your hand. The demonic wind valley only grows demonic flowers. Isn't the Udumbara a legendary spirit flower? Hua Yuerong was taken aback. How is that possible? The Udumbara flower is right here in my hand. The Udumbara doesn't choose its environment. It chooses those with a destined connection. Those with a destined connection will find it. The ignorant doubts of those without destiny are truly amusing. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. Who is it? Who's laughing at me? The disciples with Hua Yuerong pointed. It seems to be coming from that medicine cart. A talking medicine cart. The demonic wind valley must be haunted. Bai Qingling quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Tisk, I talk too much. Hua Yuerong stared blankly in that direction before a smile bloomed on her face. Was Bai Qingling sitting there watching the stars? She ran up to him and put a hand on his shoulder. Good evening, senior brother. Or should I be calling you head disciple now? Bai Qingling turned to face her. Have you forgotten? I already told you I never wanted to see you again. Hua Yuerong held out the flower, but Hua Yuerong wanted to see her senior brother, so here I am. Look, I picked this Udumbara flower today. It's a rare treasure, so I wanted to give it to you. Senior brother, I think this is a sign of our fate. Can you please stop being mad at Hua Yuerong? Bai Qingling turned away. No. I am angry. I'm angry that you disobeyed me and didn't leave the eastern lands. Hua Yuerong put her hands on her hips. Hemph. If you're going to say that I'll have to go and settle accounts with my fellow sect members myself, this gift exchange is completely one-sided. You have to make it up to me, senior brother. Hearing that, Bai Qingling turned back around. Just like a demon lord, keeping a clear tally of debts and favors. What do you want me to do? Hua Yuerong tapped her cheek thoughtfully. I want. She sat down beside Bai Qingling and took his hand. I want you to perform a pretend wedding ceremony with me. Hua Yuerong then moved to stand directly in front of Bai Qingling. A voice echoed from somewhere. Stop, stop, this immediately. She just smiled sweetly at him, her eyes crinkling. The voice kept repeating, it's a trap. Hua Yuerong and Bai Qingling bow their heads. It's his trap. Hua Yuerong grabs Bai Qingling's hand. You've fallen right into it. She holds up the Udumbara flower. And now you've dragged me into this, making me a target too. Bai Qingling's pupils constrict as his eyes widen in shock. You can't handle the consequences of this. Someone has to bear the burden. Bai Qingling slaps the Udumbara flower from her hand and shatters your innocence. The flower flies out the window and plummets into the abyss below. That's enough. We're even now. Bai Qingling coldly turns and walks away, leaving Hua Yuerong to collapse on the floor. This joke is over. I don't owe you anything anymore. She stares at him in a daze, completely lost. Back in the present, Hua Yuerong furrows her brow. Senior brother. She bows her head. This is the real you. Your eyes see nothing but the path of the demon lord. Her gaze suddenly hardens with determination. Next is the brutal murder of senior brother Ma Lei Yue's betrayal of our master and the blood curse you cast to slaughter all of our senior brothers. She looks up, her eyes burning with murderous intent. This is the beginning of your journey as the demon lord. A path of bloodshed and cruelty where you lost your humanity and became a monster even the denizens of the demon capital would fear. As Bai Qingling walked away, he dragged a trail of blood behind him. Hua Yuerong was slightly taken aback. What was that? Bai Qingling's figure disappeared into the dark vine-choked forest. A thorny vine scraped across his face, drawing blood. Hua Yuerong squinted, bewildered. What are you doing? What kind of madness possessed you that night in Demon Ceiling Valley? Bai Qingling pushed through the thorny bushes with his scratched-up arms. I will find it. A blue light up ahead. I'll find the Udumbara flower that's emitting that light. I found it. He picked it up. You came here because of fate. Bai Qingling inhaled the flower's fragrance. I will bear this suffering alone. He raised his hand resolutely under the bright moonlight. A determined smile spread across his face. For Hua Yuerong, I will become the true demon lord Bai Qingling. The evil medicine sect will pay for what they've done. Hua Yuerong sat watching the whole scene, her lips trembling. He's back. To finally see him again in a place like this. Hua Yuerong covered her mouth, overcome with emotion. I can't do it. Someone appeared behind Bai Qingling, shrouded in a brilliant red aura, and he immediately sensed their presence. Who is it? The old man chuckled, his eyes crinkling. 'Tis K. This level of spiritual perception and power, truly worthy of the innate formless demon body. My boy, you were born for greatness. You want to take on the evil medicine sect. This old man is very interested in that. I've come to lend you a hand. Bai Qingling gritted his teeth in anger. I have no interest in speaking with someone who skulks in the shadows and hides their face. The man winked. Oh, you will. Otherwise, that little junior sister Hua Yuerong of yours will become a sacrifice for the evil medicine master. Bai Qingling exploded in fury, roaring you. The old man tossed him a book. Take it, boy. This is the true ancient art of killing, something the evil medicine master would never teach you in a million years. Bai Qingling held the glowing book in his hand. The true ancient art of killing. He gritted his teeth and asked bluntly, you have a grudge against the evil medicine master, don't you? You want to use me to do your dirty work. Stroking his beard, the old man laughed. The ancient arts within are profound. Only if you can truly comprehend them will you be worthy of being called a blade. Besides, this is the demonic path, one where your hands will be stained with blood. Bai Qingling smirked and took a deep breath. For Demon Lord Bai Qingling, nothing is impossible and nothing is off limits. You will regret your decision today. The old man gave a cold laugh. Ha, I doubt that. Behind Hua Yuerong, one person let out a gasp and several others followed suit. Ooh. Hua Yuerong drew her sword to block them. Stop watching. It's too dangerous. What the hell? Suddenly Bai Qingling appeared from behind them. Shouldn't you be practicing your sword skills instead of making all this noise? He gestured to one of them. I remember you. Your name is Shunan, right? You tell me what's going on. The disciple nervously backed away. Senior brother Bai Qingling. Well, I heard that last night, for some reason, junior sister Hua Yuerong came back late. She apparently tripped and fell, tearing her robe, and second senior brother Ma Guifeng just happened to find her. Second, senior brother gave her a new set of clothes. And according to him, junior sister Hua Yuerong was so happy she threw herself right into his arms. The rumor has spread through all the disciples of our generation. Everyone's saying that junior sister Hua Yuerong is already spoken for. Bai Qingling stared at him intently. And do you believe that kind of rumor? He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Of course, I don't believe it. There's no way Hua Yuerong would fall for Ma Guifeng, right? But everyone else is spreading it around like it's the gospel truth, almost as if it were a fact. Bai Qingling's expression instantly darkened. Without a word, he gripped his sword and walked forward. Shu Nan quickly called after him, senior brother Bai Qingling just left him with a cold reply, focus on your training. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Xinger covered her eyes, crying. Wah, I don't want to watch, I can't watch this anymore. She threw herself into Ling Yin's arms. Isn't it bad enough how tragic Master's past was on its own? But even the people around him had to be so unhappy. She's such a good person, and yet someone's spreading those awful rumors about her. Ling Yin patted her head reassuringly. I told you not to watch, but you insisted. Besides, now isn't the time for this. Ni Zheng, the one who teamed up with us, has already gotten the clearance key and is activating the teleportation array. In a little bit, we'll teleport out of here to deliver the box our master wants. Singer raised a determined fist. I will personally deliver what master desires. I'm not going to fight you for it. Why are you so guarded even against your senior sister? Ling Yin looked at her calmly. We still don't know how this situation is going to be resolved. We need to be prepared for anything unexpected. Meanwhile, Bai Qingling was sitting by a lake, fishing, his reflection perfectly mirrored in the crystal-clear water. Ma Guifeng sat down to fish beside him. Well, this is a rare sight. I never thought you, the head disciple, would enjoy fishing. One often comes to understand many truths while fishing. For example, a calm mind leads to success, and one must not miss the perfect opportunity. In that same instant, a large fish took the bait, and some willingly take the bait. Bai Qingling said, his patience wearing thin. Stop beating around the bush with me. What do you want to say? Ma Guifeng stuck out his tongue playfully. Senior brother, you're too impatient with women. You're not gentle or tender enough. Hua Yuerong used to only be close to you, but now you've given me an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Bai Qingling closed his eyes, centering himself. So she accepted a new robe from you and wore it for half a day. That's all it was. Ma Guifeng was completely unfazed. So what? I have plenty of ways to make her slowly fall for me instead of you, but I'm not an unreasonable person. It's obvious she still has feelings for you, and I have no intention of making an enemy of you, so I have a suggestion. Bai Qingling's gaze turned glacial. Speak. Ma Guifeng gestured grandly. We're all martial brothers here, so why don't we share Hua Yuerong? The three of us can enjoy her company together. Bai Qingling hoisted a massive boulder, preparing to crush him. The rock smashed into his face, sending snot flying as he collapsed to the ground, his hands trembling. Bai Qingling was radiating pure killing intent. Just then, Hua Yuerong appeared. Senior brother Bai Qingling, what are you doing? Bai Qingling stood there, a malevolent aura surrounding him, his eyes glowing red. What am I doing? Ma Guifeng offended me, so I killed him. Seeing me like this, surely it doesn't make you feel some misplaced disappointment, does it? He said this as he approached Hua Yuerong. Could it be? She just stared blankly at Bai Qingling, unable to speak a word. Right after, she heard Bai Qingling shout, this is the real me. The true Qingling Zun. He walked past Hua Yuerong and said indifferently, a useless, naive brat like you doesn't even have the right to offend me. She turned her head to watch Bai Qingling leave, Hua Yuerong shaking her head continuously, pleading in despair. That's not true. This isn't you. Please stop. I'm begging you. He didn't turn back and kept walking, ignoring her pleas. Sometime later, he took the initiative to find the evil medicine master. After explaining his intentions, the man said excitedly, oh, so you're saying we can finally extract the demon blood. Your demonic body has finally matured. Hearing this, Bai Qingling replied coldly, Master, haven't you wanted to take my demon blood since the very first day? Consider this a display of your disciples' filial piety. Seeing that Bai Qingling was so understanding, the medicine master laughed heartily and praised him. Haha, good disciple, that you can understand this so clearly. Your master is truly happy for you. The old man snapped his fingers and a cauldron appeared behind him. He continued, as for that Hua Yuerong matter, you can rest assured. Her value isn't even worth a single drop of your demon blood. The blood-melting cauldron is supreme treasure capable of extracting pure blood essence. Your master won't drain you dry, of course. I'll need you to continuously provide demon blood in the future. Without hesitation, Bai Qingling said nothing more and leaped into the cauldron. The old man immediately closed the lid, activated the technique, and began chanting. In an instant, the blood cauldron began to glow with a red light emitting rumbling, bubbling sounds. Seeing this, the medicine master couldn't help but get excited, his eyes filled with ambition as he watched the blood cauldron activate. Quickly, quickly, give me that demon blood, my precious cauldron. However, the blood cauldron hadn't been running for long before it suddenly stopped. Puzzled, the medicine master approached to inspect it. The blood bag is still full. Why has the blood-melting cauldron stopped working? At this, the medicine master leaped onto the lid and shouted, My good disciple, are you all right? Can you hear your master speaking? You can't die in there, at least not yet. With that, the evil medicine master opened the lid to look for Bai Qingling. Just then, his ice-cold voice sounded from behind. Now is the time. He was seen kicking the medicine master into the cauldron with a single move, then shouting, Activate. His eyes showed not a flicker of emotion as the blood cauldron instantly sealed shut. The evil medicine master screamed Bai Qingling. You were never in the cauldron. How did you do it? You heartless bastard. Are you trying to betray your master and destroy your ancestors? A second later, the medicine master's screams echoed out. RJ, it's agonizing. Stop it now. This damned cauldron, amidst the evil medicine master's screams, Bai Qingling, sitting atop the cauldron, just gave a faint smile and said, this phantom doppelganger goo really works well. As for why I know it when you never taught me, I can't be bothered to tell you. Inside the cauldron, the medicine master pleaded desperately. You natural-born demon, truly worthy of being my disciple, please spare your master. However, faced with the medicine master's pleas, a murderous glint appeared in Bai Qingling's eyes. I ask you, answer. Who was the one who placed the goo on Hua Yuerong's father? Hearing this, the evil medicine master hurriedly replied it was my younger brother. Also my junior brother, Fierce Tiger, Taoist of the Kangming sect. He was the one who coveted the wrong family's wealth. It had nothing to do with your master. Hearing the answer, he silently committed the name to memory. Fierce Tiger Taoist. I'll remember that. But once he had his answer, his face turned vicious as he shouted, reactivate instantly. The crimson flames and the blood-melting cauldron flared up, beginning to burn the evil medicine master to ash. The medicine master, still unwilling to give up, roared, ah, my ambitions. The cruelty of my brother, all the demonic cultivators I've ever met, none of them compare to you. Ah, Bai Qingling, you are the true demon. When he saw that the evil medicine master had been completely reduced to ash, Bai Qingling finally jumped down from the blood-melting cauldron. Before leaving, he said softly, Master, you were very strong. As long as you were alive, I would always fear you. But you only made one mistake. A very simple mistake. You shouldn't have had malicious intentions toward Hua Yuerong. Targeting her was the same as unleashing my evil. The more Bai Qingling looked at the nascent soul blood essence, the wider his triumphant smile grew. Master's nascent soul blood essence. I guarantee I will refine it into the most perfect 9 revolutions demonic goo in this world. As for the disciples of the evil medicine sect, it won't be long now. If I don't send them to join you, Master Hua Yuerong will never be able to live in peace. Back in reality, after watching everything, Hua Yuerong just quietly turned and walked away. But if one looked closely, they could see she was crying, trying her best not to let anyone see. Seeing Yuerong leave, Han Jiniang exclaimed in astonishment, so Hua Yuerong is her. I should have realized it sooner, but I won't admit defeat. I won't give him up to her. At the bottom of the towering pagoda, Ling Yin carried Xinger on her back. Xinger, we're out. Suddenly, Xinger burst into tears. Master. Master was never a natural-born demon seed at all. Second, senior sister, should a man like Master really be called a demon? Isn't this? Love Ling Yin sighed. Who knows? Ling Yin looked back at Xinger with a sorrowful gaze. The demonic path. Outsiders can only see the surface results. The heart of the demonic path. Unless you truly enter it, you can never know. Xinger put a hand to her chin, pondering. Truly enter it, huh? Nangong Fang looked up and clicked his tongue. What a mess. A perfectly good trial has turned into this. Wouldn't you agree, Sect Master? There was no answer. He turned to look surprised to see Yi Hongyi sitting there in a daze. Sect Master Yi Hongyi's eyes were wide with shock. What is this? What is this feeling? She clutched her head in confusion. Am I jealous? As she walked down the steps, she muttered to herself. He was lying to me. Is he still lying to me? Have I been afflicted by a goo? No, impossible. All of this is real. And it was because of me. Why didn't I know anything back then? Why did I hate him so much? In the end, I was the one who failed him. Hua Yuerong held a sword in her hand. After all this, what right do I have to face him again? She placed the sword to her own neck, tears streaming down her face. The only thing I can do is apologize to senior brother with my life. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Hua Yuerong looked up. Senior brother. Junior brother Chen stood before Bai Qingling and asked senior brother Bai, where is master? I haven't seen him for a few days. Is he still in seclusion? Qingling looked up at him. That's right, junior brother Chen. Is there something troubling you that you need, master, to resolve? Junior brother Chen gave a slight laugh. How did you know, senior brother? I've been feeling very strange these past few days and I haven't seen the other senior brothers either. I can only wait for master. Bai Qingling looked at the crack on the side of his junior brother's face, his eyes darkening. A thought crossed his mind. So he's fallen for that old fox's hidden trap after all. He remembered what the heretic medicine master had said, that all the disciples of the heretic medicine sect had been cursed with the 7 souls madness goo, and there was practically no cure. Their fate was to become the heretic medicine master's sacrifices, to become soulless corpse puppets. Qingling seriously asked junior brother Chen, live like a puppet or die with dignity? If you had to choose, which would it be? Junior brother Chen scratched his head and chuckled. Senior brother Bai, why are you asking such a heavy question out of nowhere? But then he answered seriously, if I had to choose, I definitely wouldn't want to be a puppet. I'd rather die. Bai Qingling pursed his lips and nodded. I understand now. His eyes burned with fire. Rest in peace, junior brother. A group of people had been killed, their bodies scattered on the ground. Qingling calmly carried Hua Yuerong away. The heretic medicine master scoffed at his foolishness. Look at that pale face of yours. You actually use your demonic blood and heart's core essence to remove the goo for her. The goo on her is gone, but your internal organs are now severely injured. Bai Qingling ignored his words, slowly setting Hua Yuerong down on the ground. The heretic medicine master pressed on. You must quickly create a new set of innate wood elemental organs to replace your original ones. You'll have to nurture your injured organs in a place with dense demonic qi for several years before they can return to your body. Bai Qingling, was all of this worth it? Do you have any regrets? Bai Qingling's expression was incredibly calm. With my demonic blood and core essence, she'll become very powerful in the future, won't she? But it's not enough. She won't be able to protect herself until she completely loses her innocence. When you wake up, you will see the destruction of the heretic medicine sect. You will witness my departure, hate me, and then you'll live on. Qingling looked at Hua Yuerong with sorrowful eyes. I carry the weight of the world's sins, and all I seek is just one thing. He caressed her cheek with his hand and then slowly placed a kiss on her lips. Bai Qingling sat on a chair in his chambers, holding his head and muttering, Am I Bai Qingling? Or am I Bai Qingling? In the end, is this life a lie, or was it my past life as the shut-in Bai Long that was the illusion? I can't quite tell. I can't distinguish between them anymore. Sen Singer called out, Master. Holding a box, she shyly approached him. Sen Singer is back. Suddenly, the box fell to the ground. She rushed forward, pulling Bai Qingling's head to her chest, her voice almost a shout. Sen Singer saw everything. Master, you're making my heart ache. That Hua Yuerong. She's such a fool for not seeing your true feelings at all. With a captivated expression, Sen Singer continued, Unlike her, Sen Singer only cares for you, Master. Whatever you want Sen Singer to do, Sen Singer will do it. Bai Qingling looked up with a lifeless gaze, then replied, This venerable one instructed you to be extremely careful when retrieving the Yang God mechanism. Why did you let yourself get so injured? She bent down to pick up the Yang God mechanism. Master once said, this contains your most important possession. So Sen Singer had to protect it. After all, Master's enemies are like a pack of wolves. Like that vile Xiao Chen. Sitting on his throne, Bai Qingling called out, Sen Singer, come sit here. She looked up. In an instant, she was sitting on Bai Qingling's lap. The skin on your chest was injured by fire origin energy. She looked down at her chest. Bai Qingling continued, although it can be treated with acupuncture, that method is too slow and painful. He said with a sly smile, Let's use the poison method from last time. This venerable one will sacrifice himself for you once more. Consider it a reward for this trip. Sen Singer. Bai Qingling moved aside the strap on Sen Singer's chest with a mischievous grin, while a blushing Sen Singer stared back in a daze. Without hesitation, he began to treat her, and suggestive sounds filled the air. Bai Qingling held Sen Singer close, burying his face in her chest, while she wrapped her arms around his neck, letting out soft whimpers. This feeling. She held his head, tilting her own back as she said, Sen Singer likes it so much. Sen Singer loves it. A mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Host has successfully infused great love into target Sen Singer. Received 2,000 accumulation points 6 times. Target Sen Singer has received 8,000 accumulation points. After it was over, Bai Qingling laid her on the bed to rest. A voice called from outside, Senior brother, are you in there? He glanced back emotionlessly. Hua Yuerong clung to the door, trying to make her voice carry inside. It's me, it's Hua Yuerong. The door creaked open. Senior brother, Qingling. Bai Qingling looked at her with murderous eyes and thought to himself, I originally thought that when this scene finally happened, we would embrace and there would be so many words of longing and understanding between us. He recalled images of her as a child. But seeing her look just like she did back then, I feel that just exchanging glances is enough. Bai Qingling finally spoke. Your senior brother wants you to eliminate someone. Are you willing? Hua Yuerong replied. Who is it? He spoke, his eyes filled with an assertion that allowed no refusal as he was hypnotizing her. A spy disguised as a member of the righteous path, the head disciple of the Yin Kui Hall Xiao Chen. Her red eyes and obedient demeanor showed that she was now under his control. This junior sister will go take his dog head now. Xiao Chen was on his knees kowtowing. The arrogant Nangong Fang stood listening to the kneeling man speak. Right now, only you can save me. We're in the same boat. Without your support, Xiao Chen wouldn't have gotten to where I am today. The man began to deny responsibility. In the beginning, you swore up and down that Bai Qingling would be utterly ruined, that even the demonic path would despise him. Do you know what they're calling him out there now? His face twisted as he continued. They're all calling him the Great Love, Immortal, Venerable. They're even scheming about how to make him their son-in-law. They're saying that if Sect Master Yi married him, the entire Kangming sect would be honored. Fang practically screamed, Get out. The farther the better. He slammed the door, leaving an enraged Xiao Chen standing there holding a voice transmission jade. Damn it. Nangong Fang is just another useless piece of trash. Even my master isn't responding to my transmission jade. Just as he was at a loss, a voice came from behind him. What are you going to do now? Quick, think of a way. Who else can save me? The head disciple of the Yin Kui Hall Xiao Chen, am I right? He turned around stunned. Ling Yin looked down on him with a haughty gaze and said, "You've been summoned to the Hall of Justice. You'll be coming with this protector." The Hall of Enforcement. Xiao Chen was on his knees with many eyes looking down on him from above. Elder Luo stepped forward and announced, "The public trial of Xiao Chen will now begin." Yi Hongyi spoke up immediately. "Xiao Chen, you colluded with the Kunlun Dao sect acting as a spy within our Eastern Land's demonic path. Do you have any excuses?" Xiao Chen, with a look of pure annoyance, thought to himself. "Xiao Chen, I am the great child of destiny. A punk like you thinks you're worthy of interrogating me." That's what he thought, but he still corrected himself, saying, "I, Xiao Chen, am completely loyal to the Qingling sect as heaven and earth can witness. Someone must be framing me." The woman in red standing above called out Elder Luo. Upon hearing this, Elder Luo immediately took off his robe, revealing a muscular body holding a red thorny whip in his hand. "Looks like this old man needs to use a little force to get you to confess. Do you recognize the soul-whipping thorn in my hand?" He cracked the whip towards Xiao Chen, hitting him right in the ear. The divine soul whip. "Tell me the truth," he cried out in pain. "I've been wronged. I, Xiao Chen, have never been a traitorous spy." Elder Luo withdrew the whip. He walked over to the woman in red and reported, "Sect Master, my skills are too humble. I'm not strong enough to make him confess." She glanced over at Bai Qingling and Xinger, who were standing not far away, and thought, "Godfather, this Xiao Chen is really not so simple." Bai Qingling, standing above, looked down and thought, "He fell for my mystic heart art just as expected. If he can't even withstand this, he's not worthy of being the main character." Ren Tianfen spoke up, "Hall Master Bai, you're the mastermind behind this public trial, aren't you?" Bai Qingling shot him a displeased look. Han Jiniang, standing beside him, blew a kiss, ignoring Ren Tianfan, who was standing right there sneering at him. "Did you have to end up like this just because you offended me? Personal grudges should be settled personally. Don't make a mockery of justice and bring shame to us all." Xinger stood by furious, while Bai Qingling's eyes widened as he thought, "Does Ren Tianfan think it's easier to deal with me than his own wife? Forget it, he's not the main character in this drama." He walked down and said, "Elder Luo, allow me to offer some guidance." Xiao Chen's face twisted as he looked up at him and said, "Bai Qingling, you bastard. The Qingling sect will fall into your hands sooner or later." He gave a wicked smile and said, "Your last chance to save yourself is to apologize to me, Xiao Chen. Say that this crimson child of Qingling has been wronged, then bow your head and atone." A red light appeared in Bai Qingling's hand. There's a saying in the Eastern lands, while the Tao is 1 foot high, the devil is 10 feet higher. He smiled wickedly and said, "I'm not that much higher, just high enough." He controlled a goo insect and sent it flying into his mouth. The illusion god, truth-spitting goo. Instantly, Xiao Chen looked as if his life force was being drained and a red aura surrounded him. Then Xiao Chen curled up, letting out savage laughter. From above, Ren Tianfan pointed down and shouted, "Hall Master Bai, what are you doing? Are you poisoning Xiao Chen in front of everyone?" Before he could finish his sentence, someone cut him off. "Shut up, you eunuch." Ren Tianfan was completely stunned by that remark. It turned out to be Xiao Chen pointing and saying, "You can't even tell the difference between poison and a goo, yet you dare to open your mouth, you damned eunuch." Ren Tianfan's face turned red with anger as he stammered, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who's a eunuch? Who's a eunuch? You better watch your mouth, you rotten brat." But Xiao Chen just laughed loudly and said, "Haha, my master Yu Shuzi has heavenly talents and intelligence from all over the world. I know everything about every single one of you." Xiao Chen then targeted Elder Chen. This year, Elder Chen Tai Shu took the reserve holy maiden of the 4 great righteous sects as his first wife. If he meets his in-laws on the battlefield, I wonder if he'll have the heart to strike. Next, he targeted Elder Ni, causing the old man to hide his face with his sleeve. Elder Ni Yang is having an affair with someone from the righteous true martial sword sect, and his sister-in-law is a grand elder of that same sect. Guess who this old geezer will help when the righteous and demonic paths go to war? Xiao Chen stood up and declared loudly, "You people of the demonic path are nothing but cowards. My little list of traitors has only just begun." But the entire demonic path of the Eastern lands has already lost all its fighting spirit. It's full of surrender monkeys. Yi Hongyi stood up angrily and said, "Godfather, make him shut up. If he keeps talking, our Qingling sect will fall apart." Bai Qingling replied, "That's right. I did it." Xiao Chen was stunned and Yi Hongyi was just as surprised. Bai Qingling declared loudly, "The people you mentioned, their contact with the righteous path was all my idea. Are you telling me that your so-called righteous path is allowed to plant spies? But my demonic path is not allowed to retaliate." Xiao Chen stared up at him with his mouth agape while he thought viciously, "No matter what the truth is, the people Xiao Chen mentioned can only accept my version of events. Using this to seize control of the narrative for the entire Qingling sect is the true purpose of this public trial." Xiao Chen immediately spoke up. "What do you mean your idea?" Bai Qingling stopped trying to take credit for everything. He covered his face and said, "If it weren't for you, if you weren't here, those 3 female disciples of yours would have been my bed slaves long ago." Xiao Chen recalled the image of himself embracing and laughing with Bai Qingling's 3 disciples and said angrily, "You're just a pawn of my master. Sooner or later, you'll be betrayed by everyone and your reputation will be ruined. Only I deserve to be the final victor. Ling Yin angrily drew her sword and rushed towards him. Disgusting. To think I once worked alongside this man, you deserve to die. But Bai Qingling caught the sword between two fingers. Stop. Ling Yin said. Master, he replied. Let him finish. He still has secrets to reveal. Seeing this, Xiao Chen laughed cunningly. Bai Qingling, it seems you've already sensed it. He shouted. The founding holy maiden of the ethereal cloud palace, the nemesis who once beat you, the blood lord, to a pulp. Mu Xinlan. She has awakened from her ice coffin. An image appeared of the beautiful Mu Xinlan, deep in slumber. Senior Mu will wipe out all the demonic cultivators in Yunzhou. The third holy war to slay demons is about to begin. You rotten demons better start doing some good deeds while you still can. Yi Hongyi said, confused. The third holy war to slay demons, she thought to herself. The last time Godfather fought Mu Xinlan, he ultimately lost. Now our demonic path has no one else who can fight her. What should we do? Bai Qingling spoke with contempt. Xiao Chen, why are you shouting so loud? He smiled slyly and said, it just shows how little confidence you have. Xiao Chen looked up angrily, but he spoke like a madman. Gentlemen, I love war. I love blitzkriegs beheading the so-called righteous before they can even draw their swords. I love sieges watching the fish in the barrel, those petty people destroying themselves. I love long drawn-out wars, savoring how they tremble for all eternity under the might of the demonic path. Bai Qingling's expression was sinister, but his eyes were filled with confidence and madness as he said, I ask all of you just one question. To conquer the Central Plains, I will lead the charge. Who approves and who objects above? Many disciples were buzzing with discussion, then as if they had all decided at once, they cheered in unison. Follow the Godfather to expand our territory, shatter the Central Plains, slaughter the hypocritical, righteous, and rebuild the glory of the demonic path. We'll never back down. Seeing this, he reminded them, Elder Luo passed the sentence. The moment Elder Luo pronounced the sentence, two burly men dragged Xiao Chen away, leaving him completely stunned and bewildered. Xiao Chen of the Yin Ghost Hall, a death row inmate, has been found guilty of high treason for colluding with the enemy. Tomorrow he will be taken to the Nether Flame Valley to be executed by demonic fire. Bai Qingling walked out of the Hall of Enforcement. Yi Hongyi immediately gave chase. Patriarch, please wait. Sect leader, Yi, I assume you're here to question me about the traitor. Kuan Hong, aren't you? He turned back and replied, if I hadn't done that, our positions wouldn't be secure. This isn't about eliminating them, but controlling them. Only then can we act with true authority and not disappoint our people. Ye Hongyi blushed shyly and said, no, that's not it. I didn't mean to question you. She took his hand and looked up, saying instead, Patriarch, please come to my chambers and teach me more of your ways of ruling people. Singer came running from a distance. Wait. She hugged Bai Qingling's arm, her face full of concern. Master, you're exhausted. Sect leader. Yeah, whatever it is, can it wait until tomorrow? Standing between them, he thought with confusion, what's? With all this sudden pulling and grabbing. The Great War is coming. Don't they feel any sense of urgency? An eager voice called out, Senior Brother Qingling Hua. Yuerong wrapped her arms around Bai Qingling's neck and said coquettishly, Senior Brother, now that business here is done, why don't you come to my Yin Ghost Hall and reminisce with me? There are still so many unique stories between us that I need you to explain to me. Han Jiniang also walked over. Hallmaster Hua, how can you act like this in front of the sect leader? What about your decorum? She also pressed herself against Bai Qingling and said, compared to little chicks like them, Hallmaster Bai surely prefers someone who's a stranger at first but familiar later, right? Ling Yin, holding a basket of fruit, also approached. Ah, master. She shyly averted her gaze. I must have come in a bad time. All the beautiful women surrounded Bai Qingling, each wanting a piece of him. Were they planning to tear the demon lord into 5 pieces? Even his illusionary clones wouldn't have been enough to handle this. Xinger blew softly into Bai Qingling's ear. She was on his back, her legs wrapped around him. She asked cheerfully, Master, there are no stars out tonight. Why are we going to the mountaintop? His face was shrouded in darkness, his expression unreadable. I never called for you. You're the one who decided to cling to me. Suddenly, Bai Qingling raised his hand and violently shoved Zhen Xinger away, causing her to fall backward. Tolerating your willfulness is already an act of great mercy from me. But she, undeterred, playfully struck a languid pose. Master, are you going to punish little Singer? He turned his face halfway towards her and gave a sinister smile. In the dead of night, it's the perfect time for demonic goo to grow. Aren't you afraid that I'll plant one in you? Jinger gave him a sweet wink and reached out to touch his chest. Is the goo here? Does Master want to give it to me? Her action made his face freeze, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This is bad. Do I have any dignity or authority left in this girl's eyes? Should I just clean out the junk in her brain? She spoke up, asking him, oh right, why are we keeping that villain Xiao Chen alive until tomorrow's execution? That guy is treacherous. Aren't you worried something might happen, Master? Bai Qingling let out a sneer and stopped walking. That's precisely why I'm here. It won't be long now. Just you wait. The two of them stopped before a frozen landscape with countless towering peaks before them. The scene shifts to another cramped place where Xiao Chen was punching the hard iron bars with his bare hands. He roared in indignation, "Old demon Bai, you despicable, shameless bastard, you won't have a peaceful death. I, Xiao Chen, have been wronged. I don't accept this. Guards, I want to see the elder of the Hall of Enforcement. I demand another." Interrogation. Suddenly, a voice came from another direction. Senior brother Xiao, calm down. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" A person completely covered up wearing a hat that obscured their eyes and face introduced themselves. "My name is Niu Dali, the last disciple of the Jade Lion. I'm your junior brother. I've been working as a spy in the Hall of Enforcement, and I've made it to the rank of prison warden." He opened the cell door, walked in, and unlocked the shackles on Xiao Chen's feet. "Master normally forbade me from contacting you precisely in preparation for a situation like today's." Niu Dali stood up to face him and continued, "Since your plan has failed, let's leave together. Let's go back to the Central Plains, back to Master's side." Xiao Chen pressed 2 fingers to the center of his chest. "All right, follow me." Instantly, a purple pearl emerged from his body. This is the origin reverting pearl. With just a short incantation, it can open a teleportation gate that will last for a month. The coordinates for this origin reverting pearl are set to the main hall of the Kunlun Dao sect's leader. He gave a sinister smile, "That dog Bai Qingling, the demon lord. You just wait for me. Once I reclaim my aura as the son of destiny, I will definitely grind you into dust." The scene shifts to the Kunlun Dao sect, where a long white-haired old man stood beneath a giant statue. Xiao Chen and Niu Dali knelt before him. Disciple Xiao Chen pays his respects to Master. Disciple Niu Dali pays his respects to Master. He spoke with cheerful excitement. "Master, your eldest disciple has returned. Although I failed, as long as I could make it back to see you alive, our great cause can still be planned." Suddenly, the master leaped back, pointing his staff at him in a panic. "You, stay back, get back now." Xiao Chen was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Master, what's wrong?" "It's me, Chen'er." The master's face was filled with terror. "Xiao Chen, don't you come near me." At the same time, strange green veins appeared on his face. In an instant, they spread all over Xiao Chen's body. Countless red welts, big and small, erupted all over him. Not a single spot on his body was spared. "Master, what's happening to me, Master? Save me." Xiao Chen's body began to swell up, covered in red circles. The master replied, "That is the 6 revolutions Earth, Tao Heavenly Star Gu. After gestating for a night, it has already fused with your body. You cannot bring ruin upon the sect. Find a quiet place and die." He acted so decisively that in a flash, Xiao Chen was gone. He was flung far into the sky until he became a tiny speck of light. With a loud bang, a massive fireball appeared in the dark sky. The scene shifts back to where Singer and Bai Qingling were sitting. She pointed up at the night sky, "Master." A red star just flashed in that direction. He smirked a grin that couldn't be more sinister. "I told you a dark and windy night is perfect for nurturing a demonic goo." They both looked towards the distant light in the sky. "In this vast world, perhaps only I was sincere enough to come see you off. Go in peace, Xiao Chen." The scene shifts to the trial cliff of the Zhenwu sword sect, where many people were practicing with their swords. A beautiful young woman was also training. The head disciple Feng Lixue was practicing. "Sister Lixue," a voice from behind made her turn instinctively. "It's been a long time, senior sister Feng Lixue." Lin Mo's heart was filled with longing for her. He was the 3rd prince of the great Chu dynasty, Lin Mo. She remembered a past image of her own shy self. "Is that you, Lin Mo?" She recalled an unpleasant memory from that day. "I told you I'm fine. I want to rest now. You should go home." He had obediently listened. "All right," she thought. He almost broke down the door to get to me. Good thing someone stopped him. While Feng Lixue was practicing her swordplay, Lin Mo just stood to the side watching her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. This boy at 15 or 16 isn't even as tall as me yet. And he's so obvious about wanting to build a relationship with me, he can't even hide it. She pointed the tip of her sword at him without any courtesy. "If your highness hopes to have a heart-to-heart, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong person. If there's nothing important, feel free to leave." Lin Mo got flustered and started to stammer. "Well then." He thought, "It's like she knows what I want to say and cut me off before I could even start." He spoke up again. "It's not that there's nothing important. For example, the recent movements of the righteous sects. I heard that Sanctus Mu Xinlan of the Wandering Cloud Palace is planning to." She turned back doubtfully and asked, "Mu Xinlan is at the Wandering Cloud Palace's holy land Chuan Binghu." A cry of master echoed through the area. It was the 9th princess of the great Chu dynasty, Lin Tiantian, her face filled with worry as she pleaded for help. Just now, a letter arrived from the Kunlun Dao sect. "Senior brother Xiao Chen. He was killed by that old devil Bai. I beg you, Master, send out your forces to slay that demon and avenge my senior brother." Xiao Mu Xinlan was sitting on a rock by a stream, meditating with her eyes closed. "Qianer, my only disciple, the 3rd holy demon war is upon us. I cannot abandon the bigger picture just for your childhood, sweetheart Xiao Chen." She opened her eyes to look at Qian Tian. "If you are truly that desperate for revenge, I have only one method. Xiantian's face lit up with a joyful smile. Your disciple will heed master's teachings. Her eyes turned dark as she said, when I fought Bai Qingling, Qingji saw a fragment of his memories. In it, there was a little girl, dressed like a bride, probably around the so. Good heavens, she asked in surprise. Seduction. The powerful flames of bloodlust surrounded Demon Lord Bai Qingling, and his mood was cheerful and relaxed. After swapping back to his original heart, the path of reconstruction has become much smoother, as expected of the innate formless demon body. He and Singer sat back to back. With the system's dream reversion immortal bed, the benefits of dual and multi-cultivation were even greater. It could even copy the physique of his cultivation partner onto his own body. His eyes suddenly opened bright as if he'd realized something. The profound yin qi from Singer's ghost-taming spiritual body could help regulate his path to the Dharma idol realm. Shinger wrapped her arms around his neck. Master's reward. Shinger has absorbed it all. Did I help you, Master? He looked at her and said, no need to be so excited. There will be more opportunities to cultivate together in the future. She hugged him from behind, their bodies pressed intimately against each other. Shinger wants to continue with you, Master, but a message just came from the main hall. Sect Master Yi invites you over to discuss official business. Bai Qingling asked calmly, official business. The scene changes. In a vast bamboo forest, he walked behind a guide. At this time, the only official business could be the Grand Assembly of the Demonic Alliance. This assembly was where a traitor would emerge, leading to the protagonist Xiao Chen's successful outcome. Bai Qingling continued to be lost in his own thoughts. But the timing is off. Why is it half a year early? Was I wrong? Or did another variable appear besides Xiao Chen's death? He was startled, taking in his current surroundings. Wait, where is this? The woman stopped and bowed respectfully, inviting him forward. Hall Master Bisect Master Yi is waiting for you at the Joyful Union Pond. Please, this way. He felt like he'd drawn the short straw, unable to even force a smile. Isn't that the Sect Master's private hot spring? Why? She immediately turned around in embarrassment and said, anyway, please take your time. The scene changes to a place with an azure stream, and a slender foot steps down into it. It was Yi Hongyi wearing a provocative outfit and bathing there. She turned around abruptly, and when she saw who it was, her body instantly took on a seductive and fawning posture. Godfather. With her captivating figure, Hongyi stood before Bai Qingling and said, Godfather, how do I look today? Is there anything different? Bai Qingling smiled and replied, the great Sect Master has just finished cultivating and is recuperating in her private hot spring, isn't she? I don't see anything. He glanced down at her abdomen and saw a red mark-like symbol. Bai Qingling pressed 2 fingers into the glowing red mark on her. Hongyi cried out, her cheeks turned red. Godfather, you can't do that. Bai Qingling slowly let his hands touch the mark and said, there's a rumor that the ancestors of the Ye family were originally from the Ice Plains. They couldn't fully adapt to the warm spiritual energy of the inner continent. Every time they had a breakthrough, a turbulent flow of true qi would be born in their bodies, causing them harm. A bright red power radiated from Bai Qingling. He said decisively, dispel. The red light vanished. Hongyi touched the spot where the mark had been and said in amazement, the turbulent true qi is gone. This kind of ailment can actually be cured. Bai Qingling's right hand grasped her shoulder as he replied, it can be, but this isn't considered a permanent solution. He picked her up and said casually, no need for more words. Why don't you try the effects of the dream reversion immortal bed for yourself, great Sect Master? A crimson bed with intricate details on its frame appeared. They both sat on it, with Hongyi sitting face to face with Bai Qingling before embracing him. A mechanical voice rang out, congratulations, host, for successfully demonstrating great love. You have received 5,000 points. Current points, 85,000. Bai Qingling said to her, today, Sect Master Ye, you had a breakthrough and specifically sought me out for a discussion. If I'm not mistaken, it's about the Grand Assembly of the Demonic Alliance. She replied, yes. A new trend is beginning to sweep the world. The Quanwu Azure Heart is about to appear, which will trigger the third great war between the righteous and demonic paths. The Demon Emperor has sent an envoy hoping to unite the 8 great demonic sects to fight back together. Bai Qingling's pupils constricted. He said, you first contacted the Grand Elders of the Ye family, and then that incompetent uncle of yours, Ren Tianfan, before finally coming to me, correct? You weren't willing to prioritize discussing this with me. Does that mean you never trusted me in the first place? Hongyi hurriedly replied in a panic. That's not it. It's because... Before she could finish her hesitant explanation, Bai Qingling cut her off. He said, I'll be blunt with you, Yi Hongyi. There's a traitor in the Demonic Alliance. You people can't handle this. The Ye family's Grand Elders can't, Ren Tianfan can't, and you can't either. She looked away and then said to Bai Qingling, then, in your opinion, Godfather, what should I do? With a sharp glint in his eyes, Bai Qingling thought to himself, our little exchange just now has once again proven the effectiveness of the dream reversion immortal bed's dual cultivation. This might be a good opportunity. I can quickly and directly use the strength-determining art to recover my powers. He pushed the thought aside and said to Hongyi, Sect Master Ren is a coward who hides in his shell, but his wife possesses the true strength and ruthlessness of the demonic path. If I and Madame Ren join forces, this grand assembly will be free of worries. She replied, that aunt of mine. I've heard a few rumors. Could it be that you have other intentions, or perhaps you're catering to some of her desires? Bai Qingling raised a fist to his mouth. Ahem. The traitor I mentioned earlier in the demonic alliance is Ji Kai Mei of the Joyful Union sect. Madame Ren was once a prospective holy maiden of the Joyful Union sect. She probably has a natural advantage when it comes to dealing with Ji Kai Mei, she said in a low voice. So that's how it is? It was rude of me. He immediately turned away thinking, that was a perfect explanation. Good thing I managed to fool her. He glanced in a certain direction and said to Hong Yi, someone's here. Ling Yin was standing nervously by the bushes watching the two of them. She stepped out from the thicket and looked at Bai Qingling. Master, you found me. His face darkened as he secretly glanced at Ling Yin thinking. This scene feels a bit familiar, but neither side is reacting as intensely as last time. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? While he was thinking, she bowed from a distance and spoke. Sect Master Ling Yin has some bad news to report. Bai Qingling replied. Bad news. Ling Yin continued. Yesterday, a trusted hall master from Black Moon Hall went to Black Moon City to collect the annual tribute. He was a man whom the Protector and the sect master personally supported and was absolutely trustworthy. His disappearance is definitely not a simple matter. Black Moon City was originally a subordinate of Taoist Fierce Tiger. Now that Fierce Tiger is dead, I suspect they intend to rebel. Hong Yi, still sitting on the bed, shyly pulled a black cloth over herself. Bai Qingling thought seriously. In the original story, the Black Moon City arc was the stage for the protagonists Xiao Chen, Dantai Ling Yin, and Yi Hongyi to show off their power. The betrayal of Black Moon City is a certainty, but just like the demonic alliance assembly, the timing of it all has moved up. A sharp smirk formed on Bai Qingling's lips. A betrayal is just a betrayal. It's nothing that can't be settled in a single night. Yi Hongyi spoke up. Settled in a single night, Black Moon City is one of the most important subordinate powers of the Shangming sect, with each of its 4 great families presided over by a nascent soul elder, he said with a triumphant look in his fiery eyes. What's there to fear? They're not united. They're nothing more than a disorganized pack of strays. They'll make the perfect appetizer for the Alliance Conference. Black Moon City, Tang Family Fort. At a large dining table laden with countless dishes, 4 people were seated. Elder Zonglin spoke up. 7th young master. I wonder where the new master of the Black Moon Hall is now. Tianren replied. He is already in Elder Sia's hands. Murongqi also joined the conversation. He raised his wine cup and said, this cup was crafted from human bone. Hei Long, sitting opposite him, asked Tianren, young master Tang Tianren, did you use the bones of the Shangming sect's hall master to make this cup? Tianren sneered, his expression turning sour. Hei Long, the 3 great families are discussing matters. What right do you have to interrupt? Do you really think your Kunlun clan is the 4th great family of Black Moon City? Hearing this, Hei Long looked furious and was about to retort. Zhong Lin interjected. The 7th young master's methods are truly brilliant. To think you dealt with a golden core expert from the Shangming sect without a trace, it's no wonder old Master Tang passed the position of family head to you. Hearing those words, he narrowed his eyes at the old man. Elder Si, you jest. I seized this position as head of the Tang family with my own 2 hands. Tianren gave a sinister smile. Enough nonsense. Since things have come to this, I'll make my stance clear first. Starting this month, the Tang family will no longer pay tribute to the Shangming sect. All 3 men were stunned by his statement. Murongqi spoke up. It's true that Lord Fierce Tiger is dead and the young sect master's foundation is unstable. But how do you plan to deal with Demon Lord Qingling? Tianren's pupils glowed with a green light as he folded his hands in front of him. After tonight, that Bai Qingling. Before he could finish, a panicked subordinate rushed in shouting, family head. The Shangming sect has just issued a decree of condemnation. They say they've already identified the culprit behind the new Black Moon Hall master's murder. To Hei Long's astonishment, the name announced was the Kunlun clan. Hei Long shot to his feet, shouting impossible. The new hall master had no dealings whatsoever with my Kunlun clan. Tianren's voice was full of challenge. Great Elder Hei Long, it seems your Kunlun clan is finally of some use. We just need to hand you over to the Shangming sect to buy enough time for us to make our move. Enraged, Hei Long stood up. Tang Tianren, you dare. Who do you think you are? You despicable villain who clawed his way to power by relying on a woman. If you touch my Kunlun clan, the secret of your dead wife's revival will be. Suddenly, a red liquid splattered everywhere. With a single swing of his sword, Tianren had sent Hei Long's head flying. A cunning look appeared on his face. Take his head to the Shangming sect's envoy. We can't let great Elder Hei Long's proactive sacrifice go to waste. Another subordinate reported, Patriarch, there's an urgent matter. The subordinate whispered into Zhong Lin's ear, and the old man frowned. Zhong Lin stood up to leave. 7th young master Tang family head Murong, a major incident has occurred within the Exiamo clan that I must attend to immediately. As for our grand plan, let's discuss it tomorrow. Tianren watched him go and muttered, that old man. He's getting on in years, so hasty. After reading a slip of paper, Murongqi also stood up. My sincerest apologies, something major has also come up in the Murong family. Forgive me, I cannot stay long. At the vast banquet table, only Tian Ran remained, his face darkening. Something's wrong, very wrong. Who's pulling the strings? Two figures appeared in his mind. The new sect master Ye Hongyi. That little girl doesn't have the skills for this. The jade-faced saintess of the ghostly Yin Hall. It's not her style to sacrifice the useless Kunlun clan. Tianren realized. It can only be Bai Qingling. The image of Bai Qingling became crystal clear. Tianren clutched his chest, trying to calm himself. Chi, what am I panicking for? With my wife here, everything will be fine. He gave a sinister laugh. Old devil Bai, tonight when my dead wife is resurrected will be the day your soul descends to the underworld. Deep in the forest, a horse-drawn carriage moved through the night. A piece of paper was slit through a crack in the carriage door by a subordinate. Inside the carriage were Hua Yurong and Qingling. Hua Yurong took the paper. Senior brother Qingling, the second and third elders of the Kunlun clan, have been dealt with by my assassins from the ghostly Yin Hall. As for the great elder, just as you predicted, he was disposed of in front of everyone during the secret meeting with the three great families. Qingling's face was impassive. I know. Good work. Hua Yurong said coquettishly. Senior brother, you're so composed. Are you saying I'm getting old and losing my charm, or is there another flower blooming in your heart? Qingling simply smiled. With enemies both within and without, recovering my organs and rebuilding my strength is my most urgent task right now. I cannot reciprocate your feelings at the moment, but I can invite you to the immortal dream desire bed for dual cultivation. Hua Yurong threw her arms around Qingling, bringing her face close to his. If you're going to be so direct, senior brother, then we should have put that bed in the carriage. That way your dear Hua Yurong could help you right now. Qingling took Hua Yurong's hand. Tonight's business must be settled quickly. There's no time for that. We've arrived. Qingling stepped out of the carriage, helping Hua Yurong down. After 100 years, let us join forces once again to suppress all our enemies here. Hua Yurong waved her hand and the lamps instantly lit up. Hua Yurong and Qingling stepped outside. Bai Qingling thought to himself, taking down the four great families of Black Moon City in one night. It's actually not as difficult as I imagined. Aside from being able to reproduce in 1,000 years, they haven't produced a single nascent soul expert. Once I deal with their few masters, their only fate is to become slaves. The Sais family is Black Moon City's biggest merchant family. All they want is to protect their assets. I've already killed their backer, Taoist Fierce Tiger. They urgently need a new pillar of support and a promise. With no way out, perhaps only death can stop him. He's the main one I need to deal with tonight. Qingling gazed into the distance. As for the Murong family, in front of Hua Yurong and Qingling stood Murong Qi and his retainers. Murong Qi and his men bowed respectfully. Murong Qi pays his respects to the two hall masters from the main sect. Qingling scoffed, "Oh, and what makes you so sure that I'm not an imposter?" Murong Qi bowed low. During the sect master selection, this humble one witnessed your magnificent presence from afar. Your Eminence, the messenger said, you know who murdered my wife. Murong Qi recalled his wife. She was humiliated to death, then skinned and had her soul extracted, unable to reincarnate. He said angrily, to me, Murong Qi, there is nothing in this world more important than this revenge. At that moment, Hua Yurong spoke up. Even if you knew who the killer was, would you dare take revenge? Murong Qi was stunned. Even if the killer is the Shangming sect master, I would. Hua Yurong cut him off. Ridiculous. Kangming sect. The murderer is the seventh master of the Tang family, Tang Tianran. Rong Qi asked in shock, what he questioned suspiciously. Are you two trying to fabricate a reason for the Murong and Tang families to become enemies? Hearing the insult, Hua Yurong flew into a rage. You dare doubt Palace Master Bai. So what if we really are deceiving you? Bai Qingling stopped Hua Yurong. Haha, no need to threaten Master Murong. It's fine if you don't believe me. But surely you can't disbelieve your wife's words, can you? Bai Qingling gave a sinister smile. Inside an ice coffin, a woman lay motionless. Rong Qi knelt before the ice coffin. Though I don't know how, Your Excellency, the Godfather knew I was preserving my wife's body in an ice coffin. Bai Qingling took out a needle and looked at the woman's body. The needle shot out instantly, piercing the acupoint between her eyebrows. Bai Qingling's eyes widened. Soul-mending needle technique. From the needle's position, a stream of energy gathered inside the corpse. Rong Qi's wife slowly opened her eyes. Rong Qi joyfully gripped her shoulders. My dear, you're awake, he said hastily. I know who harmed you. She said slowly, Qi, it was Tang Tianren. The night you weren't home while I was bathing a drunk, Tang Tianran burst in. He lost control and tried to violate me. After he sobered up, he wanted to kill me to silence me, but I had a protective magical treasure. So he brought Taoist Fierce Tiger. Taoist Fierce Tiger used the soul-scattering powder on me, which tore my soul to shreds. I don't know what happened after that. Rong Qi's eyes blazed with fury. Fine. Just fine. I knew that Tang scum was an animal, but I never thought he'd sink this low. In this life and the next, I Murong Chi will never share the same sky with Tang Tianren. It's him or me. We won't rest until one of us is dead. He gritted his teeth, holding his wife tightly. He looked at Bai Qingling. Godfather, did the headquarters already know about the conspiracy of the four great families? Making an example of the Kunlun clan. Was that a deliberate warning for us? Bai Qingling sneered. I guess you're not so stupid. Of course, the headquarters knew that some families in Black Moon City were plotting treason. But it has nothing to do with your Murong family. At least not for now. Rongshi prostrated himself at Bai Qingling's feet. My Murong family of artifact refiners is willing to gather 3,000 key refining cultivators and lead the charge into the Tang family fortress to eliminate the traitors for the Kangming sect. Bai Qingling started to walk away. Very good. But there's no hurry. I believe Si Zonglin of the Si family will have a similar understanding. Hua Yuerong left with Bai Qingling. Even if he doesn't, he will. Yi Hongyi's voice rang out. Ling Yin, a battle is unavoidable this time. Ling Yin looked dazed. Yi Hongyi was sitting on Bai Qingling's body. You see, even Sect Master Yi is taking the opportunity to cultivate. Come on, my dual cultivation progressive treasure and consolidate your cultivation base. Bai Qingling added. Sect Master Ye has already tried it. There are absolutely no side effects. Ling Yin's eyes were hazy. She said shyly, I know. How could I not know? Her body trembled. Yi Hongyi and I once made the mirror flower vow. Our feelings are all connected. A jolt like electricity shot through Ling Yin's body. Everything she's experiencing has already spread to every corner of my body. Yi Hongyi pressed on. Aren't you going to join Ling Yin? She asked with a teasing smile. Well, then this sect master will continue. Are you planning to just stand there and watch until the end? Ling Yin clicked her tongue. In the end, she chose to join in. I can't admit defeat. With senior sister Feng here, we still have a chance to escape his demonic clutches. Back in reality, Yi Hongyi was overjoyed. Godfather, Bai Qingling, and Hua Yuerong walked out. The Murong family is dealt with. How did it go with the Xi family? Ye Hongyi happily reported. Everything went exactly as you predicted, Godfather. I use my authority as sect master to guarantee the Xi family's existing benefits. Si Zonglin swore to draw a clear line with the Tang family and never betray us. Bai Qingling praised her. Congratulations, Ye Hongyi. You're becoming more and more like a true sect master. Ye Hongyi said shyly, of course. It's because you specially trained me, Godfather, teaching me how to rule my subordinates with both harshness and gentleness. And you helped me firmly grasp the Kangming sect's power in my own hands instead of just treating me like a puppet. Yi Hongyi said bashfully. Yi Hongyi thanks you for your teachings, Godfather. Bai Qingling thought to himself, system. Add the points quick. System, add the points. Ling Yin looked over, her expression a bit complicated. She recalled Feng Lishu's instructions. I don't know when I'll be back from this mission. It will be difficult for me to personally participate in your plan. But don't you forget what Bai Qingling did to you at the Immortal Abode Pond when you were 13. Don't forget how he carved that vicious evil sigil on me to control me. Don't be fooled by him, don't lose your true self, and don't let your senior sister fight alone. Ling Yin's gaze wavered. Senior sister Feng Lixue, I can now completely understand how you feel. Perhaps. Ling Yin knows what to do now. In a secret chamber within the Tang family fortress, Tian Ran knelt beside a coffin, laughing maniacally, his eyes bloodshot. Soon, the corpse puppet transformation is more than halfway complete. Tonight at the Yin hour of the Yin day of the Yin month will be the best chance to break through to the peak, spirit transformation realm of the corpse puppet queen. He became frenzied. Without that arrogant, self-important Taoist fierce tiger I Tang Tianren can still complete the final ritual. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in frantically. Family head, this is bad. It's the cultivators from the Xi and Murong families, and the Kunlun clan is taking advantage of the chaos too. They're slaughtering their way through the fortress and are about to break into your main castle. Tianren roared in. Panic. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aren't they afraid of my deceased wife? It must be that brat from the Kangming sect. And her damn pretentious godfather. He turned to the coffin. There's still about an incense stick's worth of time left. You must hold them off for me. He picked up a blackened arm. Wait for my wife to return to the world of the living. Everyone in Black Moon City who is not of my clan will be a living sacrifice. A red aura enveloped the entire space. Be reborn, my love. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Murong Chi, Xi Zonglin, and many of their subordinates were already assembled. Rong Chi frowned. What's going on with the Tang family's main castle? A blood moon hangs in the sky. A bad omen. But we have no other choice. We must capture the 7th Master Tang to atone for our crimes. Zonglin replied, but we could all die. All of us. Tang Tianren's wife is Qin Yuer, the former saintess of the ethereal palace. She took her own life. She loved Tang Tianren so blindly that she willingly fell into demonic arts to become a twisted, hideous, 7 kills corpse demon waiting for tonight. At the moment of ultimate yin, she can be resurrected and gain a spirit transformation cultivation base. This old man understands the details of this matter better than you, which is why I showed fear towards that seventh master Tang before. Rongqi roared angrily, interrupting him. That's enough, old man Xie. His eyes blazed. The shame of my wife's violation. I will never share the same sky with Tang Tianren. I must take his head with my own hands. A flashback to a past battle, Bai Qingling and Mu Xinlan, the previous saintess of the ethereal palace. Qin Yuer and the righteous path ancestor fought together against the supreme demon lord. To create an opportunity for Mu Xinlan, Qin Yuer sacrificed herself to ambush the demon lord. Unfortunately, she and the demon lord were both struck by the 9 tribulations. Yin devouring fire in her face was ruined. After the battle, Qin Yuer's spirit was broken. Then she met the man she believed to be her true love, and along with Gu Qin formed an alliance with him. She wandered the world with him and dedicated her life to him. In the eyes of the naive Qin Yuer, perhaps this was her perfect final path. But what she didn't know was that the man who cried his heart out at her funeral was raising a glass in celebration with Taoist Fierce Tiger at the Spring Blossom Pavilion that very night. A voice rang out. Brothers charge, avenge the elders. A crowd rushed forward, eager to seize treasures and capture women. Today, our Kunlun clan will rise up and take control. Who cares about some blood moon she-devil? Our Kunlun clan are descendants of the Black Dragon. We're meant to suppress all evil spirits. Rongqi mused the Kunlun clan. They want to force an attack. Zonglin spoke up with a reminder, don't be rash. Let's observe the situation first. Suddenly, with a loud crash, servants inside the building fled in all directions. An eerie cry echoed. My husband, where are you? Yuer is without you. Please come see your Yuer. From above, Ren Tianfan swooped down. Your husband is here. He landed on the monster's back. Welcome back, my wife. No matter what form you take, I love you just as I always have. He kissed the monster's face. You are my pride. The crowd below was disgusted. My God, how can he kiss that thing? He's a true villain, far more evil than our Kunlun clan. Ren Tianfan shot them a contemptuous glance. My wife, these fools could never understand the power of our pure love. Kill them all, especially these opportunistic little thieves from the Kunlun clan. His eyes flashed red. Leave no one alive. The monster immediately lunged forward, wiping out hundreds of people with a single swipe of its arm. From a distance, Rongqi and Zonglin watched the monster slaughter the entire Kunlun clan. Zonglin reiterated, do you see now, Brother Murong? This corpse demon with its physical body alone has the strength of at least the spirit transformation stage. How can we possibly be its match? Rongqi's voice was low and hoarse. Elder Xie, for the sake of our past friendship, please lead the people of my Murong family out of the city. Rongqi circulated his qi and rushed forward. He roared, with this grievance, I have no other choice. From above, Ren Tianfan sneered, you piece of trash, Murong Qi. What kind of potion did you drink today to make you so fearless? My wife tore him to shreds. As if carrying out her husband's will, a beam of energy shot out from the monster's eye. Rongqi immediately blocked the attack, but the energy was too immense and his face contorted in pain. The monster's power overwhelmed him, sending Rongqi flying into the air. He gritted his teeth, such powerful killing intent, at least the mid-stage of spirit transformation. The monster prepared to launch a second attack. Rongqi was terrified. A second blast. It's too strong, too fast. I can't possibly defend against it again. He prepared to close his eyes, ready to accept his fate. Godfather, Sect Master. I, Rongqi, am glad to die for the Kang Alliance. A flash of red light suddenly lit up the sky. The beam of light collided fiercely with the energy blast from the monster, saving Rongqi's life. Ren Tianfan roared in fury. Who dares to save someone I want to execute? Under the crimson moonlight, the majestic figure of Bai Qingling appeared. Who gave you permission to give up so soon? You owe this venerable one a debt. Who allowed you to leave before paying it back? Xie Zonglin shouted. Patriarch Murong. Murongqi replied, I'm not dead yet. That voice came from Bai Qingling in the crimson sky. He said, Tang Tianren, are you forcing this venerable one to personally deal with you? Even though my blood pool is filled with countless souls, I've still saved a spot just for you. Tang Tianren was shocked. Bai Qingling. Then he quickly spoke up. This young master had long predicted this battle, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Fine. Since you dared to show up today, I'll take the opportunity to eliminate the rotten goo worms infesting your body. Hue Yuerong immediately retorted, just a petty little Tang Qi, and you dare to talk back. This master will capture you myself. She then waved her hand, creating a surge of power. Seeing this, the scumbag Tang Tianren panicked and cried out, Yue quickly, kill him for your husband. A sinister glint flashed in her eyes. My husband, don't be afraid. As swift as lightning, Hua Yuerong appeared behind the scumbag Tang, holding a sharp needle and whispering in his ear, Humph. You have some skill, but not much. Then blood splattered everywhere. Tang Tianren clutched his eyes and screamed, my eyes, I'm blind. Seeing her husband in such a state, Qin Yuer became frantic and lunged at Hua Yuerong with all her might. Hua Yuerong was strangely puzzled. Why did this female corpse demon's cultivation level suddenly increase so much? She's pushing directly to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. The shameless goddamned Tianren spoke up. My dear wife, kill him quickly. You can definitely do it easily. The power of our pure love is invincible. Bai Qingling scoffed. Tang Tianren, you dare call what you have pure love. He continued, I'll leave the rest to senior. Brother. The blood pool needs talents like them. At that moment, Qin Yuer in her demonic form roared. Demon Lord Bai Qingling, even the Grand Master using all his strength could only leave a single sword mark on him. What can I possibly do? Bai Qingling replied, I remember you now. Qin Yuer, so a little bit of you is still left. You know your own situation well. You are much stronger than Tang Tianren. Tang Tianren immediately made excuses. No, your husband has been blinded by them. It's absolutely unbearable. My dear wife, you must make them pay. Her eyes flashed red and a blood-red power manifested around her. She immediately attacked Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling, I am a corpse of silent death. Your thousands of gu arts are useless against me. Today is the day I get my revenge. Hua Yuerong cried out in alarm. Senior brother Bai Qingling just smirked. Is that so? What a pity then. He then raised both hands blocking Qin Yuer's attack. She screamed, impossible. Bai Qingling, how can you catch my ghost flame torrent? How can you seize my ghost body itself? You already possess the heavenly formless demon body. How could you possibly add another innate spiritual body? Bai Qingling clenched his fist, thinking to himself. Of course, it was a system tool that let me take it from my dual cultivating disciple. How could I possibly tell you that? He spoke aloud. Naturally, it's because this venerable one is the destined demon god who will reign over all the myriad races of the cosmos. He drew his sword, the 10 absolutes, flame demon slash, 6th slash fire demon. Then he decisively swung down. Qin Yuer was terrified and then her body was sliced in two. The scene ahead was a dreary gray stained with red, the aftermath of a fierce battle. A girl fell out of the bizarre body, landing on the ground with a loud thud. This was Qin Yuer, the wife of Ren Tianfen. She lay sprawled on the cold ground. My lady, your clothes were in tatters as if they'd been burned and you were covered in wounds. Despite this, you still mustered your remaining strength to utter an apology to your husband. I was useless. I couldn't eliminate that formidable enemy for you. I am sorry, my lord. At first, when he knelt and wept beside her, she thought he was genuinely heartbroken to see her like this for his sake, but he wasn't. That's right. You should be sorry. He yelled, barely containing his resentment. Qin Yueri, I invested so much in you. To make you stronger, I even knelt before that Taoist fierce tiger. Was that Bai Qingling really so hard to kill? In the silent void, he held out a silkworm-like cocoon in front of her, his expression a mix of anger and helplessness over all the effort he had wasted on her. Forget it. I'll just have to use this life-saving cocoon that cost me a fortune. I'm getting out of here. Through the long night, she had fought for him until her last breath, and now he was planning to abandon her. Her weak voice seemed filled with a world of grievance. My husband. What about our vow to be together through life and death until we reach the Yellow Springs? He burst out laughing mercilessly, mocking her without a shred of pity. You actually believe that? Just go and die on your own. Your husband will be sure to avenge you. As he was ridiculing her for being so gullible, he suddenly screamed. Ah, my hand. It fell heavily to the ground. It hurts like hell. The Qingling demon lord and Hua Yuerong had arrived looking down on him with contempt and disgust. Excellent work, junior sister. Hearing their voices, he squeezed his eyes shut, unwilling to face reality. No, I can't fall into their hands. He no longer wanted to live. He picked up his sword, wanting to end his own life to avoid humiliation. Just give me a clean death. She swooped down and kicked the sword from his hand with a look of pure fury. He wasn't going to get off that easy. At the very least, he had to go down with his precious wife. You sacrificed everything for him. The demon lord stepped forward, his expression cold with a hint of pity. Qin Yueri, given that you knew your place when you faced me, I will grant you this. His words were cruel, but they could also be seen as granting her wish to be with the one she loved until the very end. Go to the Yellow Springs with your husband. This is the last mercy you deserve. Her expression was sorrowful. Thank you, demon lord. She struggled to her feet, took the sword, and slowly walked toward him. Raising it high, she cried out in agony, my husband, though you were so heartless, Yueri has loved you even to this very moment. Let us be together forever. In the eerie darkness, she collapsed beside him. The couple lay together for eternity. Though the scene was tragic, one devoted the other a traitor, the demon lord couldn't help but marvel at their feelings. This level of purity is what I'd call true love. The sky glowed a faint green as a voice announced that the mission was complete. Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending the concept of great love. Targets Tang Tianren and Qin Yueri have received points. Hua Yuerong couldn't believe it, shouting in surprise. It worked like that. The night sky gradually softened. A horse-drawn carriage appeared on the road. Inside, the demon lord was discussing the recent events with her. The Qin family has been wiped out and her clan in Black Moon City was conveniently eliminated as well. Only two families remain with the High Sect. The sect master and Ling Yin stayed behind to console everyone. This matter is considered closed. She frowned listening to his words, then called out his lie. Senior brother, you didn't deal with that man yourself today. That's a little different from your usual style. He explained gently, perhaps because he himself was genuinely moved by their love. True love, no matter how great or small, is still worthy of respect. Hearing this, she was a little surprised that her senior brother had understood. She decided to probe a little. True love. So, senior brother, do you believe such a thing exists for you too? He glanced at her with a knowing look. What do you think? She stammered, a mix of caution and unwillingness in her voice. It was so clearly about love, the feelings were obviously there, so why deny it? Hua Yuerong understands. Senior brother pursues the ultimate Tao. Why would he allow himself to be concerned with something as trivial as romantic love? He couldn't believe she could lie to herself like that. I thought you saw something in the tower. Otherwise, what was the point of leaving that memory for you in the flame demon tower? Flustered, she stumbled and fell into his arms, blushing. What are you doing? Suddenly, a girl spotted the carriage and shouted with joy. It's the master's carriage. It seemed his subordinate had arrived. Singer respectfully welcomes the master's return. This playful girl immediately started acting cute and clingy the moment she saw the great demon lord. Master Singer missed you so much. She held his hand tightly, having not seen him in a while. She missed him and wanted to know why he hadn't brought her along. Singer asked, I had to ask the main headquarters to find out you came to Black Moon City. Why didn't you bring Singer with you? Is it because you don't like Singer anymore? Hua Yuerong glared at the girl, her eyes practically screaming for her to get off her senior brother. Hey, stop fooling around. Behave yourself. Tonight's business isn't over yet. Hearing that both girls turned their gazes toward him, after a long silence, the cheerful junior sister replied, Singer will be good. The system's voice chimed in again, showing a ruined house under a gloomy sky. At the same time, back in Black Moon City, two women were arguing loudly nearby. Yi Hongyi shouted angrily, Ling Yin, what exactly were you trying to do during the battle this morning? She recounted the recent fight. In front of the godfather and everyone else, she couldn't hold back anymore and had to demand why her subordinate tried to rush into the heart of the battle. Suspicious and heartbroken, she continued, when the godfather was fighting that female corpse, you tried to rush directly onto the battlefield. If I hadn't pulled you back, were you planning to take a hit for him, or were you looking for a chance to ambush the godfather in that house? The two women stood facing each other, Yi Hongyi filled with rage as she interrogated her. Oh, that's right. You also used the Iron Shadow Sky Pearl to secretly contact your senior-most sister. Were you truly planning to commit some act of betrayal? Throughout the whole tirade, the other woman just kept her head down, offering no explanation. Behind her back, she brandished her weapon and then threw it, binding Yi Hongyi. Ling Yin, what are you doing? Do you dare commit such insubordination? One was the sect master, a disciple of the Qingling demon lord, yet here she was arguing over a mere battle. Even tied up with her pride as a person of high status, she would never submit. She tried one last threat. Don't think this sect master wouldn't dare to kill you. I'm only holding back because of that mirror flower seal. If I kill you now, I'll also experience the pain of death. The woman replied coldly. In that case, let's remove the mirror flower seal first. Yi Hongyi's eyes widened, listening in shock as the woman confessed everything. For a very long time, she had no longer been content to serve by her side. You guessed right. Ever since the master was injured, I have been plotting to take his life. If the great sect master hates me for this, then Ling Yin can only atone with my death. She lowered her head, explaining helplessly, still trying to salvage things one last time. Ling Yin, back then we were both reckless and ignorant. We never seriously tried to figure out how to undo this mirror flower seal. Do you really want to risk severing our connection? Since her assassination attempt failed, she had no choice but to forcefully remove the seal connecting them. Despite the danger, she was determined. As long as Master is alive, it was inevitable that I would end up here. In an instant, their surroundings turned a deep purple. From her will, a seal manifested and shot towards the sect master. My mind is made up to break the seal, so she screamed in despair. The seal has been activated. There's no turning back now. Suddenly, she screamed out Ling Yin. Trying to undo the seal was a mistake. Not only did it fail, but it backfired on her. This is bad. The seal can't be undone like this. You're about to suffer the backlash. The seal began to take effect on its master. Ling Yin clutched her chest in agony, unable to speak. In the end, I brought this upon myself. But I ended up implicating you, making it seem like my hatred was born from jealousy. Her face was pale as she vomited, her body racked with pain. It's better to end it like this. The sound of footsteps echoed as the seal hovered between them amidst the rubble. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, unable to speak. The demon lord strode in, arrogantly mocking her. Ling Yin, it's one thing to target me, your master, but how dare you act so disrespectfully towards the great sect master? She whispered weakly, a bit surprised. Master, haven't you already left Black Moon City? He slowly approached her. He had known her intentions all along, but never exposed them, instead, letting her do as she pleased and then cleaning up her mess. The one who left was a puppet. Did you really think you could hide your little schemes from me? Stop talking for a moment. Open your mouth. She struggled to open her mouth, not knowing what he intended but still obeying. After a moment of pain, she collapsed to the ground. The seal had returned to its place. The mirror flower seal is restored. No, that's not right. It's become a different kind of contract seal. How did he do that? He waved his hand and calmly explained, not wanting such a fate to befall either woman, he had to step in and help. I had no choice but to personally enter this contract seal to compensate. Otherwise, you two were fated for one to die and the other to suffer a fate worse than death. In truth, when he arrived, the seal had not yet been broken. It had simply added one more person. It's just that for the moment, I don't know how to break this new contract seal either. What was originally a two-person contract is now a three-person one. The pain once shared by two is now shouldered by a third person. 3 people also means that you can now feel what the two of us feel. He confessed his feelings, knowing everything but choosing to hide it. Ling Yin, I've always known you wanted to kill me and I never stopped you. There was clearly something between those two, which is why he wanted her to feel it. But from the very beginning, all I ever wanted was to protect you. Am I lying? With your new contract seal, feel it for yourself and be the judge. Tianfan grimaced as he spoke to his wife, a confused look on his face. My lady, do you think the Hua Yuerong in Bai Qingling's memories could be the Hua Yuerong from the Yin Kui Hall? She was lounging on a chair, calmly explaining the situation. Last night, Bai Qingling and Hua Yuerong arrived at Black Moon City. I heard even Ye Hongyi went. Hearing this, he became frantic, fearing he would lose his standing among the sects. If their forces combine, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they want in the Kangming sect? Will my Asura Hall have any place left? He anxiously tried to leave to find someone, his panic palpable. No, I must go find the Grand Elder. Outside, Qingling had already reached the door, smirking as he asked Hall Master Ren, leaving in such a hurry. The quiet dark night matched his cold expression. His mere presence was enough to scare the coward half to death. He rushed out the door without looking back. The door slammed shut. Qingling couldn't help but chuckle. Take care, now won't be seeing you out. He called out to the door, mocking the coward, then turned to her dumbfounded expression. Perfect timing. I came to see your wife to avoid any irrelevant people being here. She smiled back, not at all surprised to see him. So it's you. She asked about him calmly while putting on her socks. I heard you've been very busy these past 2 days. Have you dealt with the things clinging to you? It was just the two of them in the house, so quiet. He suddenly let out a cough. The great sect master will handle the aftermath. I have no desire to act all-powerful in front of her. She looked at him sarcastically. So are you here on business or for pleasure? He gave her a wicked smile. I am here on business. Lady Ren is a leader of the demonic path who always repays her debts. Right now, there is a task perfectly suited for you. The Demonic Alliance Conference. The He Huan sect. Ji Kai Mei. As if she already knew, she showed little surprise at the proposal. She stood firm, stating that her husband would handle everything for her. So you want to deal with him, is that it? But for my personal grudges, I have my husband to stand up for me. He put on a confused look, frowning slightly. Qingling hadn't expected her to hold her husband in such high regard. You must be joking, my lady. If Hallmaster Ren had the guts and ability to kill Ji Kai Mei. Knowing her husband hadn't left and was still hiding outside, he raised his voice. That guy may be scared, but he can't bear to leave. He should be breaking down the door to show his loyalty right now, not eavesdropping outside. She shot up angrily, ready to settle an old score with him. It seemed the two of them had a rather unpleasant past. So why couldn't you have just taken me from Ji Kai Mei's grasp back then? Perhaps she had feelings for him before, but why were they cast aside like that? Is this your way of toying with women, your method of torturing me, Jinyang? Asked him, her voice full of sadness. You never once considered my feelings, did you? He wondered doubtfully if he had ever cared for her. It was just his own one-sided attempt to win over an ally. Could it be that she's suddenly angry because she heard that Hua Yuerong and I went to Black Moon City? When faced with a woman in this state, any explanation is useless, isn't it? He suddenly pulled her into an embrace, making her fall back as he looked at her with an affectionate gaze. At this Demonic Alliance conference, the two of us will lead our teams. Was that hopeful look in his eyes real? Even the Demon Lord has moments where he can't help but feel afraid of women. He was a great Demon Lord, yet here he was breaking out in a sweat just because of her. There was no need to look so flustered. He must be scheming something again. At least he could have picked a time when Ren Tianfan wasn't here, right? Or maybe this is better. The system's voice rang out again. This time, the Demon Lord had succeeded in a new mission. Welcome to the Achievement Point system. Your current Great Love Points are 130,000. In his Grand Hall, the Demon Lord sat comfortably, calculating his points one by one. All his past conquests were for the sake of accumulating points. The points he got from Ye, Hongyi, and Ling Yin, plus the ones he just got from Han Jinyang, already amounted to 130,000 points. This time, to seize the position of the demonic sect's leader, I can't just hoard points anymore. I have to spend them all at once. His eyes grew cold and murderous, especially since the 4 remaining organs of my original body are still in the 4 symbols extreme palace of the Joyful Union sect. The Joyful Union sect and Ji Kai Mei no longer need to exist. The system screen appeared. He tapped to exchange for the Yang flower color. With just one touch, the color changed successfully. Exchange successful. 100,000 points consumed. Current balance, 30,000 points. A series of command cards appear before him. Which one he chose depended entirely on his will. The secret art of the chamber, heavenly human scroll. Heaven tier supreme grade technique, iron shadow, heavenly pearl, pseudo immortal artifact version. Opportunity grade, activate innate cultivation technique first. Heavenly demon dragon transformation scripture. Please choose any one item. A tall skinny figure with braided hair appeared behind him. He immediately clutched his head thinking, even a heaven tier technique has to be this flashy. My next enemy is Bai Qingling. I can't even imagine what it would look like to use this kind of secret art on her. Even at this stage, he was still hesitating. Was he really afraid of making the wrong choice? Opportunity grade, activate innate cultivation technique. First, the heavenly demon dragon transformation scripture. Besides, I just need to find the other 4 organs. Once I reconstruct my complete demonic body, my innate technique will awaken automatically. Choosing this now might be a bit of a waste. His hand hovered over an orb moving back and forth. He once again gave up the fastest and strongest option, choosing something less impressive instead, the Iron Shadow, Heavenly Pearl pseudo-immortal artifact version. From behind, Xinger appeared peeking over his shoulder, curious about what he was doing. Master, what are you doing? The little girl skillfully mimicked her master's actions, thinking he must be troubled and wanting to help him. You were muttering to yourself for a while and you seemed so down. Is there anything Xinger can do to share your burden, master? He was hesitant to answer her. It's nothing. It's just that the situation this time is different from before. He pulled her into a tight hug with a tender gaze. It was clear she had truly fallen for him, but his expression remained unchanged. Besides Bai Qingling of the Joyful Human sect, there's also Li Tianju of the Evil Extreme sect and the Bliss sects. Great Bliss Bodhisattva, the Soul Hall, which leads the Soul Sky sect, and also Simon Wuhen and Liu Mengbai. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, tightening his grip on her. They are all the strongest remaining forces of the demonic sect, and they are all opponents that I must deal with at the same time. She tried to interject, wanting to say something, but he cut her off as if she had made a mistake. Xinger, I'm not feeling down. His eyes slowly turned red and a smile spread across his face as if he were about to devour the world. I'm just thinking about how all these so-called champions might soon die by my hand. My demonic blood is starting to boil. As dusk fell, light from a single room illuminated the sky. The silhouettes of 3 girls were visible in the window, hiccuping as if they were drunk. Xinger playfully hugged a wine jug, her cheeks flushed, and shouted, Sister Hongyi, look, Sister Lingyan is such a lightweight. She's already drunk after just a little bit. Hongyi slammed her wine cup on the table. You little brat, you talk as if you can hold your liquor so well. She stood up in disagreement. She held a large wine jug high in the air. Beside her, Lingyan looked quite exhausted. Are you kidding? I'm an amazing drinker. Hongyi looked at her with a fond expression, assuming she was already drunk. Lingyan, are you really drunk? Do you want me to take you back? Lingyan looked at her senior, her eyes glazed over, and called her name directly. Hongyi. She slammed the table and shot up, screaming in anger, seemingly filled with hatred for the woman before her. Senior master, how can you say that title so smoothly? Just how many times have you fantasized about it in your head? Although she didn't agree, it seemed fate had decreed from the start that this play was all their relationship could ever be. The other woman stood up and argued back. So what if I, your senior, become your master's wife? It was an arranged marriage set by the elders in the first place. What does my marriage to Bai Qingling have to do with you? What started as a happy drinking party had turned into 2 women arguing over a man. Only after the spirit flower seal became a 3-person contract seal. I understood everything. Bai Qingling was willing to support my rise to power purely out of selfless love. She pressed her lips together and retorted uncomfortably. It was clear they weren't trying to save face for each other anymore. Both of them were laying everything bare about him, proudly showing off their conquests. So what if you've seen my entire body? So what if we've bathed together? I was clearly here first. You have no idea how deep that man's love is, you shallow woman. Ignoring their argument, Xinger diligently finished the large jug of wine, looking adorable in her drunken stupor. On the other side, Hongyi, unable to win the argument, got so angry she took out the sect rules to threaten her. You dare speak to the sect master's wife like that, you'll be dealt with by the sect rules. I give you an inch and you take a mile, don't you? She still won't give up. It's not even certain she could beat me in a fight. Just then, little Xinger hiccuped and chimed in. Now a 3rd person joins the fight. You 2 old ladies are putting on quite a show for me, but no one understands master better than I do. Meanwhile, because of the seal, Qingling could also feel their anger from his side. He looked annoyed at having to experience these feelings. What in the world are those 2 girls freaking out about over there? Do they seriously not care that the contract seal transmits their synchronized feelings directly to me? Under the bright moon in a pavilion, a young woman supported him as they walked, her heart full of questions. Senior brother, what's wrong? You seem drunk. She thought he had been drinking, but she couldn't smell it. I'm this close, but I don't smell any alcohol. He gave a perfunctory reply, not paying much attention to her words. It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered a problem I might have overlooked. His face darkened as if he were plotting something. Until now, I've only considered the main quest challenge as my survival enemy. But now it seems this chaotic drama might become my greatest test. As he was lost in thought, the figure of another girl appeared from behind a large tree up ahead. Before marching out to the Joyful Union sect to face Ji-Kame, I have to secure the home front first. Ah, Lady Jiniang of Tianfan has arrived. Seeing her standing there looking very alluring, I think I came at a bad time. To think a demonic sovereign like him would be so terrified at the sight of two women appearing at the same time. It felt like they were intentionally adding fuel to the fire. He gave a mischievous grin, wrapping one arm around the girl he was with and conveniently pulling Lady Ren in with the other. No, you came at the perfect time. Just when she thought they would have an intimate moment, he pushed her towards the other woman. Junior sister, please help me entertain Lady Ren. I just remembered I still have internal affairs at Yuluo Hall to sort out. He hastily flew up and vanished into the air. It's a small matter, don't follow me. Having just escaped that gloomy situation, he came over and kicked the door open only to find three disheveled drunks lying in the room. Sen Xinger, Dantai, Lingyan, and Yi Hongyi, they all whispered weakly, Sect Master. An angry demonic sovereign is truly a terrifying sight. Instead of rushing towards his enemies, he decided to discipline his followers in a strange way. He just gave one of them a smack and left it at that. No respect for hierarchy, just focused on drinking. Sect Master, why aren't you setting an example? With the enemy at our gates, you act like this. You deserve to be punished. He berated each of them as he spanked her. You know everything, yet you remain silent. I've told you before, if you have a problem, direct it at me. What kind of skill is using alcohol as an excuse to act recklessly? As a Dharma protector, you're disrupting the rules. You deserve to be punished. Even if he didn't expose her, he knew she was always pretending. You always act so well-behaved, don't you? A little alcohol reveals your true nature, doesn't it? Can't handle your liquor, yet you still drink. Huh. And more importantly, were you planning to secretly steal my data? And yet this little brat doesn't even feel any pain. In fact, she seems to be enjoying it. She deserves to be punished. He used a little more force. The master was clearly acting furious, but he was feeling immense pleasure while punishing her. With a woman like you around, how can the Kangming sex affairs be managed properly? A demon lord like him laughing and playing around with girls, pretending to be too drunk to think straight. Isn't this going too far? Could it be that I'm drunk too? In the midst of the fun, his expression suddenly turned pensive as if a fierce battle was imminent. Although I'm the one handling the mind games with our demonic path allies, they are the ones who must face the true battlefield. Even though all three girls were drunk, he urged them to train relentlessly. Improving your strength cannot be delayed. With Sen Singer on his back and the other two in his arms, he carried them off to an unknown location where he would personally supervise them. If you want to sleep, you'll have to cultivate while you sleep. I will train all of you on the bed of immortal dreams. It was a beautiful morning on the second day. The demon lord received a letter from Ji-Kame. It was delivered first thing in the morning, seeming very important. The Qingling demon lord opened the letter. At least that Ji-Kame knows how to give a heads up. He sat imposingly on his chair in the dark room, opening the letter to learn the latest news. It turns out Lin Tianxian has arrived from Ji-Kame's place. He began to analyze the situation based on his memory of the original story's plot. From the day she teamed up with that blue-haired guy, although she was scared at first, she gradually started cooperating with him to cause chaos everywhere. According to the original game's plot, Lin Tiantian and Ji-Kame were supposed to conspire together, coordinating with the protagonist to divide and conquer the various demonic sects. But now, just as I predicted, she's been sent to me by Ji-Kame as a gift, hoping to use this opportunity to assassinate me. His wicked thoughts resurfaced. He wanted to repeat his old tricks again, making his targets live only for him. Picturing Tian sobbing in agony, he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. His expression was utterly sinister. If I can display Lin Tiantian's fallen state right in front of her master, Mu Xinlin. At that moment, a woman appeared at the door, staring at the two of them in shock. I wonder what kind of expression the Xuanmen sect leader Mu Xinlin will have then. He touched his face in surprise. He remembered the last battle where he had carelessly received a cut on his face, a wound that had refused to heal for a very long time. Unexpectedly, it had healed today. The sword wound that Mu Xinlan left on my face during our last great battle has refined my very marrow and healed itself. Isn't this the special constitution of the profound ice-bright jade body? He hastily channeled the heart fire within him, conjuring a water mirror to look at his reflection, feeling smug and satisfied. Indeed, my face has once again returned to its perfect state. His thoughts then drifted to the past. He fondly recalled his time with the beauty, thinking that this recovery was achieved in the same way. How wonderful. Last time, during dual cultivation with Sen Xinger on the bed of immortal dreams, I obtained the ghost-taming spirit body. It seems this time follows the same principle. He stared intently at the three sleeping girls, a suspicious, calculating look in his eyes. So Yi Hongyi's profound ice-bright jade body has been copied to me as well. He suddenly burst into laughter, then gently shook her awake with a deep, warm voice. My dear sect master, now is not the time for sleeping in. She answered groggily, sitting up unsteadily as he spoke. The Demonic Path Alliance's Great Assembly is about to begin. You must preside over the battle on the front lines. He helped her up, supporting her as they walked to the door gently, showing concern for her condition in the upcoming battle, guiding her every tender step of the way. Go and be a reliable, good example for the entire Kangming sect. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude softly, looking at him with an affectionate gaze, thinking to herself that she never expected to see this side of him. He has a side like this. What is this feeling? The two looked at each other passionately. If nothing got in their way. With thoughts like that, she might just turn the impossible into reality. If the patriarch were a gentle and virtuous wife, that doesn't seem too bad. She limped away into the darkness, the sound of the man she had just praised waving goodbye echoing behind her. Very good, that's one down. He glanced over at the next little brat. He could tell she was pretending to be asleep at a glance and exposed her without mercy. Shen Sen Zinger stopped feigning sleep for this venerable one. He picked her up and gently tossed her outside. Watching her fly through the air like a mischievous kitten, he gave her instructions in a stern voice. My Yuluo Hall may be small, but its daily affairs cannot be neglected. Go supervise the other disciples' training. She let out a small cry, her voice sad as she didn't want to leave. Couldn't I fool the master after all? He slammed the door shut, his eyes gleaming like a 1,000-year-old fox, and darted over to the remaining beauty. All right now, only Ling Yin is left. Standing before her body, this demon couldn't help but devise a plan, wanting to use the most despicable method to hear what he wanted. I remember a minor spell that lets you speak to someone who is half asleep and half awake, making them unwittingly reveal their true feelings. He gently placed his hand on her and muttered the incantation for the art of murmured truths. She slowly opened her eyes to look at him as he questioned her. Ling Yin, do you still blame your master? She whispered her reply, her voice drunk on wine but also intoxicated by the person before her. Ling Yin wouldn't dare. I truly wouldn't dare. Hearing her answer, he could feel the fear that enveloped her entire being. Is she that afraid of me? No wonder she's always so reserved. He confessed his own thoughts. This master has already forgiven you for trying to kill me. What is there that you wouldn't dare to do? She hesitated, afraid to speak. Master, do you like Ling Yin? He answered without a hint of hesitation, decisively telling her his thoughts. Past, present, and future. I will always like Ling Yin. Overjoyed, she shot up, looked at him, and asked a question she had long wanted to ask, but never dared to, perhaps because of the gap between them. Then, can Ling Yin like you, master? And not just the kind of like you say with words. He gently stroked her head, soothing her anxious heart, and whispered a single word in reply. You can. It seemed that even though they were master and disciple, there was no inappropriate distance between them. No matter what feelings you have for your master, this master will forever accept them all. I've said it before, past, present, and future. It will always be so. She leaped forward, hugged him tightly, and cried out. Master, she cried so pitifully as if she had made a terrible mistake. I'm sorry, Ling Yin has always liked you the most. Master, her eyes were resolute words, failing to express her gratitude. Although he was holding her tightly, his eyes were fixed on the sphere in his hand, thinking to himself, so did you see that? He praised her proudly, my adorable first disciple. While practicing swordsmanship at the training grounds, Feng Lixu suddenly collapsed to her knees, silently resenting her sister's obsession with love. Ling Yin Xinger, you've both fallen so deep, you can't get out. Accepting the love of that person whose nature you don't even know, you look so sad now that you've drifted away from your sisters. And in turn I Feng Lixue, the very first senior sister to join the sect, have become the outsider. Haven't I? The scene shifts to a magnificent palace with only a few people inside. The narrator introduces this as the headquarters of that person, the Hehuan sect. As the sect master's representative, the young girl sitting there holds a rather high position. She was quite curious about what that demon lord looked like, not expecting him to still be so unusually young. The 9th princess of Great Shulin, Tiantian, asks Sect Master Ji, what do you think that Bai Qingling looks like? Don't tell me he's turned into some old, ugly, disgusting, greasy-bearded man. It seems her words had angered him as he shouted in her face. At a time like this, why do you still care about his appearance? The narrator introduces this man as the one who sent the letter to Bai Qingling, the other day the Hehuan sect. Master. Sect Master Ji Taimei. Are these two hiding some secret planning to betray the demon lord? You should be more worried about whether you can play your part convincingly. It turns out this young girl was willing to sacrifice everything, even if it meant dealing with a great demon lord, all to avenge a brother. There's some sense to this. I came to avenge my brother, Xiao Chen. I don't care if I have to conspire with demonic spies or feign allegiance. As long as I can kill Bai Qingling, I'm willing to make an even greater sacrifice. A deep, terrifying voice echoed from afar, speaking a very familiar phrase, and it seemed to be directed at the 9th princess. Brother Ji sent a letter saying he had a gift for me. And it seems this gift is very concerned with my face. The two of them froze. This is a black dragon. Why don't you see for yourself? She was scared stiff, having never seen anything so horrifying. You could say it was a real eye-opener. This is the primordial spirit of that demon lord emerging from his body. How terrifying. The beast in this form growled, forcing her to come closer and gaze upon its handsome face. Are you afraid of me? She had no choice but to kneel respectfully on the ground, but her posture wasn't as sincere as her words. Are you the exalted lord of the Kangming cult? This humble girl is not afraid. On the contrary, I admire you greatly. Despite being a princess, she was humiliated, kneeling before someone of a lower status. Do I really have to bow and scrape to this demon lord, humbling myself like this? Not wanting to make things difficult for her, the sect master stepped in front to save her, explaining the reason she came to their land. Brother Bai, this ninth princess of Great Chu, has admired you for a long time. She traveled thousands of miles to the eastern lands wanting to serve you. Now that she can witness the majesty of your true form, I'm afraid she's too bashful to even speak. Displeased with his actions, the black dragon glared and shouted. She must be the one to say it. Brother G, is it your place to speak for her? Let her speak for herself. Even the sect master couldn't protect her. He turned and urged her on his heart full of worry, afraid that he would destroy this place. Lin Tianchen, what are you doing? Don't waste this good opportunity. Ruining things won't do anyone any good. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth and questioning herself. She had to do this. Behind her were the figures of the two brothers she cared about who had been sacrificed unjustly. That's right, I must get revenge. I cannot falter now. To appease the spirit of senior brother Xiao Chen and to not bring shame to her third royal brother Lin Mo, the black dragon was coiled around a pillar, staring intently at her, listening to her every word. Lord Demon, Lord Tian Tian wishes to serve you for the rest of her life. Leaning forward, he looked at the girl with a covetous gaze. In what capacity do you wish to serve me? Her voice was filled with grievance. You could hear from her words a pain that would break anyone's heart. Accepting everything this man demanded, to be a slave, a servant, it is all up to you, Lord Demon Lord. Tian Tian is still a virgin. I am willing to suffer the humiliation of being a cauldron. Speaking these deceitful words made her feel disgusted with herself. To think that for the sake of this alliance she had to act this way. Even death didn't seem to matter anymore. In any case, for this demonic alliance assembly, this princess and Ji Taimei have joined forces to set this trap. We swear to kill this demon lord. All these nice words are just to deceive him. Hearing this, the dragon sneered. Pointing at her, he hurled insults, treating her as less than an animal. For now, you're not even worthy of being my cauldron. Start by being my dog. She looked up at him, stunned. This time, she couldn't let it slide. Ji Taimei cleared his throat and spoke up, defending the girl's status. Brother Bai, have you forgotten? The Great Chu dynasty is the most prosperous cultivation dynasty in the mortal realm. No matter what, Lin Tianqian has the extraordinary status of a princess. Giving her a chance wasn't about her or her seemingly sincere words, but because her status was only worthy of that position. It is precisely because her status isn't ordinary that I am willing to give her this chance. Do you think just anyone can be my dog? He gave Tian Tian a serious warning. Every action he took, she had to imitate with the sounds of a dog. It sounded so cheap. Listen carefully, I'll only say this once. When I smack my lips, you must react like a dog. Her face darkened as he cleared his throat twice. She had to crawl meekly to his feet and wave a greeting. Ma Master, I'm here. The madman frowned. He wasn't satisfied with her performance. Her actions had to perfectly mimic a dog from the eastern lands. Wrong, all wrong. When our eastern lands dogs hear that sound, they wonder if there's food. So you must also open your mouth, stick out your tongue, and wag your tail to beg from me. Choking with humiliation, she bit her lip, struggling to act out what he wanted. Master, I want to eat too. He burst out laughing, thinking to himself that this woman could endure what ordinary people could not. This woman has the bearing of an empress. The person who had arrived was none other than Bai Qingling. He had come to claim her. After just toying with a young woman, he was now laughing and chatting cheerfully without a single flaw in his demeanor. In that case, I will temporarily accept the dog that Brother G has gifted me. The girl went from one surprise to the next. At first, when he hadn't revealed his form, he looked terrifying, but now she found herself staring at him, unable to look away. This was the great demon lord of the prosperous eastern lands, the demon lord Bai Qingling. His human form was so young, yet so mature. In that moment, inside Lin Tianqian's heart, Xiao Chen's image suddenly transformed into that of a common hunting dog. Immediately, she remembered her two pitiful senior brothers. Senior brother Lin Mo, whom she respected the most, had also turned into a little puppy who did nothing but chase after women all day. She was practically drooling her eyes, looking at the man before her with anticipation. Only Bai Qingling had the true charm of a real man. This demon lord still hadn't finished teasing her. Lin Tiantian had become obsessed with his looks. Witnessing this from afar, the joyful Union sect master couldn't believe her eyes. Had he made her this obedient so quickly? Was it real or fake? Since when did Brother Bai know how to train dogs so well? Qingling leaned down and pinched her chin, giving a few instructions before leaving. In one day I will arrive at the joyful Union sect's main headquarters. Wash yourself and wait. I will personally take care of a little puppy like you. Her face hardened as if she was extremely uncomfortable with the humiliation.
But when he told her to wash up and wait for that kind of thing, she was actually quite happy. There was truly no other way. In the sky above the old forest,
something was floating in midair. It turned out to be Demon Lord Qingling's vessel. His face was stern as he heard the system's voice echo. Had he succeeded again, congratulations host on your successful subjugation. Target Lin Tian has awarded you 100 points. It turned out that a part of his soul had indeed left the vessel and gone to the eastern lands just now. With a new battle approaching, this demon lord's heart grew even more restless, solely focused on accumulating enough points. His primal spirit had returned, and the great love points had even increased. Counting the harvest from the 1 versus 3 fight before setting off, the total points are about to reach 100,000 right. Sitting in his lap, Singer's eyes sparkled as she reported their progress toward the Joyful Union sex territory. Master, we have entered the central region of the Eastern Lands, the territory of the evil extreme sect and the Emperorless Palace. Upon receiving the new information, he was reminded of her disheveled hair from earlier. I know. Is your hair combed yet? She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with a bit of anticipation. Master, am I beautiful now? He didn't hesitate to reply. Of course, my dear Jinger. Suddenly, a strange object flew near their vessel. A voice rang out. It seemed someone wanted them to yield the way ahead. Master, there's a voice transmission. The Demon Emperor's envoy's vessel is demanding that we voluntarily move aside. According to the customs of the Eastern Lands, we are supposed to do so. Qingling glanced over puzzled. The path was clearly wide, yet they wanted them to yield. Wasn't this just bullying? Isn't the sky road wide enough? Ignore them and keep flying. He lifted her chin calmly, explaining why he wouldn't let her yield and insisted on continuing. He knew their little scheme. They wouldn't personally come to a place like this. As far as I know, the Demon Emperor Jiang Bailey will not personally attend the Alliance Conference. The only people he's sending are a few envoys and his wife, the Yin Empress Xiao Qingmei. He was holding a brush, which as it turned out was to apply lipstick for the little girl. The current Demon Emperor is nothing more than a figurehead propped up by the 8 great demonic sects. He gently colored her lips, then explained the current situation with the sects to her. His only remaining use is to borrow the title of Demon Emperor to command the Eastern Lands. The 2 vessels, one above and one below, refused to yield. Above was the vessel of the great demon lord Qingling, and below was the vessel of that woman. A subordinate was reporting to the Demon Emperor's palace, addressing the Yin Empress. Bai Qingling's carriage not only refused to yield, but even had the audacity to raise its head and speed past us. In that majestic room, she appeared very angry. What utter insolence! She stroked her chin, recalling a memory. The last time I saw him, I saw things I shouldn't have seen. Isn't Bai Qingling that little junior brother of Yue Yuerong? The last time his memories were exposed in front of everyone. All of us from the Eastern Lands saw it. She gave a demonic smile. The little bit of face I'm leaving him is probably for Hua Yuerong's sake. My Demon Emperor's palace can still afford to give him that much. Immediately, she sent her subordinates to work, not wanting to get involved in unnecessary trouble with him. Pass down the order. No conflicts with the Kangming sect are permitted. Only now did the system reveal who she was. The Demon Emperor's palace's Yin Empress Xiao Qingmei. In the quiet, dark night, 2 beautiful girls stared ahead, endlessly praising someone. Whose man is that? He's so charismatic. Look, that man is so handsome. Demon Lord Qingling stepped off the vessel with Singer, his eyes scanning the area. Hearing the whispers about himself, he remained perfectly calm. But the girl next to him seemed quite uncomfortable hearing those words from the crowd. So this is the Joyful Union Sex Furong City. It would be a waste not to look. Only you are the best. All other men can just go die. To the right was a young lady who looked rather masculine, cheerfully teasing him. Sir, won't you come have a little fun? The 2 women tried so hard to entice him that they completely ignored Singer. A little silk thread next to you. What experience could she have compared to us who are veterans of 100 battles? Suddenly, a terrifying monster appeared out of nowhere. Standing next to Singer, it growled angrily. The woman wasn't frightened at all and was quite relaxed, spouting shameless and unforgivable insults. The little girl's face and the monster beside her sent the other girls scattering, rushing to find help. How could they still be arguing at a time like this? She's a ghost cultivator. Run, quick, go, invite the sacred master here. What's the use of informing the city lord? Inform the city lord's wife. The demon lord shot her a quick glance and she immediately retracted that thing. He explained that he didn't want her to use it carelessly. Singer, your soul general will automatically reap the life souls of your enemies. Attacking this kind of person won't improve you at all. It will also affect the purity of your life soul. He patted her head and reminded her, use it only at critical moments. Wait until we're at the Joyful Union Sex headquarters. You'll have a chance to act then. She explained sadly, figuratively it's about protection, but literally it's clearly not. But those women were staring at Master. They deserve to die. Master's body is protected by Singer. This reminded him of that day's memory. Is the protection you're talking about? Decent. A voice called out from a distance. Who would dare call him directly by his full name like that? Bai Qingling, it's Ren Tianfan and Ni Zheng. Did they come to demand his wife back? Where did you hide my wife? I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's that coward. He smirked, taunting him without hesitation. No wonder you call me by my full name. So it's Hall Master Ren. Hall Master Ren's face was ashen. Did you get separated from your wife? He was furious, pointing a finger straight at the Demon Lord's face, roaring as he explained the whole story of his wife's disappearance. No matter who I sent to look, she couldn't be found. My Asura Hall's vessel could have gone directly to the Joyful Union's sex headquarters, but on the way, my wife requested to rest for a night in Rootless City. As soon as we entered the city, she vanished. I even asked the city lord Zhu Rulai to search, but he couldn't find her either. He was adamant that the Demon Lord had hidden his wife, and he didn't stop hurling insults. So Bai Qingling, you're here too. This is definitely not a coincidence. Tell me, did you trick my wife into leaving with you? Ni Zhang was embarrassed for his master, who right now looked no different than a lost dog whose wife had left him. The Demon Lord was also a bit wary. Without Han Jinian, Ren Tianfan was truly like a mad dog. If he really used his peak soul formation cultivation to go berserk on me, I might not be able to handle it right now. Before anything could happen, he decided to make a show of force to avoid any trouble. I can't be bothered to mess with you. Scram! If you dare take one more step toward me. But on the inside, the Demon Lord was scared out of his wits. He was just praying the man would stay far away from him. Please don't follow me, please don't follow me, please don't follow me. It's not that I'm afraid of you, I'm just afraid of making a scene. The palace master let out a sob, sighing at his own cowardice. All this time he had thought his problems were all his wife's fault, and yet I really don't dare to chase after him. Is this reality? Is this really me? So it wasn't my wife holding me down. I'm actually just a worthless piece of trash. The system's voice rang out once more. Even the palace master can help me gain points. Congratulations, host. Universal love successfully implemented. Target Ren Tianfan has received 1 point. In the night sky, a city was illuminated by the brilliant lights inside a certain room. It was a massive palace. Rootless City, City Lord's Palace, the Council Hall. In the main hall, a woman sat on the City Lord's throne interrogating someone about recent events. Zhu Rulai, have those workers who were repairing the mansion been punished yet? It turned out some group had caused trouble with people in the city and had to be hunted down. They were involved in using image recording stones to secretly film me and my sisters. An unforgivable crime. This was Rootless City. The City Lord's wife, Xue Ruyi. An old man came hobbling over, speaking in a whisper. My lady, it's not that serious, is it? This was the Lord of Rootless City, Zhu Rulai. They were just recording their work, that's all. Let's not stir up any more trouble right now. She flew into a rage, wishing she could tear them to shreds on the spot. And now he was telling her to back down. Was she and her sisters supposed to just swallow this injustice? Not that serious. Are you questioning the heavenly beauty of me and my sisters? Do you have any idea that even Brother Ji, a sect master, treats us as gently as water? Lao Tzu soon explained, likely afraid of their power and not wanting to make a rash move. Now is not the time to argue about this. Han Jinian and Ren Tianfan have stopped in our Rootless City, just as Sect Master Ji predicted. Hearing that name, she looked terrified. Could it be that something had happened between them? Why else would she have that expression? Han Jinian. Wait, you mean that Han Jinian has actually come? The old man guessed that the purpose of her visit this time might simply be to repay a favor, nothing more. Back when Lady Ren was a candidate for Holy Maiden of the Hehuan sect, she was the one who personally taught her. Her stopping here this time might just be to repay her kindness from all those years ago. Her face darkened. Even if she was someone I once taught, I can't neglect the mission I've been given. No, this won't do. We have to follow Brother Jay's instructions and use this as a pretext to eliminate them both. The moonlight illuminated the entire forest. A purple hue dyed the night sky over Rootless City's southern suburbs. Qingling flew beneath the moon. The night sky was full of stars, but he stood alone, lost in thought about the plot, scheming something again. It's strange. According to the original novel's plot, to win over Han Jinian, the player has to go to the Taoyuan mystic realm in Rootless City. I barely managed to get away from Singer for a while. So where is Han Jinian? As he was thinking, he heard a rustling sound. Who's there? A woman flew towards him and threw her arms around him, thinking he had come for her. You bad man, did you come looking for me? It was Jinian, that palace master's wife. She had missed him so much that the moment she arrived, she couldn't stop herself from searching for him. Before we set out, I promised you it would be just the two of us. She looked at him, her eyes brimming with tears, which left him stunned. Jinian, why are you crying? She shyly refused to answer. Don't ask. I won't answer. Suddenly, the situation between them became awkward. My apologies, then I won't ask. Her eyes filled with sadness. You're not going to ask? Even though she didn't want him to, she couldn't believe he actually listened. Annoyed, she pushed him down. Well, I want to tell you. The two of them struggled, tumbling from the sky and crashing to the ground. Bai Qingling, I hate you so much. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, sitting on top of him and pouring out years of pent-up frustration. She loved him so much, but he never understood her feelings and only ever rejected her. Back then, I saw you as an angel who saved my life, but you rejected me. You have no idea what that means. You completely failed to understand my heart. She was so furious, she bit his hand, biting down with all the pain of those years. It was because of him that she gave her body to the wrong man, even though she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Why did you have to treat me like that? If you had just taken me with you back then, I would have willingly become the Blood Lord's puppet for you. He too was reminiscing about that time. He remembered the thing she had wanted to give him back then. That day after I rejected you, you said you wanted to give me a gift to change my mind. You brought me here. You said that every time you were bullied by the other candidates like Rui, you would come here to find solace. Is this image of the city, Lord's wife? This place is your precious sanctuary, a spiritual sanctuary forbidden to outsiders. Every purple mist tree here was once a fortress built around your heart. He scrambled up and hugged her, speaking from the depths of his heart. Back then, my hands were tied. The only thing I could do was try my best not to become a part of all this. She asked expectantly if that meant he had feelings for her. As for today, he pulled her closer and kissed her before she could react. When he let go, she was stammering. They gazed at each other passionately, and he gave her the answer she had wanted to hear all those years ago. This is the real answer from Demon Lord Qingling to the Han Jinian of the past. She burst into tears repeatedly, hitting his chest as if blaming him for not saying anything back then and waiting until now. What good is it now, you bad man, you? You, bad man, you rotten man, you cruel man, you damn man. What's the point of doing this now? She said sadly, as if we could possibly start over. He shot to his feet, reaffirming his words to her. I say we can. He used his spiritual energy to create a small bolt of purple lightning. It struck a nearby tree, which immediately burst into bloom, covering it completely in cherry blossoms. A face like a peach blossom, smiling in the spring wind. He reached out and pulled her to her feet, and they looked at each other, unwilling to part. I wonder, would Lady Ren allow me to pick a flower tonight? At the foot of a rushing waterfall, a girl sat in the distance, staring blankly at the starry sky. At the true martial sword sex, Tianyam Peak, the Demon Lord's greatest disciple, Feng Lixiu, was in meditation. She faintly heard the rustling of leaves and already knew who it was. Third Highness, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to hide? I'm currently undercover here as a spy. He scratched his head awkwardly and mumbled an explanation. Well, Sister Feng Lixue, you said we had to keep our distance, so I was just hiding behind the trees. The man with a rather high status in the palace was the Third Highness of the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty Lin Mo. He hadn't come here tonight for any other reason or to spy on her. His purpose was simple. He just wanted to say goodbye to her before leaving. Actually, I came tonight to bid you farewell, Sister Lixue. It's a farewell, but also an invitation for you to come with me. Perhaps he didn't want to be away from her. I have to make a trip to the Eastern Lands. Are you willing to come with me? The mention of that place made her a bit curious, as someone like him shouldn't have any reason to go there. The Eastern Lands. What for? He beamed as he told her his story. Even though he didn't know if she wanted to listen, he was still quite cheerful, because this trip might just be a fortunate one for him. The other day, Mu Xinlan told me that the tides of heavenly fate have shifted and the mandate of heaven is beginning to favor me. He wanted to go there to help his younger sister get revenge on that demon. The third holy war against demons is about to break out, and my ninth sister Lin Tianchen has already gone to the Eastern Lands to prepare. That person was none other than the great demon lord. I want to go kill Bai Qingling. Hearing that name, she frowned with a hint of surprise. Bai Qingling. She shot to her feet, her mind racing. Forget it. This is the mandate of heaven. I should do the great task that fate commands. In the end, she still trusted his words above all else. After all, that man had once said that she was the disciple who was most like him. Meanwhile, in a palace on a bed, Tianqian was hugging a pillow with the demon lord's picture on it, admiring Bai Qingling from afar. It seemed she had fallen for him the first time she saw his face. So this is what a real man is like, she lamented at the irony of life. I completely wasted my past life. Just then, a subordinate entered to report something to her. According to him, the message was from Ji Kaimei. Ninth Princess, your operative has come personally to deliver the latest information. This time, the information concerned the Ren family couple. Han Jiniang and Ren Tianfan had arrived at Wugan City, and the plan to assassinate them was about to begin. She too was surprised by this plan. The plan is to have the Asura Hall kill them and then frame Bai Qingling for it. She feared that if the assassination went wrong, the person traveling with Lady Han would not spare them. Are you sure? Is there a problem? I mean, what if Bai Qingling is with Han Jiniang? It turned out that Ji Kaimei had been the one talking to her all along. He was confident he had the demon lord figured out, believing he would never stoop to cooperating with that person. Rest assured. With Bai Qingling's temperament, how could he possibly humble himself to team up with Ren Tianfan? That man's pride is admirable, but as they say, no one understands Bai Qingling better than I do. She hugged her pillow and asked him with an expectant tone, so the final step of the plan is for me to offer myself to Bai Qingling. Taimei pushed her down onto the mattress, tickling her leg with a goose feather until she shrieked. So you're still going through with the plan? She stared blankly for a moment, then puffed out her cheeks and listened to what he had to say. He reiterated their original plan. Mutan's original plan was to use the yin-devouring black hole of the Cloud Palace's secret arts to absorb his demonic energy and steal his innate cultivation technique. Hearing what he said, she felt a twinge of regret. Of course, you could also just stab him in his point of extreme yang with a demon-transforming blade. Then you wouldn't have to sacrifice yourself. He smirked, assuming she was someone who cared deeply about such things. It seems Lin Tiantian is a righteous maiden after all. What she cares about most is still her virtue. Could someone like Ji Kaimei actually want to return to the righteous path? If I help her this time, she'll surely treat me well after I join the righteous faction. It seemed his assumption was wrong. But you see, this demon-transforming blade isn't exactly easy to hide. If he gets suspicious, it'll be a huge problem. Even with a plan that could benefit both of them, she was determined to use her own body as bait, her face set with resolve. In short, if I don't go to hell, who will? For the sake of all living beings, I can only offer my body to nurture the demon. This Ji fellow felt helpless in the face of her foolish determination. At the same time, the man on everyone's mind, Bai Qingling, received another system notification. And this time, as expected, he had succeeded again. Congratulations, host, for successfully embodying great love. Thanks to Lady Ren, he had leveled up again, receiving over 100,000 points, bringing his current total to 200,000. After a long and passionate embrace, she had another idea. Bai Qingling, I want you. Her face was filled with an anticipation that could wait no longer. To her surprise, he actually agreed right then and there. Since the lady invites, how could I dare to refuse? Just as you'd expect something intimate to happen on such a beautiful moonlit night, he suddenly grabbed her leg, simply to dance. And as they danced, his mind was already scheming. Was he planning to use that method again? Next, I just need to use the Dream of Desire technique to copy the physique of my dual cultivation partner. He silently recited an incantation, preparing to pull her into a dream state. Han Jinyang's 8-form divine phoenix physique. From the distance, the voice of the Ren clan had echoed through the forest. My wife, are you in there? She guessed, with a hint of regret. I'm afraid Ren Tianfan has found the entrance to the secret realm. He could break in at any moment. Even while being intimate with another man, she still felt a pang of pity for her husband and tried to make a new arrangement. How about another day? He is, after all, my husband in name. But for a great demon like him, this was a golden opportunity. How could he possibly let it go? I can't wait a single moment. He boldly pulled her into his embrace. Hall Master Ren's arrival only serves to speed things up for this master. Suddenly, Singer's worried voice cut through the air. Master, are you in there? Singer is so worried. He was startled and quickly let her go, only to be met with her taunts. I never thought you, Bai Qingling, would even go for the girl right under your nose. The young girl rushed into his arms, sobbing, Master, you can't be out of Singer's sight for so long. He hugged her and gently stroked her head. Singer, why are you acting like a lost child? The older you get, the more you regress. Stop crying. While hugging her master, Singer shot daggers at the other woman. On what grounds does this woman dare to touch Master? How could she? How could she do that? Master belongs to Singer. At most, he can have Sister Lingyan too. As she was fuming, Tianfan's concerned voice called out, My lady, are you all right? I've been searching for you all night, my lady. I even had to ask Zhu Cheng for help to find my way here. He was quite surprised to see the great demon lord here as well. And as for you, Bai Qingling, the scene shifts to a lavish and opulent reception hall where the Lord of Yugen Palace is greeting his guests. Han Jinyang and Tianfan sat waiting for the two of them. A subordinate announced, Hall Master Ren, Madam Ren, the Lord will be with you shortly. Just then the sound of footsteps drew near. The two guests accompanying Asura Hall were also invited to take their seats. Xing'er and Qingling appeared at the same time. He smiled coldly and thought Ren Tianfan looked like he was about to turn on me right then and there. Luckily, the invitation from the Lord of Wugen Palace arrived, which also gives me a chance to conveniently settle another matter. Han Jinyang stood opposite him and greeted him while simultaneously using voice transmission. Wasn't Bai Qingling supposed to be coming with us to the City Lord's palace? Voice transmission. She looked at him with a seductive body and a suggestive tone, saying, What took you so long? I had time to change my entire outfit before you two finally showed up. Qingling looked at her with a wicked, triumphant smile and said, Something incredibly satisfying happened. I guarantee Madam Ren will be pleased. The image of Singer pressing her ample chest against him flashed before her eyes. She chuckled and said, I don't know if Madam Ren is pleased or not, but in any case, Xinger was just doing what she does with her master. Han Jinyang was frustrated that her usual tricks weren't enough to beat Xinger. Why isn't this little apprentice blocked from the voice transmission channel? Did you have to butt in just to piss me off on purpose? She gritted her teeth in frustration. Then her expression changed and she shot back sarcastically. Speaking of traveling together, your little journey with Bai Qingling tonight, you'll have to continue it next time. Besides Han Jinyang's anger, Tianfan was just as furious at Xinger's attitude. Xinger's eyes widened in surprise at that wench Han Jinyang's words. Then her expression changed too. She sat on her master's lap with her voluptuous figure and said sarcastically, It's so late, Singer is getting so sleepy. Singer just wants to fall asleep right here. Master won't blame Singer, will he? The two continued their verbal spat, making faces at each other's actions. You little troublemaker. Sneaky cat. Meanwhile, Tianfan was furious. He stood up, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, Bai Qingling, you listen to me. I can't take this anymore. Today, I'm laying all my cards on the table. Qingling felt helpless with these two constantly using voice transmission, but he still tried to listen in. Why are you two playing these secretive voice transmission games? Interesting. This one is listening. He was angry because his wife and the young man were exchanging too many glances. What's with the way you look at my wife? And what's with the way my wife looks at you? Honestly, I know exactly what's going on. But in the demonic path, it's a fact that only you have the power and courage to stand against Mu Cheng. For all his bluster, his love for his wife made him concede, wanting the young man to be a little gentle with her. Bai Qingling, I admit defeat. Just consider me to have surrendered. But my wife is suffering from a goo poison. Her body is weak. You must be gentle with her. He was shocked that the man would say such a thing. Holy crap. Now this is the most unexpected plot twist. He was annoyed but also felt some sympathy for the man's feelings, loving his wife but not having the courage to show it. He asked, why doesn't she like you? I was all ready to blow up at you, but you ended up crawling into your own turtle shell. You can't even be brave for a single moment, so how can you expect your wife to like you? Han Jinyang slammed her hand on the armrest and shouted. She was furious that the city lord had invited them here but still hadn't shown up to talk. Your city lord, sure, puts on a lot of airs, doesn't he? We've been waiting this long, is he even going to show up? Amidst Han Jinyang's anger, he smiled as if he could see through everything. That's right. Tonight, it was city lord Zhu Rulai who personally invited Asura Hall. Outside, a figure appeared next to a household servant, but no one noticed. Qingling only needed a single glance to see him. He grabbed the man's hand out of thin air and said, spying on your guests isn't very hospitable, you know. Qingling grabbed his arm and twisted it nearly behind his back, forcing the man to gradually reveal his true form. Only after this arm-twisting move was he revealed to be Zhu Rulai, the great art of spiritual illusion. It reminds this one of a certain old man who likes to let his spirit wander. City Lord Zhu, so you play with spirits too. He couldn't believe he had been discovered even though his technique was so powerful. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This lord's great art of spiritual illusion is flawless. How did you see through it? Unable to maintain his balance, he fell flat on his face. Xinger immediately stepped forward, standing in front of her master. She pointed right at his face and said, City Lord Zhu, listen closely. The person standing before you right now is... Xinger was about to introduce her master, but he knew her personality all too well and lightly bonked her on the head. Are you about to list a whole bunch of intimidating titles? That's not necessary. Just get to the point. I know, master. Even though she got bonked on the head, she really liked it. She then adjusted her posture and began to introduce him properly. She gestured solemnly towards him and said to the Lord about her master's identity, the godfather of Kangming demon Lord Qingling. After learning his identity, the man bowed obsequiously and began to explain his actions and attitude. I can't believe Lord Godfather himself has graced Rootless City. This humble one was blind and failed to recognize your greatness, but I swear I meant no harm. At the same time, Jinyang also stepped forward. Zhu Rulai, are you trying to hide the obvious? His actions were baffling. What does he mean by inviting me to the Asura Hall? He hesitated, not daring to speak for fear of his conspiracy being exposed. I can't say it. There's no way I can talk about the plan to trap and kill the master and mistress of the Asura Hall. He narrowed his eyes, not bothering to interrogate him further, and instead turned to his disciple. If City Lord Zhu won't speak, then let him see it with his own eyes. Sen Xinger. Yes, master. Sen Xinger was excited to finally show off to make up for arriving late. It's time to show what I can do. She then summoned a tall, two-horned beast. You big oaf nether fiend, come on out. The beast's azure nether general appeared and revealed the truth Rulai was hiding. City Lord Zhu has set up 100 resentment soul annihilation grand formation in this hall intended to kill Lord Ren and his wife. The young ghosts used as sacrifices within it have already been absorbed by my master's disciple's nether general. After hearing the whole truth, he tossed out a box. As for the city lord's wife, Xu Ruyi, who helped you with this evil deed, he was stunned by what was inside. It was Ruyi's purple, lifeless head. So this venerable one took the liberty of bringing her head to you, City Lord Zhu. Realizing it was his wife, he stumbled back in horror. My lady. He was so terrified he broke out in a cold sweat. City Lord Zhu and everyone else. Rulai looked up in fear at Bai Qingling, who was seated in the highest position. Don't consider yourself a guest any longer. Have a seat. The two of them looked down on him with terrifying expressions, their pale eyes smiling as they spoke. The kitchen has already prepared a midnight feast. We shouldn't let it go to waste. Let's feast first, then we can discuss business. The scene changes. Bai Qingling sat in the master's seat, smiling down at him. The former saintess of the Hewan sect, who always suppressed you, Sui Ruyi, is dead. City Lord Zhu, what choice will you make? He could only remain silent, bowing his head as he knelt below. Suddenly his eyes widened in a gleeful smile, because he had long since grown tired of his wife. My deepest thanks to Lord Godfather for removing this nightmare from my heart. I'd had enough of that damn fat pig a long time ago. I can represent all the forces of Rootless City and pledge our allegiance to the Kangming sect. Bai Qingling bared his sharp fangs, amused by this reaction. He stepped closer, patting his head in praise. I knew City Lord Rulai was a smart man. Go to the Kangming headquarters and pay your respects to the sect master first. While you're at it, nourish that body of yours that has been suppressed for so many years. Rulai bowed his head, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Lord Godfather, for your immense grace. Just as he finished dealing with him, a servant rushed in from the door to announce that the Yin Empress had entered the city. Reporting City Lord, the Yin Empress has arrived in Rootless City and has already entered the city palace. Everyone except Sen Xinger was shocked. What Sen Xinger probably didn't know who this person was, so she asked Bai Qingling awkwardly, "Master, is this Yin Empress? Someone special?" He turned his head slightly and told her softly, "It doesn't matter. This venerable one will handle it." A curvaceous woman walked in asking about the situation. "Is little Bai Qingling in here? It's the Yin Empress Qingmei of the Demonic Emperor's Palace. Let big sister have a look at you." From the Demonic Emperor's Palace, the Yin Empress Xiao Qingmei. He looked at her with annoyance, thinking about her background. The Yin Empress Xiao Qingmei is from the ancient clan of Yunzhou and has half succubus blood. She's a demoness from the same era as Saintess Mu Xin. His eyes sharpened as he thought about the plot. But this character never appeared in Rootless City in the original story. Could this variable be aimed at me? Ren Tianfan took the initiative, stepping forward and bowing respectfully to her. Junior Ren Tianfan pays his respects to the Yin Empress. As he spoke, he couldn't stop praising Qingmei's beauty. It has been 300 years since we last met after the great war between the righteous and demonic paths. The Yin Empress has only grown more beautiful and captivating. Before he could continue, Qingmei ran towards Bai Qingling. "My goodness, little Bai Qingling. It's been 100 years and you've already grown so magnificent and strong." With her full figure, especially up top, she immediately pulled him into that magnificent rolling abyss. "Come here and let big sister check on your health." Her deep eyes stared at him as she held him tightly, making him furious inside, seeing this as a complete humiliation. Damn, it doesn't. Xiao Qingmei knows she's nearly a Zhang tall manhandling me like this is an insult to a fine young man like myself. Bai Qingling struggled to lift his head to speak. It had been 100 years since they'd last met. Their ages were different now, and he wanted her to be mindful of her words. 100 years have passed. This venerable one is no longer the youth I once was, so I hope the Yin Empress will mind her words and actions. Not only did she ignore him, she hugged him even tighter, delighted that he still talked the same way. Ah, still so old-fashioned and serious. Little Bai Qingling hasn't changed a bit. You're so adorable. A voice from somewhere else rang out, making her turn her head. "You shameless woman, let go of our master." It was Jinyang and Sen Xinger, annoyed at how close she was to their master. That's right, that's right. Hall Master Bai is ours, a representative of our Kangming sect. Even if you are the Yin Empress, you can't act so disrespectfully. With a suggestive look, she glanced at the two of them from head to toe, holding Bai Qingling tightly as she retorted, "Well, big sister is used to being unrestrained. But you're right, I should consider how this looks to others." Ignoring them, Qingmei simply picked him up and flew outside. To the astonishment of the other two, she said, "Let's go to my room instead, we can talk slowly there." The scene shifts to a flying ship in the sky, the demonic emperor's flying ship. She poured him some water and asked about old times over tea. "Little Bai Qingling, do you still remember this empress's Tuluo white war tea?" Sitting in a chair as Qingmei personally poured his tea, he replied, "That year you gifted me a pot of this tea, and only then was this venerable one able to seize the demonic source and unlock my natal demonic arts. My position as a demon lord is partly thanks to you. Naturally, I would never dare to forget." She placed a finger on his lips, amused by his eloquent speech. "This little mouth of yours is much better with words than it was back then. Since you're so good with words, now you should talk more." He reminded the demonic emperor's wife of her actions again, clearly annoyed. "As the demonic emperor's wife, your status is extraordinary. Please refrain from actions that might cause gossip." She showed no restraint, moving closer and closer to Bai Qingling as she spoke. Back then, in order to get my help, you called me good big sister even once. Now you call me the demonic emperor's wife. It truly breaks my heart." She remembered how they used to hug each other like close siblings, yet now he addressed her so distantly. "That year, I was desperate for the position of demon lord and had no other choice. Don't think for a second that I said it from the heart." As she spoke, she removed an outer layer of her clothing. "Forget it. This empress didn't really come here just to bully you." She sat down next to him and asked, "Do you know why I helped you back then? Have you ever thought about why this empress was willing to help you?" Bai Qingling glanced at the woman beside him, his eyes filled with either suspicion or curiosity. Awaiting the Yin Empress's instructions, she thoughtfully held her teacup and began to tell the story of her and her sister. "My dear sister Mu Xinlan, who I've loved and fought my entire life. 3 years ago, during my last battle with her, I lost to her by a narrow margin." Her gaze grew distant, reminiscing about old memories that were now gone. As she spoke, the reflection of her sister Xinlan appeared in her teacup. But that time, from deep within her consciousness, I managed to probe some vague, fragmented images of karma, an image of Xinlan walking forward alone. I suspect that she used some kind of heavenly divination art from the upper realm to glimpse a distant future. In that final outcome concerning all living beings of the 9 provinces, you were the only other figure in her eyes as immortal as she is, she explained. This is why she wants to kill you. Perhaps she believes that you are the cause of the terrible fate she foresaw, and that's why she must kill you. He was lost in thought about the original story. There was no scenario like the one Xiao Qingmei described. Impossible. In the original story, Bai Qingling is supposed to die at the blood pool. The original story, Immortal Love, I've cleared it at least 3 times. There's absolutely no such setting or ending like the one the Yin Empress described. Xiao Qingmei had finished her story and was now thoughtfully sipping her tea while he pondered what she had said. If the Yin Empress is either planning something or hinting that Mu Xinlin and I are destined for a final deathmatch, then isn't this the perfect opportunity to ask for some benefits? After thinking it over, he wanted to ask her for something. This one understands the Yin Empress's meaning. The Great Demonic Convention is fast approaching, and this one has a favor to ask of you. Xiao Qingmei replied breezily, "Oh, what is it?" Then he did something that surprised her. "I must ask my good sister to join me in bed to help me with my cultivation." A smug look on his face. He was clearly scheming something. As for Xiao Qingmei, she licked her lips with amusement, ready to help this little brother of hers. She playfully probed, wanting Qingling to clarify exactly what he meant. He clasped his hands behind his back and explained, "A mere 100 years ago, I asked you to take Hua Yuerong as your disciple. In that short time, Hua Yuerong has been nurtured into the famous Asura Saintess. You also once said that if I ever ran into trouble, I could come to the Demon Emperor's palace to find you at any time." With a pleading gaze, he looked directly at her for help. "Well, now I've truly run into a problem I can't solve. Bai Qingling needs his dear older sister's help." Xiao Qingmei burst out laughing at his explanation and that look in his eyes. "Oh my," she said, reaching out to caress her little brother's face. "What on earth is going through your head?" She then lifted him up and placed him down on her enormous peaks, startling Bai Qingling. "Come on, get into my arms and tell me all about it," she said shyly. In truth, this was his innate formless demon body after reaching maturity. To the naked eye, he still looked like the same young boy from years ago. Before she could do anything more, Bai Qingling used teleportation magic to get away from his sister's embrace. Once at a safe distance, he cleared his throat to get down to business. "Let's try to stick to the main topic, dear sister." He composed himself and clearly explained the situation. "At the upcoming Demonic Alliance Assembly, someone is planning to harm me. This person is the one who initiated the assembly. Ji Kami." She mulled over the name. Ji Kami. She grew angry at his audacity and snapped. "He dares." Bai Qingling explained why he was being so shameless. "It's because he has you as his backer. Ordinarily, he wouldn't dare, but he has someone behind him. Ji Kami submitted to the Misty Cloud Palace long ago. He's become a pawn in Mu Xinlin's hands." She grew even more furious that the woman was using her as a tool to get to him. "That old hag has no integrity." Bai Qingling just chuckled at his sister's rage. "Calm your anger, Yin Empress. The urgent matter now is how to deal with this," she explained with some embarrassment. "This is happening on such short notice, I may not be able to intervene, which is exactly what that old hag wants to lead you to your death. If this were before I married into the Demon Emperor's palace, it would have been simple. But now..." Bai Qingling's expression darkened as he listened to her explanation, realizing she couldn't help him. It seemed the Yin Empress couldn't make a move. Both she and the Demon Emperor were in the middle of a tribulation. Could it be they've made some sort of pact to restrict each other? Seeing the surprise on her face, Bai Qingling understood and didn't press the matter, deciding to handle it himself. "Forget it then. This venerable one will act alone." He flashed a cunning, triumphant smile, determined to annihilate them all. "This venerable one will absolutely not let Mu Xinlin succeed. As for Ji Kami's head, I'll use it to consecrate my ascension to the alliance leader position." Xiao Qingmei pointed at him in disbelief, trying to dissuade him. "You're trying to make an enemy of the 7 great demonic sects. Don't be so stubborn." Bai Qingling gently placed his own hands less than half the size of hers on top of Xiao Qingmei's and spoke. Calling on them would just mean digging a few more graves. He pressed his hand over hers, asserting his own strength. "From the 9 nethers to below the tribulation realm, Bai Qingling can kill them all." She grew flustered at his ambiguous advance, her cheeks slowly turning pink. Her determined gaze was replaced entirely by love and adoration for Bai Qingling. Faced with Bai Qingling's powerful words, she no longer tried to stop him and decided to help. "All right, then back to the original question. How do you want me to help you cultivate?" With a suggestive look at her body, he said softly, "My dear sister carries the bloodline of a succubus, and I have the dream of carnal immortality treasure. Isn't this a match made in heaven?" She stepped back in surprise at his words. "So you want to?" He stepped closer, his voice firm. "That's right." Looking up, he firmly stated what the Yin Empress was already thinking. Her tightly pressed legs betrayed the refusal she wanted to voice. "Little Bai Qingling, even though I spoil you." Facing his ravenous gaze, she closed her eyes and backed away, explaining, "You can't be this insolent." "Right, that's right. Our demonic grades are different, there's a huge gap in our cultivation levels, and our physical forms aren't compatible. How could we possibly do that kind of cultivation?" His fangs emerged, his craving now obvious. Does the Yin Empress truly think this venerable one is too weak? His body began to transform into a monster with long claws. She was so surprised that her knees buckled slightly before the massive creature he had become. "This is your true Dharma form." Her surprise gave way to a delighted smile. "I suppose I have to go along with this. Since things have come to this, you've really put me in a tight spot. She created orbs of light as her eyes began to change color, her expression one of ecstasy. Bai Qingling's true form was in fact a massive growling red-eyed dragon. He stared wide-eyed in shock at the scene before him. An immense towering deity was bound in chains, making him seem minuscule in comparison. She had transformed, rising into the air in a new outfit as she explained. This is a divine soul illusory realm opened by the void laws of the tribulation realm. Even from high above, she gave him an encouraging wink before he entered. Little Bai Qingling, be gentle in a moment. Don't injure my divine soul. He was delighted as he now understood her actions. So that's it. You can't use your physical body to help me, so you're going to use your divine sense to cultivate with me. She then flew down her voluptuous figure in a tight-fitting outfit pressing against his dragon belly. You naughty boy. Her eyes were loving yet firm. As long as you understand. Why say it out loud? He smirked at this method of cultivation. Dual cultivation between a dragon form and a human form, huh? With her sizzling body, she sat on top of him, gazing passionately at each other as they soared into the sky. What a new and exciting experience. Xiao Qingmei lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes wide with shock. Wait a minute. She turned to look at him with a dreamy gaze. This black flood, dragon dharma form is still too much. My body barely covered, lying on top of you. This is just unbearable. In his black dragon form, he spoke in a pouting tone, so my dear sister still dislikes the current me. Xiao Qingmei frantically waved her hands. No, that's not it. What I mean is, the dragon body beneath her quickly retracted. Bai Qingling was just teasing. He transformed back into his humanoid form. This spiritual form should be worthy of you now, right? Bai Qingling grabbed her chin, tilting it up. Dear sister. Xiao Qingmei breathed heavily as he brought his face close. Let's start with a kiss. She blushed and shyly turned away. Do we have to kiss? A calculating glint appeared in his crimson pupils. Why is she reacting like someone so inexperienced? Could it be that her marital relationship with the demon emperor really has problems? He wrapped his arm around Xiao Qingmei's waist, pulled her in, and kissed her. Whatever, I'll think about it after we're finished. Her eyes were filled with infatuation. This feeling. Xiao Qingmei lay sprawled on the ground, savoring the intimate sensation with him. Physical contact in the real world wouldn't be so bad either, would it? Bai Qingling closed his eyes and exhaled. Even his divine soul felt a bit exhausted. The system panel appeared, showing his current points at 25,000. He let out a smirk. Thankfully, my cultivation has finally stabilized at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Qingling clenched his fist. His life-bound demonic art, the heavenly demon dragon transformation scripture, has also been successfully awakened. He glanced back coldly. In the original game, the Yin Empress Xiao Qingmei was an uncapturable character, yet she was so useful. Thinking back now, if Bai Qingling hadn't died, he would have seemed more like the protagonist than Xiao Chen. Qingmei, her face bright red, was lying on the chaise lounge panting. She pushed herself up into a sitting position. Qingmei moved closer to him, chiding, You bad boy. I don't think you're cute anymore. She stood up, narrowing her eyes as she looked down. But even at the peak of the nascent soul realm, you can't let your guard down against the other 7 great demonic sects. Remember that. Remember. Qingling pressed his lips together, nodding shyly. He leaned in and gently kissed Qingmei's cheek. Thank you, sister. Sister Qingmei. A sailing ship hovered in the air. The Asura Palace's flying vessel. Singer stared at the ground. Master just left. With that giant woman. She traced circles in the dirt with her finger. Master left Singer with a couple from the Asura Palace. She squatted on the ground, looking utterly dejected. Master doesn't like Singer anymore. A figure approached from behind. What's on your mind, little girl? Jinian stood with her hands on her hips, smiling. Missing your master, Singer rolled her eyes and ground her teeth in anger, growling, I am the direct disciple of the Nether Palace's demonic lord Qingling. You Asura Palace people better keep your distance. Jinian just laughed and waved her hand dismissively. All right. My relationship with your master is very good. Much better than you can imagine. Singer puffed out her cheeks and pouted angrily. What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. Jinian blushed and leaned in close. You're still just a little girl. I can see you don't understand anything. She cupped her cheeks, squirming at her own thoughts. I'm afraid you can't even imagine it. Your master has already fallen for me. We've done almost everything that can be done. Can that Hua Yurong say the same? Jinian closed her eyes with a smug smile. The position of the Nether Palace disciple's master's wife has been vacant for so many years. It's not for Hua Yurong and it's not for anyone else. It's for me, Han Jinian. She grabbed Shinger's hand. Your name is Sen Xing, right? I heard you grew up without a mother. Jinian's eyes narrowed slyly. But you still have me. I can guide you and nurture you just like your mother would have. She dangled her long legs as she spoke. You're not a little girl anymore. You know the saying, a grown daughter should keep her distance from her father, don't you? After all, you can't rely on your master for everything. Shinger narrowed her eyes, displeased. She snatched her hand back. No Singer wants to be with master all the time. Her face was filled with longing as she cupped her cheeks dreamily. Master even said that when he's sleeping, Singer must serve him well. Master also said that half of the blood vertebrae's jade bed will always be reserved for Singer. Her words left Jinian completely petrified, absolutely floored. Tian Fan cried out in alarm as she fell backward onto the ground. My lady, what's wrong?" Zinger's pupils dilated as she glanced up. She turned and looked up at the sky. "What's that?" A massive sailing ship flew past overhead. A flying vessel that large. It must be from the main headquarters of the Acacia sect. Singer froze, staring up. There's a figure on the ship's railing. It looks like someone's on deck." Feng Lixu pressed her lips together, looking ahead pensively. Senior sister Feng Lixu Tian pouted thoughtfully. "Sect Master Ji, do you think that Demon Lord Bai Qingling would like me?" She smiled at her own reflection. "Would he like this version of me?" Tian turned and called out loudly, "Ji Kaimei, I'm asking you a question." Taimei stood frozen, staring at her intently. "What's with that blank look? What are you pretending for?" She narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly. "I've just received news. The plan in Rootless City has failed. Ren Tianfan and his wife have escaped the city. They want to join forces with Bai Qingling. This is going to make things difficult at the Demonic Dao Conference." Tai Mei put her hands on her hips. "But it's not all bad news. Your royal brother Lin Mo will also be coming to the Acacia sect to fight alongside us with his fiancée." Tian shouted in shock. "What, my third royal brother is coming?" She waved her hand and stood up. "No way, I can't go through with the plan to offer myself to Bai Qingling anymore. My third brother would never accept it. He'll go crazy if he finds out." Tian tugged at her clothes, her eyes wide in thought. "Wait, that's not right. Hold on. A fiancé. Since when does my third brother have a fiancé?" Qingling led Qingmei by the hand, walking along the city street. Acacia sect, foot of the mountain. Water Movement City. What an imposing flying carriage. The townspeople looked up at the two ships and what's in the sky. Could it be the demonic emperor's personal retinue? She walked down the street with her hands on her hips, her movements graceful. "Isn't that tall, beautiful woman Her Majesty the Yin Empress? But I heard the demonic emperor has a short and stocky build. Who in the world is that next to the Yin Empress?" Qingling lowered his eyes, glancing around. "Gossip is a fickle thing. It seems we'll have to separate. Why don't we walk around for a bit and wait for the Demonic Dao Conference to begin?" Qingmei reached out to him. "Little Qingling, are you hiding something from me?" Her face was flushed, her eyes filled with desire. "Besides the threat from Ji Kaimei, did you foresee something else?" Qingling pressed his lips together, his expression cold as he thought to himself. "Foresee, I've just played through the storyline before. At this Demonic Dao Conference, there will be 8 demonic lords and 3 will die. But obviously I can't tell the Yin Empress," something like that. He gave a sly smile and took her hand. "This is my trial. I have my own ways of dealing with it." Qingling would definitely not let her all-night assistance go to waste. Qingmei's eyes were filled with affection, her heart fluttering. She shyly slapped his arm a few times. "You're bringing it up again. Didn't I tell you to forget about it?" Qingling winced, rubbing his back in pain. "You can't blame me for this. I only remembered this thing afterward." The round pearl in his hand replayed the image of the two of them kissing. The Peafowl Shadow Heavenly Pearl, a pseudo-immortal artifact. It can even penetrate spiritual barriers and record images at the same time. The entire spiritual exchange from last night was automatically recorded by it from every angle. Qingmei's face turned beet red as she shyly pointed at him. You little brat." Qingling pressed his lips together, imagining himself teasing her with a smirk. "You wouldn't want His Majesty the Demonic Emperor to find out about us, would you, Sister Qingmei? It's best to just think these kinds of words and not say them out loud." He gleefully buried his face in Qingmei's chest as she reached for the pearl. "I'm from the Great Love Demon sect, not some kind of sadistic monster." Qingling smirked. "Don't be mad, sister. I was just thinking. I don't know when I'll get to see you again. This might be the last memory Qingling has with you." Qingmei turned away bashfully. Then you have to promise you'll never ever show it to anyone else. Do you hear me?" A system notification popped up again as Qingling watched her leave. "Congratulations, host. Great love successfully implemented." He squinted, a look of delight on his face. "Received 15,000 points. This is the most points I've ever gotten at once. The system is really getting more and more generous." Qingling's pupils suddenly widened. "Wait a second." He bit his lip, feeling embarrassed as he thought of Han Jinyang and Xiao Qingmei. Recently, the ones who gave him the most great love points were the Yin Empress and Han Jinyang. Could it be that the system has a thing for married women? Bai Qingling closed his eyes and meditated to calm his mind, ignoring the silent system. "I am not some stud who steals every man's wife I meet. I'm merely responding to the girls who like me. I have truly understood this path." He suddenly opened his eyes as if he'd realized something. "That's right, there seems to be one conquest target I've overlooked for a very long time." Bai Qingling suddenly remembered Feng Lixu. "I wonder how my grand disciple Feng Lixu is doing with her spying mission at the True Martial Sword sect. She must have gathered quite a bit of intel on the second male lead, Lin Mo, by now, right?" As he moved, an eye appeared on the jade orb. Her image appeared on the large screen. Lin Mo, I'm warning you. Feng Lixu pointed her sword forward. If you dare to go around telling everyone that I'm your fiancé again, tarnishing my purity, this will be your end. She swung her sword and a line was cut into the ground, splitting it in two. Lin Mo stammered, trying to explain Sister Feng Lixue. His voice transmitted through the eye on the orb. As expected of my prized disciple, she has no natural physical talent, yet she has mastered the entire essence of my past swordsmanship through sheer effort. He looked up at the screen with amusement. In the original story, the plots where those two acted together never involved my troubles. As long as their side develops according to the original plot, I can rest easy. Bai Qingling grinned through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with calculation. It's just that this Lin Mo keeps trying to win over my grand disciple. I can't just pretend I don't see it. Only I can attract other men's women. No one else is allowed to touch mine. Bai Qingling raised the red jade in his hand. Next, I'll have to meet your sister, Lin Tian Tian. I've prepared a fine gift for her. His face was filled with a look of desire. Holding the uncontrollable power in his hand, as long as Lin Tian Tian drinks it, she will become a weapon governed by lust. It was you, Mu Xinlan, who played dirty first. Lin Mo tried to steal from me first, so don't blame me for retaliating. Feng Lixue pointed her sword at his face. Lin Mo, you've been going around proclaiming that I'm your fiancé, and you even said it to your sister. She frowned. My patience with you has reached its limit. Lin Mo stumbled quickly, raising his hands to stop her. Yes, I know I was wrong. But for Sister Feng Lixu to suddenly react so strongly, I'm afraid there must be a reason, right? Feng Lixu glanced away. That man was probing me earlier. Lin Mo's pupils constricted in shock. He glared furiously, drawing his sword. Who is he? Is he the one who brings you those psychological nightmares? Anyone who dares to harm you, even if he's an immortal, I will eliminate him for you. Feng Lixu paused, her eyes filled with contemplation. She lowered her sword and closed her eyes, avoiding his gaze. Childish, you can't even defeat me, yet you dare to speak such nonsense. Feng Lixue turned to leave. Remember, I came with you to the Eastern lands for one reason only, to eliminate Bai Qingling. She narrowed her eyes, leaving only a warning. Everything else is off the table. Don't you dare tarnish my name. Lin Mo clenched his fists, standing frozen as she walked out of sight. He was saddened and let out a long sigh. Sister Feng Lixue, oh Sister Feng Lixue, how much longer will it be before I can win your heart? Lin Mo lowered his head and muttered, forget it. He clasped his hands, his eyes sparkling as he looked up at the sky. When I sent word through Ji Tai Mei that I was coming, my ninth sister must have been overjoyed, right? No matter what, my ninth sister will always be the person I care about most in this world. He stepped into the Great Hall's corridor, at the Hehuan sect in the sect master's reception hall. Tai Mei gave a standard smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Your Highness, the third prince, you've arrived at just the right time. He replied politely, greetings, sect master Ji. I wonder where my ninth sister is, he squinted, forcing a smile. The ninth princess needs to bathe and prepare to welcome you, so I'm afraid you'll have to wait until tomorrow to see her. Lin Mo frowned and gritted his teeth. My ninth sister is naturally beautiful and needs no makeup. Why the special preparations? I, her brother, have traveled 1,000 miles to see her. Normally, she would have rushed out to greet me. Why make me wait until tomorrow? He tightened his grip on his sword hilt, shouting at Ji Tai Mei. Lin Mo pointed his sword at his neck. What kind of scheme are you plotting? Where have you hidden my sister? Tai Mei sighed helplessly. Fine. The third prince is the reinforcement sent by Mu Xinlan. In that case, IG will tell you the entire plan. He narrowed his eyes seriously. I must eliminate Bai Qingling during the Great Demonic Conference, force him to use his prestige to take the sect master's position, and then cooperate with the righteous path from the inside out. Lin Mo looked puzzled and asked, it sounds feasible, but can sect master Ji truly defeat Bai Qingling head-on? Xiao Qingmei suddenly moved forward, leaning close to him. Mu Xinlan has already devised a plan, use a honey trap to drain Bai Qingling's demonic energy and break his demonic arts. And the ninth princess is the key to this plan. Lin Mo's pupils constricted, trembling violently. No, absolutely not. A sword strike flew out, splitting the wall in two. Lin Mo swung his sword, kicking up a cloud of dust. A princess of the Great Chu, a woman of noble birth. How could she debase herself by serving a wicked demon? He scowled, his face contorted with rage. This is a great humiliation. This is trampling on the dignity of my Great Chu imperial family. Tai Mei replied gravely, I'll say it again, this was Mu Xinlan's idea. Her Highness the Princess has also come to an understanding. And an hour ago, Bai Qingling arrived transformed into a flood dragon and has already gone to the rear hall with the princess. Lin Mo's lips quivered as he whispered, my sister. He frowned, his eyes losing focus. My most beloved sister. And that Bai Qingling. Tai Mei called out as he saw Lin Mo turn and run. Third Highness flames flickered in the dark night. Bai Qingling sat on the main chair, resting his chin on his hand. He narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Lin Tian Tian, what are you waiting for? As my dog, you expect me to personally remove your veil? I've granted you the ceremony of becoming a concubine. You should be grateful. The bride, wearing her veil, clenched her fists with some apprehension. Grateful. I was just thinking about how to do it. Bai Qingling pursed his lips, his face dark with displeasure. If this were the original story where Xiao Chen hadn't died, he would have had the option to join the demonic path to get close to Lin Tiantian. Then he would be seduced by Lin Tiantian's honey trap, have his true magical power drained, and be gravely wounded in an assassination attempt. He narrowed his eyes, smirking down at the concubine kneeling on the floor. Now that you can't drain Xiao Chen, you're using the same trick to drain me, aren't you? Bai Qingling lifted the veil, revealing Tiantian's beautiful face. I can see you've really thought this through. Her cheeks were flushed, and she looked up at him with yearning. Sect Master Ji has already told you, Master. Tian is here to serve you out of admiration. She let the red cloak fall from her shoulders. I hope Master will not find me lacking. Tian straightened up, puffing out her chest. This is all for the sake of the righteous path. As soon as the plan succeeds, I will tear him limb from limb. This princess is absolutely not doing this willingly, and I don't find this man the least bit charming. Bai Qingling rested his chin on his hand and smirked smugly. You just mentioned serving me. Do you even know what that entails? Tian leaned forward alluringly. I have studied the secret arts of the Joyful Union sect that Sect Master Ji provided. I'm confident I can satisfy you, Lord Demon Lord. Bai Qingling grinned with amusement. I know you're acting, but something about it doesn't feel like an act. It'll be a shame if you get lost in the pleasure later. Bai Qingling's eyes suddenly darted to the side with vigilance. A figure just flashed past the window. Two presences have arrived. He pondered as the two figures became clearer. Ji Kaimei's aura is familiar, but the other one. Could it be? Bai Qingling grew even more smug, pulling the whip in his hand taut. Unexpected, but right on time. Having an audience for this good show is just the icing on the cake. Tian looked at him in fear. Then please me. Your Highness, what foreign art of bondage is this? Tian was bound kneeling on the floor. Lord Demon Lord is this really okay? Bai Qingling paused for a moment, then sneered as he looked at her from behind. This demonic rope was a tribute from Mirong Qi after we dealt with the Black Moon City incident. Once I tie up Lin Tian, she'll have no chance of absorbing my innate demonic ki. Her eyes were filled with a look of desperate longing. Your tastes are truly shocking. It's a bit much for me to handle at the moment. No, that's not right. I'm just captivated by this novel sensation. She moved closer to his lower body. If it starts with a tease like this, how intense will it get later? A body like that masculine scent. About to be mine. Bai Qingling's eyes shot her a glare. That's enough. Put your clothes back on. What kind of disgraceful display is this? Tian's jaw dropped in shock. Why aren't we supposed to get closer? He tossed a robe in front of her and turned away. You're not worthy. Tian clutched her chest, her eyes hazy with thought. He doesn't want me. I don't have to lose my virginity, and I won't have to feel ashamed in front of my royal brother and brother Xiao Chen. But what about Master's plan? How am I supposed to eliminate this great demon? Her eyes widened in shock as Lin Mo kicked the door open from outside. Tian. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in rage as he saw his sister tied up and leaning against Bai Qingling. Lin Mo roared, Old demon, Bai, you dare defile my ninth sister's purity. His pupils dilated as he angrily drew his sword. Today, either you die or I do. Bai Qingling gritted his teeth in annoyance. The divine light of the nine profound emperor's sword. I can't even be bothered to look. Taimei and Tian quickly held him back. Third, Prince, stop, royal brother, don't be rude. She lowered her head gently, trying to calm him. Don't be disrespectful to the demon lord. The demon lord did not defile my purity. Lin Mo's face twisted with anger as he looked at her with a broken heart. Ninth sister, you're defending this demon. His face grew pale and gaunt and he spat out a mouthful of red blood. No. Bai Qingling slowly walked closer. Lin Mo, is it? He revealed an arrogant gaze. Take a good look. This is how Lin Tian is meant to be used. Bai Qingling wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her tightly against him. Little princess, you know what to do, don't you? You don't want anything to happen to your royal brother, do you? Veins bulged on Lin Mo's face as he clenched his jaw. Bai Qingling, get your demonic claws off my ninth sister. Taimei hurriedly tried to mediate. Your Highness, third Prince Demon Lord Bai Qingling, what are you all doing? You can't do this. Bai Qingling let out a cold laugh and patted his shoulder. Step aside, Brother Ji. This has nothing to do with you. Tian blushed with embarrassment as he grabbed her chin and lifted it. Bai Qingling then swept her off her feet and leaned in close. His crimson eyes glanced at him. You offered her to me. I will treat her however I please. No one has the right to interfere. Lin Mo stood frozen, his face dark. Ninth sister. The sister I swore to protect my whole life is being publicly humiliated by that demon. He roared in anger, raising his sword. Bai Qingling, I'll send you to hell. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock when he saw the adoring, heart-filled gaze in Tian's eyes. He dropped his sword to the ground, gritting his teeth and shutting his eyes tightly. Lin Tian, do you know what you're doing? Why must you debase yourself like this? Lin Mo sobbed. tears and snot streaming down his face as he watched Tian wrap her legs around Bai Qingling's waist, holding him tight. Why won't you answer me? You could at least lie and tell me it's just an act. He was so enraged he coughed up blood and fell backward onto the ground. No Tai Mei rushed over to check on him. Someone get over here and carry the third prince to the guest hall to rest. All of you leave. Demon Lord Bai Qingling still has business to attend to. Bai Qingling glanced at him being carried away by two servants. Lin Mo, you really are just like your character in the original story, harboring different thoughts about your sister. If that weren't the case, none of this would be necessary. His attention then returned to Tian, who was lying before him full of desire. I'm sorry, royal brother. Tian had no choice. Master's grand plan cannot be allowed to fail. I must continue to wait for an opportunity to destroy this demon's demonic arts. She was placed back on the ground. A moment ago, you pulled Lin Mo aside to speak on my behalf, so I'm rewarding you. You may leave now. His eyes were filled with hidden meaning. You only get a reward for serving your master just like a favored dog gets to eat. Do you understand? She knelt and crawled humbly on the floor. Yes. Tian will definitely serve you with all my heart and strive to earn my master's reward. At Water Moon City in the City Lord's mansion, Xinger dipped her feet into the cool water. What's the point of having a banquet? She pouted and mumbled to herself, I'm so bored all by myself. Han Jinyang walked up from behind. I heard the Yin Empress is staying alone in the Water Moon City Palace. She crossed her arms, glanced at Xinger, and said, I suppose your master must have slipped away and left, hasn't he? Tears welled up in Xinger's eyes. Then master. No, wait, why didn't master come to see me? Have you forgotten about Xinger? Have you abandoned me? Han Jinyang tilted her head and sighed. If he can abandon a beautiful young disciple like you, then that awful man would certainly never see me as one of his own. She glanced happily at Han Jinyang, covering her mouth with a smirk. It was obvious, Xinger was always willing. It was obvious every time Xinger climbed into master's bed she would. She shouted in anger. Shut up, I don't want to hear it. The sound of footsteps came from behind, and a large, brawny woman quickly walked past. A startled Xinger called out, Who's there? Han Jinyang looked at her and explained, That's the sect master of the joyful sect demonic title, Great Joy Bodhisattva Zimen Wuin. Xinger exclaimed in surprise. The sect master of the joyful sect, Shui Rui, the one master and I killed in Rootless City, was her daughter Han Jinyang. Immediately clamped a hand over her mouth. Don't say another word. Do you have a death wish? She looked cautiously at Xinger. If a leader from the 8 great demonic sects has arrived, then I can't waste any more time on you. Jinyang waved her hand as a signal. Be careful, watch what you say and do. Xinger sighed as she gazed into the distance. With master not here, Xinger was in no mood to cause trouble. Suddenly, something flashed by catching her attention. The figure of a girl. Xinger called out, Who's there? She guessed to herself that the figure was definitely not from the joyful sect. Could it really be Sister Lixue? Xinger stared at the person before her. Her face was full of innocence, but Sister Lixue cares for me so much she would definitely show herself to meet me properly. Who could it be? Why am I being so foolish? She just couldn't figure it out. By the river, Qingling approached. Who is my dear Xinger mumbling about? He looked at her affectionately and asked, Could it be some handsome young talent from a demonic sect? Xinger was startled, but immediately ran to hug the person in front of her. Master, how could Xinger possibly think of any man other than you? Qingling looked at her and replied, Xinger, now is not the time to be dazed. He gently touched her face. According to my divination, I'm afraid a great calamity will befall Shuiyue City tonight. Qingling looked at her, his eyes full of affection. From now on, you must stay by my side and not run off. Understand? Xinger's face flushed red, her eyes filled with adoration. Me, Xinger understands. She threw herself into Qingling's arms and gave him a light kiss. No matter what happens, Xinger will never be separated from Master. Xinger looked at him and added, Oh, right, Master, while you were away, I kept thinking about how I could keep you with me. As she spoke, she unbuttoned her shirt. What do you think of this? Qingling stared at the scene before him, pursing his lips and thinking to himself, not here, in broad daylight. We're in a public place. Anyone who saw this would think I've defected to the joyful sect. From a distance, Lixue was staring at them, frowning as she muttered, Master, little junior sister, you two have truly disappointed me. Her sharp gaze fixed on them. I can't believe that man still made a move on Xinger. I can't believe Xinger has fallen so deeply for that man. Lixue whispered, as the eldest senior sister, I'm the only one who understands him best, who knows his true nature. It's truly nauseating. She recalled an image from her own past of women by the riverside diligently tending to a group of men. How dare you rotten men resist? Being graced by us celestial maidens is your greatest fortune. Since when did men get a say in the matter? Sisters use the full power of the heavenly Brahma's soulless gaze. He spoke up, Hall Master Ren, please. The master of the joyful sect Simon Wuhen embraced Tian Fan Mosheng Kuo Duen, ready to indulge in pleasure. Two men whispered from a distance. Hey, Hall Master Ren of the Kangming sect was just taken into a room by the Great Joy Bodhisattva. Why isn't Hall Master Ren resisting? Isn't his wife the least bit concerned? Jinian looked at them and thought, is this eunuch really like a dead fish willing to debase himself to this extent? Qingling approached from behind. Madam, you've had too much to drink. Are you trying to make a spectacle of your own husband? She blushed as she looked at him. You wicked man, didn't you come here to watch the show too? Jinian quickly put her wine cup down. Or perhaps, she slowly moved closer to Qingling. Just like that time in Wugan City, Ji Kami has set up a death trap again. His eyes grew wary. It's not that simple. The danger this time is 10 times greater. Suddenly, a scream came from the distance. Murder. There's been a murder. A woman screamed as she ran. My lord sect, master the joyful Bodhisattva. She's dead. Jinian was completely stunned when she heard this. The great Joy Bodhisattva was murdered. Who did it? She paused for a beat. Qingling saw Jinian's reaction and smirked. This is only the beginning. If you go to the Yin Empress's southern palace in Shuyu City, you can ensure your safety. Tian Fan ran out of the room. Madmen. They're all madmen. He staggered as he walked. When did you all get here? Oh right, I'm a madman too. Jinian glanced at Qingling and said, that demon couldn't possess Hall Master Ren. He just scrambled his mind to create a chance to escape. He just replied calmly, he'll return to normal in a moment. Pay him no mind. Qingling watched everything unfold with a smug look. As for the next chosen target, He has already arrived. On a boat in the city moat of Shuyu City, Ling Yin looked at the woman before her and said, Hong Yi, you are a sect master now. Coming here so rashly, I'm afraid. The other woman immediately spoke up. The saintess is watching over the sect. Here in Shuyu City, the godfather is presiding, so there's nothing to worry about. Ling Yin frowned. So you missed a man that much? Hong Yi grabbed her arm. Wow, what do you mean, missed a man? That's my godfather. Ling Yin suddenly froze. She looked towards a street corner. Why is the aura of death and slaughter so thick in this city? There also seems to be a trace of a bizarre formation array's aura. Ling Yin shrewdly assessed the situation. Since I was a child, Master forbade me from leaving the formation palace of Yuluo Palace. My soul and blood have long been familiar with the many formation arrays of this world. I'm afraid that on this single market street, 3 great hidden slaughter formations have been laid. She looked at Hong Yi and said softly, I'm going to find Master and Singer to tell them to withdraw. Hong Yi, you should leave the city and hide first. If anything happens, use the spirit jade to send me a message. Okay. Hong Yi's eyes lit up and she smiled happily. Okay. Now this is the Ling Yin. I know the one who's like a sister to me. Spotting a familiar figure ahead, Ling Yin quickly gave chase. Senior sister. Senior sister Lixue, I couldn't be mistaken. Wait, I have something to tell you. Ling Yin stared at the person before her. Senior sister Lixu, are you unwilling to see me? Do you already know what's been happening recently? She tried her best to explain, but Master is different now from how he was back then. It's just that we've never truly seen him for who he is. Please go back first. Once you see Master, everything will be clear. Lixu looked at her and smiled. Well, that was easier than I thought. Her voice grew menacing, her eyes glowing. I thought I'd have to waste a few more days on this, but I never expected a living water attribute life soul to deliver itself right to my doorstep. Lord Father, if Yuing completes her mission ahead of schedule, you have to give Yuing a reward, okay? Ling Yin saw her arrogant demeanor. She spoke up. You're not senior sister Lixue. Your name is Yuing. Have you been sacrificed by a cruel, evil cultivator, your body used as an offering and your life soul forcibly drawn into a forbidden demonic path? Yuing lunged forward. Shut up, my Lord Father is not cruel. He loves me. He's helping me complete a glorious evolution to transcend this mortal world. She transformed into a demonic form, her voice turning grotesque. Hand over that enticing life soul of yours, you nosy old hag. Ling Yin quickly used her pipa to block the attack. Her fingers danced across the strings, creating a burst of spiritual energy that knocked Yuing back. Ling Yin's gaze was filled with determination as she faced her. If this were the Kangming sect, the Blood Lord would have another honored guest. Suddenly appearing from behind Ye, Hong Yi said, Ling Yin, I'm here to help. She quickly used her spiritual power to form a seal. Pagoda seal. A tower of spiritual energy materialized above Yu Ying, taking her completely by surprise. What Yu Ying was instantly bound by numerous chains. Yi Hong Yi sneered triumphantly, I haven't even broken a sweat and you're already down. Pathetic. Yu Ying roared in anger, the Kangming sect. The Blood Lord. And you the sect master. You're the new master of the Kangming sect and she's from the Yuluo Hall. Her eyes paused for a beat. In that case, does that mean the great demon lord Bai Qingling is also nearby? Yi Hongyi glared at Yu Ying, pointing her sword at her resolutely. I have nothing to say to a gutter demon like you. Now die. Ling Yin stretched out her arm to stop her. Yi Hongyi, be careful. She's deliberately acting weak. Yu Ying looked at them with amusement. You saw through me. Not bad, you've got a keen eye. She unleashed her demonic power, shattering Yi Hongyi's chains. But I've seen through you too. You're only at the peak of the core formation stage. Now hand over your life souls. Soul-snatching Art Yu Ying immediately dove from the sky toward the two women. Ling Yin plucked her zither and a clear resonant note blasted Yu Ying back. Yu Ying stared at Ling Yin in disbelief. Impossible, I endured so much suffering to master a strike that's nearly on par with a Tao integration expert, a common Kangming disciple at the peak of core formation. What gives you the right to stop me? Ling Yin let out a soft breath, her fingers gliding over the strings. You haven't even surpassed the Blood Lord and you dare speak of suffering. The pain I've endured is likely more than 10 times what you've gone through. Her expression shifted. Her spiritual energy intensified. Ling Yin's voice grew stern. I have just mastered the path of demonic sound, a feat that earned high praise from Demon Lord Bai Qingling himself. Yu Ying glared ferociously at Ling Yin. I don't believe it. You're not that old demon Ren Tianfan. I even took the life soul of that fat woman from the joyful sect. Who the hell do you think you are? Her eyes glinted. Song of the Restless Dead, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Ling Yin. Yu Ying cried out in surprise. What is this? Huge hands began to rise from the ground, reaching for her. A disciple of Yu Luo Hall also practices the demonic arts. The hands seized, Yu Ying holding her fast, seeing her pinned and unable to move. Ling Yin simply replied, just because you have no physical form doesn't mean you're invincible. Ling Yin's eyes sharpened as she glared at the woman before her. Speak. What is your true origin? Yu Ying explained pitifully. I am a disciple of the evil Zenith sect. My father forced me to hunt for life, souls, and attack you. Her expression changed and drool trickled from her mouth. I'm just a poor, pitiful soul. Please, ladies, spare my life. No. Instantly, a demonic curse erupted and a dark power surged outwards, overwhelming Ling Yin's spiritual energy. She growled, I never was good at pretending. Yu Ying laughed maniacally. Did you really think that just because you coincidentally broke my soul-shattering demonic sound you could defeat me? Really, is that what you thought? This is my true ultimate technique, the 1,000 souls united in sorrow, secret art. Her eyes flashed dangerously. Have a taste of the power of a soul transformation expert. Yi Hongyi and Ling Yin were surrounded by grotesque hands made of dark magic. Ling Yin tried to use her spiritual power, but it was useless. It's no good. My sound waves have no effect. Yi Hongyi also tried her best to block the attack. The sword chi of the Kangming Sword Sutra isn't working either. Ling Yin suddenly realized something. Yi Hongyi, fly up. Yi Hongyi replied, it's too late. She stared helplessly at the immense power before her. The ultimate demonic technique is bearing down on us. Ling Yin looked at her with a gentle expression. Yi Hongyi, I'm sorry. I was too weak to protect you. Yi Hongyi smiled back cheerfully. What's there to be sorry for, Sister Ling Yin? You'll always be my favorite person, just like my godfather. The two clasped hands and against all odds channeled their spiritual energy to form a seal. They would rather self-destruct their divine souls than let her steal their life souls. From the sky above, a strange energy shot down, destroying the evil hands and shattering the chains binding the two women. Ling Yin was stunned. This is Godfather's technique. She furrowed her brow in doubt. No, that's not right. Although Master doesn't use his sword much, his cultivation is extremely high. The sword intent in that strike was lacking something. Yu Ying looked over and laughed gleefully. Is our visitor Demon Lord Bai Qingling? The figure of a woman landed gracefully. Senior Sister Feng Lingyan joyfully ran to embrace Feng Lixue. It really is you. I knew that silhouette was you, sister. She glanced at Ling Yin. Don't call me Senior Sister. You are overly sentimental and weak-willed. You are unworthy of being a disciple of my Yaluo Hall. Ling Yin was taken aback. Senior Sister. Feng Lixu glanced towards Yu Ying and said decisively, Yaluo Hall does not harbor the idol. Return to the Blood Lord and accept your punishment. Her spiritual seal instantly bound. Yu Ying as Feng Lixu brandished her sword. She slowly advanced. My useless junior sister. I made a fool of myself in front of you. Her sword pulsed with spiritual energy. Your opponent now is the head disciple of Demon Lord Bai Qingling. The head disciple of Yaluo Hall, Feng Lixu, flicked her sword, unleashing a ferocious blaze. Feng Lixu. Yi Hongyi looked at her senior sister in surprise. What kind of technique is that? Ling Yin quickly explained that it was their master's unique divine art, the 9 Trials heaven-burning art. She imagined Feng Lixu sitting amidst the flames, and to master this art, one had to endure being burned alive, withstanding the ultimate agony of being consumed by endless flames. Besides their eldest senior sister and their master, it was unlikely a third person in the world could ever master it. Yu Ying was instantly terrified by this new technique. What is this? This is very bad. Her gaze deepened. This one is 10 times more terrifying than that foolish woman who plays the zither. Feng Lixu coldly raised her fist and advanced. Where are you looking? Little imp. She punched Yu Ying from behind. Flames erupted, burning Yu Ying's body and making her scream. It hurts. It hurts so much. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I was truly in the wrong. Feng Lixu's eyes were cold as she growled. What's with the act? I saw right through that little trick you pulled earlier. Feng Lixu grabbed her face. You don't feel sorry, Feng Lixu retorted forcefully. You just know you're about to die. Chapter 81. Feng Lixu raised her fist high, her gaze razor sharp. Yu Ying held up her hand, begging I really was wrong. I'll tell you anything. I'll tell you everything. She quickly explained. My father is the great elder of the evil extremist, sect Li Tianju. He forced me to do this. He's on Tianming Mountain outside Watermoon City, right now waiting for me to bring back the life soul. Fang Lixue swiftly thrust her hand straight through Yu Ying's body. Yu Ying cried out in pain. You went back on your word. You have no martial honor. Her soul and body then disintegrated into nothing. Fang Lixue let out a cold sigh. Whoever agreed not to kill you, and even if I did so, what Yi Hanya looked towards her senior sister with admiration. So this was the true demeanor of Yuluo Palace's eldest senior sister, cut from the same cloth as the rest of them. She looked down and replied coldly, I ran into Singer back in Watermoon City. She's certainly getting cuter. And more attached to Master. Fang Lixue glanced at a blushing Ling Yin and asked, So Ling Yin, have you become like that now too? Ling Yin's expression shifted, and she quickly grabbed Fang Lixue's hand, explaining, Senior sister, I know you're still hung up on failing to kill Master, but things are really different now. We genuinely found true love with him. Fang Lixue quickly pulled her hand away, her voice dropping. You and Singer are still so young. How many people have you met? What have you experienced? What could you possibly know about love? Yi Hongyi, standing nearby, could no longer stomach it. She interjected. At least she knows more than a senior sister like you. Suddenly, a demonic power appeared out of nowhere and seized Yi Hongyi. High above, Tianjue laughed loudly. Well, look who it is. The young sect master of the Kangming sect, a perfect water attribute life soul. Yi Hongyi struggled in pain as he looked down at her and said, Well, your death won't be in vain as it allows this venerable one to reap such a great prize. Ling Yin shouted in alarm, Yi Hongyi. A powerful slash tore through the air, heading straight for Tianju. He quickly scooped Yi Hongyi up and thought to himself, the demon-slaying flying sword of the true martial sword sect. So the righteous sects of the Central Plains have infiltrated our eastern lands. Tianjue landed gently on the eaves of a roof. No, that's not right. The form of the sword art is indeed from the true martial sword sect, but the true force within the sword Dao belongs to the demonic Kangming sect. This girl. She's a disciple of Yuluo Palace. Fang Lixue leaped forward, sword energy radiating from her body. Does the fact that I'm a disciple of the demonic Lord Bai Qingling make you underestimate me? She lunged, thrusting her sword towards him. It pierced through his armor and stabbed directly into Tianju's arm. He suddenly realized something. You're only at the half-step nascent soul stage. How could your demon-slaying flying sword possibly break through my demonic imperial armor and wound me? Tianjue stared into her eyes, and they filled him with terror. That man's 9 trials, heaven-burning art. He gritted his teeth. So that's it. So that's what this is. You are his eldest disciple. Tianju immediately released Ye Hongyi. If that's the case, then I can't hesitate any longer. He began to cast a dark spell. I will now take your life souls and offer them as a sacrifice to that great lord. Black Heaven, demonic fist of fear. Tianjue's eyes grew menacing as he enlarged his fist and swung it forward. Fang Lixu was stunned by its power, and tears of fear and anxiety streamed down her face. Fang Lixu remembered her own abandoned past, a childhood of fear and ignorance, watching her mother be humiliated right before her eyes. All those memories came flooding back. Before I turned 11, my home was my prison. Fang Lixu remembered all the grievances she had been forced to endure, how in her graduation trial she was forced to slaughter righteous disciples until their bodies piled into mountains. She was afraid of all the injustice in the world, afraid of that man, and afraid of her own weakness. This pathetic life. I've just been a tool. I should have died with my mother back then. Tianjue exploited this weakness, roaring, Come on, do it, my pawn. With a single slash, it'll all be over. Fang Lixu raised her sword, thinking to herself, the Black Heaven, demonic fist of fear. Its greatest power is its ability to control the fear in one's heart. As long as even a sliver of fear exists, it can lure its victim to a dead end. She brought the sword to her neck as Tianjue continued his psychological manipulation with his dark arts. Not everyone is a heartless monster like your master. You're just a young girl, there's no way you can escape this attack. Ling Yin watched her senior sister and screamed in terror. Senior sister Fang Lixue don't, but Fang Lixue endured the pain and sliced the blade deep into her own neck. Bai Qingling appeared behind her, whispering in her ear, Does it hurt? It should. This world is full of suffering. And suffering is one of this world's greatest sources of strength. One who doesn't know suffering can never know what true strength is. Fang Lixu felt a new power coursing through her. Feel the suffering, contemplate the suffering, accept the suffering, understand the suffering, and finally command the suffering and overcome it. She slowly rose to her feet. Tianjue seemed to realize something was wrong. Fang Lixu gritted her teeth. This damn fear. It's nothing. My suffering is far greater. She immediately gripped her sword and with a single slash cut straight through Tianjue. He cried out in disbelief, No, impossible. An image of Bai Qingling appeared before him saying, You could never do it. Fang Lixu's gaze shifted as she was lost in a memory of him. Fang Lixu, my eldest disciple, I know you desperately want to kill me. You think that by killing me you can end all your suffering. Back then, Bai Qingling had spoken coldly. That's why the moment you believe you can kill me is precisely when you are at your weakest. Feng Lixu remembered being utterly defeated by him, asking, does this mean I've failed the graduation trial again? Bai Qingling sighed softly and said, you still don't understand my intentions. In your current state, you are not worthy of graduating. He gently transferred spiritual energy into her with his hand, then stood up, looked down at Feng Lixu and said, never mind. The seed has been planted within you. You will simply have to wait for the day you finally understand. Bai Qingling glanced at her, the day you understand the true purpose behind the suffering I have given you. Back in reality, Tianju roared in agony. Damn it, how could I, this lord, die here? Killed by a junior like you, he tried to pull the Mengqing sword out of his body. I am Li Tianjue, the great elder of the evil Pole sect famous throughout the eastern lands. You don't even have the right to kill me. But not only could he not pull it out, Feng Lixue stabbed it even deeper. She seemed to have an epiphany. Master Feng Lixue understands now. Feng Lixue's power increased tenfold. Because someone must constantly bring me suffering to forever remind me. The dangers, malice, and twists of this world are endless. She frowned, her eyes filled with determination. Only by you becoming the eternal source of my suffering can I deserve the strength to overcome all obstacles. Feng Lixu used the 9 trials heaven-burning art, creating a massive fireball that completely engulfed Tianjue. He had no chance to counterattack and was incinerated just like that. No way. Ling Yin and Ye Hongyi stared at the corpse in utter astonishment. Senior sister, you're so strong. Exhausted, Feng Lixu breathed lightly. Was that the seed that Master planted just now? After saying that, she fainted. Finally, Bai Qingling appeared in an instant and caught her. Well done, Feng Lixue. He praised her gently. Feng Lixue, you did not disgrace this master. She slowly opened her eyes, her voice full of suspicion. Master is here. But why is this man holding me? When has he ever held me like this? From a distance, Yi Hongyi also saw him and rushed over. Master, you're here. Feng Lixue held her sword and bowed her head to accept her mistake. Master Feng Lixu returned to the eastern lands without your permission. Please punish me. She thought to herself, what's wrong with Master? He's like a completely different person from when I left. If it were before, he would have punished me long ago, not even giving me a chance to breathe. Feng Lixu recalled that his intimacy with Singer was also quite out of character in her memory. He had never touched a woman out of lust. Her gaze changed, looking at Bai Qingling with killing intent. Could it be? This man has been possessed? Demon Lord Bai Qingling is no longer Bai Qingling. If that's true, all it takes is one sword strike to kill this current waste of space. As if sensing the problem, Bai Qingling coldly explained, this master caught you just now as a reward for saving your junior sister and the sect master. And now you have the gall to put on this touching display between master and disciple. After speaking, he immediately slapped her across the face. Feng Lixu smiled happily. He's back. This is the feeling. That man is still that man. The cruel demon lord who sees his disciple as a tool. She rubbed her cheek. No, that's not right. Why am I thinking this way? It's as if, when he brings me suffering, my body rejoices in it as a reward. Bai Qingling quickly shoved her away. He glanced at the woman before him and said coldly, the first strike is to punish you for leaving your post without permission. The second strike is for your lack of respect for your elders. Get up. This master does not permit you to lie on the ground while receiving punishment. Seeing her senior sister being hit, Ling Yin pleaded pitifully. Master, please stop hitting her. Senior sister knows she was wrong. Please give her a chance to atone for her mistake. Feng Lixu immediately cut her off. Junior sister Ling Yin, shut up. She stood up with difficulty. This has nothing to do with you. Feng Lixue knows she has committed a great crime. I beg master to punish me. Bai Qingling's expression was unreadable. He said coldly, punishment. Of course you must be punished. He then placed his cloak over Feng Lixu's shoulders. But this master will not miss a chance to celebrate either. Congratulations on officially completing your training. Feng Lixu at the City Lord's Manor in Shuiyu City. Bai Qingling leaned in and said coldly, to be frank, I've already tricked the sect master and Ling Yin into looking for the Yin Empress. Now we can have a proper talk. Feng Lixue looked at him and thought, what does this man want to say to me now? Why is he dawdling like this? If I'm not mistaken, his relationships with Ling Yin and Xinger have already become especially intimate. She suddenly realized something as an intimate scene between them flashed in her mind. Don't tell me. He wants to do the same thing with me. He even chose this deserted corner. Feng Lixue's face turned beet red. 50,000 points. Slapping Feng Lixue just gave me another 50,000 system points. With the Great Love System and the points I've accumulated from Han Jinyang and Xinger during this time, I should be able to unlock the Yang God myth, right? A glint appeared in Bai Qingling's eyes as he thought, tonight, I must capture my eldest disciple Feng Lixu and complete the collection for the inner sect of Yulua Hall. He immediately gave her an order. Feng Lixue, take off your clothes. Feng Lixue looked at Bai Qingling, stammering shyly, Ma Master, please have some self-respect. He glanced at her, his voice low, you don't have to. As he spoke, a mark appeared on Feng Lixu's lower abdomen. It just means you'll have to change your clothes later. From the mark, two long tentacles emerged, making Feng Lixue blush with shame. She moaned loudly, her face flushed red. The evil mark. Stop it. Your disciple is willing to endure any punishment, but not this. Not this kind of punishment, please stop. Bai Qingling just looked at her coldly and said, don't just feel it with your body. He looked at the pleasure on Feng Lixue's face and added, use your Tao to comprehend it. Bai Qingling asked, who is the one giving you pure suffering, and who is the one who saves you, who treats you well, choose. Feng Lixue couldn't bear it, her face burning. This is cheating, it's despicable, shameless. This isn't even a choice. Feng Lixue clung to Bai Qingling, her voice straining as she begged, make the evil mark stop, save me. He lightly touched her hand. Your 9 Trials heaven-burning art has been stuck at the 3rd volume 9th level for a very long time. Bai Qingling helped Feng Lixue to her feet, his voice deep and warm. Starting today, you can begin cultivating the 4th volume. Feng Lixue seemed to realize something, thinking, the true essence of the 9 Trials heaven-burning art is being transmitted into my body through the evil mark. He's using this method to pass on a divine art capable of destroying heavens and earth to me. Bai Qingling looked at her and smiled lightly. Now that this master considers you a graduated disciple, there are things I can tell you. For example, the culprit who humiliated your mother. Hearing this, Feng Lixue couldn't help but be shocked. She quickly asked, why didn't you tell me back then? You only said his identity was hard to discern. Who is he? Bai Qingling slowly replied. From the Kunlun Dao sect, the first deacon under Yu Shuzi. Sun Chuan. Don't be hasty. You were already on the path to revenge. He gently told her about the past. Remember those fellow trainees. It wasn't that this master wanted to force you to kill innocent people, but they were all minions of Sun Chuan and the Kunlun Dao sect. Bai Qingling observed the energy around her body and remarked, you are different from your junior sisters. You have no special talent or constitution. To get revenge on a behemoth like the Kunlun Dao sect, you only have one path to walk. His expression changed and he spoke in a low voice. A mortal's path of arduous cultivation, a path of suffering you must climb step by step. This master simply made the decision for you beforehand, and it is only today that you finally understand. He gently touched Feng Lixue's face. How enchanting the path to becoming a demon. I wanted to witness it with my own eyes until the very end, just like tonight. Every time you've fallen into danger, wasn't it I who saved you? Bai Qingling moved closer. In any case, you have officially graduated. From this day forward, if you still hate me or wish to kill me, I will consider myself to have never had a disciple like you. He walked past her coldly. Feng Lixue quickly chased after him, hugging him from behind. Stop, he tilted his head, his voice demanding. Is that any way to speak to me? Feng Lixue gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Master, don't you still need a tool to deal with those self-proclaimed righteous hypocrites? My great revenge is not yet complete, and Master's grand ambition is not yet fulfilled. Tears streamed down her face. At least on this matter, our hearts and minds are aligned, aren't they? Aren't Feng Lixue and Master a perfect match? Bai Qingling merely said in a cold voice, how rare. He reached a hand toward her. When you were little, you never acted spoiled, nor did you know how to rely on me. Then he embraced Feng Lixue, patting her head as if comforting a child. You should save this kind of expression for when you're cutting down your enemies. The system's sudden announcement brought him immense joy. Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending great love. You have received 100,000 points. This is my favorite version of the original character. It has nothing to do with how many points I get. To be able to embrace each other so sincerely. This is truly wonderful. Feng Lixue's sparkling eyes widened as she looked at Bai Qingling. Oh right, when I was undercover, I heard that even Mu Xinlin of the Mystic Maiden Taoist sect is infatuated with you, Master. Is that just a baseless rumor, or is it true? Bai Qingling fell silent, unsure how to explain. He then snapped, how could that be possible? That crazy woman wants nothing more than to kill me. Her face flushed red as she looked at Bai Qingling, her voice filled with jealousy. Feng Lixue will keep a close watch whether it's on the mission as a spy or on their master. In the northern outskirts of Shuiyu City, Tian Fan chased after a horse carriage. My love, I know I was wrong. Please just give me one more chance. My love, don't go. How can I live without you? From inside the carriage, Xinger peeked out. Madam Ren, are we really not going to worry about Hall Master? Ren Han Jiniang replied coldly, there's no need. She recalled what had happened before. That man was fooling around with that damned fat pig at the city lord's mansion. Then he fell for a dazing spell and made a complete fool of himself. He truly brought shame upon our Kangming sect. Han Jiniang crossed her arms, refusing to pay him any mind. Even if he drops dead right now, it has nothing to do with me. Tian Fan collapsed onto the ground. My love. My love. Why won't you consider our past together? How can you treat me like this? He begged and cried. My love. A voice suddenly echoed out, young master of the Ren family. Do you wish to reclaim your dignity as a man? Tian Fan immediately turned his head. The voice was coming from an old well. Think carefully about the meaning of your life. Do you want to live with true purpose? Hearing this, he yelled, of course I do. Why wouldn't I? But it's all her fault. I'm in this mess. From the bottom of the well, the evil voice echoed up, don't worry. Just leave it to me. Meanwhile, Ling Yin and Ye Hongyi saw a red flood dragon fly up from below. Ling Yin asked in shock, "What's that commotion?" Yi Hongyi quickly replied, "A powerful enemy." Both of them were extremely worried by the scene before them. Ling Yin exclaimed, "Master told us to find the Yin Empress, but this disturbance is right on our path." She warned cautiously, "Be careful. I have a feeling it's coming." A snake demon as red as blood aggressively charged towards them, the blood-colored python demon. Yi Hongyi quickly leaped away. "Get back." She looked at the snake demon before them and shouted, "This python demon's cultivation is unfathomably deep, far beyond ours. We're not on the same level as it at all." The beast continued its charge. "It's coming again." From the distance, a fire phoenix appeared. The divine phoenix's true flame. It made the snake demon pause before flying towards Han Jinyang. From afar, Han Jinyang continued to channel her power, controlling the fire phoenix. It flew over and bit down on the snake demon, causing it immense pain. The demon could only scream in helplessness. Ling Yin and Yi Hongye were completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. Jing'er, who was in the carriage, waved and called out, "Second senior sister, Sect Master, hurry over here." Ling Yin looked at her and asked curiously, "Jing'er, Madame Ren, are you also on your way to find the Yin Empress?" Han Jinyang propped her chin on her hand, looked at them and explained, "Tonight is not peaceful. Who knows what other dangers await us on the road to find the Yin Empress? Sect Master, let's go find Hall Master Bai first." Yi Hongyi quickly agreed. This Sect Master has no objections. Han Jinyang glanced back, her expression thoughtful. "Not long after I threw Ren Tianfan out, this blood-colored python demon appeared. I hope I'm just overthinking things." Bai Qingling listened to the whole story, his voice contemplative. "So that's what happened. That's why you all grouped together to find me." As soon as Jing'er saw Bai Qingling, she rushed over to hug him. Bai Qingling said happily, "It's been many years since all my disciples were gathered like this. I never expected we would be reunited here." Jing'er hugged Feng Lixue, saying cheerfully, "Eldest senior sister, it really is you? I knew I wasn't mistaken." Jing'er is still the same, not mature in the slightest. Han Jinyang sighed heavily, annoyed, and turned her head away. "You all have your happy family reunion. An outsider like me won't impose any longer." Jing'er quickly ran to hug Han Jinyang. "Madam, don't go." Her face was rosy, her eyes full of affection. "Actually, Jing'er really likes being with you. As long as you don't mind, madam, you can consider Yuluo Hall your second home." Yi Hongyi also chimed in earnestly, "Auntie, you really shouldn't travel alone anymore. The recent chaos is getting worse and worse. It's better for us from the Kangming sect to stick together." She glanced towards Bai Qingling. He coughed lightly a few times and then spoke up. "Everyone in the Kangming sect is of one mind, and as sect master I am no different." Han Jinyang blushed and replied, all right, I'll listen to the great sect master, okay." Bai Qingling lowered his gaze, his voice deepening. "Speaking of which, your encounter with the blood python might be related to what I've just learned about its identity. That monstrosity is 10 times more terrifying than Ji Kaimei." Bai Qingling turned and walked forward to investigate its current whereabouts. An image of a demon appeared. The blood demon ancestor of Tianwang Mountain, one of the 8 original primordial demon cultivators who founded the demonic path and also the founding ancestor of the Xieji sect. The well, a place rich with demonic energy, is where this great primordial demon was sealed. In order to unify the true demonic arts, the blood demon ancestor hunted and killed rogue cultivators, but was eventually suppressed by the combined forces of the demon progenitor and many other factions. The dry well seal was strong enough to block the spiritual sense of even a nascent soul cultivator, and it had not been disturbed for 10,000 years. Li Tianju approached the well. However, the current Grand Elder of the Xieji sect, Li Tianjue, used ancient records to find the blood demon ancestor's sealed land. He gathered living souls and attempted to break the seal, hoping to make the long-dormant Xieji sect great once more. He immediately remembered Yuying Xiaochen, who was played by the original player who had to go through several rounds of battle to defeat Li Tianju and Yuying. But now Feng Lixu was drawn here because of me and directly dealt with that father-daughter duo. Bai Qingling looked at the mouth of the well and thought to himself, in that case, the blood demon ancestor shouldn't have been able to gather enough souls and therefore shouldn't have been able to break the seal. His eyes flashed as he looked towards Han Jinyang, who was currently glancing in his direction. Besides, if the seal was truly broken, the blood demon ancestor's remaining power would be enough to easily suppress Han Jinyang, who was at the half-step deity transformation stage. Why would it be scared off by a single move from her? Han Jinyang looked at Bai Qingling shyly. What are you looking at me for? Don't tell me you're getting strange ideas, did you? Use the excuse of potential danger to leave everyone else half a mile away because you wanted me." He pointed his hand towards the well and explained gently, "Let's try to focus on the matter at hand. I'm sure you sensed it too. All around us are fragmented auras from the destroyed sealing barrier. Obviously, the blood demon ancestor is no longer here, but the demon progenitor's 10,000-year seal is still intact. So why did this happen now?" As he spoke, Bai Qingling pointed into the distance. Han Jinyang, look over there. The sword before them flared with a captivating red light. It was Ren Tianfan's weeping blood demon sword. She looked at the sword suspecting it was, crying. Han Jiniang was deeply flustered. No. No way. That's impossible. Ren Tianfan's spiritual sense is strong. There's no way his body could be possessed by a remnant soul from the seal. Qingling frowned, his voice deepening. So what if Ren Tianfan did it willingly? What if he offered himself up to merge with that blood-filled ancestor? Jinian stammered, looking conflicted. I. He glanced at her and said, I'll figure out a way to deal with them. We can't have you getting a reputation for killing your husband. Jinian's expression changed. No, I'll kill him. She answered resolutely. Even if this man had been truly strong just once, I wouldn't have to be this disappointed in him. This is completely different from what I intended. I will give him one last chance to fight me. Qingling lowered his head and chuckled softly. Well, that soft-hearted kind Jinian is finally acting like a true demon cultivator. Let's stick to the plan and find the Yin Empress first. The juniors who aren't strong enough can't participate in this game. We should put them somewhere safe first. He turned and walked away coldly. At Watermoon City in the Yin Empress's southern suburbs palace, Qingmei lay sprawled on the bed. This Ji Kaimi certainly knows how to please people treating us with this fine palace. No wonder the demon emperor trusts and dotes on her so much. The servant beside her approached, speaking softly. My lady, the more common rumor is that Ji Kaimei is just very good at selling herself. Perhaps true love can only be found between two men. She looked at Qingmei's beautiful figure and added, for the sake of our Xiao clan, my lady, you absolutely must not remain a widow. Don't let the main line of the Xiao family die out. Hearing this, she quickly sat up. Who told you the Xiao family line will die out? Her eyes were filled with affection and her face flushed red. That monster won't do, but that doesn't mean other men won't, right? Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly covered her mouth. That's enough. A servant came from outside to report Hall Master Bai of the Shangming sect is here to see you. Qingling stood at the door, requesting an audience. Greetings, Yin Empress. Qingmei was delighted, gently touching his head. It's you. You're here. Qingling turned his face away, annoyed. What is this? Why this reaction? Can't you see all the people I brought with me? Singer quickly stepped forward to protect him from her. You brute, let go of my master. My master. Qingmei's expression changed. She gleefully picked up Singer. Little one, you're here too. Look at you, you're such a delicate little beauty. She shouted angrily, put me down. I don't want you to hold me. Lig Sui looked at her and bowed. Greetings, Yin Empress. Ling Yin also said softly, please put my junior sister down. Qingmei looked at the two and replied cheerfully, such well-behaved little disciples. Jinian, seeing the situation, felt annoyed and chimed in. Yin Empress, wife of the demon emperor, behaving so frivolously is perhaps a bit improper. Qingmei looked at her and replied coldly, I remember, you're the wife of Hall Master Ren. We met once at Shen Wugen, didn't we? You're a married woman. You should be at home with your husband, so why are you following my little Qingling around all day? Jinian was speechless. Why is she treating only me this way? Hong Yi touched her shoulder helplessly. Those close to the demon emperor have always been unpredictable. Don't mind her, ma'am. Qingling glanced at her and sent a telepathic message. Yin Empress, I've already told you about the blood-filled ancestor while we were talking. As if receiving a signal, Qingmei replied, Qingling, you're bold to entrust these juniors to me. Now go and make the most important preparations. She looked at him thoughtfully. I quite like these juniors too. They especially remind me of my Yuerong. After what happened between you and Hua, Yuerong was revealed. Doesn't everyone know their place? Qingling quickly turned away. Yin Empress, please calm down. There are too many trivial matters here. Qingling also prioritized the bigger picture. His eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Qingmei and said telepathically, the time you've bought for me by taking care of the juniors will not be wasted. Only by patching up my final weakness will I be able to fight against all the enemies at the Demon Dao Conference. Bai Qingling sat meditating, thinking, in a few days I'll use the Great Love Points to open a Yang treasure. I even stayed an extra day today for it. I'll cleanse the poison for Jinian one more time, then taste the cooking of my first and second disciples, which I haven't had in a long time. Finally, I'll let Singer help me relax. With all these accumulated points, it should be enough to exchange for a Yang God treasure. He opened the system and shouted, exchange. The system appeared and announced, successfully exchanged for a mythical Yang treasure. Consumed 500,000 Great Love Points. Remaining balance 250,000 points. Mythical secret treasure, pure imperial immortal scripture, human head scroll. An emperor-level upper realm cultivation technique. Mythical secret treasure, ancient path, secret codex. The last one is a mythical secret treasure physique, the myriad transformations, formless sacred body, and upper realm peak-level poison king sacred body. When the system finished its announcement, Bai Qingling couldn't help but smile smugly. As expected of a mythical Yang treasure worth 500,000 points. It's not just 100 times stronger than all my previous Yang treasures combined. But thinking about it, the enemies I'm facing now are all a major realm higher than me. Assassinating those at the same level isn't very useful. It seems I'll still have to use the ancient path techniques that the Azure Wolf Demon Sovereign was already skilled in. To pull off an unexpected final winning move after a moment of deliberation, he made his choice: the Secret Remnant, the Ancient Dao Secret Codex, and the soul-wounding First Scroll. Upon receiving the Ancient Dao Secret Codex, streams of purple light appeared, and his body began to absorb them. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. Your Ancient Dao realm has broken through the current world's limit, reaching level 100. Achievement unlocked: Ancient Immortal. 381 rewards have been placed in your inventory. Just then, Ling Yin rushed in frantically, calling out, Master Ling Yin has something to report. Bai Qingling opened his eyes, his cold, murderous gaze falling upon Ling Yin. Why the panic? Did I give you permission to enter? She stared at him, stunned and afraid. The pressure was familiar yet different from how it usually was. It was as if a part of her master had transcended his mortal body. Suppressing her fear, she continued with her report. Master, this is very urgent. I was supposed to keep it a secret, but I'm truly worried for Sister Lixue. Bai Qingling, his face devoid of emotion, simply asked, What about Feng Lixue? Ling Yin quickly replied, her voice filled with anxiety. She went to the joyful sect to assassinate Lin Mo. The scene then flashes back to an earlier time. Ling Yin, shocked and worried, asked Lixue's senior sister, Are you really going to assassinate the third prince Lin Mo? With a completely stoic face, Lixue replied with cold determination, I've thought it through. This is necessary to atone for my past mistakes. I'm a spy that Master planted in the righteous path. This was something I'd have to do sooner or later. Besides, I had already decided to act this time, but Master persuaded me otherwise. If I don't eliminate one side, it will eventually damage my Dao heart. She turned and walked away without a hint of fear, leaving Ling Yin stunned, watching Lixue's figure fade into the distance, unable to say a word. The joyful sect. Lixue looked down from above and saw the third prince's residence. A servant was surprised to see her approach. It's Feng Lixue from the True Martial Sword sect, the third prince's companion. She just slowly walked forward and asked, Where is Lin Mo? He hurriedly replied, Miss Feng, please wait a moment. I will go and inform him. Soon after, Lin Mo appeared overjoyed to see Feng Lixue. Sister Lixue, you've finally come to see me. She feigned shyness and said, Your Highness, there are others here. You can't wear such a simple, adorable expression on your face. Lin Mo blushed, his heart filled with joy. Why is Sister Lixue acting like this toward me today? Is she trying to seduce me? Want to find out? This place isn't very suitable. Let's find a more secluded spot to talk. He excitedly followed her without a shred of doubt, agreeing to go with Lixue. All right, wherever Sister Lixue says to go, I'll go. Even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, this prince will follow. The two of them walked up the mountain one after the other. Lin Mo chattered endlessly. Look, sister, at the peak of this yin-yang mountain range, the illusory cliffs, the sea of rolling clouds. What do you think? Of course, it's magnificent and incredibly beautiful. But none of it is as beautiful as you, Sister Lixue. Sister Lixue, from the first moment I arrived at the True Martial Sword sect, I've had you etched in my memory. Ever since then, I've often made excuses to pass by just for a chance to secretly look at you. The Sister Lixue in my memory is aloof and cold, just like you are now looking at the sea of clouds alone. If only there was a place for me beside that silhouette. I often let my thoughts wander like that. He gathered all his courage and bravely expressed his feelings and the emotions he held just for her. He shouted, Sister Lixue, I'm different from that Xiao Chen and from all other men. We both carry the burden of fate. I have status, I have strength, and most importantly, my heart belongs only to you. I will definitely be able to destroy that Bai Qingling and give you the future you desire. Sister Lixue, are you willing to accept my feelings? In contrast to Lin Mo's words, his feelings, and his sincerity, she just gave him a cold glance and a smile in reply. This is the first time you've been so direct. Very well, I'll give you a clear answer just this once. He was overjoyed, thinking that Feng Lixue was about to return his feelings. But before he could finish his sentence, right before his astonished eyes, Feng Lixue drew her sword and stabbed him. Lin Mo's eyes remained wide open as he stood frozen, staring at the woman he loved, his expression filled with utter disappointment. Sister Lixue, why? In contrast, Lixue just stood there looking at him without emotion and stated indifferently, Lin Mo, you're a good person. That's all. Lin Mo saw Lixue's bright smile and couldn't stop asking himself, Why, Sister Lixue, why is the first time you show me a smile like that when you're doing this to me? Lin Mo used both hands to pull the sword out of his body, his face contorted in a ferocious rage as he roared, Why don't you go after that great demon lord? Moments before he was still talking with Ji Kaimi. Xiao Chen was originally the son of Fortune. Killing that Bai Qingling shouldn't have been difficult, but I don't know what scheme Bai Qingling used to destroy his fortune, and ended up killing him instead. Your Highness, you suddenly activated the bloodline power of the Lin family's immortal dragon vein back then, right? That's not exactly a secret. Why bring it up now? Lin Mo replied casually upon hearing Ji Kaimei's words. Ji Kaimei gave him a chilling look and said, The night you activated your bloodline was the same day Xiao Chen died. Fortune doesn't just disappear, it only transfers. Based on Mu Xinlin's speculation, you are the new son of Fortune. Your Highness, please take Xiao Chen as a cautionary tale. Be wary of beautiful women. He was mid-sentence when someone ran up to report, Your Highness, Miss Feng has returned. Lin Mo was ecstatic to hear that Feng Lixu had arrived. Really? Take me to her at once, he roared in anger. What did I ever do to make you hate me so much? Why did you have to lead me to my death? Lixui's eyes were unmoving as she glanced at him. I don't hate you. He wants you eliminated, so I eliminate you. She pulled her sword out and a spray of red blood erupted. Her eyes were defiant. Lin Mo was stunned. Who is he? Since when did you have another master? Her expression unchanged, she snapped her fingers and a blazing red flame appeared flying through Lin Mo's body. A dead man, knowing too much is meaningless. His blood-curdling scream echoed widely. Ah, Lin Mo roared, unwilling to accept his fate. Sister Lixue, I treated you with sincerity. I was so infatuated with you, I wanted to make you my wife. And you're so heartless. In the future, I will stop at nothing to make you my woman. With those words, he used his remaining strength to escape. Lixue stood frozen, utterly surprised. What kind of bizarre demonic art is this? His internal organs are all burned to a crisp, yet he's still immortal. He can still run away. Is this Lin Mo really not meant to die? No wonder Master was so wary of him. I can't let Lin Mo get away like this. I have to find him even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. When Lixue came to her senses, she immediately chased after Lin Mo, determined to kill him. A streak of light flew over the Hehan sect headquarters. It was Lin Mo clutching his wounds and muttering, This demonic fire evil art has burned my internal organs. I'm barely hanging on by a thread thanks to the dragon's escape power in my Lin family bloodline. Before sunset, I have to find another member of the Lin family bloodline and use the power of their words to resurrect me. He flew down to the forest in front of Lin Tianqian's grand hall, a smug smile on his face. I remember my 9th sister is in this hall. As long as she says with her own mouth that I can still be saved, I can achieve nirvanic rebirth. That's the necessary condition to activate the dragon's escape power. He pushed the door open and shouted, Tiantian, are you in there? He saw Tiantian's silhouette approaching and asked Tiantian, Tiantian, is that you? Hearing her royal brother's voice, Lin Tiantian seemed surprised and trembled with fear. Brother, why you? Wait a moment. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile as he pushed aside the curtain. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of Bai Qingling's image on a pillow and his sister sitting on top of it. Tian stuttered in a panic, brother, don't look. He couldn't believe his eyes. Tian, don't tell me you were just using this old demon. Bai Lin Mo coughed. Ahem. Seeing this, Tian asked with concern, brother, what's wrong? Faced with Tian's concern, Lin Mo flew into a rage and raised his hand to slap her. Lin Tian, you are not worthy of being my sister. Seeing her brother about to hit her, Tian screamed in fear. But after a long moment, the slap never came. She opened her eyes, surprised to see that the blow had been blocked by Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling glanced at him with cold contempt. You dare to hit my dog? He shoved him away. Lin Mo was also stunned by Bai Qingling's appearance. Qian walked over curious about Bai Qingling's appearance. Demon Lord, why are you here? The Great Chu royal family has always held the Demon Lord in the highest esteem, and I, Qian, have resolved to serve you my entire life. Although I don't know what has befallen my royal brother, he also came here to serve the demonic path. Bai Qingling narrowed his eyes and said flatly, So you're afraid I'm going to hurt your royal brother, aren't you? Bai Qingling recalled how he had just caught Feng Lixu murdering Lin Mo. Following the Lingyan family's advice, he went to check and happened to see Feng Lixu activate Lin Mo's passive skill. It was the power of Dragon's Might, which in the original story could temporarily boost one's combat power and came with an immortality ability. I've come here myself not to laugh at this side character, but to help him sever his immortality, to ascend to the heavens. He gave a strange smile, staring intently at Lin Mo. Behind them, Lin Mo whispered to Lin Tian, don't be afraid of this guy. Even though your brother is heavily injured, I won't die so easily. As long as you can say that sentence without any prompting, you can activate the power of words. Suddenly, Bai Qingling moved closer to Qian, making her jump with a cry. Tisk, your brother's body has been reduced to this state, yet he's still able to hold on. Hearing this, Lin Mo endured the intense agony before death to forcibly hold onto one last breath. Through Lin Mo's wound, you could see Bai Qingling's demonic face and smile. Suddenly, he moved close to Lin Tian, tempting her. Lin Tian, you don't want to see your royal brother die such a painful death, do you? Shouldn't you advise him to give up his impractical obsession with survival and show him a little care before he dies? Lin Tian was frantic with worry for Lin Mo. Royal brother, who on earth injured you so badly? How have you managed to hold on until now? Lin Mo struggled to speak. Cough, forget about all that for now. Just say that sentence to me first. Qian asked, confused. What sentence? He gripped Qian's hand tightly and shouted, Tell your royal brother, can a descendant of the Lin family live without their internal organs? She found it strange and confusing. Of course, a person couldn't live without their internal organs, especially without a heart. But for her royal brother to ask this specifically, could there be some hidden meaning? Bai Qingling's eyes were cold as he smirked. He muttered, For Lin Mo to activate the power of Dragon's Might, the words of power must be spoken by someone of the Lin bloodline who is unaware of the situation. If Lin Tiantian is led to say that one can live without internal organs, then Lin Mo can truly be resurrected on the spot, a cheat code for a side character in the original story. How could a player like me not know about it? What can Lin Tiantian say? She can't say anything. It's not up to others to decide. Bai Qingling spoke, his face devoid of emotion. Lin Tiantian, I told you to show him some concern, but I will not allow you to speak nonsense in front of me. Have you forgotten who I am? Hearing this, Lin Tiantian's eyes widened in fear and she knelt with tears welling up. Demon Lord, as you can see, my brother is already in this state. I was just momentarily overcome with anxiety. He looked at the kneeling Tiantian and recalled the original story's plot for the character Lin Tiantian. In the original story, Lin Tiantian was a pampered noble, arrogant, and domineering, always ordering Xiao Chen around like some grunt. Her power was among the best, yet now she grovels at my feet without a shred of dignity. It seems my training of Lin Tiantian has been very successful. Forget it, I'm not some kind of monster after all. He spoke as he took off his coat and threw it over Lin Mo. Cover up your ugly appearance first. Lin Mo, look, you've made your little sister cry. Bai Qingling knelt on one knee gently. He used his hand to tilt Tianqian's chin up, forcing her to look him in the eye as he soothed her. Lin Tianqian, you've done quite well. You still remember that in my presence, you are nothing but a stray dog. Tianqian looked up, their eyes met, and she blushed shyly, responding, Demon Lord. With that same gentle smile, he embraced Tianqian, stroking her as he continued. Even if it's just a stray dog, I know what it desires. It desires for its devotion to be acknowledged by its master, for its pain to be cared for by its master. Though such things are rare and precious in the demonic path, I can still provide them. Tiantian screamed with joy in her heart, looking at Bai Qingling with an infatuated gaze. Ah, Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is pressing his strong, perfect chest against my heart. You're right, master. This is exactly what Tiantian wants. Lin Mo was stunned by his sister's actions and words. He roared in anger, Bai Qingling. What kind of curse did you put on Lin Tiantian to turn her into this? You must be skilled in the art of curses and have used some despicable trick. Bai Qingling just let out a sarcastic remark. I can't be bothered to stoop to the level of a stray dog. His voice grew cold. Who knows, maybe this is just her first time being in contact with a real man. Lin Mo. Hearing Bai Qingling's sarcastic tone, Lin Mo was so enraged he coughed up blood. Hey, you spat. Dropping to his knees, Lin Tiantian just stood there watching in a daze. Bai Qingling's voice continued, Look, Lin Tiantian. Your elder brother is being cursed by that pathetic desire to live. He could have had a long, painless sleep, but now he has to suffer this kind of torment. He whispered into Tiantian's ear, Go and say your farewells. Given how I'm treating you now, you might as well grant him one last kindness. Lin Tiantian's eyes filled with unspeakable despair and sorrow. Royal brother. She recalled the happy childhood memories with her royal brother. We grew up together, we trained together. When I was taken as a disciple by Mu Ximlan, you were so proud and congratulated me. We both knew that the price to destroy the demonic path was long and painful. To kill a monster, you must first offer yourself to that monster. Tears streamed down her face and she could only say, I'm sorry, royal brother. I'm so sorry. She looked at Lin Mo with lifeless eyes and uttered, Tiantian will definitely find the one who hurt you and get revenge. A shocked and disappointed Lin Mo pleaded with Lin Tiantian. Dumb Tiantian, don't listen to him. He must have heard the legend of the dragon seal's power from somewhere. That's why he's doing this on purpose. Tiantian was emotionless, saying coldly, like you are now. If you lost all your vital organs, how could you possibly continue to live? Her words extinguished Lin Mo's last glimmer of hope. His eyes filled with despair as tears streamed down his face. A hint of resentment toward Feng Lishu lingered in his eyes as he said, unable to accept his fate. Feng Lishu, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Lin Mo collapsed, lying motionless, never to wake again. With tears streaming down her face, Lin Tiantian rushed forward, wailing, royal brother, sob, sob, sob. He gently approached Tiantian to comfort her. Princess of Great Chu, my condolences. Although you no longer have a brother, you still have me and my Yuluo Hall. I can certainly be a new father to you. Ahem. And if you perform well enough in the future, you might even earn the right to be my younger sister. With her tear-filled, bloodshot eyes, she looked up at Bai Qingling and replied, Yes, Tiantian is grateful for the Demon Lord's favor. With a click, the door opened, and Ji Kaimei stood frozen at the sight of Lin Mo's body and Lin Tiantian kneeling on the ground. He couldn't help but cry out, Lin Mo is gone. Bai Qingling smiled smugly. Indeed. What a pity. What do you think should be done, Secmaster Ji? Ji Kaimei immediately shouted for his men. Go lock down the headquarters, summon all the disciples. We must investigate this thoroughly and find the real culprit. A moment later, after hearing the news of Lin Mo's death, Ji Kaimei roared furiously. Any disciple who was outside the main gate today, step forward. Report any and all information related to Lin Mo immediately. Someone stepped forward to reporting to the sect master. He snapped impatiently, spit it out, trembling with fear. Wang Lingkai stammered. He suddenly pointed at Feng Lixu and shouted, I remember this young lady. It was her. She was the one who requested an audience with His Highness, the third prince today, and she was the last person to see him. Ji Kaimei asked suspiciously, Wang Lingkai, I'm warning you. You can eat the wrong food, but you cannot speak the wrong words. This lady is a disciple of Hallmaster Bai. If you falsely accuse her, I will not spare you. Hearing this, Wang Lingkai panicked and quickly replied, I'm not mistaken. His Highness the Third Prince came to the mountain gate personally to meet this young lady. Several others saw her at the time. The sect master can summon them to ask. GK may glance over thinking to himself, the woman the Third Prince thinks about day and night is a disciple of old devil Bai. Something isn't right here. Bai Qingling simply watched the scene unfold with a faint smile. Just then, Lin Tianqian appeared, shouting, You're the one who harmed my royal brother. Why aren't you explaining yourself? Is your silence an admission of guilt? A loud slap echoed through the hall as Xinger coldly and unceremoniously struck Lin Tianqian across the face. She was left completely stunned and speechless. Xinger spoke with cold indifference. The master took you in as his dog. Your current status is at best an outer sect servant of Yuluo Hall. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the head personal disciple of Yuluo Hall? After speaking, she snapped out of it suddenly, realizing her mistake. She immediately went to Bai Qingling's side, leaning against him and saying, Master, I was wrong. I was only thinking of protecting the rules and honor of Yuluo Hall, and my body moved on its own. He chuckled softly and patted Xinger's head. You did nothing wrong. There's no need to apologize to me. He turned to Feng Lixue and asked Feng Lixue, have you met the third prince before? Hearing her master's question, she replied calmly, reporting to master, I have never met him. Bai Qingling was pleased with Feng Lixue's answer. He raised his hand and announced to everyone present, as you can all see, my disciple has nothing to do with the third prince's death. Wang Lingkai was shocked, unable to believe Bai Qingling's words. Huh, what? In the blink of an eye, Ji Kaimei drew his sword and sliced off Wang Lingkai's head. It was a swift, clean cut. He sheathed his sword and said with an awkward laugh, Well then it seems my Hewan sect owes Brother Qingling an explanation. I wonder if Brother Qingling is satisfied. Bai Qingling was very pleased with Ji Kaimei's actions, smiling faintly. Very good. Brother Ji certainly knows how to do the right thing. His gaze was cold as he observed, that single strike showed extraordinary power. Ji Kaimei was just a minor boss in the original novel. His current strength had clearly been enhanced. It can only be that woman up to her tricks. That old hag, hiding in the shadows and pulling the strings. Lin Tianqian gave Bai Qingling a playful wink. Let's go. He started walking, picking Tianqian up as he went. We'll meet again at the Demonic Path Convention. Tianqian gave Bai Qingling an annoyed look. Calm down. Old Devil Bai is still keeping me by his side, which proves the current situation is still part of my master's plan. I've endured this much. I can't turn back now. Seduce him, get close to him, win his favor, and then when he has let his guard down, completely kill him. Bai Qingling shot Tianqian a terrifying smile. Keep thinking that way, little princess. Only then will you be worthy of being trained into the fourth demoness of Yuluo Hall. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for successfully implementing the Great Love Corruption. Target Lin Tianqian's status is now corrupting and darkening. Receive 1,000 Great Love points. At the same time, in the Ice Lake Holy Land at the bottom of a lake, a box contained a young woman. It was Mu Xinlin. Such strong killing intent. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. You've awakened Bai Qingling. What is he planning? He's starting to make his move against me. In the main hall, Bai Qingling was lecturing Feng Lixu. Feng Lixu pleaded, Master, I'm sorry. Assassinating Lin Mo was my own decision. I have implicated you and my sisters. Please, Master, punish me. He simply looked at Feng Lixu, smiled, and replied, No, you did very well. Li Tianju and Lin Mo are both thorns in my side. If it were me, I would have done the same. You are the direct disciple I value most. I am honored because of you. Feng Lixue looked at him, surprised and overjoyed. So besides exorcising demons, Master also knows how to praise his disciples like this. She rushed forward, hugged Bai Qingling tightly, and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Bai Qingling was taken aback by Lixue's action, asking in a dazed, Lixue, what are you doing? She replied shyly. It's just that for the first time, Lixue feels she can truly rely on Master without any fear. So, there is still a part of suffering that Lixue has yet to experience. May I ask the Great Master to bestow it upon me? He couldn't help but be surprised. She continued, the most precious private suffering of a woman. Just then he heard Lin Tianqian's voice. They're doing it. Are they about to do it? Why did it freeze at this moment? Isn't that rotten man a coward? Keep going, keep going. She looked excitedly towards Bai Qingling. At that moment, something flew into Tianqian's throat. She checked in a panic. Oh, what was that? That man must have found out. What did he make me eat? A moment later, Tianqian felt something strange in her body. Hot. I'm so hot. It feels so good. I want to be debauched. Bai Qingling acted in time to seal it. This seal can suppress part of the infatuation goo's effects. The rest you can excrete yourself. Consider this a punishment for you, Lin Tian Tian. Now go. Lixue reached out and lifted Bai Qingling's chin, bringing her face close and whispering, Master, what's distracting you? The only people here are from our Yulin Palace. I, your senior sister, am setting an example. I'm not afraid of anyone peeking. Suddenly, a flame appeared and enveloped Lixue's body. She asked Bai Qingling in surprise, the 9 cauldrons heaven-burning art. Could it be resonating with Master? Is it about to break through now? Right at this moment, he glanced at Lixue smugly as the flames enveloped them both, and he began to chant. Whoosh! He infused a flame into Feng Lixue's body, and in an instant she transformed. The 9 trials heaven-burning art had broken through to the 4th realm. Feng Lixue said happily, Reward me again, Master. Bai Qingling bashfully looked away. Congratulations. She watched his face amused. Her master looked away again. Bai Qingling shot her an annoyed glance. Ha, you dare mock your master. Is that desire to kill me rising up again? The door burst open and Ling Yin rushed in, crying out, Grand Master, it's terrible. The blood fiend ancestor has shown himself. She was met with the awkward sight of a scantily clad Feng Lixue and Bai Qingling. Seeing your sister, Grand Master. Bai Qingling said, sounding amused. The blood fiend ancestor, you say? I am aware. This venerable one has made his decision. In the sky floated a massive ship and a terrifying red dragon. The creature's eyes were shaped like 2 human faces fixed in a malevolent smile. Where's that little brat, Bai Qingling? I'm going to rip you to shreds, Singer shouted in fury. Hey, old geezer, you listen up. Lots of fools want to challenge the Nether Orchid Palace. Go to the back of the line. As she spoke, she summoned the ghost officer robe. Stupid ghost cut him down. It leaped forward, slashing its saber toward the blood fiend ancestor. The old ancestor roared in fury, knocking the ghost officer robe aside with its tail. Singer gasped in shock as he sneered, Little brat, you forsake the path to heaven. And instead, you charge headfirst into a hell with no gates. Get Bai Qingling out here right now. On the right side of the red dragon's head was the furious face of a man. He bellowed, I ordered Li Tianju to gather living souls for me, especially those with the water attribute, so that I could break my seal and be reborn. Returning to the mortal realm was supposed to be my destiny aligned with the will of the heavens. But you people from the Nether Orchid Palace ruined everything, getting Li Tianju and his son killed in the process. Speaking of which, his eyes turned bloodshot as images of the father and son flashed in his mind. His next words were dripping with rage. If it weren't for a new stroke of luck, how would I ever have been able to see the sun again? Everything's gone wrong in here, and it's all Bai Qingling's fault. In contrast to the resentful man, the other head of the red dragon was completely silent as if lost in thought. Without any further delay, the man ended the conversation, his body seething with resentment. The red dragon opened its maw and roared. I'll tear him to 100 pieces to quench this hatred in my heart. Bai Qingling, get out here. But despite the red dragon's ferocious display, Dante Lingyan remained completely calm as she unleashed her technique, the yellow Spring's soul-summoning melody. With a single shout, countless skeletons of resentful souls with demonic faces charged forward. They formed a powerful wave of attack crashing toward the red dragon. The red dragon took the brutal assault, appearing to struggle. Sen Singer, who had been observing the whole time, saw her senior sister's attack and praised her excitedly. Second, senior sister has gotten so strong. But to the dragon, Dante Lingyan's technique was nothing more than a tickle. He spoke mockingly. TSQ Ant. If Bai Qingling isn't here, then I'll just use your blood to temper my new body first. With that, the red dragon lifted its leg, its sharp claws extending. It let out a massive roar that shook the entire sea. To the horror of the people on the ship, it got closer and closer to them. Swiftly, it snatched the ship, holding it in its grasp. Everyone panicked. Our flying ship has been captured. What on earth does this monster want to do? After grabbing the ship, the monster began to fly away. Dante Lingyan watched the direction it flew, her voice grave. Down there is the magma valley of the Hophoan sect. He's planning to throw the ship and all of us inside. But before the red dragon could act, a flash of red light shot past, grazing its eyes and causing it to roar in pain. It bellowed furiously. Who dares to ambush me? Answering it was the voice of a woman. It was Feng Lixue, the first disciple of the demon lord Bai Qingling. I've come specifically to invite you to your death. One of its heads turned to look at her, its eyes filled with bewildered suspicion. My divine sense has been honed since the ancient era, yet I couldn't detect this junior's aura. Could it be the primordial breath concealment technique? Otherwise, there's no way she could have escaped my detection. After her brief introduction, Feng Lixue wasted no more time. She was already in her stance. Prey doesn't need to know that much, especially just a slightly oversized snake. Let's see which is harder. As her sword plunged down, she finished her sentence. My soul-shaking sword or your turtle shell. But suddenly, as she looked at the head facing her, Feng Lixue was completely stunned. She asked in confusion, You're Ren Tian fan of the Asura Hall. In the other direction, the short-tempered head roared in anger. You ancient fossil, how long are you going to keep pretending? Is it fun to act all high and mighty? If you don't want to use this blood demon body, then let me use it. The head called Ancient Fossil narrowed its eyes slightly. The gaze was peculiar, and the red dragon's silhouette suddenly became incredibly demonic. It spoke truly without class. The taste of fear. Of course, only when pushed to the absolute extreme can it be called a delicacy. If I just released my demonic ancestor's aura from the start and scared these brats witless, how boring would that be? Hearing that conversation, they were all bewildered and skeptical. The demon ancestor's aura just now. He was just toying with us. This is his true power. Even the people on the ship felt a sense of despair seeing its horrifying grin. We're not even in the same league. Even if we call for Sect Master Ye, I'm afraid it would be useless. At that moment, a terrified Xinger fell to her knees in prayer. Master, I am of course willing to die in battle for you, but I know that no matter what happens, you would never abandon me. She looked up, her tone sincere. You'll save me, just as you always have. Right, Master, but her prayer was interrupted by a light knock on the head from Bai Qingling. You silly girl. He came up from behind, his tone chiding. When you pray, you only think of yourself and not your two senior sisters. Since when did the loving and caring Yu Luo Hall become so selfish? After speaking to Xinger, he turned to Feng Lixue and instructed Feng Lixue protect them well. Feng Lixue immediately complied. Xinger wanted to say more, but her eldest senior sister stopped her. After Feng Lixue responded, Bai Qingling looked towards the dragon, whose head sneered irritably. So you must be the arrogant fool who calls himself a god. Bai Qingling ignored the taunt, walking straight towards the dragon and said, Ancestor Shuman, relics of the old era should fade into dust. The new era has no place for you. Standing before the giant red dragon, Bai Qingling's expression remained perfectly calm. Why don't we invite our old friend Hall Master Ren out for a chat? Hearing Bai Qingling's words, one of the dragon's faces showed an exasperated expression. Why, Hall Master Ren? This venerable one is a two-faced being. I've never heard of some jade-faced gentleman Ren Tianfan, that insidious cunning brat who loves to seduce other men's wives. Stop spouting nonsense here. Hearing this, a mysterious smile flickered in Bai Qingling's eyes as he said, So our missing friend Shang Ming has already been refined and absorbed by Ancestor Schumann. In that case, I don't need to hold back anymore. In an instant, his entire body erupted in brilliant flames as he stood facing the evil dragon. First of all, this red color is too much. It hurts the eyes. After his complaint, he unleashed a technique that blinded the entire sky. Heaven splitting, sensing the terrifying power spreading towards it, the monster's two heads began to scream. What kind of technique is this? It can actually resist my demonic aura. Don't be fooled by him. I know this guy at most. He's only at the peak of the spirit formation stage. Bai Qingling sneered, his eyes flashing red. By your logic, Ancestor Schumann must be at a rather unstable tribulation stage, right? And here I thought Ren Tianfan was dead. I didn't expect you to make a special announcement. Thank you so much for the intel. Hearing his tone, the head grew even angrier. You, calm down. He's deliberately provoking you to expose a weakness in Schumann's body. The red dragon's words echoed through the air, as if reminding itself, this is a battle between the spirit formation and tribulation stages. I absolutely cannot be careless. But Bai Qingling just smiled calmly on the outside, thinking to himself, actually, I'm still just at the peak of the nascent soul stage. I'm fighting the strongest sub-boss from the original story. Looks like this won't be easy. Qingling soared into the sky, his crimson pupils looking down. His gaze pierced through a roof where a young man with a hole in his chest lay motionless, surrounded by people. It seems Linmo is really important to Ji Kaimi. They're still trying to resuscitate the body. Qingling narrowed his eyes, watching them intently. I can't let them actually pull off some unexpected resurrection stunt. But I don't have time to pay attention to Ji Kaime's side anymore. He clenched his fist and flew after the red dragon. That damn Ancestor Schumann. He wants to destroy my flying palanquin. Qingling smirked, looking arrogantly at the system notification that had just appeared. If it's just a contest of cultivation level, how the hell am I supposed to fight this strongest side boss? When you gotta spend, you can't be stingy. System notification, spend 500,000 points to exchange for the Yang God Mythos. Spend 500,000 points to exchange for the insignia. Confirm. He quickly made his choice. A success notification appeared on the system panel. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Heaven's Punishment, Earth's Destruction, 6 demons formation. The screen then changed. Heaven's Punishment, Earth's Destruction, 6 demons. Using the Shiwu Heavenly Demon Pearl can unleash its full power. Without the formation artifact, only 3/10 of its power can be utilized. Qingling sneered, looking at the card that had just appeared in his hand. 3/10 it is then. Later, I can even trick Schumann by saying I'm casting a curse at the same time. The man in that old demon's name means full or reckless, so his personality is probably very reckless. I still have a fighting chance. The red dragon witnessed the two streams of power colliding. This was the scene of Bai Qingling fighting Ancestor Schumann. Qingling grinned, baring his teeth in amusement. Are you two done discussing? Is the old man my opponent or the young one? Ancestor Schumann glared angrily. Stop trying to get the upper hand with words. It opened its mouth and spat out a strange green flame. My primordial poison. Even the demon ancestor Shiwu wouldn't dare face it directly. How dare you, brat, Singer frowned with worry. Master, be careful. Feng Lixu also looked up frantically. Master Lingyan, however, spoke slowly. It's fine, no need to be alarmed. The younger girl heard this and asked, confused, Sister Lingyan. She raised her hand, sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations. There's the aura of an ancient grand formation. Master. He was fully prepared from the start. Qingling's pupils glowed crimson as he flashed an arrogant grin. He stood his ground, facing the attack head-on. A giant shield materialized, created by Qingling, blocking the poison from reaching the ship. Feng Lixu's eyes widened in shock. What formation is this? Lingyan looked up. Though I've studied the art of formations under Master since I was young, this is the first time I've ever seen this grand formation. Her pupils dilated as she looked at the hovering Qingling, lost in thought. Master's footsteps. They are still so hard for us to follow. He let out a grim, amused laugh. You mentioned the demon ancestor Shiwu just now, didn't you? This formation is the heaven's punishment, Earth's destruction. 6 demons grand formation created by that very same demon ancestor Shiwu. So consider this, me taking your poison on his behalf. Both of Ancestor Schumann's faces screamed simultaneously. Absolutely impossible. I have seen this formation before. The demon ancestor Shiwu had to prepare for 3 days and 3 nights to activate it. How could a mere youngster from later generation cast it with a single thought? Qingling waved his hand arrogantly. Casting it with a single thought is a bit of an exaggeration, but haven't my little tricks already held you off for the time it takes 1/3 of an incense stick to burn? For me, that's more than enough. Ancestor Schumann growled in anger. For a freak like you to appear in the later generations of the Eastern lands, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Qingling brought a hand to his chin, his tone full of hidden meaning. You don't need to worry about the fate of the Eastern lands, old man. You should be more worried about your own life first. He raised his hand forward and tens of thousands of spiritual energy spears appeared in the sky. Ancestor Hewitt man's eyes widened and he burst into a contemptuous laugh. 10,000 spears devour the heart, don't even dream of it. The power of this formation is linked to the cultivation of the formation master. Even an attack from a peak transformation god cultivator couldn't threaten me. Bai Qingling reached into his robes for something. Did that formation master Nam Tien Pham not tell you? That studying formations is merely a hobby of mine. He smirked his brilliant red eyes, losing focus. My true cultivation path is the way of the Gu. Just wait until I use the 8 Revolution Immortal Gu, the Great Desolate Wind Demon Gu, to seize the divine abilities from your body. A single strike from a nascent soul can take your life. Ancestor Hewitt man roared fiercely. You're a Gu cultivator. Don't lie to me. You can't possibly know everything. No, he's not lying about this. One side of his face contorted. During the deathmatch with that saint of the righteous path and when he took down Taoist Manhwa at the peak of transformation god, his trump cards have always been profound and unpredictable Gu techniques. Ancestor Hewitt man's mouth fell open, a strange, snake-like tongue flicking out. Brat, why didn't you say so sooner? It's not too late now. Better to live to fight another day. Bai Qingling pressed his lips together and glanced back as his shout rang out. Look, a flying ship is here with reinforcements. A large sailing vessel gradually appeared. On the deck, Cam Nuong stood with her hands on her hips, seriously observing the situation. The flying ship of the Asura Hall's Thuong Min sect. It must be Ren Tianfen and his wife and their first disciple Neeb trained here to help us. Ancestor Hewitt man scowled. My wife? The other face on the dragon's body twisted as it yelled, Brat, if you want to run, then just run. Stop fighting me for control of this body, you hear. In front of Bai Qingling, Ancestor Hewitt man turned and fled. Feng Lixue flew over anxiously. Lord Master, should we give chase? He clasped his hands behind his back, looking calm. That won't be necessary. Bai Qingling pursed his lips, looking down at the glowing jade in his hand. The Gu arts I ultimately used were just a bluff to deceive him. The fact that I could scare off Blood Fiend, who is more than a whole realm above me, is already a rare and major victory. Suddenly, someone jumped on his back, making him freeze. Master, you really scared Singer just now, she yelled loudly, perched on his shoulders. I'm so glad you're here, Master. Otherwise, Zinger wouldn't have been able to hold on. Lingyan's face was red with anger. Shinger, what kind of behavior is this in front of outsiders? Are you getting cocky? She and Feng Lixue grabbed Shinger by the arms and dragged her away. Get over here. Remember, the rules of the Asura Hall. She struggled and screamed. I don't want to, she said. If I'm going to be punished, it should be by Master himself. Bai Qingling pursed his lips, a worried look in his eyes. Right, I suddenly remembered the promise I made to Han Jiniang saying that she and I would be enough for this demonic Dao assembly. From inside the ship, a figure slowly approached. Han Jiniang flew over with a resentful look on her face. By the looks of it, she was here to hold me accountable. Bai Qingling spread his arms in greeting, smiling amicably with narrowed eyes. Well, if it isn't Madame Ren, this lord thanks Madame Ren for bringing the people of Asura Hall as reinforcements. Han Jiniang's cheeks flushed as she bit her lip resentfully. She kicked up at him from below. Bai Qingling didn't answer, simply raising a hand to block the attack. He smiled gently. Madam Ren, what is the meaning of this? Han Jinyang's face was red with embarrassment, her tone angry. Didn't we agree that we would discuss all major matters of the assembly together and advance or retreat as one? So why is it that when you went to face that old fiend, blood fiend, you called all three of your disciples but didn't say a single word to me? Bai Qingling's crimson pupils glinted as he gave a roguish smile. Madam, you've misunderstood. First Lin Mo was suddenly attacked, and then old fiend blood fiend came straight for me with a clear target. It all happened so suddenly I didn't want to bother you. He leaned in closer, his voice low and cunning. He propped her leg on his shoulder. Intentionally putting my own woman in danger is not this lord's style. Han Jinyang shyly looked away. What do you mean your woman? The people from Asura Hall are right behind us, don't talk nonsense. Bai Qingling's eyes narrowed with amusement. Everyone knows that this lord and you, madam, share a deep friendship. If anyone from Asura Hall has a problem with that, tell them to come forward and confront me directly. Han Jinyang awkwardly clung to his shoulder and said, let go of me first. How long are you planning to hold me like this? Bai Qingling grinned, his hand gripping her thigh. This lord is just checking on the love poison goo I suppressed for you that night. I trust it hasn't acted up again, has it? She frowned and cursed softly. You despicable man, are you hoping my poison acts up? Bai Qingling smirked, squeezing her thigh tighter. This lord simply doesn't want to leave any loose ends and have my reputation ruined in the goo arts I pride myself on. Or you could interpret this as a charitable act from this lord, a healer caring for his patient's recovery. Ni Zheng appeared, clasping his hands and bowing to them. Greetings, demonic lord Bai Qingling. He was surprised. Oh. Bai Qingling slowly let her go. The first disciple of Asura Hall, Ni Zheng. He gave a wry smile. I never thought someone would actually dare to come and confront me. Han Jinyang, her face still slightly flushed, turned to him. Ni Zheng, now is not the time for pointless rivalry. Hall Master Bai was actually helping your mistress. He clasped his hands in understanding. Mistress, you misunderstand. You watched me grow up. Do you know how Master taught me? Bai Qingling pursed his lips. He thought to himself, Ren Tianfan castrated his first disciple, Ni Zheng. Anyone with eyes could see Ren Tianfan's intentions, but almost no one cared how Ni Zheng felt about being castrated. Han Jinyang frowned and asked, so what are you trying to say? Ni Zheng bowed low. This junior Ni Zheng brazenly requests that Hall Master Bai take good care of my mistress. This junior feels that Hall Master Bai is more worthy of her than my master is. Han Jinyang and Bai Qingling turned and looked at each other in silence. Then they both blushed and shouted at the same time. Deep within the forests of Shuiyu City in Nanzhou stood a vast, tiled mansion, the Yin Empress's palace. Bai Qingling gave a calculating glance. Sect Master Ye, that's what happened earlier. Ye Hongyi bowed his head and sighed, urging him, forget it, we can talk about it later. He narrowed his eyes in deep thought. My interaction with Han Jinyang earned me 40,000 great love points. Adding that to the points I accumulated from comforting Lin Tian and my three disciples, I now have 250,000 points left. His dark crimson pupils lit up with calculation. He led his three disciples inside, and as soon as they entered, a voice called out, Little Bai Qingling, you're back. Xiao Qingmei's cheeks were flushed with excitement as she waved a wine jug. Hurry, come drink with your big sister. He clasped his hands and introduced himself respectfully. Bai Qingling pays his respects to the Yin Empress. Her eyes narrowed with amusement. Xiao Qingmei gave him a meaningful smile. It seems little Bai Qingling has resolved his unexpected trouble, and here I was drinking so much wine for nothing. Her face was beet red as she moved closer to him. Now I've lost my chance to use being drunk as an excuse to do whatever I want. I don't know whether to be happy or disappointed. Bai Qingling pursed his lips, silently assessing the situation. The Yin Empress was just creating an excuse to intervene to avoid being blamed by the Demon Emperor later for not considering the bigger picture. She's always so thorough. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He would accept the Yin Empress's care. Bai Qingling clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. When that guy from the Four Symbols Extreme Palace is looking for treasures, I'll be sure to repay you. Xiao Qingmei reached out and grabbed Xinger's shoulder. Don't talk about repaying her later. She pouted coquettishly and hugged her tightly. Tonight everyone stays. We won't go home until we're drunk with this empress. Don't hug me, Xinger said firmly. I only want master's hugs. The bright moon hung in the silent night as the mansion doors opened wide. Han Jinyang approached shyly. It's so late. Why did you specifically call for me? Without a word, Bai Qingling reached out to her. He pulled Han Jinyang into his arms, startling her. Han Jinyang gritted her teeth and stammered, wait, this is so sudden. Bai Qingling's lips barely moved as he whispered, act natural. Ancestor Schumann is monitoring this place. A few small, round, light blue orbs like tiny pearls floated above their heads. Those are Ancestor Schumann's soul-searching spores. Their surveillance capabilities are just as stealthy as my Sparrow Shadow Heavenly Pearls. It seems that old geezer hasn't given up. He's not planning on letting me off so easily. Bai Qingling grinned slyly at her. I have a plan. We might be able to use Hall Master Ren to lure Ancestor Schumann out and capture them all. Held tightly in Bai Qingling's arms, Han Jinyang blushed and voiced her doubt. How are you planning to lure Ancestor Schumann out? Could it be? Bai Qingling explained with a sly smile. Before, when Ancestor Schumann fled, it was clear that Ren Tianfan has equal control over Ancestor Schumann's body. He looked at Han Jinyang seductively, making her face turn redder. If we get intimate enough, and Ren Tianfan sees it with his own eyes, do you think his personality would allow him to just stand by and not interfere? Still hesitant, Han Jinyang pushed Bai Qingling away and stammered. But in this situation, can we guarantee that we can deal with Ancestor Schumann? Bai Qingling's gaze grew more sinister as he looked down. Have you forgotten this is the Yin Empress's palace? To offend a guest of the Yin Empress is to offend the Yin Empress herself. His hand tightened possessively around Han Jinyang's waist, enticing her. Although the Yin Empress and the Demon Emperor have a pact that prevents her from attacking first, self-defense isn't restricted. Getting rid of Ancestor Schumann is the same as getting rid of Ren Tianfan. The restraints on you would be broken as well. Han Jinyang was so flustered her face was completely red, but she was still full of doubts. What you're saying is true, but this feels strange, like we're conspiring to harm my husband. Bai Qingling scooped her into his arms, offering a reassuring and seductive smile. My lady, you don't need to feel burdened by that. He effortlessly carried her straight into the room, then immediately tossed her onto the bed. Bai Qingling stared at Han Jinyang with predatory crimson eyes and continued, the image would be too explicit. We can't let Ancestor Schumann film us, of course. He stood there confidently, looking at the dividing curtain in the ambiguous atmosphere. Taking off his outer robe, Bai Qingling continued, this is all for the grand plan of eliminating Ancestor Schumann. It's all just an act. His hand didn't stay still, lightly grazing over Han Jinyang's body as he spoke in a captivating voice. Tonight, if I go against your will and cross the line, you have my permission to kill me. Bai Qingling's body pressed down on Han Jinyang, giving her no room to resist. Han Jinyang was incredibly embarrassed, her face growing redder as if she were drunk. Then she turned the tables, moving closer to Bai Qingling and taking him by surprise. The arrow has already been nocked. It must be fired. What are you still trying to weasel your way out of? She looked at Bai Qingling with an affectionate yet lust-filled gaze, chiding him softly. Bai Qingling gave a charming laugh and retorted, weasel, that's not quite right. He pushed her back onto the bed, his smile never fading as he admitted, I truly am a weasel. Han Jinyang was in the palm of my hand from the start. There was no need for all this back and forth. Pinned down before she could react, Han Jinyang was put in an embarrassing situation. She turned her head, her voice trembling. Wait a minute, you're trying to. Her eyes widened and she screamed, seemingly panicked by Bai Qingling's actions. Bai Qingling remained calm, but his eyes glowed red like a predator's. He reassured her, don't get agitated. We've taken it this far. Ren Tianfan is probably about to make his move. Han Jinyang was so aroused she was losing her mind, her whole body trembling. Amidst the night and the full bright moon, the clear sound of a flute began to play. Hearing the sound, Bai Qingling sneered, a flute. Ren Tianfan is just playing the flute. Those who know can hear his sorrow. Those who don't might think he's trying to set the mood. His eyes narrowed sinisterly as if he were already preparing another plan. Bai Qingling pushed forward with more force. Looks like I have to take it a step further. The stimulation was too much for Han Jinyang. Pushed back onto the bed again, her expression shifted from agitated to shy, yet was still filled with desire. A little rougher. Seeing this, Bai Qingling blushed and thought to himself, is this still an act? Or is she actually trying to seduce me into doing it for real? My lady's righteousness is truly admirable. In the dark room, the man and woman entangled with each other as the sounds of passion echoed endlessly. Outside, there was still no movement, only the lingering sound of the flute. Bai Qingling broke into a light sweat, his gaze still fixed vigilantly on the outside. He was disappointed. Ren Tianfan, you bastard. You're still not coming out. Han Jinyang, nearing her limit, covered her face with her hands. Is it over? Bai Qingling's eyes were glued to the door as he answered nonchalantly. His voice carried out of the room. You could say that. Suddenly, they noticed a movement. Ancestor Schumann has fled. Outside, Xiao Qingmei looked up and remarked, it's because the Yin Empress arrived. He got scared. Holding a wine jug, she called into the room, little Bai Qingling, are you in there? Come have a drink with your big sister. Xiao Qingmei Han Jinyang covered herself with her clothes and spoke up. Should I leave first? Bai Qingling stepped off the bed and replied, what else would you do? As he put his clothes back on without turning around, he continued, you can't meet the Yin Empress looking like this, can you? Still blushing, Han Jinyang put on her torn stockings. She complained, you brute, these are ruined. You have to buy me a new pair. A system voice announced, congratulations host for successfully implementing the Great Love. Received 50,000 points. Current points 300,000. Xiao Qingmei was still hugging the wine jug, happily waving and calling out again, little Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling cleared his throat. He regained his composure, but Xiao Qingmei was sharp enough to notice and began to tease him. There's a strange smell in this room. Shouldn't little Bai Qingling explain it to his big sister, Xiao Qingmei, whom Xiao Qingmei looked intrigued. Oh, what's this? She bent down and picked something up. Holding it casually, she quickly realized it seemed to be a piece of his stocking. Model Bai Qingling feigned a cough and explained, ahem, that's a personal item of mine. It's related to a secret that I can't conveniently share with the Yin Empress. Of course, Xiao Qingmei didn't believe him, her face and eyes full of allure. A secret. It seems little Bai Qingling has a lot of secrets. He's unwilling to share with his big sister lately, doesn't he? Like that time you told me you were going to get a treasure-like item, but you never explained what it was. Naturally, Bai Qingling wasn't about to back down. He just smiled and retorted, and what about your secrets, sister? Xiao Qingmei, have I ever pried into them? For instance, what kind of agreement do you and the Demon Emperor have that prevents you from acting in this demonic Dao assembly? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingmei became extremely flustered, and immediately lost her composure, jumping up to argue. That's different. She ended up hitting her head on the ceiling beam. Seeing her clutching her head in pain, Bai Qingling quickly stood up and warned her with concern, be careful. Sister Xiao Qingmei, this palace wasn't built for ordinary people. Xiao Qingmei's eyes were still watery, but her body had already moved close to Bai Qingling, forcing him to look away. He didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Qingmei, but he still asked, speaking of which, why did you come here tonight, Sister Xiao Qingmei? Xiao Qingmei replied softly, oh, my disciple, who is also your junior sister Hua Yuerong, sent me a message. Bai Qingling was confused. Hua Yuerong wrote to you. Why? Xiao Qingmei placed her hands on her cheeks, smiling blissfully. Wait for Hua Yuerong to arrive. After the demonic Dao assembly ends, this empress will come to preside over your wedding. But Bai Qingling's expression darkened, seemingly a little displeased. Naturally, that look didn't escape Xiao Qingmei's notice. What is it? That expression on your face doesn't look very happy. He raised a hand to his mouth and coughed lightly again. He closed his eyes, his expression contemplative. Walking past Xiao Qingmei, he turned his back to her and said, Sister Xiao Qingmei, do you remember that time in the Divine Soul Void Realm when you helped a junior with his cultivation? Hearing this, Xiao Qingmei, whose face was already red, blushed even deeper. It seemed to be a shameful memory, and her reaction wasn't much better as she replied defensively. Why are you bringing that up? Bai Qingling reached out a hand and continued to explain gently. With junior sister Dongni's personality and her feelings about my affairs, especially what's happened to me recently, there's no way she wouldn't dwell on it. If she uses the marriage as an excuse to share memories with me and finds out what happened that day, what are we supposed to do? Xiao Qingmei seemed to have been struck where it hurt, stammering, unable to defend herself. This? She slumped to the ground, sighing in frustration. I'm so stupid. I can't do anything right, whether it's my own affairs or my brothers and disciples. The more she spoke, the sadder her expression became. A useless, foolish woman like me. Is the final result going to be that I accomplish nothing at all? Bai Qingling looked at her and offered some comfort. Sister Xiao Qingmei, I once stored a part of my memories in the Flame Demon Tower. It's where I keep the people and events I cherish most. Besides matters concerning Dongni, the one I can never forget is you. On the path where I slaughtered my own sect and fled to the eastern lands, you saved me from the hands of a demonic rogue cultivator. Without you, the demon lord, Bai Qingling, who shakes the world, would not exist. So how could you possibly be someone who can't do anything? Bai Qingling said this while touching his chest in a gesture of gratitude. Xiao Qingmei's eyes sparkled, shimmering with emotion. She called out, little Bai Qingling, and immediately threw her arms around him. Don't just say things that make it so hard for me. I'm afraid I won't be able to let you go. Bai Qingling's gaze lowered as he replied, then, just consider it the drunken ramblings of a fool. Once we're sober, we'll return to our own realities. It's just that if Sister Xiao Qingmei needs it, I'm also willing to be a foolish drunken guest for her. The system's voice chimed in again. Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending great love. You have received 50,000 points. Current points, 350,000. Qingmei knelt down, finally letting go of Qingling. Thank you, Qingling. But she was sober enough to realize it would have been better if you had only said those words to a woman like me. Qingling continued to feign confusion. What do you mean by that? Have I said such things to another woman before? Xiao Qingmei simply reached out with a smile as if she had seen through everything. You little brat, you said this to another woman before, and then she repeated those words to me. Qingling was completely stunned. How is that possible? Who is she? Xiao Qingmei didn't bother hiding it. She's our very familiar old rival Mu Xinlen. Qingling's eyes widened as if he had just heard a shocking revelation, asking again in disbelief. What? At the headquarters of the Hehuan sect in the sect master's grand hall, it was now nighttime. Ji Kaimei's voice rang out. Linmo, your highness, the third prince. Linmo slowly opened his eyes and looked up to see Ji Kaimei smiling at him. Linmo glanced around. Where am I? He immediately grabbed his robes to cover his body, questioning in a panic. Ji Kaimei, you genderless pervert. What in the world did you do to this prince's body? Only then did Ji Kaimei get serious and point downwards. Your Highness, you possess the mighty power of resurrection and self-healing. Why didn't you say so sooner? Look, it's still glowing on your back. A purple light shone from Lin Mo's hand. This is the high-grade immortal artifact, the 9 Calamities Spirit Marrow that Mu Xinlan gave me. Could it be? The two of them looked up in utter surprise. Saint Mu. Mu Xinlan has descended. Xinlan strode forward slowly and arrogantly. It really was Mu Xinlan. The cowardly Ji Kaimei bowed his head and knelt respectfully to welcome Mu Xinlan's grand arrival. The man raised his head in fear, frantically asking about her sudden appearance. Master, didn't you send a message via spirit leaf saying you needed to enter seclusion for the final period? Her gaze was razor sharp. She stared directly at him and replied coldly, when did I ever accept you as my disciple? Since he had been tasked with assassinating the demon lord, Lin Mo had jumped to conclusions about his master's intentions. Ah, this junior must have misunderstood. I thought that by entrusting me with the life-saving immortal artifact and the great responsibility of eliminating Bai Qingling, you intended to accept me as your disciple. She reminded him coldly, you are of noble birth after all. So why do you let such trivial matters bother you? As the Son of Heaven's mandate, instead of thinking about eradicating the demonic path and protecting the people, your head is filled with romance all day. You're becoming more and more like that Xiao Chen. He frowned and retorted, Saint Mu, aren't your words a bit off the mark? The young man boldly declared that he wasn't like the others, that he wasn't deceitful in the slightest, and that his heart was set on only one person. That Xiao Chen from the Kunlun sect is a natural-born flirt, spending all day thinking about getting involved with Bai Qingling's 2 disciples. But in my Lin Mo's heart, there is only one woman and only she can wound me. Growing more emotional as he spoke, he yelled right in Xinlan's face, you don't understand what love is at all. Ji Kaimei was horrified. Mu Xinlan. A loud explosion tore through the night sky as a spike of ice pierced through Lin Mo, lifting him into the air. Brother Ji hurriedly knelt and begged Mu Xinlan, please calm your anger. This? She snarled, you worthless trash. Then she threatened the fool. If you dare ruin my grand plan, I'll wipe out your pathetic life along with the entire great Chu dynasty. They cried out in pain. We shouldn't have angered you, Senior Mu Xinlan. She just huffed in annoyance. So the person standing here right now was none other than her soul. It turns out she never reveals her true form to outsiders. That was Mu Xinlan speaking. Himph. If you don't want to die, be quiet. Ever since that great battle, he had known her secret. After all, I participated in the great war between the righteous and demonic sects. I'm not some clueless idiot. Mu Xinlan, the mystic maiden of the Taoist sect, possesses 2 different souls. Unlike Lin Mo, the more experienced Ji Kaimei recognized at a glance that this was the evil spirit within Xinlan. The soul that previously gave orders and laid out the plans for the great war was her elegant, noble, and pure one. The cruel demoness-like soul is the one that is normally suppressed. Even with her eyes closed, she could somehow sense him staring at her. Ji Kaimei, are you spying on me? Realizing she'd been caught, Ji Kaimei quickly begged for forgiveness, hoping to save Lin Mo from trouble as well. I wouldn't dare, I beg you. Mu Xinlan, spare the 3rd prince. Let him kill Bai Qingling to atone for his crimes. She glared at him with loathing, her hand raising as if to punish him. I don't need you to tell me what to do. With the shattering sound of the fierce water ice and her cry, he crumpled to the ground. My disciple Lin Tianqian, he answered with difficulty, revealing that she was now at the demon lord's side, simply waiting for an opportunity. So she's already gained Bai Qingling's trust and is following him. This was just as she had predicted. She knew that girl would make things happen, and she was right. That appearance of hers truly is enough to catch Bai Qingling's eye. Accepting her as my disciple was undoubtedly a brilliant move. Meanwhile, that Ji Kaimei started letting her imagination run wild again. I remember now. A saint once said she saw a naive girl deep within Bai Qingling's psyche. I fear she and Bai Qingling have a complicated past, one that might be connected to her other soul. While the 3 were lost in their own thoughts, she gave them new information about the demon lord. She told them that Bai Qingling wouldn't be attending the Demonic Path convention directly. He would first visit a place in the forbidden land of the Joyful Union sect to reclaim something that belongs to him. Hearing this, the man eagerly volunteered. Such a thing exists. Where is it? I'll go immediately. But before he could finish, she interrupted. This mission won't be your responsibility. That arrogant one will take it. Sect Master Ji, you will be in charge of the Demonic Path convention battlefield. As for Bai Qingling, I'm giving that task to you, your 3rd highness. I don't want you to assassinate him. I just need you to follow him and report back. Lin Mo, you will accompany him. Do everything you can to stop him, and if you discover the location of the hidden treasury, send a transmission to Sect Master Ji. He swore he would complete the mission. Lin Mo will give it his all. I will not become another Xiao Chen, please rest assured, senior. But that wasn't all. In addition to tracking him, he also had to find something for her. One more thing. If you find a blue demon sword in Bai Qingling's hidden treasury, you are to bring it back to me, completely intact. Do you understand? He accepted the task but couldn't help but ask a question. Understood. But how do you know all of this? Senior, she hesitated for a moment before answering. He told me himself. The scene shifts to a strange place. A tower floated in the middle of the sky, the divine soul void realm. The demon Lord Qingling stood there, speaking to someone who appeared to be his elder. I can't use ancient techniques, I can't use divine arts, and I can't even use the Black Flood dragon aspect. Elder sister, how am I supposed to compete with you? The elder sister figure stared intently down at him, questioning him. Can't you still use your life-bound demon sword? You truly can't find your life-bound demon sword. This is just the Kangming divine sword. He clutched the blade in his hand, his voice firm. That wasn't right. The memory she had was of him in Shinlan, but he clearly had no recollection of it. This queen remembers your life-bound demon sword distinctly. When I first met you, you were carrying it, and he even had traces of Mu Shinlan's sword intent on it. He thought to himself, everything related to them. There's not a single memory left. Mu Shinlan again. What on earth is my connection to her? Why can't I remember anything at all? The woman pulled him into her arms, gently consoling him. If you can't remember, then stop trying too, for now. She encouraged him. At least for now, I will always be with you. To improve your strength, come spar with me. The scene shifts to a girl meditating in the great hall of her sect. At the same time, in the Kangming sect, far from where Bai Qingling and the others were, footsteps echoed as an old man's voice called out, Hall Master Hua. She slowly opened her eyes, annoyed by the insolent tone of this upstart. Perhaps you can drop the Hall Master title Hua Yuerong. He threatened her contemptibly. Because after tonight, the Ghost Sound Hall will cease to exist in the Eastern Demonic Path. Unfazed, she calmly asked him, can you truly bear the weight of treason? Even alone, she was more than a match for the three of them. Nangong Fang, you'd rather not be a grand elder and instead become a traitor to the Kangming sect. He roared in fury, venting his frustration. Ever since Taoist Fierce Tiger, the one I supported, died, I haven't known a single day of peace. That Xiao Chen was a good-for-nothing. He failed to take down Bai Qingling, and he couldn't even handle you. Because our demon lord left without leaving any instructions, the other demons got arrogant, wanting to eliminate your people. But ultimately, the heavens have helped me capture you today. The sect master abandoned his post. 3 of the 4 great halls are empty, leaving only your unsightly Ghost Sound Hall. The madman roared with laughter in her face, believing he could actually harm her. I wonder what kind of face that Bai Qingling will make when he returns and sees your head. As she spoke, she shot to her feet, admitting she'd lost her composure a little. You're right about one thing, it was a coincidence that you managed to catch me. My Ghost Sound Hall has indeed grown much weaker over the past few years. With no one left to help, I have to act myself. Without that spy, Xiao Chen, I have no disciples left who can help me lay out an array. Taking a ready stance, she prepared to make her move. Her entire body began to glow and her gaze turned icy. This is something only I, the Hall Master, can personally oversee. Grand Elder Nangong, I invite you to experience the ultimate technique of my Ghost Sound Hall. An 8-trigram array opened up, trapping them helplessly inside as they yelled. It's a formation. There's a formation here. A powerful wind began to blow. She spun around and waved her hand gently. Heaven turns, white earth turns black, great sky demon array arise. The sky turned a dark gray and her enemies panicked even more, completely unable to escape her formation. The sky is falling, the earth is crumbling. Stop, the elder screamed, forcing his subordinates to eliminate her to escape the formation. Hurry, go kill Hua Yuerong. She is the sole eye of this formation. If you don't take care of her, none of you will make it out alive. They charged forward like a storm, but she remained unfazed, laughing bewitchingly. Aren't these ants just the remnants of that Taoist Fierce Tiger? What kind of decent people would follow someone like him? One formation isn't even over, and another one begins. Heavenly Demon Bewitching Formation. She released her shadow souls, intending to cut off their escape and capture them. Fighting and killing is so boring. A bewitching art is a much better way. Why don't you all come and play? They could no longer resist and followed her intimate invitation. All right, little sister, here I come. Seeing them embrace, he became visibly angry. A bunch of idiots. You can't even break this simple bewitching art. She flew up. Locking fragrance. Nangong Fang, what about you? This is a poison fragrance formation. The Heavenly Demon Poison Formation. No, I never should have touched her. Yin Kui Hall. Damn it. This is a devious plot, a trap deliberately set to lure me into making a move. Even now, this old man still had the mind to blame himself. No wonder Yi Hongyi never spared me a glance after taking the throne. It was all because of the mistakes I made. She hovered in the air, laughing and mocking him. Nangong Fang, I see you don't understand at all. You only made one very simple mistake. The old man was surprised. What mistake? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Because of this madman's idiotic plan, she had missed her chance to go and help. You demon lord could have acted sooner or later, but you chose this exact moment, forcing me to handle this entire mess alone. It left me with no time to go to the demonic path assembly to support my senior brother. She domineeringly gripped the old man's neck and whispered in his ear, because he was too conceited, my only option is to drain every last drop of oil from your body and give it to my senior brother as capital for his conquest of a demonic path. His voice was full of sarcasm. You should feel honored. That old scoundrel Nam Kung was drunk. Qingling shot up looking around for his big sister, but it was still dark. But where was big sis Qingmei? The two of them had been together all night to the point where they had to revert to their primordial spirits just to match her power. He had a non-stop divine cultivation session with her all night. Her cries made the world spin as their great battle raged on. As expected of big sis Qingmei, in the end I had to use my Black Flood Dragon Dharma form just to have the strength to fight. He tried channeling his energy and found it had increased tremendously compared to last time. My cultivation has really advanced to the early spirit transformation stage, proving that cultivation session wasn't a dream. The more he thought about it, the more he missed the beautiful woman. Big sis Qingmei was truly the best, if only she could have said goodbye before leaving. I, Bai Qingling, am not such a heartless person. A girl entered the room with a hot cup of tea in her hands. Master, please have some tea. It was her. So Ling Yin had arrived. No wonder even the Yin Empress had to flee. He took the teacup and asked casually, Ling Yin, it's not even dawn yet. What do you need me for? She looked at him and asked coldly, may I ask, my dear master, were you with Madame Ren last night? With those words, he dug his own grave. Did the Yin Empress tell you? You must have run into her when you arrived. Having caught her master in a bind, she pressed on. So it wasn't just Madame Ren, the Yin Empress also spent the night with you, master. He froze, clutching his head in frustration. What the hell am I even saying? I'm such a waste. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Ling Yin was being incredibly blunt this time. What was she planning? Ling Yin accepted an item brought by Hall Master Hua's spirit beast, handed it to Bai Qingling, and said in a gentle voice, just now Hall Master Hua's spirit beast delivered a letter and a storage pouch. It seems something has happened in the sect. Hall Master Hua can't make it to the demonic path convention. Bai Qingling held the letter with a contemplative look. The letter said, Grand Elder Nangong Fang has rebelled. Everything has fallen on my shoulders, so I can't make it to the demonic path convention in time. I can only gather some rare ancient goo materials to send you, hoping they can be of some help to you, senior brother. Reading this, he thought it was the perfect time to go into seclusion for a few days and refine some 9 Revolutions immortal goo as a backup plan. Placing his hand lightly on the pouch, he was delighted. These ancient goo materials arrived at the perfect time. Thank you, Hua Yurong. Bai Qingling smiled faintly. The Yin Empress had told him earlier that Hua Yurong would be coming, and he was still hesitating, trying to think of an excuse. He never expected Hua Yurong to just focus on silently contributing from behind the scenes. At this thought, his face reddened slightly. She treats me so well. After this is over, how can I not repay her? He turned to Ling Yin, his face cold and emotionless. Ling Yin, your master understands. Is there anything else? Seeing his indifferent attitude, Ling Yin called out sadly to her master. Immediately after, Ling Yin pressed her enormous bust against him, forcing him onto the bed, her voice full of resentment. In your eyes, master, what exactly is Ling Yin? He was surprised. Why are you suddenly asking this? Ling Yin explained. Just like Singer, who used to be so clingy, can now endure cultivating alone in the deep of night. Singer trains very hard every night. Under Feng Lishu's strict supervision, our eldest senior sister has always given off an oppressive feeling before her return. Others might not see it, but Ling Yin wouldn't be mistaken. Eldest senior sister was also gradually changing, and she continued, not to mention Madame Ren. A discerning eye could have long seen the many flaws. In an extremely sensitive posture, she hesitated slightly. It's just that Ling Yin doesn't understand. Did something happen between them and you, master? Am I the only one who was left out? Hearing her pour her heart out, he finally understood. So that's how it was. A lot had happened on the way to the demonic path convention. Did Ling Yin feel like he was ignoring her? He let out a faint laugh. Ling Yin, you still haven't achieved clarity of mind. She was surprised. Master, what do you mean by that? He spoke in the ambiguous atmosphere. Xinger's personality was never good at hiding things. She dares to love and dares to hate. Although Feng Lixue tends to hide her feelings, her actions always aim to be one step ahead of others. Only you hesitate, worrying about gains and losses. That's not like someone on the demonic path at all. After he exposed the truth, Ling Yin was so surprised her face turned beet red as she pointed a finger at herself. Me. He spoke reassuringly, but I think you're pretty great just the way you are. She was stunned. He looked at her figure and her half-revealing style of dress and continued. This way you're dressing now. Surely you weren't influenced by Madame Ren trying to imitate her to attract me, were you? She'd clearly gone this far, yet her words were still so cautious. Bai Qingling chuckled. Pure and proper on the outside, but twisted and conflicted on the inside. Yet you're still drawn to me. Trust me. He looked at Ling Yin with a suggestive gaze. That's the demonic path, and I like it. Ling Yin pouted. Then. She sat up straight, placing her hands on his abs, her fingers trembling slightly. If I don't follow the demonic path, what is Ling Yin in your eyes? Master. He tilted his head slightly, the corner of his lips curling into a provocative smile. You want to flirt with me? How interesting. With my vast experience in the game of love, I have to go and test her out. He raised a finger, pointing it straight at her, and said clearly, Then I ask you in a cold, terrifying prison. Yi Hongyi and I are both captured by the hypocritical righteous faction, and you can only save one of us. Who would you save first? Ling Yin couldn't help but laugh at his childish question. Master. She leaned down and lightly tapped him on the head. Silly master. Her face flushed red as she warned. If you ask this kind of question again, I'll just use the same trick to get past it. So if master keeps asking it, just prove that you like me that much. Bai Qingling laughed loudly. It seemed he really couldn't underestimate Ling Yin's abilities. Blue light shone down on the tranquil lake at the mystic ice holy land of the Misty Cloud Palace. The blue light shone on the quiet lake, reflecting off a wooden box deep at the bottom. Mu Jinlan appeared in the water, beautiful and urgent. Big sis, just now when my spirit left my body, I met Ji Kaimei and Lin Mo. Why did you appear? This body is completely under my control. Don't force me to make you disappear, all right? A cold voice rang out. How ridiculous. Mu Xinlan, her older sister, appeared from behind her, furious. The world believes that you, Mu Xinlan, willingly gave up your own 6 desires for the sake of the righteous path. But no one could have ever guessed that your purity and sanctity were long ago stolen by a young demonic scoundrel. Mu Xinlan looked around in a panic. Sister, where are you? She lamented, tears welling up in her eyes. Isn't all of it a disaster caused by you? She grabbed her hand and shouted, think about how he treated you. It's because of him that you yielded control of this body to me. Now that you bring this man up, don't you feel ashamed and hateful? She screamed in agony. Look at his true face. That brat was born the greatest villain in this world. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Mu Xinlan began to sob loudly. In the deep sea, she was surrounded by water. Mu Xinlan cried out in pain in the depths of the sea, her tears falling endlessly. One day before the opening of the Demonic Path Convention at the crack of dawn, Bai Qingling was sitting cross-legged in his tent, cultivating while lost in thought. This is the rare goo that junior sister Hua Yuerong brought me. I absolutely cannot fail in refining it this time. With that thought, his hands began to gather energy. Bai Qingling's eyes were filled with determination as he shouted, break for me. The moment he spoke, the spiritual energy from all around converged on him. When Bai Qingling opened his hands, a beautiful blue butterfly lay in his palm. The Ultimate 9 Revolutions Immortal Goo, the Extreme Path Dream Butterfly Goo. Looking at the butterfly, Bai Qingling's heart filled with joy. This is the ultimate move from the original story used to deal with the extreme heavenly demon. It only appeared in the game's plot, and it will serve as my final trump card. I hope such a precious immortal goo won't be wasted on a small boss like Ji Kaimei. With that thought, he called out, Open Attribute Interface. His information panel immediately appeared. Name Bai Qingling. Taoist title Qingling. Physique Heavenly Spirit Body. Formless Demon Seed. Ghost Taming Spirit Body. Profound Crystal Bright Jade Body. Age 120. Cultivation Spirit Transformation Realm. Early Stage Yang Spirit Formed. Cultivation Methods and Divine Arts. Supreme Breath. Concealment Art 9 Moons. Heaven Burning Scripture. Heavenly Demon Dragon Transformation Sutra, Blood Sea Dirge Scripture. Support skills Alchemy, Goo, Arts, Artifact, Refinement. Note, the peak level for any skill in the current world is level 99. Dharma Treasure, 10 Absolutes, Yama Slash, a 7th tier Pseudo-Immortal Tool and Power. Sparrow Shadow, Heavenly Pearl, Pseudo-Immortal Tool Grade. Great Love Points, 45,000 points. Glancing over the information on the panel, Bai Qingling was extremely satisfied. It seems that in another year at most, even without the system, I'll have a chance to return to Bai Qingling's peak strength. As he thought of this, a dangerous red glint flashed in Bai Qingling's eyes. He smiled slyly and said, now all I have to do is wait for the Demonic Path Convention to start tomorrow. Sneak into the He-1 Sex 4 Symbols pole and that strange dungeon and reclaim my primordial organs. On the day of the Demonic Path Convention at the Shadow Empress's palace, the sky was clear and blue. Many people stood outside the main courtyard holding wrapped parcels, looking incredibly solemn. When Sen Xinger saw them, unconcealable excitement filled her eyes. So many people, the Shadow Empress is truly impressive. Ji Kaimei's He-1 sect definitely didn't dare to slack off. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Bai Qingling patted her head and said with a smile, let's go. Damn Dai Ling Yin, this has nothing to do with what we're about to do. Damn Dai Ling Yin's eyes looked at him gently as she replied, although I don't know what Master's plan is. Wherever Master goes, Sen Xinger will follow to serve you. She leaned over shyly, expressing her desire. Before we leave, Sen Xinger wants a kiss. But Bai Qingling's attention was quickly drawn to the archway where a figure was lurking. Bai Qingling thought to himself, this girl really knows how to pick her moments. Feng Lixu stood hidden there silently, showing no emotion. But Bai Qingling suddenly yelled at Sen Xinger. How can you have this attitude with such an important matter at hand? Have you caused enough trouble? Scolded Sen. Xinger's voice began to stammer. I. Then she burst into tears, sobbing. I'm sorry, Master. Sen Xinger was too willful. Please punish me, Master. Then he called towards the gate, and you, Feng Lixu, you come out too. I was the one who taught you the ancient breath concealment art. Did you think I wouldn't be able to sense you? Feng Lixue walked out in embarrassment, hesitating as she spoke to Bai Qingling. Yes, Master. Just now you were all. Bai Qingling cleared his throat and questioned Feng Lixue. I'm asking you, why have you appeared here now? Feng Lixue looked away and answered, Bai Qingling, reporting to Master last night after Sen Xinger finished her cultivation. Feng Lixue remembered she had something to ask her, but she couldn't find her anywhere. Hearing this, Bai Qingling glanced awkwardly at Sen Xinger. Seeing that she was also looking at him in embarrassment, he thought to himself, well, of course, you couldn't find her. This girl climbed right into my bed in the middle of the night. Embarrassing images from that night suddenly flashed through his memory. Although everyone more or less suspects this kind of thing, it's really inconvenient to deal with if someone catches us in the act. Suddenly, Sen Xinger spoke up. She slowly explained to Feng Lixue. Sen Xinger went to find Master to exchange cultivation insights. I didn't mean to hide from you, Sister Feng Lixue. Hearing this, Feng Lixue's expression was unreadable. She just calmly replied, so that's how it was. No wonder I couldn't find you. But I happened to spot someone who shouldn't be here. Hearing that, Bai Qingling immediately asked, who did you see? Feng Lixue replied in a serious tone, I think I saw the third Prince Lin Mo. I can't be mistaken about the aura of the Great Chu Imperial family's 9 profound underworld king art. Lin Mo. She paused for a moment, then Feng Lixue continued. He was reborn through nirvana. He survived. Bai Qingling's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He thought to himself, this second male lead really isn't that easy to kill. With his internal organs hollowed out and his dragon's might rendered ineffective, there could be only one reason for Lin Mo's survival. He thought of that woman. Thinking this, Bai Qingling almost wanted to laugh. I'm not afraid of Mu Xinlin reviving him. He mused over a beautiful scenario. I have countless ways to deal with Lin Mo. For example, being intimate with the goddess he adores Feng Lixue right in front of him. I wouldn't even mind adding Lin Tiantian to the mix. Bai Qingling cleared his throat, returning to reality, and said to Feng Lixue and Lair, for now, let's ignore him. You two come with your master somewhere. Madame Ren and Sect Master Ye can handle the demonic path convention. We need to go somewhere else. Hearing this, Feng Lixue quickly agreed. Right business is more important. Master, let's go. Feng Lixue saw Sen Xinger's actions. She was silent for a moment, then she too copied Sen Xinger's actions. Yes, Feng Lixue will listen to whatever Master says. Sen Xinger looked at her eldest senior sister. She thought to herself, is Big Sis Feng Lixue thinking that space on the bed is getting smaller and smaller? Then she thought about the prospect of the two of them with their master and became resolute. But if it's with Big Sis Feng Lixue, Xinger wouldn't mind at all. At the same time, in a mountainous region, the figure of a young man landed on a cliff, laughing triumphantly. Bai Qingling, you never would have expected this, would you? Lin Mo have returned. The next morning, by the lush green coast, a boat was drifting on the sea. Near the sail, a figure appeared. It was Tiantian. She stood by the boat, observing everything around that damnable man. He's probably off showing his power at the demonic Tao convention by now. Right just then, someone approached and softly called out, Tiantian. Tiantian, is that you? Lin Mo walked over and confirmed, it's me. I am your third Imperial brother, Lin Mo. Imperial brother, but weren't you? Before she could finish, someone else spoke in a low, soft voice. Excuse me. Ni Zhang approached with a sword, holding it to Lin Mo's neck threateningly. This is a flying ship of the Kangming sect. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden. Lin Mo glanced back and asked, and who are you? Ni Zhang glared and answered menacingly. Ni Zhang of the Asura Hall. Besides, you're the one who just arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo let out a sinister chuckle. Ni Zhang is it, this prince declares. But before he could do anything, he exclaimed in shock. You, however, at that moment, Ni Zhang suddenly and inexplicably fell. She splashed right into the water. Lin Mo bewildered asked Tiantian, let me ask you something. Tiantian walked over and softly called third Imperial brother. He stared at her and asked bluntly, that demon, did he touch you? Tiantian's cheeks flushed as she answered shyly, Tiantian, can't really discuss this with you, Imperial brother. Then she thought to herself, if Imperial brother knew how that demon treated me, I wonder what he'd think. Lin Mo then snapped bluntly, I'm your blood brother. What is there that you can't tell me? Tiantian remained insistent. You know this, Imperial brother. This entire sacrifice is for the sake of eliminating that great demon. Our Lin Imperial family sacrifices for the righteous path from Master's grand plan. It's all worth it. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but fall to his knees, and he trembled as he lamented, so that's how it is. I understand now. Old demon Bai. Then Lin Mo roared furiously, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. He then decisively grabbed Tiantian's hand. Come with me. Your brother will let you witness with your own eyes Bai Qingling's helpless rage when I ruin his grand plans. The scene changes to a place known as the grand entrance to the Hahawan sect's holy land. Xinger and Feng Lixue are strolling down the street. Xinger's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, it's so lively, I haven't seen such a grand spectacle in so long. Feng Lixue walking behind reminded her. Junior sister, be a little quieter. Even with Master's divine origin, hiding Pearl, a powerful expert's spiritual sense could still probe you. She walked over, took Singer's hand, and then Feng Lixu advised with a close, intimate expression. Only my and Master's grand ancestor breath concealment technique can completely avoid detection by sect master level. Figures. Feng Lixu's cheeks flushed with shyness, feeling as if she, Singer, and their master were an intimate family of three. Suddenly, her gaze froze as if she'd seen something. But Singer was nowhere in sight. She looked around and then seemed to have found her. Feng Lixu walked directly to the spot and scolded. How dare you crawl inside Master's demonic treasure? You truly have no respect for your elders, so rebellious and disrespectful. Singer emerged from the spot with a blissful look on her face. Isn't Singer just following what Sister Feng Lixu said? To be extra cautious and try to hide myself. Hearing this, Bai Qingling became angry, his face darkening. All right, stop joking around. He then pushed Singer away. This trip is top secret. There can be no mistakes. These villains are just waiting for us to fall into disarray. You two follow me. Hearing this, Singer's face lit up with a cute expression. Yes, and so she walked sandwiched between Qingling and Feng Lixu. Master. Soon, the three of them arrived. Before them was a brilliantly glowing waterfall with a powerful current. Qingling observed his surroundings and thought to himself. The head Hohensek's old ancestor Wang Zibo opened up a small world cavern in the void, the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Feng Lixu also observed and commented, could this waterfall be a restriction placed by the Hehuan sect's old ancestor? With this terrifying ancient spiritual pressure, can anyone really break through? Then he instantly vanished, leaving a message behind as he went. Feng Lixue send Xinger, you two stay back. He charged inside using the 9 Perils heaven-burning art. Even if others couldn't enter the Demon Lord, Qingling could move freely. Qingling unleashed his technique from within and plunged straight into the raging current. As he submerged himself, a thought flashed through his mind. Even with the Xianqian formless demon body and the 9 condensations true fire protecting me, it's still this difficult to advance in this spiritual energy waterfall. Just then, a sudden force struck him in the back. Outside, Singer and Feng Lixu couldn't help but worry. Oh no, master. Contrary to their worries, Qingling was very calm. No need to rush. He glanced over his shoulder and confirmed the small wound has already turned into ice crystals and fallen off. The constitution of the Kangmingyi family is quite useful. Singer's cheeks were still bright red, her heart filled with worry. The master's bed. It allows him to acquire the constitution of the person who shares it with him. This is no longer a secret among us, direct disciples of the Yula Hall. Feng Lixu, standing beside him, was also extremely worried. So you're saying Master and Sect Master Ye Hongyi already know. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, did he make it through? At that, Bai Qingling suddenly frowned and glared. Just withstanding it isn't enough. I also have to forcibly open the Four Symbols Extreme Palace without the secret key. It's a test of the heart's dark side created by Wang Zibo, the ancestor of the Acacia sect. Only someone whose state of mind aligns with his can force their way in. If Bai Qingling from the game could pass this trial, then I should be able to as well. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes widened. Bring it on. As the words left his lips, a unique power unconsciously erupted from within his body. An ancient palace materialized before him, and Bai Qingling walked in without a second thought. Let's go. The entire place was shrouded in a purple hue. Flanking the entrance were 2 bizarrely shaped stone statues. Singer at his side couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This is the Four Symbols Extreme Palace Master. We've actually entered the holy land of the Acacia sect. Bai Qingling thought to himself, so it is possible to get through. But why, I'll have to think about that later. First, let's get inside the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Just then, the 2 statues instinctively unleashed a blast of mystical energy. Power surged forth from them. In no time, the door behind them swung open. We can get in. Let's go, send Singer. She walked on with an excited expression. Okay, let's go, let's go. While walking, Bai Qingling noticed something glowing in the distance. As he got closer, he saw that it was an orb of light, a recording stone. Besides Ji Kami, who else could pull something like this off in the Forbidden Zone? But how did Ji Kami guess I would come here? Did Mu Xinlen tell her? But how would Mu Xinlen even know? Bai Qingling let out a soft smirk. Can't rush this. I think I've figured out the purpose of this recording stone. You have to eat a meal 1 bite at a time and take out old enemies 1 by 1. And with that, he stepped through the doorway alone. A moment later, Lin Mo and Thian Thine happened to arrive. As soon as they got there, Lin Mo shouted with glee, Thian, look. He went in, that old demon Bai actually went in. Seeing his joyful expression, Thian asked curiously, Royal brother, how were you so sure that old demon Bai would come? Here Lin Mo chuckled and explained. Sect Master Ji's foresight is uncanny. She placed a recording stone in the Forbidden Zone long ago. The moment that old demon Bai appeared, she knew. With her sound transmissions, I can track that old demon Bai's movements at all times. Hearing this, Thian seemed a bit intrigued. So are we going in now? Lin Mo smirked and nodded. Of course. How else are we going to snatch old demon Bai's treasures? Don't worry, Ninth Sister. Sect Master Ji already told me. Every mechanism in the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Fighting on our home turf, there's no way we can lose. Just then, the two of them heard a voice. Well, if it isn't His Highness, the third Prince of 9 Deaths and 1 Life. Bai Qingling stepped inside with a playful tone. Long time no see. Lin Mo was completely stunned to see the three of them. Sister Feng Lixue, you're here too. Bai Qingling chuckled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Who's your sister? The third prince must be mistaken, don't you think? Bai Qingling immediately raised his voice as if to provoke Lin Mo. Feng Lixue, come over here and personally introduce your true identity to His Highness, the third prince. Feng Lixue's face suddenly flushed red and a profound look sparked in her eyes. Lin Mo, I Feng Lixue am not some disciple of the true martial sword sect. I am the head direct disciple under Demon Venerable Bai Qingling of the Yula Hall in the Kangming sect. Do you understand me now? Hearing this, Lin Mo was so stunned he couldn't believe his ears. Sister Feng Lixue, how could you say this to my face? Weren't you even willing to lie to me? Then his eyes narrowed as he growled through gritted teeth. Bai Qingling, you shameless bastard. You even use your own direct disciple as a spy. Did you ever once think about Sister Feng Lixue's safety? He didn't say a word, simply wrapping an arm gently around Feng Lixue's waist. My disciple's safety is none of your business. Bai Qingling pulled Feng Lixue closer and smiled provocatively. As for how close we are in the Yu La Hall master and disciple, well, that has even less to do with an outsider like you. Seeing this spectacle, Lin Mo exploded with rage. Feng Lixue, you faithless wench, Bai Qingling, today, this prince will fight you to the death. It's either you or me. Seeing him grow even angrier, Bai Qingling's amusement only grew. Now, don't say such hurtful things. You'll make your little sister uncomfortable. Just then, Bai Qingling turned to Tian and called out softly, Princess Tian, come into my arms. This is the only chance you'll ever get to touch my body. Lin Mo quickly tried to stop her. Tian, don't be fooled by this man. You are the noble, proud princess of Great Chu, not this demon's plaything. Hearing this, she blushed and nodded shyly. I know all that, but, royal brother, you don't want Mu Xinmen's plan to fail, do you? The Acacia sect, the Palace of Eternal Bliss. A magnificent scene was laid out before everyone. Several old men were admiring it with great delight. Look at the murals on the wall. Absolutely wonderful. It's like bathing in a spring breeze. Such a beautiful sight. A few others chimed in, you idiot who cares about the murals. Aren't those holy maidens of the Acacia sect more beautiful than any mural? The chatter continued endlessly. All right, now this is the main hall for the Demonic Path Convention, the Acacia sect's Palace of Eternal Bliss. I say the Demon Emperor should just let Sect Master Ji lead us to attack that Mu Xingling. I doubt the Kangming sect will just obediently hand over their position as alliance leader. An announcement rang out. The Kangming sect's Master Yi Hongyi and the wife of the Asura Hall's Master Lady Han Jinyang have arrived. Hongyi and Han Jinyang made their entrance. The two of them sat majestically on their chairs. Below, the whispers grew louder. So that's the new sect master of the Kangming sect, and there's Lady Ren. Both are stunning. But why didn't the Asura Hall send Ren Tianfan? And where's that old demon Bai? The godfather Hongyi looked over at Han Jinyang and hesitated. Auntie. About Uncle Han. Jinyang immediately cut her off. Say no more. I already know. Han Jinyang said with a stern face. Ren Tianfan betrayed our sect, colluding with an old demon from outside. The next time I see him, I will personally grant him a dignified death. She blushed as she looked at Hongyi shyly, suggesting, Hongyi dear, your closest relative has passed away. Now that your uncle is also gone, I will always be your aunt. If you need me to, I can be your adoptive mother as well. Han Jinyang thought excitedly. Just wait until that wicked man takes me in. He's Hongyi's godfather, so wouldn't that make me the godmother? Hongyi pouted her disapproval. Obvious. Suddenly, they both whipped their heads around as another announcement echoed through the hall. Her Majesty the Yin Empress has arrived. Everyone stood up as the men's attention immediately focused on a fiery figure who was entering. Xiao Qingmei slowly entered and said gracefully, no need for formalities. The convention hasn't started yet. Everyone, please continue your conversations. Yi Hongji immediately stood up and greeted respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty the Yin Empress. Han Jinyang glanced over, wondering to herself. That night, the Yin Empress got drunk and went looking for Bai Qingling. I wonder what happened after that. Qingmei's gaze fell on Han Jinyang's black stockings, and she recalled that the style was exactly like the pair she saw in little Qingling's room that night. Her blue eyes narrowed, her cheeks flushing. I can't resist teasing her. Qingmei asked, I see the two of you from the Kangming sect. Are you perhaps asking where Hallmaster Bai has gone? Could it be that for something so important he didn't tell you? Yi Hongyi was surprised. Your Majesty, do you know where our godfather has gone? Han Jinyang shot up thinking, he didn't even tell us yet. He told an outsider like you. Qingmei narrowed her eyes playfully and tapped her head. Actually, I don't know either. Han Jinyang and Ye Hongyi's heads felt like they were about to explode as they both had the same thought. Only you, the Yin Empress, would dare to play games like this. If it were anyone else, we'd make sure not even their bones were left. Qingmei smiled lightly. Although I don't know where little Qingling is right now, I know how I can help him. Her eyes flickered. At that moment right there, an announcement rang out. The host of this demonic Tao convention, the sect master of the Hehuan sect, Sect Master Ji, has arrived. Everyone began to murmur. Is the current master of the Joyful Union sect really that young? More importantly, all the holy maidens with him are absolute knockouts. But don't you think those holy maidens seem a little unapproachable? Ji Kaime's palanquin made its entrance surrounded by beautiful holy maidens. He was lost in thought. Dealing with the assembly wouldn't be hard. As expected, the focus is still on Lin Mo. I have a really bad feeling about this. That old devil Bai won't let Lin Mo get the upper hand so easily. Suddenly, Tai Mei looked down. The jade pendant in his hand was giving off a signal. He recognized it instantly, his face twisting into a scowl. Just my luck. What I was afraid of is exactly what's happening. And of all times, it had to be now. He leaped from his palanquin. The third prince is in danger. I have to go now. Before he could finish, someone called his name. Sect Master Ji. When did Qingmei get right behind him? Tai Mei was terrified. Yin Empress. Qingmei's eyes stared wide. Our fellow cultivators of the demonic path have been waiting for you for quite some time. Just where do you think you're going? A terrifying pressure emanated from her. Stay here and preside over this assembly for me. If you refuse to listen, then I will make you listen. Ji Kaimei could only prostrate himself before Qingmei's terrifying presence. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Lin Mo roared in fury. Ji Kaimei, you useless piece of trash. Why are you playing dead at a time like this? He grew anxious. If you don't show up soon, what am I supposed to do? At that moment, Bai Qingling, with a smug look on his face, wrapped his arms around Feng Lixue and Tianqian's waists. He sneered, Your Highness, the third prince, are you trying to call for backup? It seems your backup doesn't think very highly of you. Or perhaps, he just doesn't want to interrupt the pleasure of watching you in this little drama. Tianqian blushed shyly, pressing herself against Bai Qingling and cooing, Master, your hands are so strong. I like it so much. Lin Mo furiously brandished his sword. Old devil Bai, if you have any guts, leave my sisters alone. If you want someone come after me, this Prince Bai Qingling merely sneered. My good disciple, he says he wants to come after me. What do you think of that? Feng Lixue gazed at Bai Qingling adoringly and declared, Of course, I would never let such a petty villain get anywhere near you, master. But she added, you also have Singer lying in ambush in the shadows. I doubt it will even be my turn to strike. At this, Lin Mo completely broke down. Tears streamed down his face. No. Sister Feng Lixue, please don't. You. Of all people, you can't be like that with him. Please, just come after me instead. Bai Qingling thought to himself, I'd love to go after Lin Mo directly, but I'm not 100% certain yet. When Mu Xinlen resurrected him, did she or did she not give him some of her origin power? If this next move can't kill him, what other trick do I have to ensure he submits? The system chimed in. System is searching for an exchangeable item for the host. Search complete. Bai Qingling was surprised. The system displayed its finding. Current recommendation, Fallen Yin Yang Gu. A delighted, wicked smile spread across Bai Qingling's face. A stream of power swirled around Bai Qingling, causing his eyes to glow with a purple light. He quickly became lost in thought about the fallen yin-yang goo. This is a rank 6 immortal goo I was planning to refine into my ultimate move. Turns out I can just exchange for it directly. Still, if I can avoid wasting it, I should try another move on Lin Mo first. Bai Qingling's eyes returned to their usual red. He spoke to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, weren't you trying to contact Ji Kaimei just a moment ago? Bai Qingling clasped one hand behind his back and took a step forward, his two companions following suit. So is he coming or not? Lin Mo let out a contemptuous laugh. So you are afraid of Sect Master Ji. In that case, I won't tell you. Whether he comes or not, it makes no difference. Bai Qingling, do you understand what I mean? Bai Qingling just chuckled softly. Putting on a brave face are we? A flame began to coalesce in the hand hidden behind his back. You say it makes no difference if he comes, but I feel that if he does come. Where Bai Qingling had been standing, only an afterimage remained as the flame shot forward. He lunged toward Lin Mo, his hand outstretched, his entire body enveloped in a torrent of power. Lin Mo's face went pale as he cried out in terror. What? He squeezed his eyes shut and a shield materialized around him. 9 profound shield ancestors protect me. The ball of fire in Bai Qingling's hands slammed into the barrier. The shield couldn't withstand his power and instantly shattered. Bai Qingling slammed the flame directly into Lin Mo. He was consumed by the power, screaming in agony. It hurts. This is agonizing. It's 10 times more painful than being burned by Feng Lixue. This demonic fire, it's not burning my body. It's tormenting my very soul. Lin Mo clutched his chest in agony. He thought desperately, if this keeps up, it's all over. Do I have no choice but to use Mu Xinlen's trump card? The flames continued to burn him. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. No, I can't just waste Mu Xinlen's trump card like this. I have to endure. I have to prove that I, Lin Mo, am the true son of Heaven's mandate. Not some piece of trash like Xiao Chen. Seeing that he could still move by, Qingling's eyes flashed and his lips curled into an arrogant smirk. Looks like I'll have to turn up the heat. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Bai Qingling's right wrist. Tian Tian held onto his arm, whispering sweetly, Lord Demon Sovereign is right. For offending you like this, Lord Demon Sovereign Lin Mo should be taught a lesson he'll never forget. Bai Qingling looked at her pensively, then pulled his hand back, smirking as if he saw right through her intentions. There's no need to play games with me. If you want to save your third prince, just say so. If you can do one thing for me, it's not out of the question for me to spare him. Hearing this, Tian Tian stammered slightly. What is it? A moment later, she turned and went inside to ask Xinger. Lin Mo, trembling, clutched his chest and demanded of Bai Qingling, what do you want Tian Tian to do? Why did you call her away alone? Bai Qingling said only 4 words. The 9 calamities life-protecting marrow. He gave a sinister chuckle. Aren't you going to take it out and erase this little calamity of yours? Lin Mo was utterly shocked. You devil. How did you know Mu Xinlan gave me the 9 calamities life-protecting marrow? The Wood Saint only managed to cultivate this origin spiritual marrow after 9 reincarnations. There's no way you could possibly know of its existence. The image of a man appeared in Bai Qingling's mind. In the original story's game, Mu Xinlan went through 9 lifetimes of cultivation. Due to her outstanding merits, she obtained 3 great treasures. One of them was the 9 calamities life-protecting marrow, which can erase the 3 disasters and 9 calamities of the mortal world. Ending his train of thought, Bai Qingling calmly replied, you are not worthy of knowing. Go on. Use up the last of the spiritual marrow's power and try to break through space to escape. Lin Mo's eyes widened as he roared Bai Qingling, I won't do what you want. You can't kill me. As long as I can endure this, there's nothing you can do to me. Bai Qingling condensed a stream of purple energy in his hand. He chuckled softly. You are indeed a bit stronger than Xiao Chen. In that case, I'll give you a more fitting reward. He held out a bizarrely shaped pill. His eyes flashed purple. Eat it, or you can use your final trump card. Lin Mo trembled as he stared at the hideous pill.
Whoa, what is this thing? It looks just like the most vicious goo pill in the world.
Suddenly, a shout from the distance caught his attention. Royal brother Tian Tian came running over. I'm back, model. She ran to the spot and immediately knelt down. Tian Tian held a box in her hands. Demon Lord, you promised me just now. As long as I brought this box from the first floor, you would spare my royal brother's life. Bai Qingling immediately burst out laughing and took the box she brought. So Jikami really did tell you people the layout of the 4 Symbols Extreme Palace. He tossed the box into the air with a sly grin. My original kid me. Returned to me just like that. Both Tian Tian and Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat. The thing in the box is the demon's original organ. We just let his greatest weakness slip through our fingers like that. Bai Qingling turned and beckoned with his finger. If that's the case, I'll spare your royal brother's life. For now, Tian Tian quickly ran towards Lin Mo. On behalf of my royal brother, I thank the demon lord for his mercy. Royal brother, let's go quickly. Bai Qingling then handed a pill to Feng Lixue. His life can be spared, but I never said I'd let him return in one piece. Feng Lixue immediately took the pill and rushed toward Lin Mo. He was stunned as Feng Lixue shoved the pill straight into his mouth. Lin Mo's face suddenly turned red. He thought to himself, Sister Feng Lixue touched me voluntarily. This is the first time, no wait, she gave me that cursed thing from before. Lin Mo clutched his throat, coughing repeatedly. No, please don't. He collapsed in front of Tian Tian. No, Lin Mo's collapsing figure was reflected in Tian Tian's eyes. She asked with a trembling voice, Demon Lord, what exactly was that cursed pill you made my royal brother eat? In front of Tian, Tian was Lin Mo, who had been turned into a woman. Why? Why did he turn into this? Hearing the cry, Lin Mo groggily opened his eyes. Royal brother, wake up. He mumbled groggily, feeling that something was different. Lin Mo was startled to see that his body had transformed into a woman's. He was horrified. What am I? Only then did he notice someone was still sitting beside him. Lin Mo shyly turned away to avoid her gaze. Lin Tian Tian, don't look at me. You should turn away. The moment Lin Mo looked up, he couldn't help but be surprised. Sister Feng Lixue. Lin Mo tried to compose himself. Embarrassed and flustered, he turned away repeatedly, saying, Don't, Sister Feng Lixue. I'm begging you, don't look at me like this. This is just too humiliating. Then another more masculine voice rang out. Weren't willing to use the 9 tribulations spiritual marrow to save yourself. Then all I can do is congratulate you. He looked blankly in the direction of the voice. That person added, Congratulations on completing your Guangyang evolution with the help of the 6 revolutions immortal goo. Bai Qingling let out a sarcastic laugh, his eyes glowing with a malicious red light. Lin Mo, perhaps you should change your name. How about Lin Mo? Lin Mo's face flushed as a thought crossed his mind. Could it be this demon wants to? No, I absolutely don't want to. Bai Qingling didn't waste any more time. He ordered Feng Lixue bring the 3rd prince. He turned to leave. Then he added teasingly, Correction, Her Highness, the 3rd princess. I have a use for him on the next level of the 4 Symbols Extreme Palace, just as Bai Qingling said they had arrived. The 2nd floor of the 4 Symbols Extreme Palace. Xinger clung coquettishly to his arm, rubbing against it and whining softly, Master, you're so mean. You told me to be on guard. But then you let that ugly woman take advantage of the situation without letting me do anything. She smiled, hugging his arm tighter. I don't care. From now on, I'm staying right by Master's side to protect you. Bai Qingling smiled indulgently. As you wish. It's better to let off some steam now so you don't cause trouble at a critical moment. Gui Guanyi stood silently behind them watching. From behind, Lin Mo screamed and cursed Bai Qingling, you demon. If you have any guts, then kill me. The two of them turned to look when they heard this. He continued to shout insults. You piece of trash. You couldn't stand up to Mu Xinlan's 9 tribulation spiritual marrow, so you used this vicious curse pill on me. You're despicable. Feng Lixue, who was standing beside him, coldly tugged on the rope binding Lin Mo. What are you yelling about? It's merciful enough that I haven't strangled you. Lin Mo cried out in pain. The pain was unbearable and he couldn't understand. Sister Feng Lixue, we know each other. Do you really have to do this? Bai Qingling smirked wickedly, a cruel glint in his eyes. Have you recorded the third prince's current posture? With a flowing shadow stone, yet Singer beside him quickly replied, Of course, master. What do you think? Is this good enough? Her face was full of excitement as she showed off the flowing shadow stone nestled between her breasts. He cleared his throat and calmly explained, It's not that I want to see it. It's to prepare for Mu Xinlan to let her know that once someone falls into my hands, being a so-called child of destiny is completely useless. At that moment, Tian spoke up to plead again. Demon Lord, my royal brother has been punished according to your will. She bowed low. I beg you, please be lenient and spare his life. He can no longer pose any threat to you. Bai Qingling just stared at Tian with indifference as a talisman floated towards her. She gently lifted her head to look. Bai Qingling said, This is the demon sealing seal. Go and apply it to your royal sister. You saw how it's used when you were peeking last time, so you should know what to do with it. Tian blushed, recalling the last time he mentioned when the talisman was placed between her legs, causing her to moan uncontrollably. This is, Bai Qingling calmly reminded and warned her. Your Highness, you will soon understand that this is for your royal sister's own good. Otherwise, an even more tragic fate awaits her. Tian took the talisman obediently. Yes, I understand. Lin Mo was still panting heavily, his face flushed with pleasure, and he was terrified. Lin Tian, what are you doing? I'm your brother. You can't. She could only apologize to Lin Mo in her heart. I'm sorry, royal brother. In the future, I will definitely take that demon's head and avenge today's humiliation for you. Despite her thoughts, her hands were already pulling down his pants. Lin Mo moaned, his face bright red. But Tian didn't stop. He was on the verge of tears, thinking over and over, what on earth did I do to deserve this kind of humiliation? Both Tian and Lin Mo were blushing furiously with embarrassment over the situation. He screamed in his head, this is the ultimate humiliation. Elsewhere, Bai Qingling stood before a large door and announced, we're here. This is the place. The door slowly opened. He stood before the entrance, the darkness within, contrasting sharply with the light outside. Bai Qingling calculated silently in his mind. This place stores my original liver hidden at the very top of the Yi Wood immortal vine and nourished by the essence of the Yi Wood spirit. In the original story, Xiao Chen had to figure out a way to sacrifice 3 Huhan Sanctuses to make the vine fall asleep, allowing him to pass the trial smoothly. He grinned deviously. The Hevuan sex Yi Wood immortal vine needs to be nurtured by a female to fall into a peaceful slumber. I may not have any Hevuan Sanctuses, but I have Lin Mo. Bai Qingling pointed a finger and shouted. Instantly, Lin Mo was moved into the mass of vines, letting out a scream. Lin Mo was confused. Not knowing what was happening, he demanded, Bai Qingling, what are you doing? Before he could understand, the red vines had wrapped around his body, with a few even sliding between his legs. Lin Mo blushed and let out a few moans as he was assaulted by the mass of vines. In his female form, Lin Mo was bound tightly by the tendrils in excruciating pain. Oh my, he's slowly being devoured. Sen Singer looked on with excitement. Whoa, what a scream, but do you really need to torture her right here? Feng Lixue, standing behind her, patted her shoulder and said, Master has his reasons for everything he does. This is likely a necessary trial to pass this stage. Keep your distance, don't get pulled in. Bai Qingling said mysteriously, It's getting closer and closer. The reflection in your eyes shows the image of a sword that holds the power you're searching for. Deep within the cavern, there was the aura of a demon's sword. The sword appeared with a sharp form, its exquisite lines combined with a blue light, evoking a sense of icy yet immense power, making it look like a weapon of ultimate might. I've even visualized its shape. He continued to think to himself, the last time the Yin Empress was training me, she mentioned. Qingling recalled Ye Hongyi once saying, although I don't know why you've forgotten. You were definitely more skilled in the way of the sword before. Then she blushed. Back then, your destined demon sword was named Xingyan. Qingling was confused by her words. How could that be? That's completely a woman's name. How could it be this sovereign's destined demon sword? He pondered, not believing Hongyi. When the Yin Empress spoke of this, I was only half convinced, but now I can definitively feel this demon's sword, and it's even on the next level of the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed. All the vines had completely swallowed Lin Mo, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The third prince, now the business with the third princess is finished. Inside, Lin Mo was stripped of all his clothes, lying there awaiting his end. Just like that, the husk of the Yimu had been satisfied. Qingling laughed with delight. It seems the child of destiny truly has an extraordinary physique. He formed a sign with 2 fingers to summon what he desired. Come to me. The red vines began to move, twisting as if they were pushing something forward. Then they tightened, coiling around an object that was about to be released. The tightly wound vines formed a round opening. It shot out an object that looked like a human liver, accompanied by blazing flames from a dark energy source above, creating a suffocating and overwhelming sensation. Qingling held out his hand to summon the object to him. He was pleased to have obtained a good item. Not bad at all. He sat down to prepare to cast his spell. The primordial spirit fire of the heart retrieved from the flame demon tower. Following that, 2 objects flew towards him looking like a pair of human kidneys. He began to cast the spell to merge the powers together. First level of the 4 symbols Extreme Palace retrieved the primordial spirit water of the kidneys. Second level of the 4 symbols Extreme Palace retrieved the heaven-connecting wood of the liver. The 2 streams of power formed fire and ice amidst a dark and oppressive space. They used his own body to refine them. 3 of the 5 viscera have returned to their origin. He then stood up, a look of pride on his face. All that's left are the spleen and the lungs. Both of those major organs are on the 3rd level of the 4 symbols Extreme Palace. By then I can reach the stat cap from my previous life's game and become the demon emperor of this new world. A voice cut through his train of thought. Master. Sen Singer ran up and hugged him from behind. After Master rebuilds his peak demon body, you have to reward Sen Singer first, okay? He thought helplessly. You're the clever one, aren't you? Trying to drain me dry. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Sen Singer from behind. It was Lixwei. She said irritably, that's enough. Show some respect. Startled, Sen Singer struggled to break free from her grasp. Ah, you cunning senior sister. She believed there was something Master Lixu didn't understand. If Lin Mo and Ji Kaimei colluded to harm Master, then isn't Lin Tiantian also suspicious? Qingling replied mysteriously, I know full well what's in her heart. Her endurance of this humiliation means she's plotting something big. Unfortunately for her, her plot was doomed to fail from the very beginning. His gaze was distant, as if preparing for a plan he couldn't reveal in front of Lin Tiantian, lest it disrupt the master's plans. In the shadows, Lin Tiantian was carrying Lin Mo, who was also her brother. Tiantian said, Lord Demon Sovereign, my royal brother has suffered enough punishment. Please spare his life. She laid her brother down and bowed her head to beg. My royal brother conspired with Ji Kaimei to harm you. Tiantian knew nothing about it. I hope this won't make you doubt Tiantian's resolve to serve you for a lifetime. But inside her heart was overflowing with resentment. With my royal brother brought to this state, Master's grand plan to eliminate the demons now rests entirely on my shoulders. Looking up at Qingling's figure, she couldn't quell the rage in her heart. Lin Tiantian, I absolutely cannot let my royal brother's sacrifice be in vain. I must overthrow this demon lord. Seeing her bowing and begging, his mind was filled with thoughts. The stubborn, arrogant, and haughty little princess of Great Chu from the original story can actually endure humiliation to this extent. It seems I've underestimated her. He slowly walked towards her. You want me to trust you completely? He spoke from behind her. Fine. Follow me to the next level. She was surprised by his words, then calmed herself and agreed. Yes. Thean agreed to follow the demon lord to the ends of the earth. Everyone proceeded to the next floor. On the 3rd floor of the 4 symbols Extreme Palace, they were surrounded by rather suggestive paintings. Liu Shui had to cover Sen Xinger's eyes. Whoa, is this a bedchamber? It's very much in the style of the Hihon sect. Children shouldn't be looking around. He looked at the paintings with great interest. These paintings are certainly a bit abstract. Next to them was an ancient bed, the kind emperors would rest on after a long day of holding court. But these paintings were just an illusion meant to distract people's vision. The real key was that Xiantian Gengjin treasure bed. Liu Shui was confused. Master, don't tell me your next corporeal organ is inside that bed. He confirmed it. Yes, but this bed is the last immortal artifact crafted by the Hehuan sect's old ancestor before his ascension. It can only be opened by following the rules he set, otherwise the organ inside will be destroyed. She blushed. So, the rule the Hehuan sect's old ancestor set is. He gave a sinister smile. Of course, it could only be a rule in the style of the Hehuan sect. Meanwhile, at the Hehuan sect's main headquarters, the Sukhavati Heavenly Palace, Zhao Qingmei sat leisurely and majestically on her throne before thousands of people. Ji Kaimei's mind was in chaos. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Without my support, Lin Mo's current situation is likely extremely dangerous. Ji Kaimei glanced over, whispering to himself, the Yin Empress must have realized something, that's why she's so insistent on keeping me in this dreadfully boring assembly. Zhao Qingmei smirked at the other's furtive glance. Ji Kaimei thought the demonic alliance's grand assembly is no longer important. I have to think of a way to get out of here. He stood up and announced loudly, "Everyone, before the assembly officially begins, you all have probably noticed that the Kangming sect's Qingling demon lord is not present here. How could his venerable self be absent from such an important assembly? It's because he has discovered some clues, traces of spies from the righteous path. Therefore, I declare that the location for this demonic path grand assembly will be temporarily changed to my sect's sacred ground, the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Everyone prepare to move. My sect will carefully inspect any suspicious individuals along the way." The people below began to whisper amongst themselves. "I can't believe spies from the righteous path have infiltrated us. We really do need to investigate thoroughly. Does this mean the Qingling demon lord is waiting for us at the Four Symbols Extreme Palace?" "How majestic!" Ye Hongyi spoke up. "So the Godfather is at the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Ji Kaimei knows the Godfather's whereabouts." Han Jiniang couldn't believe her ears and whispered, "I can't believe it's the Four Symbols Extreme Palace. Yin Empress, there's definitely something fishy about this." Xiao Qingmei thought, the legendary Four Symbols Extreme Palace. That little brat went to such an interesting place and didn't even bother to tell me, she said just loud enough for herself to hear. "Girls, no need to rush. I have my own judgment and methods." Elsewhere, the girl suddenly woke up. Xiao Chen, in the form of a girl, looked around bewildered. "Where am I?" He suddenly remembered the previous event accompanied by some blush-worthy images. "I think that demon threw me into those terrifying vines and then I passed out. That's right, it was Lin Thian. In the end, Lin Thian carried me out of there." He suddenly noticed something behind him. A very compromising image of Thian. Thian hit him right in the eyes. He cried out in shock. Lin Thian. Xiao Chen fell to his knees, shouting in a panic, "What is this girl doing? So disgraceful. The Lin Imperial clan is ashamed of you." His clenched fists trembled. "No, this must be that demon's trick. He knows I have the life-protecting spirit marrow and can't kill me, so he's intentionally trying to destroy my Dao heart to torture me." Xiao Chen made up his mind and shouted resolutely, "I won't let you get your way, old Demon Bai. I am not like Xiao Chen. I am the one true mandated maiden of this era." A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, something's wrong. I've really become a woman. It's not an illusion, it's real. Not just my body, but my mind as well. I am no longer the third prince of Great Chu. I am the third princess of Great Chu. He calmed down a bit, tearing a small piece of cloth from his dress with one hand while monologuing to himself. But the true child of heaven's mandate must dare to face any reality. He tied his hair up neatly. "Old Demon Bai, I will definitely get my revenge." Xiao Chen made his vow. I will kill you 1,000 times over, and it still won't be enough." "Lin Thian." This shout caused Thian to slowly wake up. She opened her eyes in surprise. Xiao Chen looked at her with a mix of disappointment and anger, saying, "Do you know, you have truly disappointed me." She trembled and asked shyly, "Imperial brother, you're awake," he instructed. "Call me Imperial sister. One's appearance is merely a flower in a mirror, the moon in the water. Only the spirit of the righteous path is eternal. As long as I can crush Bai Qingling into a million pieces, what else matters?" Suddenly, two silhouettes appeared behind a hazy curtain, accompanied by sounds that would make anyone blush. "Master, behind that curtain a wretched man and woman are kissing passionately." Thian hurriedly ran over to cover his eyes. "Imperial brother, no, Imperial sister, don't look. That's just old Demon Bai and his two disciples, researching how to break the restriction." Xiao Chen was adamant. "Let go, Lin Thian, I have to see this clearly. Sister Liu Shui, who seems as high and mighty as the nine heavens' profound maiden. What kind of state will she be in under that demon's lecherous power?" The image of three people, one man and two women entangled together as if practicing acrobatics with sounds echoing throughout the room. "Keep going, master, what about me? What about me?" Witnessing this with his own eyes, Xiao Chen was stunned in disbelief, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. "Damn it, Sister Liu Shui, this is truly the greatest humiliation of my life. Have you ever treated me even a fraction as well as you treat him? But what right do I have to blame you? I couldn't even protect the younger sister who grew up with me from being brainwashed by that demon. Lin Thian, are you just like me, destined to be sacrificed to that old demon according to Mu Xinlan's plan?" A voice cut through his emotional monologue. "It's over." Bai Qingling held a gold-plated box, a satisfied smile on his face. The defective spleen, the Xianxin Gengjin, was stored in this divine mechanism box under the bed. Liu Shui's contribution in obtaining this item this time was not small. Liu Shu replied shyly, "Master, you praise me too much. Actually, my junior sister is the more skilled one." Liu Shu finally understood the meaning of the swift-footed get there first. Bai Qingling glanced over, his voice cold. "4 of the 5 organs are now in my hands. Only the final spleen organ is left. Lin Thian, how much longer are you going to stare? Get over here."